As a freshman, Mo Qingyan unexpectedly found herself traversing into the world of Harry Potter, transforming into the sentient blood-packed bottle. Gazing at her full potential in dark magic, she fell into a contemplative reverie. Dumbledore, do behave, I beseech you. Baelial Grindelwald and Mo Qingyan. Tom, look at us. One is named Voldemort and the other Baelial. It's truly a match made in heaven. Diary, not so, dear. Newt, Merlin's beard. A Grindelwald with such a penchant for magical creatures. Severus, a witch with a modicum of potion-making talent, though it would be preferable if she refrained from disturbing her poor old professor during her detentions. Chapter 1. Where on earth am I? I am Mo Qingyan, a first-year university student, a fervent player of Hogwarts Legacy and an ardent fan of Harry Potter, found myself inexplicably transported during a sleepless night of music indulgence. Who in their right mind listens to music at such an ungodly hour? Facepalms, yet it was indeed a habit of mine. Whenever insomnia struck, I would immerse myself in the world of melodies. This time, however, something felt amiss, and Mo Qingyan mused. Why does the music seem to be clouding my thoughts? How perplexing! I was clearly listening to an anthemic tune. As the haze enveloped her mind, she caught a fleeting glimpse of the blood-packed bottle beside her, shimmering with a faint crimson glow. What could that be? Before she could ponder further, her consciousness faded, and Mo Qingyan awoke with a shiver. Though her soul stirred, her body remained ensnared in slumber, rendering her eyelids immovable. The biting cold wind pierced through her, accompanied by the distant cooing of birds. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and at last she managed to lift her heavy eyelids. Her ice-blue irises reflected the scattered stars of the night, though her pupils remained unfocused. Everything around her appeared muddled, with shadows flitting past intermittently. Where am I? Mo Qingyan felt a peculiar itch on her back, a sensation that hardly resembled that of a mattress. Gradually regaining control over her body, her vision sharpened, revealing the surroundings with increasing clarity. Struggling to sit up, she glanced skyward, where leaves partially obscured the heavens, before turning her gaze downward to the ground, her mind slowly rebooting. Holy moly! A startled exclamation escaped her lips, startling several birds from their cozy nests. A forest! Did I just sleep my way into another realm? Mo Qingyan was astounded. Had this world truly turned upside down? Rubbing her temples, she noticed the peculiar texture of her hair. When did my hair feel so luxurious? She murmured, realizing it had grown significantly longer. Though the moonlight offered little clarity, she could certainly ascertain that her hair was no longer black. How on earth did my hair change color overnight? Mo Qingyan was at a loss, sighing as she wrapped her arms around herself, the chill unmistakably real. This was irrefutable proof of her transference. Suddenly, she felt a cold object against her waist. What could it be? Inspecting it under the moonlight, she gasped, an old wand. This too has crossed over with me? Intrigued, Mo Qingyan stroked her chin. Having traversed into another realm, a touch of magic seemed only fitting. Lumos, with the incantation, the wand's tip glowed, illuminating her surroundings. Magic! It was indeed magic. Mo Qingyan was elated. She could wield magic. One spell after another, she reveled in her newfound abilities. Yet, she wasn't foolish enough to recklessly brandish her wand, transforming from a muggle to a witch in this world, where dark magic could easily lead her to an Auror's grasp and a one-way ticket to Azkaban was no trivial matter. Moreover, she was still uncertain of the timeline into which she had been thrust. After pondering for a moment, she cleared her throat. System? Are you there? System? Oi! Ding, host calling. System 007 responding. A cold electronic voice echoed in her mind. There really is a system, Mo Qingyan exclaimed, a flicker of surprise in her tone. System? Initiate new player sign-in and provide the novice reward package. Host, the Hogwarts Legacy player account interface has been issued. No novice package is available. None. How discriminatory. Other transmigrators receive rewards. Why not me? Mo Qingyan was incredulous. Host, having acquired the Hogwarts Legacy player account, a novice package is unnecessary. You are akin to a boss entering a beginner village without system assistance. The system will merely issue occasional tasks to propel the narrative forward. Enjoy your journey. Hiss? Mo Qingyan gazed at her account interface, pondering that perhaps she truly didn't need one. After all, her proficiency in white magic was commendable, and with her full potential in dark magic coupled with ancient spells, this was indeed an exhilarating narrative. Hey, having been inconspicuous in her original world, could she not revel in this one? Feeling slightly awkward, she glanced at her player account name, Baelial Grindelwald, full name, Baelial Percival Grindelwald. Integrating her blood-packed bottle persona into the game was undeniably a moment of youthful exuberance. Baelial, as if the name alone wouldn't make it clear that she was a villain, and a Grindelwald at that, boasting dual buffs to the max, size and amusement. Her immediate concern was to escape this wretched place and ascertain the timeline in which she found herself. Apparate, with a swift motion, The tall girl vanished in an instant. Chapter 2, Number 4, Privet Drive. Amidst a slight distortion of space, a silhouette abruptly materialized, with Baelial leaning against the wall, nearly losing his balance. The sensation was akin to being tossed about within a rolling washing machine, his mind buzzing incessantly. As his breath gradually steadied, he began to survey his surroundings. This must be Privet Drive, he pondered, albeit hesitantly. Despite having pinpointed the location based on the cinematic depiction, the authentic world of Harry Potter inevitably bore some discrepancies. Suddenly, the door of a modest villa, situated over 10 meters away, swung open, revealing a slight boy laboriously hauling a large bag of rubbish towards the bin beside the fence. "Hurry up and clean the dining table after you dispose of that, boy," boomed a deep male voice, tinged with impatience. The boy, struggling with the trash, replied, "Yes, Uncle Vernon." An uncle named Vernon, a tone bordering on reprimand, a frail boy burdened by an inordinate share of household chores. Thus the mystery unraveled. This was indeed Privet Drive. And the boy was none other than Harry Potter. After finally managing to toss the rubbish into the bin, the boy felt a scorching gaze upon him and, perplexed, looked up in the direction of the stair. Beneath the dim light of the street lamp stood a tall girl, her golden hair faintly reflecting the light, emanating an ethereal beauty from afar. Her ice-blue eyes were fixed intently upon him, radiating warmth, her expression a blend of languor and flirtation. The boy felt his cheeks flush. He had never before encountered such an unabashed gaze from a girl at school, having only endured disdainful or mocking looks from his aunt's household. The girl, locking eyes with him, broke into a radiant smile before turning and vanishing into the night. The boy blinked, feeling as though the entire scene was surreal. How could someone express kindness upon their first encounter? Harry Potter. The irate voice of Uncle Vernon resounded once more, prompting the boy to hastily retreat into the villa. "Coming. Uncle Vernon. System, transfer ownership of Number 4, Privet Drive to Maine." Beep. Host, ownership of Number 4, Privet Drive has been successfully transferred. Please move in promptly. As the lights of Number 4, Privet Drive illuminated that evening, Baelial caught a glimpse of his own reflection. "What the hell is this?" he muttered. "Is Dumbledore going to keep a close watch on me now?" The girl in the mirror spoke to herself, her youthful visage brimming with despair. This face was nothing short of a miniature version of Gellert Grindelwald. Aside from the blue eyes and softer facial contours, there was nary a difference. "And my attire? What is this gothic trench coat? Pair it with a gas stove, and I can assure you the purebloods would scream. Dumbledore would be shocked. And the Ministry of Magic would be in utter disarray." Baelial, serene. System, display character panel. Beep. Host character panel has been opened. Name, Baelial Grindelwald, Baelial Percival Grindelwald. Age, 10, magical abilities temporarily restricted by age, may be surpassed if necessary. Race unknown. Identity, blood pact vessel. White magic talent, 810 young genius. Dark magic talent, 1010, welcome to Azkaban. Potion talent, 910 master of potions. Herbology talent, 910 inherent farming genes of the flower-growing family. Magical creature affinity, 810, this somewhat contradicts my ancestry. Divination talent, 10 must live up to the Grindelwald name. What does unknown race mean? I'm a blood pact vessel turned sentient. Baelial leaned back in disbelief. Why, if I am indeed a blood pact vessel, do I inherit nearly all of Grindelwald's genes? Save for my eyes which I inherited from Dumbledore? Is it possible that Dumbledore is lacking in some regard? Just kidding. After inspecting his new home, Baelial washed up and lay down on the soft bed, contemplating the surreal journey he had just undergone. Had he really traversed into another world? Everything felt so unreal. Well, what's done is done. Let the days unfold as they may. Exhausted from a night of activity, Master Baelial finally fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 3. Off to Diagon Alley. The midday sun blazed mercilessly, with heat rising from the asphalt. Even in the Atlantic-hugging embrace of England, summer's oppressive heat could not be evaded. The bright sunlight streamed through the window onto the large bed in the room, stirring the previously tranquil mound. Baelial groggily rose, grasping the wand beside his bed to check the time, 11:15 a.m. Not too late, he mused. After all, one cannot expect an individual who had only just turned in at dawn to rise early, can they? Once refreshed, her mind cleared entirely. As Baelial sorted through the somewhat hazy plotlines in her memory, she conjured breakfast with magic. Should she engage in the main storyline? Her fair hand stirred the milk with a spoon. Involvement in the main plot could trigger a butterfly effect, the consequences of which were unfathomable. Yet, if she chose not to participate, Baelial gently sipped the milk, visions of the narrative flashing before her eyes. ultimately freezing at the moment Dumbledore plummeted from the tower. A wave of acute pain spread from her heart to her limbs. She could not remain indifferent. She could not bear witness to vibrant lives fading before her very eyes. In her past life, she stood at the story's inception, gazing at their inevitable demise, yet now she had an opportunity to alter it all. A glimmer of determination and madness flashed in her ice-blue eyes. Even with the butterfly effect, she would smooth the wrinkles. She raised the milk and drank deeply. Now, the immediate priority was to resolve her status as a non-citizen in Diagon Alley, and procure some spell and potion-related tomes. Currently, she only possessed a scant repertoire of spells. With a year remaining before Hogwarts commenced, during this time, she must strive to elevate her abilities. To alter the narrative, she required commensurate power. With a faint sound of an explosion, Baelial vanished instantaneously. An old pub stood incongruous among the surrounding buildings, yet many adults in long robes entered and exited. Their attire starkly contrasted with the tailored suits of the masses, yet no one seemed to notice the oddity. The leaky cauldron, surveying the dingy establishment before her, Baelial momentarily questioned the aesthetic judgment of wizards. She had expected the cinematic portrayal to be grimy, but it appeared the film had been conservative in its depiction. Walking on the dark wooden floor, sticky and uninviting. Not all wizards share such poor taste, as evidenced by Grindelwald. Upon entering the leaky cauldron, how could she not indulge in a glass of butterbeer? After all, she had always been curious about its flavor. One butterbeer, please. Oh, certainly, dear customer. Old Tom finally looked up at Baelial. Are you here alone, little witch? He inquired, somewhat surprised. Yes, sir. Shopping in Diagon Alley all by yourself? Oh, Merlin. You are quite the independent child, Tom genuinely marveled. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Clearly, she did not wish to elaborate on her status as an orphan. Well, being confined in Nurmengard and nearly imprisoned in Hogwarts, living entirely alone. Wasn't that the very definition of an orphan? After settling the bill and exchanging pleasantries with old Tom, Baelial found a seat with her butterbeer in hand. She eagerly took a deep sip, the overwhelmingly sweet buttery flavor swirling on her tongue. Ugh! A soft whimper escaped her, drawing the attention of the wizard at the adjacent table. Goodness! This is excessively sweet, all butter flavor. Isn't it supposed to be butterbeer? Where's the beer taste? She finally managed to swallow the sickly sweet concoction. Baelial's delicate, youthful face contorted in dismay as she stared down at the nearly full glass of butterbeer, feeling utterly hopeless. The wizard at the next table regarded her with curiosity, hesitating before taking a sip of his own butterbeer. Isn't this quite delightful? Ultimately, Baelial requested a glass of plain water, with a sip of clear water and a gulp of butterbeer. I completed the peculiar ritual under the watchful eyes of the wizards in the pub. After departing from the leaky cauldron, guided by the system, I found myself in Diagon Alley. The street bustled with a constant flow of people, teeming with wizards adorned in robes of every conceivable hue. Wow! Baelial marveled at her surroundings, suddenly realizing that her current appearance resembled that of Lu Lalau entering the Grandview Garden, and promptly suppressed her exuberance. The first stop in the wizarding world was Gringotts Bank. With the system's assistance, Baelial successfully registered her account and deposited a substantial sum of galleons. System. I recall my Hogwarts account did not contain such a fortune. Where did all these galleons come from? The funds in your Gringotts account are derived from Harry Potter. Magic Awakened. Magic Awakened? No wonder, all those years of logging in have not been in vain. Baelial mused as she conversed with the system in her mind while entering Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Host the second shelf, third column, fourth shelf. Fifth column contains volumes of significance to you. Okay, Baelial replied silently. After purchasing a compendium of practical spells and potions handbook, she examined the two books in her hands. A cursory glance revealed their accessibility and depth, making her eyes light up. Reliable system. Of course. System-produced items are always of exceptional quality. With the system's involvement, success is assured. Oh, my dear, I believe you might require a handbag imbued with the undetectable extension charm. A witch clad in a red robe extended a deep brown handbag towards Baelial, recognizing the inconvenience of carrying two books. Thank you, madam, I truly need this. The witch's smile brightened. 17 galleons. After leaving Flourish and Blott's, Baelial pondered her current resources. She felt as though something was amiss. System, may I venture into Nocturne Alley? Nocturne Alley? What do you intend to do there? The system's electronic voice brimmed with skepticism. I believe it is the only place to procure the tomes on dark magic that I seek. After all, certain forbidden texts cannot be openly available on the market. Well, all right then, the system conceded after much deliberation. Just be cautious. It's a den of iniquity, and you mustn't get into trouble. Rest assured. I've got this, she declared confidently. Striding towards the renowned luxury boutique, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Aren't you heading to Nocturne Alley? What business do you have in a clothing store? Naturally. I wish to adorn myself splendidly, ensuring that those dark wizards perceive me as a scion of a pure-blood family. Even if they consider attacking me, they'll think twice about their own strength. An hour later, Baelial emerged from Madame Malkin's clad in an exquisite emerald robe. Heavens! I've spent nearly 100 galleons on a single garment. While I am not impoverished, this expenditure feels exorbitant, Baelial lamented, feeling her heart bleed at the thought. By Merlin, with such meticulous preparations, if any foolish dark wizard dares to cross my path, I will make them experience the full brunt of the unforgivable curse. Flames seemed to flicker behind her as she strode towards Nocturne Alley. Chapter 4. A law-abiding good wizard. Nocturne Alley, adjacent to Diagon Alley, was a realm entirely different in nature. It was rife with dark wizards, and many items prohibited for sale on the open market could be procured here. It was, in essence, the underground black market of the wizarding world. Borgin and Burke's, the largest dark magic emporium in Nocturne Alley, boasted a grimy wooden door layered in dust, suggesting it had never been cleaned. Baelial gently rapped 3 times on the least dusty spot, and soon, the door creaked open on its own. Hello, is anyone here? A youthful voice echoed in the silence of the shop, but no response followed. Seeing no one to greet her, Baelial began selecting items. The shelves overflowed with an array of goods. Tomes on dark magic, alchemical products, cursed skulls, and even eye-popping potions. Suddenly, a middle-aged man hunched over appeared at the counter, repeatedly combing through his greasy, thinning hair. His murky eyes fixed intently upon her, and his cracked lips parted to reveal yellowed teeth. Have you found something to your liking, miss? His raspy, low voice pierced the stillness, causing Baelial's heart to skip a beat, her fingers tightening around the books until her knuckles whitened. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, turning to meet the dark wizard's gaze. Not yet, sir. The blonde girl lifted her chin slightly, her ice-blue eyes confronting the dark wizard's scrutiny with a hint of disdain. Do you have any recommended dark magic tomes, sir? Borgin's eyes twitched slightly. Merlin's beard. Another pureblood heiress. How many is that today? Although he inwardly cursed the pureblood lineage, Mr. Borgin maintained a facade of commercial courtesy. Of course, miss, please follow me. Under Mr. Borgin's guidance, Baelial successfully acquired the coveted magical books. Just as she was about to exit the shop, Borgin called out to her. Pardon my impertinence, miss, but which family do you hail from? Among the pureblood families in Britain, none seemed to possess a blonde-haired, blue-eyed heir, and he found her face unfamiliar. Was she not British? The blonde miss regarded him with a steady gaze that made Borgin's heart race. Well, my surname is not well known among purebloods. You may not have heard of it, Mr. Borgin, she replied, her tone elongated, her London accent morphing into a German lilt. Borgin furrowed his brow, pondering whether she belonged to some obscure pureblood family. What a pity if I miss out on a lucrative deal, he thought, his cloudy eyes narrowing dangerously. Baelial. The girl replied, a playful glint in her eye as she toyed with her wand. Baelial Grindelwald. Hiss. Borgin gasped. Merlin snickers. Grindelwald. How could it be Grindelwald? Since that infamous figure's defeat by Dumbledore, the name had faded from public consciousness, with most believing the family to be extinct. Yet here stood a young Grindelwald brazenly in the British magical community. Wasn't the Grindelwald family supposed to be in Germany or Scandinavia? What did this mean for Britain? Was the resurgence of that era's power imminent? Mr. Borgin's mind spiraled into chaos, his thoughts racing from one extreme to another, completely oblivious to when the young Grindelwald departed his establishment. Hey, would you look at that? The Grindelwald surname really is quite advantageous. Baelial gleefully remarked to the system about her recent acquisitions. Indeed, this is Grindelwald, the very individual who cast a shadow over an entire era. The system responded, hands on its hips. Ah, homeward bound. I can hardly wait to practice dark magic. Take care not to attract the ministry's attention, lest you be apprehended. At the tender age of 10, being incarcerated in Azkaban would certainly set a record in the wizarding world. Fear not, for I am a law-abiding good wizard. What spell do you wish to practice first? Avada. Chapter 5. Avada and the Savior Avada Kedavra, accompanied by a horrifying flash of green light. The lively mouse within the cage instantly succumbed to death. Not bad. My proficiency in performing the killing curse is steadily improving. However, to wield it with the same ease as old Voldemort, I still have a ways to go. Baelial adeptly summoned the erasure spell to eliminate traces of magic. The pages of the ancient dark magic tome had yellowed with age, yet Baelial remained unperturbed, for the older the book, the more priceless it became. As she casually flipped through the book, her blue eyes widened slightly upon reaching the section on combinative dark magic. The spells of soul extraction, frostbite, shattering, and bone crushing, when combined with the killing curse, held a certain probability of triggering the Avada lightning chain. However, it had never been tested, nor had anyone succeeded. My goodness. The Avada lightning chain. She had initially believed that Hogwarts Legacy was merely a fan game of HP, but to her astonishment, this deadly spell was indeed documented. The fact that no one had ever attempted it, nor succeeded, left Baelial immersed in contemplation, feeling the vibrant ancient magic coursing through her like a stream. She felt a surge of excitement. What to do? She gazed at the trembling mice in their cage, slowly revealing a benevolent smile. Baelial placed the mice in different corners and thoughtfully cast protective spells upon them, ensuring they would not perish at the first onslaught of dark magic. Okay, the game begins. Soul extraction. Frostbite. Shattering. Bone crushing. The mice squealed in terror as the overwhelming dark magic assaults rained down upon them, their cries hauntingly pitiful. The X-shaped curses multiplied until they enveloped all the mice. In a final strike, her wand erupted in a dazzling green glow, Avada Kedavra. The thumb-sized green light pierced straight into the central mouse, yet instead of vanishing, it radiated outward, targeting all the surrounding mice. Like a colossal spider's web, it ensnared every living creature within, swiftly claiming their lives. 1v15, none survived, a verifiable achievement. Breathing grew labored, her mind buzzed, and everything around her became a blur. Yet Baelial was exhilarated. She stumbled toward the sofa and buried herself in the soft cushions. I did it. I have finally mastered it. A flush of excitement colored her pale cheeks, even as her mind remained alert. Her magical energy was nearly depleted, and to unleash more power, she must request backup magic from the system, which would inevitably harm her body. Thus, the Avada lightning chain could only serve as her trump card for the time being. System, erase the traces of magic. Before she could finish, her vision faded to black, and she succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, the blood-red sunset painted half the sky. Baelial sat up from the sofa, shaking her still-dazed head. Number 4, Privet Drive had been eerily silent for most of the day. It was likely that the Dursleys had all gone out. Stretching languidly, she stepped outside for some fresh air. Her gaze instinctively fell upon number 4, Privet Drive. And she noticed, that poor boy was still weeding the lawn. As expected, the Dursleys would never take him out for fun. Baelial thought impassively. She decided to become acquainted with the savior. After all, he would soon become Dumbledore's favorite student. Thanks to Mr. Potter's bravery, Gryffindor would earn house points. Unbeknownst to herself, Baelial felt a twinge of jealousy. Reining in her emotions, she adorned her most gracious and amiable smile as she approached young Harry. Hey, Harry, hearing someone greet him, straightened up in confusion to look at the source of the voice. Oh, it was the girl from last night. Hey, Harry replied somewhat awkwardly, feeling that his response lacked politeness. I mean hello. The blonde girl leaned against the fence, her whole body slightly inclined forward. I just moved in at number 5, Privet Drive. My name is Baelial Grindelwald. What's yours? Grindelwald? What a rare surname. Harry thought to himself. Harry Potter. May I call you Harry? The girl's smile was sweet, the sunset illuminating her golden hair, and dusting her butterfly-like eyelashes with a golden sheen, rendering her both divine and beautiful. Of course. The dark-haired, green-eyed boy's face flushed red, as if steam were rising from his head. How innocent. Baelial thought to herself, realizing that the savior was quite susceptible to teasing. Quickly, she donned a polite and proper smile again. Are you the only one here weeding? The girl looked astonished at the vast expanse of lawn. Harry bit his lip. Even the green of his eyes behind his glasses dimmed slightly. Yes, he said. Aunt Petunia and the others went out, so it's just me weeding. Even when they're home, it's still just me. The diminutive boy was very conscious of the impression he made on his new neighbor, desperately concealing his embarrassment and the unfair treatment he endured. His right hand unconsciously fidgeted with the weathered hem of his shirt. Clearly, his attempts at disguise were clumsy. The girl before him saw right through his deception. He could barely meet her gaze, fearing that he might glimpse the disdain, disgust, and ridicule he had grown accustomed to in those beautiful blue eyes. Oh, Harry. The girl's voice was so gentle, like a feather slowly falling upon the water, sending ripples through his heart. Her hand rested on the boy's frail shoulder, the warmth of her touch penetrating through the thin fabric. Don't be sad. You deserve all the kindness this world has to offer. Suddenly, Harry felt a sting at the tip of his nose. Since he could remember, he had faced the disdain and mockery of Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, the bullying and humiliation from his cousin and classmates, the beatings from his aunt. It seemed as though he deserved such treatment. He had once fantasized about a fairy godmother rescuing him, or what it would be like if his parents were alive, or if his true family would come to take him away from this place. Unfortunately, there was no what if. Time and time again, upon awakening from his daydreams, he found himself confronted with the harsh reality. But now, for the first time, someone told him, "Harry, don't be sad. You deserve all the kindness this world has to offer." Tears blurred his vision as a decade's worth of grievances erupted. Apologies escaped him as he awkwardly wiped away his tears, managing to force a smile. Damn the Dursleys. Look at how they've raised a perfectly good savior. A Cinderella of the wizarding world? Baelial's heart screamed in anguish. She gazed at the savior with pity, softly comforting him. But it seemed that Harry, upon receiving a sympathetic glance, only cried harder. Why wouldn't they take you along? It's far too dangerous to leave a child alone at home. The girl's delicate brows furrowed in concern. Because Aunt Petunia thinks I'm a freak. Harry finally steadied his emotions. I'm sorry, but a freak? Baelial feigned ignorance, knowing full well. Harry considered his words carefully before finally gritting his teeth and confessing, yes, whenever my emotions get out of control, strange things happen. Like glass suddenly disappearing, for instance. I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. Oh, Baelial drawled, silently instructing the system in her mind. System. Mute that chatterbox. System. Understood. She clearly didn't believe him, and Harry's eyes fell in disappointment. Well, who would believe such absurdity? She probably thinks I'm a freak too. Harry. Baelial suddenly called out. Huh. Harry looked at her, puzzled, catching a fleeting glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Would you consider this a strange occurrence? Baelial pulled out the Elder Wand from her clothing, pointing its tip at a stone. A stone? Harry frowned. What was strange about that? Just as he was filled with questions, he heard the girl utter something she was not supposed to understand. Wingardium Leviosa. The stone levitated into the air, and then he heard her say, Transfiguration. The unremarkable stone transformed into a rose. Harry's mouth fell agape. Oh my God. What did he just witness? Was that magic? This is magic. He heard the girl say, and I am a witch just like you, Harry. You are not a freak. We are kindred spirits. Chapter 6. The Uninvited Guest. A witch. Harry was momentarily taken aback, struggling to regain his voice. Yes. He saw the girl exclaim joyfully. Young witches and wizards experience magical surges in their childhood, revealing their innate talents. At the age of 11, they must attend a magical school to learn how to control and harness their internal magical powers, thus becoming true witches and wizards. Wow. Harry's eyes sparkled for a fleeting moment before dimming again. Will there be a magical school that will accept me? Baelial glanced at him with a hint of curiosity. Of course, there are many magical schools in the wizarding world, and the local wizards in Britain primarily attend Hogwarts. Hogwarts? Indeed. Hogwarts accepts every young wizard with magical potential from Britain. Oh my goodness. I mean, this is incredible. Harry's face flushed with excitement. I am 10 years old this year. I only have one more year left. One more year until I can leave this place for magical school. Baelial looked at the exuberant boy, almost dancing with joy, then glanced at the now pitch-black sky. Where are your aunt and uncle? Why haven't they returned? Oh, they're not coming back today. They went on a trip and won't return until the night after tomorrow. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. Merlin, that is extraordinarily irresponsible. Baelial exclaimed vehemently. That's just how they are. But Merlin? Oh, he is a deity in the magical world, Baelial explained. As she watched Harry tidy up the gardening tools, she suddenly said, Harry, can you stay over at my house tonight? What? The boy's voice rose in pitch, both astonished and bashful. We've only just met less than an hour ago. A large question mark appeared above Baelial's head. It's far too dangerous for a child to be alone at home these days. What if someone with ill intentions comes? My house is surrounded by magical protections, and I can use magic to keep you safe. Observing Harry's continued incredulity, she added quietly, Don't you want to learn about the magical world? Harry's head buzzed as he listened to the girl's explanation, but the last sentence struck him deeply. Don't you want to learn about the magical world? Magic. His green eyes sparkled, yet he hesitated. Staying at the home of a newly acquainted female friend and sleeping over, God, not Merlin. He saw the girl deliberately wave her wand, raising an eyebrow at him as if to say, Don't you want to learn magic? He closed his eyes, and the Gryffindor courage inherited from James and Lily surged within him. All right, he heard himself say, You win, Baelial. Thus, Baelial successfully brought the savior back to her home. What about your parents? Harry asked, glancing curiously around the empty house, noting the absence of even a single photograph. Oh, Baelial replied awkwardly, one is in prison, and the other I have never met. Look at that, what a tragic beginning, what a heartbreaking story. But the awkward expression on the girl's face appeared to Harry as melancholic, a facade of strength. Merlin, she is nearly an orphan like me. Yet she shines so brightly, so cheerfully. Baelial stared at Harry, puzzled by the admiration and sympathy evident in his eyes. Did he misunderstand something? Here. These are a few basic spellbooks, potion books, and a history of magic. Start with these to gain a fundamental understanding of the magical world. Oh, thank you, Baelial. Harry joyfully accepted the thick volumes, immediately immersing himself in the world of magic. Baelial hummed a tune as she entered the kitchen to prepare dinner with magic. Zing. A sumptuous feast was laid out on the dining table. Baelial sat beside the table, resting her head on her left hand, watching Harry as he absorbed knowledge from the books like a sponge. She did not disturb him, quietly warming the dishes with her magic. The boy read for as long as she waited. It was not until Harry felt a distinct hunger in his stomach that he finally emerged from the world of books. When he looked up, he saw Baelial facing him, resting her head on her left hand, her beautiful blue eyes gazing at him quietly. The food on the table was enveloped in a thin layer of red light, still steaming. The softest corner of his heart seemed to be gently touched. No one had ever prepared a meal for him, nor had anyone ever waited for him to join them for dinner. Harry felt as if he were basking in warm sunlight, every part of him radiating warmth. Finally hungry? I've waited for so long. Thank you, he said as he pulled out a chair and sat opposite Baelial, mumbling softly. In truth, Baelial's magical cooking was not particularly good, and the food was rather average. But to Harry, it was the most delicious dinner he had ever had. Your room is upstairs, the second one. All the toiletries are in there. That will be all. Tomorrow, I'll teach you how to use spells. Baelial's cheerful voice echoed in Harry's ears as he dizzily finished washing up and lay down on the soft, spacious bed. Merlin. She truly is like a fairy godmother from a fairy tale. Harry buried his face in the bedding. If this were all a dream. He wished he would never wake up. Chapter 7. A beautiful misunderstanding. As the sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, Harry opened his eyes. In fact, he had hardly slept all night. Merlin. He feared that when he opened his eyes the next day, he would find himself back in that cramped, dark cupboard, back to a life of being ordered around. But this time, Lady Luck smiled upon him. He had encountered his fairy godmother. Harry tossed and turned in bed until the sun had fully risen. He got up and glanced at the alarm clock on his bedside table. Oh, Merlin's beard. It's 8:30 a.m. already. It was so late, Baelial should have been awake by now. He couldn't keep the fairy godmother waiting. Oddly, as Harry stepped out of his room, he found the entire house eerily quiet. Was Baelial still asleep? A few minutes later, Harry knocked on Baelial's bedroom door. He knocked several times before hearing a muffled come in. So Harry pushed open the door and saw a mound on the bed. She truly hadn't woken up. Harry thought expressionlessly. Belly, wake up. It's 8:35 a.m. Didn't you say you would teach me how to practice spells? Harry kept shaking the mound on the bed. Belly. He yanked the blonde girl from her thin blanket. Get up. Sleeping in is bad for your health. A sleepy murmur escaped her lips, clearly still half asleep. I don't want to go to the early 8 o'clock class. Help me mark my attendance. She replied in her sleep, speaking in Chinese. What? Harry didn't catch that, and he also didn't understand Chinese. As he struggled to wake Baelial, the blonde girl finally relented and opened her precious blue eyes, but they glinted with irritation. Go away. A roar akin to that of a lion startled the birds from the trees and ruffled Harry's already messy black hair, followed closely by a soft white pillow that landed squarely on his face. Oh, his fairy godmother has quite the temper in the morning. To save his life, Harry quickly tucked the blanket around Baelial and kindly closed the door behind him. After washing up, he picked up the History of Magic book he hadn't finished reading the day before and sat in a chair to continue. By 9:30, Harry looked up at the still silent upstairs, sighed resignedly, and walked into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. At 10 o'clock, the tightly shut door finally opened. Baelial emerged from her room, groggy, and made her way downstairs to sit across from Harry. Good morning, she greeted him in a half-asleep daze. Her golden hair tousled over her shoulders, the formerly straight bangs slightly askew, yet her strikingly beautiful face lent a chaotic charm to her appearance. Morning, Harry replied curtly, his voice dry. He observed as Baelial took a sip of milk, which seemed to awaken him fully, finally enabling him to articulate the words he had long prepared. When shall we commence our practice of spells? After breakfast, perhaps? 11 o'clock is not too late. Harry felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Was 11 o'clock truly not too late? Was this the customary schedule for wizards? He raised his milk to calm his nerves. After breakfast, Harry gazed at Baelial's profile, reflecting on the content from his morning's study of magical history. Gellert Grindelwald had stirred discord and conflict within the wizarding community, orchestrating several acts of terror, and establishing an organization known as the Death Eaters, which was ultimately vanquished by Dumbledore in 1945. Despite the scant records, Harry could still envision the vast organization of half a century prior, the oppressive era, the Age of Grindelwald. Baelial's surname bore the same weight as Grindelwald's, and her appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the historical figure. Harry found himself transfixed by Baelial's visage. She seemed almost a diminutive, gender-swapped version of Gellert Grindelwald. A terrifying thought began to take shape in his mind. Merlin, could it be that Gellert Grindelwald had escaped from Nurmengard, and after consuming some potion, transformed into a young wizard evading capture? Just look. The resemblance was striking, the persuasive charm nearly identical, not to mention the extraordinary magical prowess that surpassed her peers. Harry's eyes widened in mounting horror, prompting Baelial to momentarily divert her attention from her lesson plans, locking eyes with Harry's fearful gaze. "What's wrong?" she inquired. Harry swallowed hard, gathering his courage and resolved to ask, "What is your relation to Gellert Grindelwald?" Baelial wore an expression that suggested she had anticipated his question. Harry's countenance reflected a resigned acceptance of his fate. Their voices nearly overlapped. "So you are indeed Gellert, and he is my father." "Who? What does that make him to you?" Harry exclaimed. "Merlin's beard. Are you saying Gellert Grindelwald is your father? But you mentioned your father is. Nurmengard is a prison, isn't it? And your mother? You said you have never met her." Harry's mind raced, for the annals of magical history had never mentioned Grindelwald having a partner. "Hey, it is him, not her. I have indeed never met him. But I know who he is. As for his identity, that is a matter I shall keep confidential for now. You will discover it in due time." Harry's mind raced as he climbed up Kngting Mountain that very night. Chapter 8. Spells and Quidditch. Harry struggled to digest this astonishing revelation. His new friend's father was Gellert Grindelwald, currently languishing in Nurmengard, and his new friend's mother was not a woman, but a man. Thus the leader of the Death Eaters, Gellert Grindelwald, was gay. No, wait. Harry abruptly turned to Baelial. "You have two fathers. How does that work? This situation is rather complex." "It would take some time to explain," Baelial replied, compiling a list of spells they would practice that day. After a moment of silence, she added, "You simply need to know that I am his biological child. As for how I came to be, well, that's magic." "Is magic truly that wondrous?" Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. "All right, let us proceed. These are spells that first-year young wizards ought to master." Baelial handed her wand and the spell list to Harry. "You may practice with my wand for now. It is quite accommodating." As soon as Harry grasped the wand's handle, he felt a slight resistance. Baelial seemed to sense his unease. Wands recognize their masters. A bit of resistance is perfectly normal. It's merely a minor discomfort. With that, she produced a wooden chopstick. Different spells require distinct gestures. First, feel the magic within you and guide it outward. Then channel it through the wand to perform the spell. Listening intently to Baelial's explanation, Harry began to sense the magical energy flowing within him, gradually directing it towards his right hand. He recalled the wand's movements, a flick and a shake, followed by the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. Baelial pointed the chopstick at a book on the table, and upon uttering the spell, the book floated gracefully into the air. Wingardium Leviosa. After several attempts, Harry finally succeeded in casting the levitation charm. Wow! The boy marveled at his first successful spell, maneuvering the book around the room with his wand. This was astonishing. "Oh, Baelial, that isn't a wand you have, is it?" Harry remarked incredulously, eyeing the chopstick in her hand. "Of course not. Not all wizards rely on wands to cast spells," she declared with a hint of pride. "Are you familiar with wandless magic? Merlin, how old are you?" "While I am still grappling with the basics, you are already proficient in wandless magic." "It's merely a matter of talent," Baelial said, tossing her golden hair over her shoulder with a touch of pride, which earned her an eye roll from Harry. Thus, they spent the remainder of their time practicing spells. With his high aptitude and diligent practice, Harry swiftly completed the spell list outlined by Professor Baelial. As the afternoon sun streamed into the living room, Baelial lounged comfortably on the sofa while Harry tirelessly immersed himself in magical studies. "Don't get too lost in those books. Learning requires a balance of work and rest. I cannot allow anyone to outdo me," she thought. "Harry, have you heard of Quidditch?" "What? Quidditch, a sport of the wizarding world," Baelial exclaimed, rubbing her hands together with excitement. After such extensive study, it was time to unwind. "I bet no one can resist the allure of Quidditch. I just bought a broomstick from Diagon Alley yesterday." She used the summoning charm to retrieve it from somewhere in the room. "Let's go." You will absolutely adore it. Baelial tugged Harry from his chair. Although the name Quidditch was unfamiliar to him, he subconsciously felt drawn to learn more about it. All right, where are we going? To a spacious area, of course. Baelial took Harry's hand. Hold on tight. I am about to apparate. What? In a broad expanse of grass, a soft popping sound echoed, accompanied by a ripple in the air as two figures materialized. Harry stumbled, releasing Baelial's hand, feeling nauseous as his face drained of color. The first time you apparate can be a bit disorienting. You'll get used to it. She grinned at him. I will never apparate again in my life, he declared, his complexion slowly returning to its normal hue. Okay, let's give it a try. She placed the broomstick on the ground, gesturing for Harry to do the same. Now, place your hand over the broom and say up. Up. Almost instinctively, the broomstick soared into Harry's palm. Harry raised an eyebrow, a trick he learned from someone. Cool. I did it on the first try. Baelial clapped excitedly beside him. Wow, you succeeded right away. It seems you truly have a knack for Quidditch. Now straddle the broom and give it a gentle push with your legs to lift off the ground. It became evident that Harry had inherited not only James's appearance but also his talent. With a light nudge, the broom lifted him off the ground, hovering a meter above. Splendid. Now give flying a try. Baelial called out enthusiastically. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Harry attempted to guide the broom into a slow ascent. Gradually, he fell in love with the sport, his speed increasing as he soared higher and higher. Woo! He cried out in exhilaration, chasing the silhouettes of birds and the freedom of the wind. During this time, Harry invited Baelial to try riding a broomstick, but after ascending 10 meters above the ground, her face turned pale and her lips took on a bluish hue. Merlin, I'm afraid of heights. What did I spend a fortune on this broomstick for? She cast a resentful glance at Harry, who was brimming with joy. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, Harry reluctantly returned home with Baelial. After dinner, Harry sat unusually quietly on the couch, his demeanor subdued. With his aunt and uncle returning the next day, he rested his face on a cushion, gazing at Baelial with his beautiful, glistening green eyes, his voice muffled. Baelial averted her gaze, thinking to herself, oh you savior. But I am not Severus. Your ploy won't work on me. Oh how pitiable. Baelial leaned against the armrest of the sofa, propping her head up to look at him. If you don't mind, you can come find me when your aunt and uncle are away. Of course I will quietly seek you out as well. The boy's eyes lit up, and he cautiously asked, then can you come pick me up? Baelial replied, sure. But if I dare to take the savior away today, Dumbledore would surely pay us a visit tomorrow. Thus Baelial firmly declined, absolutely not. Harry responded, all right then, his expression crestfallen. You can't fool me, Baelial. He buried his head into the cushion. Chapter 9. The Acceptance Letter. A year later, the sweltering heat of summer gradually dissipated, and the English landscape was subtly adorned with the touches of autumn. Throughout the year, Baelial and Harry had diligently studied the first-grade curriculum, and had even previewed parts of the second-grade material. On this particular day, Harry's cousin Dudley received an acceptance letter from Smeltings, a prestigious private school. The Dursleys were visibly elated, eagerly boasting to their neighbors about this achievement, and promised to take Dudley out for a grand day of fun. Once the Dursleys had left, Harry could hardly contain his excitement as he dashed to knock on Baelial's door. You cannot imagine how garish and hideous the school uniform is. Dudley looks utterly bloated in that outfit. Merlin, he resembles a talking pig. As Baelial flipped through her potions book, she listened to Harry's tirade, pondering, how was I unaware of Harry's sharp tongue before? A sudden tapping at the window interrupted Harry's incessant complaints. An owl was persistently pecking at the glass. Harry rose to open the window, and the owl flew straight to him, delivering a letter it clutched in its beak. Wow, congratulations, Harry. You've been accepted to Hogwarts. Baelial clapped her hands in celebration. Really? Merlin, this is absolutely fantastic. He eagerly tore open the letter. The contents mirrored those of the original text, save for the address, as Harry was at Baelial's home at the time. Mr. Harry Potter, at the dining table of number 5, Privet Drive. Harry cherished the acceptance letter, and soon a second owl flew through the window, dropping its letter into Baelial's hands. The contents were identical, except the recipient was noted as Miss Baelial Grindelwald. At the dining table of number 5, Privet Drive. She read through the list of required textbooks and supplies with earnest focus. All basic first-year materials. Fortunately, I have already delved into key second-year topics. This time, I will relish the experience of being an academic overachiever in the magical realm. Coupled with the scattered advanced spells I gleaned from the original text, along with my innate talent for the dark arts, I should be able to hold my own against the likes of the Dark Lord in the novice realm. If worst comes to worst, I'll just call upon the system for assistance. She toyed with the letter in her hands, seemingly casually remarking to Harry, soon, there will be a professor visiting. A home visit? Is a home visit customary upon receiving an acceptance letter? Perhaps this is a Hogwarts tradition. You should practice your potions while you still have the time. Baelial kindly advised. Harry grimaced at the mere mention of potions. It's so difficult. The methods for brewing each potion and their properties are far too complex. I simply cannot remember them. You simply lack practical experience. Baelial closed her book, and with a wave of her wand summoned a cauldron and the ingredients for the forgetfulness potion. Follow my guidance and try to brew a bottle of forgetfulness potion. Harry, somewhat disheartened, listened to Baelial's instructions and slowly began to brew the potion. However, with her step-by-step guidance, he gradually became more focused. 30 minutes later, a successful bottle of forgetfulness potion was produced. Not bad for a first attempt. If I were your professor, I would give you an E, Baelial softly encouraged. Really? Harry exclaimed, overjoyed. Baelial resumed perusing her potions book, thinking to herself. If it were Severus, he might have awarded you an A. You should try to brew all the potions we've learned so far. After all, practice makes perfect. Does it not? Chapter 10. Dumbledore's Home Visit. Hogwarts. A witch clad in emerald green robes hurriedly strode into the headmaster's office, forgetting even the courtesy of knocking. Albus. McGonagall's tone was somewhat flustered. This year's acceptance book has an unfamiliar visitor. Ah, Minerva, Hogwarts welcomes every young witch and wizard, does it not? Dumbledore's ocean blue eyes regarded McGonagall with calm warmth. Baelial Grindelwald, a little Grindelwald, appears in the acceptance book. Merlin. Even the address of this little Grindelwald matches that of Harry. Harry Potter had moved out of number 4, Privet Drive without any word from Mrs. Fig. The developments had exceeded their expectations. After half a century, this surname, which once stirred turmoil across the European continent, re-emerged in the public eye. Dumbledore's smile gradually faded. Grindelwald? Wasn't he their only one heir of the Grindelwald family, namely Gellert? His gaze drifted to the picture frame on the desk, where a golden-haired boy smiled brightly, leaning against a red-haired boy. Some matters required his direct verification. Harry heard a knock at the door and turned to Baelial. Is it the visiting professor? It should be. She closed her book. Go ahead and open the door, Harry. As the door swung open, Dumbledore lowered his head to look at the dark-haired boy standing only a foot away. The green eyes brimmed with nervousness and excitement. Hello, Professor. Hello, young Harry. Dumbledore replied with a gentle smile, reaching out to ruffle Harry's messy hair. He truly was a kind and gentle professor. Harry thought dreamily, please come in, Professor. As Dumbledore entered, he beheld the bright and cozy living room, along with the golden-haired girl seated on the sofa. She looked up, her icy blue eyes meeting Dumbledore's gaze. The girl's face blossomed into a radiant smile. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor Dumbledore. The moment Dumbledore laid eyes on the girl, he felt momentarily disoriented. She resembled someone far too much. The appearance, the demeanor, and even the hint of pride in her eyes all seemed to have been crafted from the same mold. He envisioned the golden-haired boy from that summer, approaching him with laughter and the most innocent, fervent affection. As his awareness returned, Dumbledore smiled warmly at the girl before him. Baelial, may I refer to you as such? Of course, Professor. I believe I am owed an explanation, am I not? Dumbledore's tone remained gentle. I have always longed for Hogwarts, so I came to England and settled here. Baelial spoke with a light-hearted tone. As for Harry, yes, it's me. I want to be friends with Baelial. Harry interrupted Bellatrix, his face flushed with embarrassment. It was indeed I who had persuaded Bellatrix to stay here while Aunt Petunia was away. Observing Harry's clumsy attempts at concealment, Dumbledore felt a tumult of emotions. Yet another child ensnared in Grindelwald's carefully woven web of sweetness, drawn to Hogwarts and arriving in England. Why of all places, number 5, Privet Drive? And why express affection for an inconspicuous child? One who seemed to possess little significance in the Dursley household. The methods were all too familiar. He had been lured step by Gellert, ultimately plunging into the abyss. Grindelwald was a master at beguiling hearts and gaining trust. A conviction held steadfastly by Dumbledore. He rubbed his aching temples. Merlin, the savior he had painstakingly nurtured, had now become a complete pawn of Grindelwald. The living room was suffused with silence, the awkward atmosphere gradually spreading. Harry glanced here and there, sensing a peculiar connection between Bellatrix and Professor Dumbledore. Ultimately, it was Dumbledore who chose to break the uncomfortable silence. To my knowledge, the last remaining descendant of the Grindelwald family is currently imprisoned in Nurmengard. He wished to inquire about the relationship between Bellatrix and Gellert Grindelwald, but he was interrupted mid-sentence by Bellatrix's voice. Gellert Grindelwald is my blood relative, The girl's tone turned icy. Is there a problem, Professor Dumbledore? As a fervent supporter of Gigi and an ADGG shipper, it would be untrue to say she held no affection for Dumbledore. However, to expose my wounds in front of me, to stab me in the back while I stood there, she could hardly blame me for turning hostile. Blood relative. Dumbledore stared blankly at the golden-haired girl. Indeed, her appearance and demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Gellert. It was evident there was a familial connection. Hadn't he already known the answer? Albus Dumbledore? A torrent of bitterness surged within him. His tongue felt parched with anguish. A desperate need for sweets to dispel the bitterness threatening to overflow his heart. The photographs of cherished memories adorning the desk of the headmaster's office. The blood oath iron chain used by his brother. Half a century of longing and suffering reduced to mere farce. It was only he who remained nostalgic for that summer. The only one who still clung to those memories. Bellatrix, through her glasses, observed the beautiful, gentle blue eyes filled with pain. Dumbledore emanated an aura of profound melancholy. Am I being too harsh? She wondered. If this wasn't he clarified, wouldn't my ship reach a premature conclusion? Professor Dumbledore, there is something I must tell you. Bellatrix invoked a nonverbal blood magic. A red thread symbolizing kinship emerging from her fingertips and embedding itself into Dumbledore's chest. You are also my blood relative. Chapter 11. Blood Relations. Blood relative. Dumbledore fixated on the slender red thread, his azure eyes trembling slightly. His gaze slowly shifted. The golden-haired girl seemed to inherit more of Gellert's genes, but upon closer inspection, those blue eyes mirrored his own. The icy blood coursing through him began to boil. The heart long buried in silence stirred violently. I was born in a barn in 1899, he heard the girl recount her lineage, shattered in the duel of 1945. A blood pact, she was part of the Blood Alliance. Dumbledore's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? Indeed, it had long been shattered. Just as his bond with Gellert had crumbled in the duel of 1945. The dissolution of the blood pact had severely damaged the consciousness born from it, his soul. As for why I took human form and arrived in this era, the girl's gaze darkened slightly. I do not know. Out in the world, identity and lineage are self-assigned. She was indeed part of the blood pact, but as for why she took human form? Blame it on the system, or perhaps magic. This logic was convoluted and vague, riddled with holes in the eyes of the greatest white wizard of this century. Yet the blood magic indeed confirmed his kinship with this golden-haired girl. He wished to refute and inquire but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, a myriad of thoughts coalesced into a sigh. Very well, child, I believe you. The white wizard appeared utterly fatigued, removing his glasses and rubbing his eyes. I hope you will become an excellent and kind-hearted witch. Lastly, welcome to Hogwarts. With a resounding bang, the door shut, and silence enveloped the living room once more. At that moment, Harry's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. The blood pact, barn duel. Only the last term registered. Professor Dumbledore was Bellatrix's blood relative. And the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald was also her blood relative. Did this imply that Grindelwald's partner was indeed Dumbledore? Were they not enemies? Do not doubt it. It is precisely as you think. Bellatrix cast a sidelong glance at Harry, who wore a face of incredulity. With the affirmation from the source, Harry opened his mouth. This is akin to Merlin dating Arthur. Utterly unbelievable. The days that followed returned to the routine of studies, with the start of the school year drawing ever closer, and both children's studies intensifying. Amidst this relentless academic pressure, Harry felt he was on the brink of madness. Fortunately, today they would venture to Diagon Alley to procure their necessities, as in just a few days, school would commence. Bellatrix led Harry to the leaky cauldron, where, due to the savior's reputation, the witches and wizards present took turns greeting Harry. After navigating through the throng, they finally arrived at Diagon Alley. Their first stop was Gringotts, where they unlocked a substantial inheritance left to Harry by James Potter. To ensure efficiency, they decided that Harry would purchase textbooks while she acquired other necessary supplies, ultimately agreeing to reconvene at the Quidditch shop ahead. With their plan set, the two children parted ways to gather their respective items. In a bid to maximize her acquisitions, Bellatrix once again visited Borgin and Burke's, where Mr. Borgin trembled as he introduced his wares. Eventually, Bellatrix emerged from the shop, delighted, with a large bag of potion ingredients and apparatuses. Her mind was preoccupied with the unfolding narrative, and she wasn't paying attention to her surroundings when she unexpectedly collided with someone. A pungent aroma of potions assaulted her senses, and Bellatrix quickly stepped back from the stranger. Before her stood a man clad in black robes, tall and lean. His shoulder-length black hair falling neatly beside his ears, exuding an air of greasiness. Impatience radiated from his features, and his dark eyes fixated intently on the golden-haired girl, emanating a chilling and gloomy aura. First year at Hogwarts, are we? Another clumsy oaf who can't watch where they're going. The man's pale lips parted. And he articulated his scathing words with precise disdain. You ought to be purchasing your school supplies in Diagon Alley, not in Nocturne Alley. Unless your walnut-sized brain is overrun with weeds. Bellatrix. She remained perplexed at how someone with a temperature of 37 degrees could utter such frigid remarks. The man turned on his heel without waiting for her to explain or apologize, his dark cloak billowing behind him, leaving Bellatrix with a face full of his black sleeves. Severus Snape, truly deserving of the title King of the Slytherin Dungeon, Bellatrix thought, her expression unchanging. Chapter 12. The Grand Platinum and the Little Platinum. Having endured the venomous words of the Dungeon King, Bellatrix, after completing her shopping for school supplies, arrived at the Quidditch shop to await Harry's arrival. A throng of children surrounded the display case, their eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of the Nimbus 2000. Fearful of heights, Bellatrix decided against spending money unnecessarily. She glanced at the latest posters and merchandise for the Quidditch World Cup, noting that the Bulgarian team, the Vila, had once again claimed the European Cup championship. Truly, her beloved Quidditch team was remarkable. This victory marked their 8th European Cup win. Hey, have you been following this year's Quidditch European Cup? The Vraska Eagles have triumphantly secured their championship title for the 8th consecutive time. However, my affections lie firmly with the Heidelberg Hounds, whose valor and intellect surpass even that of the Fire Dragons. A youthful voice, brimming with innocence, emanated from behind her. Baelial turned to behold a striking young platinum-haired boy. His hair meticulously styled in a classic slicked-back manner, with a slightly elevated chin and an aristocratic lilt in his tone. He exuded an air of noble arrogance, further accentuated by his haute couture attire. An arrogant yet overly familiar young platinum-haired lad. Baelial mused to herself. Indeed, I hold a certain admiration for the Vraska Eagles. She replied, a polite yet somewhat awkward smile gracing her face, for they have dominated the European Cup championships in recent years. The young platinum-haired boy stood beside her, his gray-blue eyes fixed intently on a 2000 Nimbus, exclaiming, I must persuade my father to acquire it. Our current broom is dreadfully outdated. He then turned to the girl beside him, inquiring, have you ever played Quidditch? Baelial's smile faltered, oh, I have not played Quidditch. The boy furrowed his brow at her response, I have a fear of heights, sir. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, the young lad exclaimed, oh Merlin, that is truly unfortunate. You would miss out on so much joy that Quidditch offers. Baelial introduced herself, my name is Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. The pride in the way he pronounced his surname was unmistakable, his tone rising with a sense of self-importance, his eyes gleaming with pride. Imagining a peacock spreading its plumage. She replied, greetings young Mr. Malfoy, I am Baelial Grindelwald. Grindelwald? That surname is quite rare. I hail from the Nordic lands, not from the native British wizards. Oh, is that so? You may refer to me by my given name, Draco. The young Malfoy continued to regale Baelial with tales of his Quidditch exploits and preferred team strategies. Baelial struggled to maintain her composure, thinking, Harry, where on earth are you? Until a tall platinum-haired figure approached, interrupting this one-sided exchange. Little Dragon, the tall platinum-haired man, his hair cascading to his waist, spoke in a deep, elegant voice, is this your new acquaintance? Yes, father. Draco replied excitedly, turning to introduce his new friend. This young lady is Baelial Grindelwald. The tall man's expression shifted abruptly. He seized Draco's robe, pulling him protectively behind him. Merlin above, it is Grindelwald. What is young Grindelwald doing attending Hogwarts in England instead of Durmstrang in the north? Though that era has long passed, the imprint of our forebears lingers still. Greetings, Mr. Malfoy. Baelial offered a sweet smile, though to the tall man, it was far from charming. Draco peeked from behind his father, seemingly about to speak, but was silenced by a swift gesture. Well, welcome to England, Miss Grindelwald. The tall man's smile lacked sincerity. Little Dragon, it is getting late. We must take our leave. Draco turned reluctantly. Baelial, we shall meet on the train. Very well, farewell, Draco. Baelial smiled and waved at him. Upon hearing this, the tall man hastened his pace, gripping Draco's hand firmly. Baelial chuckled softly at the sight of the platinum-haired father and son departing. Chapter 13. Destined enemies. After approximately 10 minutes, Harry finally arrived, reuniting with Baelial. Did it truly take that long to procure your books, Harry? Her expression was one of amusement, her blue eyes swirling with unspoken currents. The Savior's radar was going haywire, a small fraction of Slytherin's shrewdness and timeliness coming into play. Oh, not at all, Baelial. The wizard at the bookstore was overwhelmed with customers. I waited for quite a while. Harry's gaze was earnest, and afterwards, I passed a jewelry shop and spotted a lovely bracelet that immediately reminded me of you. Harry produced the bracelet from his pocket, a translucent emerald adornment entwined with silver, forming the shape of a serpent. The serpent's tail clasped a silver chain, at the end of which sat a ring set with a cat's eye emerald. It perfectly aligned with her aesthetic. Baelial slipped the ornament onto her right hand. Her pale, slender wrist and delicately boned fingers rendered the piece even more exquisite. "I told you it suited you splendidly," Harry exclaimed, genuinely admiring the emerald bracelet gracing Baelial's wrist. Upon first sighting the bracelet, Harry envisioned a golden-haired girl with serpentine-slit pupils, her crimson tongue whispering beguiling words. Behind those honeyed words lay a deadly venom. Even knowing she approached with ulterior motives, one willingly succumbed to the depths of enchanted dreams. Baelial regarded Harry with a knowing glance. She was aware of his goodwill and concern, though she chose to bury it deep within her heart without acknowledgement. "Let us first visit Madame Mo Qingyan for Hogwarts robes, then proceed to Ollivander's for wands, and finally, acquire an owl. Today's task shall come to an end." She tactfully diverted the topic. Madame Mo Qingyan was not overly crowded, and they soon had their robes tailored. At Ollivander's, time had etched its passage upon the ancient door, a testament to its storied history. "Welcome, young wizards." Ollivander suddenly appeared from behind the display case, his clouded eyes fixated first on Harry, and then on Baelial. "Greetings, Mr. Potter, and to you, young lady. It feels as if it were merely yesterday. Let us see how this wand fares." As the elder selected a wand, he addressed Harry. Harry took the wand offered by the elder, waving it gently, only for it to erupt uncontrollably in a burst of magic. "No, it seems this one will not do." He turned and delved into the depths of the wand cabinet. After several attempts, at last, a wand chose Harry. "Holly, Phoenix Feather Core 11 inches. How peculiar. Quite strange indeed." Ollivander muttered to himself, shaking his head in disbelief. "Never did I expect that two wands from the same Phoenix Core would belong to such opposing entities." His words were vague, leaving Harry in a state of confusion. He exchanged a fleeting glance with Baelial, and he thought he discerned her lips forming the name, Voldemort. The prophecy foretold that a child born in July would vanquish the Dark Lord. Yet besides Harry Potter, there was also Neville Longbottom born in July. However, Tom Riddle chose Harry Potter, and from that moment, their fates became intertwined. Just as their wands shared a core from the same phoenix, the gears of destiny propelled them towards one another. They were destined adversaries. Harry Potter was born the savior, fated to duel with Voldemort. This young lady appears unfamiliar. She is not a native British witch, is she? "Indeed, Mr. Ollivander." He observed the golden-haired girl cheerfully introducing herself. "My lineage hails from the north, and my name is Baelial Grindelwald." "Oh, look at that." The wise and composed elder's smile faltered for a brief moment. "Welcome to England, Miss Grindelwald." Ollivander quickly donned a commercial smile and presented her with a wand. "Do give this one a try." The moment her hand grasped the wand, it issued a piercing wail. Struggling to escape her grasp, Ollivander swiftly snatched the wand away. Casting a complex glance at Baelial, "It appears that Miss Grindelwald is not suited for a unicorn hair core." Baelial nodded, acutely aware of her affinity for dark magic. "Try this one, Ebony Wood Dragon Heartstring 13 inches. Fortunately, this wand accepted Baelial, joyfully demonstrating its loyalty to its new mistress. A wand typically associated with dark wizardry, it seemed the girl, potentially a second-generation Dark Lord, shared an unusually close relationship with the savior. Ollivander harbored profound concerns for the future of the wizarding community in Britain. Chapter 14, The Heart's Knot. After departing from Ollivander's wand shop, they proceeded to acquire two owls. Harry named the white owl Hedwig, while Baelial named her grey owl Fugie. However, Mr. Fugie was not pleased. He protested his name by incessantly pecking at his cage. "Keep it up, and you shall be called Suehua," Baelial threatened with her wand, to which Mr. Fugie gently pecked at the back of her hand in response. Once all the enrollment procedures and supplies were prepared, they exited Diagon Alley. Yet, a lingering issue remained: the Dursleys. Days later, Vernon Dursley was perplexed. Although the Dursleys had not invited guests that day, a relentless knocking echoed from the door. "Go answer the door, boy," came the familiar reprimand. Though this time Harry could not conceal his amusement. "Hi, Baelial." Harry greeted the visitor with a smile. "Good morning, Harry. I'm here to take you to Hogwarts." "Merlin, I can hardly wait." Harry's green eyes sparkled with excitement, yet he cautiously glanced back, worry etched upon his features. "Leave it to me," Baelial said, pulling Harry behind her with a confident smile, trusting in her silver tongue. The door remained unresponsive, causing Vernon and Petunia Dursley to exchange puzzled glances before they approached the entrance, with Dudley Dursley stealthily trailing his parents. Upon seeing an unfamiliar girl standing before Harry, Vernon's brow furrowed deeply. Who are you? The Dursley's Haven Tea invited any guests today. I'm a friend of Harry Potter, the blonde girl replied, her demeanor impeccable, her voice gentle and soothing, ushering him towards the magical realm. Vernon's expression turned to one of sheer terror as he bellowed, no, he will not go to that world filled with freaks. He belongs here. Petunia, both shocked and furious, attempted to pull Harry back to her side, only to be thwarted by Baelial's outstretched hand. She brandished her ebony wand, its tip aimed at them. Vernon stared at her in horror, his lips moving but unable to muster the courage to advance. Petunia Evans, she intoned, invoking Petunia's original name. Might I inquire why you so vehemently oppose Harry's journey to the magical world? Petunia stretched her neck, her eyes ablaze with fury. The Dursleys are all law-abiding, all normal. We will not permit a freak to appear in this household. Look at his freakish parents, so eager to escape to that dreadful world, only to meet their demise. You shall not defame my parents, Harry declared angrily, ready to confront Petunia, but Baelial restrained him, shaking her head. Is it truly so simple? She inched closer to Petunia, the light hidden within her blue eyes captivating. Vernon swiftly recoiled, while Petunia remained frozen, her eyes wide. Petunia Evans, you incessantly label your sister a freak. Yet you yearn for, envy, and resent the power she possesses. The girl's voice was as light as a feather, yet it thundered in Petunia's ears, causing her to tremble. You begrudge your sister the affection of your parents. You resent her for stealing the spotlight, feeling as though you are worlds apart. You have questioned more than once why magic did not choose you. Be quiet. Be quiet. Petunia's lips quivered. She yearned to strangle the blonde girl to silence the devilish voice, yet she found her limbs weak and powerless, left only to watch helplessly as the golden-haired demon peeled away the layers of her heart, exposing her twisted, filthy core. Dudley had never witnessed his mother in such a hysterical and desperate state. He gazed in terror at the girl who seemed devil incarnate. But your sister perished in the world you covet. You revel in the misfortune of the freaks, while simultaneously cursing this wretched world for taking your sister's life. The girl's eyes brimmed with pity and compassion, her soft voice wrapping around Petunia like a siren's song. Jealousy and resentment have blinded you, preventing you from seeing the pure love you harbor for your sister deep within. You perceive Harry as the spawn of magic. Yet he is the sole legacy of your sister. Thus you adopt him while simultaneously loathing him. Your aversion to Harry's entry into the magical realm stems from your fear that he may follow in Lily Evans' footsteps. For the moment you gaze into those green eyes, you are reminded of your sister's tragic end. Petunia's face turned pale, her eyes hollow as she leaned against the wall for support. Do not speak any further. Do not speak any further. But, Petunia Evans, this is Harry's destiny. He was born a savior. Even if he shuns the magical world, the Dark Lord will seek him out. He bears the weight of his parents' hatred and the hopes of the wizarding world. Would you truly wish to see the murderer of your sister roam free? Let him go, for Lily, and for yourself. Petunia closed her eyes in despair, those twisted emotions igniting her blood and gnawing at her very essence. The pain was unbearable. Vernon, I must let go. She heard her own feeble voice. You should leave. Depart from here. Go, take my twisted and sordid feelings with you. Done. All set. Chapter 15, The Hogwarts Express. After unraveling Petunia's heart's knot, Baelial and Harry packed their belongings, preparing to embark for Hogwarts. Throughout their journey, Harry remained silent. The light in his green eyes dimmed considerably. Baelial, Aunt's 11-year-old child cannot fully comprehend the complexities of adult emotions. Petunia's actions leave him perplexed and bewildered. Human emotions are exceedingly intricate, and Mrs. Dursley's feelings toward you are equally convoluted. Perhaps you shall understand in due time. Harry gazed at Baelial's profile, his eyelids drooping. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Before long, they arrived at platform 9 3/4. Platform 9 3/4? Harry glanced at the ticket in his hand, and then up at the station sign, puzzled. There is no platform 9 3/4 here. Could it be a misprint on the ticket? Baelial pointed to the wall between platforms 9 and 10. That is the way to platform 9 3/4. Run into a wall. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. Think about it. 9 3/4 is greater than 9 but lesser than 10. Thus it must lie between 9 and 10. I find myself unable to counter that logic. Baelial took Harry's hand and led him toward the wall. Platform 9 3/4 was nearly devoid of muggles, populated predominantly by little witches and wizards like them. The Hogwarts Express stood nearby, shrouded in swirling steam. They boarded the train and found an empty compartment in which to sit. Soon the train set off, billowing smoke as the scenery began to shift. Harry perused his textbooks, reviewing his knowledge, while Baelial leaned against the compartment wall, gazing out at the passing landscape. Before long, A knock echoed at the compartment door. A small red-haired head peeked in. "Excuse me, may I sit here? All the other compartments are full." His face bore a few freckles, accompanied by a shy smile. Harry looked to Baelial, who nodded slightly, then smiled at the red-haired boy. "Of course, come in." The boy squeezed in beside Harry and introduced himself to the little wizards in the compartment. "Hello, my name is Ron Weasley." "Hello, I am Harry Potter." "Merlin. You're Harry Potter." Ron's eyes widened, brimming with curiosity as he marveled at Harry, particularly when he lifted his fringe to reveal the lightning-shaped scar. In no time, the two boys grew comfortable in conversation, and as they discussed Quidditch, a faint blush crept onto Ron's face, embodying a sense of camaraderie with Harry, as if they were long-lost friends. From the very beginning, no one had inquired about my name, leaving me unable to interject. Baelial silently gazed out at the scenery beyond the window. A few minutes later, the compartment door was knocked upon by the train attendant. A kindly-faced lady inquired if they desired any snacks. "3 of each, please." Baelial promptly concluded her profound communion with nature. The table was brimming with an assortment of treats, and the lady cheerfully pushed her snack cart toward the next compartment. "Wow," Ron exclaimed, looking at Baelial with envy. "You seem quite wealthy. What is this?" Harry, after tearing open a pack of sweets and picking up a candy resembling a chocolate bean, asked. "These are Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, but I advise you to be cautious. The flavors can be quite bizarre. My brother once bit into one that tasted like bogey," Ron said while munching away. Harry discreetly expelled the every flavor bean from his mouth. Ron's pocket twitched slightly, and a large gray rat sprang forth, leaping toward the pile of snacks. "Scabbers!" he exclaimed, flailing in an attempt to catch it. "Constrictus!" The ebony wand demonstrated its power for the first time as Baelial seized the wriggling rodent. "You can actually perform advanced spells. Quite impressive." "Scabbers, oh. He must be hungry," Ron said, feeding the candy to the rat. "Poor thing. Is this your pet?" Baelial inquired, looking down at the rat in her hand, a flicker of malice flashing in her blue eyes. "Peter Pettigrew, the ugly cowardly traitor." Her fingertips twitched as the tracking charm silently seeped into the gray fur, interlacing with its veins. Baelial handed the rat to Ron, knowing she could not identify it as Peter Pettigrew without evidence. To inform Dumbledore recklessly would be to invite chaos. She must tread carefully, step by step. "Thank you. May I ask your name?" Ron placed the rat into his pocket, suddenly realizing he did not know the girl's name. "Baelial Grindelwald. Pleased to meet you," she replied with a courteous smile. "Grindelwald. I feel like I've heard that surname somewhere." Ron blinked, catching a glimpse of the Dumbledore card in Harry's hand. "Chocolate Frog. I saw that name on a chocolate frog card." The card depicted Dumbledore wearing half-moon spectacles, a gentle smile gracing his face, his blue eyes sparkling with life. Harry flipped the card over, and Ron leaned in. Albus Dumbledore's notable achievements include defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945. Noticing Baelial's increasingly dark expression, Harry quickly fell silent. "Yes, that surname, Gellert Grindelwald." Ron remained blissfully unaware of the shift in atmosphere, continuing his conversation. Ron stopped talking. "Gellert Grindelwald is Baelial's blood relative," Harry whispered urgently. "Blood relative? Then she is also a dark witch." Harry clamped a hand over Ron's mouth, hissing in fear. "Stop it." All right. I feel like I'm eating a knife wherever I go," Baelial thought indignantly. Chapter 16. The Legacy of Our Forebears. The compartment fell into an eerie silence, as Harry and Ron silently munched on their snacks, hesitant to glance at Baelial's expression. However, it was not long before their compartment was rapped upon again. A girl with tousled brown hair opened the door, her slightly raised chin exuding a sense of arrogance. "Has anyone seen Neville S. Toad? I'm helping him look for it." Harry and Ron shook their heads. The atmosphere in the compartment felt inexplicably heavy. The brown-haired girl frowned slightly. "Well, thanks. Who S. Toad did you just mention?" The blonde girl, who had been wearing a scowl, finally broke the awkward silence. Neville Longbottom S. Toad." She clearly disapproved of Baelial's previous aloofness. Baelial pointed her wand toward the train door, and Neville's Toad flew in. A small figure navigated through various obstacles and landed on the table with a plop. Trevor, a chubby-faced boy with dark hair, peeked in from behind the brown-haired girl, rushing into the compartment to grab the toad. He placed it in his pocket and timidly looked up. "Thank you." Baelial returned a gentle smile. "That was the summoning charm. I read that it's a rather difficult spell." "You're amazing." The brown-haired girl's eyes sparkled. "My name is Hermione Granger. Baelial Grindelwald." "Grindelwald. I read about that in History of Magic." Hermione saw Harry desperately signaling her to be quiet, and promptly fell silent. After exchanging names, Hermione chatted briefly with Baelial before leaving with Neville. As night fell, the Hogwarts Express finally reached its destination. The young wizards disembarked and were led by Hagrid to the edge of the Black Lake. They were to form groups of 4, yet they were one short. The girl we just spoke with, Hermione, could team up with us, Ron suggested. What about Neville? He seems shy and introverted. What will he do if Hermione leaves? Baelial looked at the inconspicuous boy in the crowd, who was seemingly trying to diminish his own presence, opposing Ron's suggestion. Just as they were at a loss, a golden figure navigated through the throng, weaving into their small group. The platinum blonde slicked back hair glimmered in the moonlight. Baelial, did we not agree to meet in the compartment? I've been searching for you. Apologies, Draco, Baelial offered, attempting to soothe the young lord's emotions. Allow me to introduce, this is my friend Harry Potter, and this is... Harry Potter. I know you. I grew up hearing your stories. Draco's eyes sparkled as he extended his hand toward Harry. Harry felt a wave of awkwardness, yet he shook the outstretched hand. Hello, Malfoy. Ron scowled deeply. Baelial, how do you know him? Weasley? Draco's face displayed disdain as he earnestly told Harry and Baelial, Baelial, you must discern carefully when making friends. Some people are simply not worth your time. Ron's face flushed red as he retorted, and what about you? You're nothing but a spawn of dark wizards, Malfoy. A family of Death Eaters. A traitor of pureblood. Harry stared in astonishment as his new friends clashed. The tension palpable. Stop, both of you. Regardless of whether you are a Weasley or a Malfoy, you are all members of Hogwarts now, Baelial interjected, halting their argument. Do you wish for others to witness the division within Hogwarts and scoff at it? Or do you prefer them to see a united front and commend the harmony? The two boys glared at each other fiercely, clearly unwilling to relent. Baelial felt a headache coming on. She placed her hands on each boy's shoulder. Listen, no matter which house you enter, you are a part of Hogwarts. Striving for the glory of your house and fighting for the future of Hogwarts is your primary task at this stage. If you continue this meaningless bickering, exacerbating the rifts between houses will only be counterproductive. Her blue eyes bore into them. Do you wish to take pride in your house? Or for your house to take pride in you? The 11-year-old boys, with their Na'vi minds, could easily shed the imprints left by their forebears. They breathed heavily, exchanging glances and recognizing their mutual ambitions. Ambition has never been a pejorative term in Slytherin, and it is not exclusive to Slytherin alone. Chapter 17. The Sorting. Aboard the small boat, Ron and Draco ceased their quarrel, sitting quietly at opposite ends. Harry quietly leaned closer to Baelial, whispering, that was incredible. You diffused the family feud between Malfoy and Weasley with just a few words. You've swayed me. She smiled softly, gazing into his green eyes. Do you not harbor ambition yourself? The ship docked at the shore, and the young wizards disembarked, making their way into the ancient castle. Approaching them was Professor McGonagall, who, while maintaining a relatively gentle expression when looking at Harry, immediately adopted a stern demeanor upon glancing at Bellatrix. Truly a master of disguise, Professor McGonagall. As the young wizards entered the great hall, the sky was adorned with stars and candles, creating a truly enchanting atmosphere. The long tables of the 4 houses were meticulously arranged, and the professor's table was already filled to capacity. Bellatrix met the gaze of Professor Dumbledore, seated at the center of the professor's table, and flashed a sweet smile. The old headmaster, however, subtly averted his eyes. Beside him sat a dark-robed wizard, the Serpent King of the dungeons, whose gaze fixated intently on Harry's face, or rather his eyes. Professor McGonagall retrieved an old sorting hat, and after it sang a song, she began to call out names from a list for sorting. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff, Hermione Granger, Gryffindor, Ron Weasley, Gryffindor, Harry Potter. The name of the savior stirred a ripple of excitement throughout the hall. Gryffindor. We have Potter. We have Potter. The young lions cheered exuberantly. Indeed. You now have a point deduction machine. Draco Malfoy. Slytherin. As Bellatrix was an unfamiliar visitor on the enrollment list, she was the last name to be called. Bellatrix Grindelwald. Following the stir caused by the savior's name, her name, or rather, her surname, evoked another wave of commotion. The younger students likely recognized the surname, while the older students fell into an almost palpable silence, especially at the Slytherin table, where a collective hush fell. Those professors who had lived through that era or possessed knowledge of magical history gasped in astonishment. Merlin Grindelwald. Bellatrix approached the sorting hat, lifted it, and placed it upon her head, sitting upright in her chair. A little Grindelwald? How rare, let me see. Bellatrix endeavored to recall some heartwarming videos she had seen in her past life about caring for animals and helping others. In truth, there is no need for you to perform such an elaborate act for my benefit. Bellatrix, forget it, let's see. Just as I thought. That is indeed the case. She threatened ominously. Numungard. The old hat screeched. Bellatrix, 6. She abruptly stood up, yanked off the hat, and hurled it to the ground. The hall fell into an eerie silence. Was Numungard indeed what they thought it was? What was this? A choice between Azkaban and Numungard? What? Singing Tears of Iron Bars alongside Gellert Grindelwald? Hey, old man, I'm here to keep you company in the clink. Her chest heaved slightly as she pointed her wand at the Sorting Hat, a smile of wickedness gracing her lips. I'll give you one more chance. Which house? The old hat trembled slightly, the tip of the ebony wand emitting wisps of blue fire, causing some of the older professors at the table to twitch. Merlin. A genuine Grindelwald. Slytherin. The old hat cried out before collapsing with a thud. Bellatrix picked up the hat and handed it to the petrified Professor McGonagall, then turned to stride towards the Slytherin table. Draco waved at her, and the astonished gazes of the young serpents flitted between them. Had Malfoy already decided to align himself with Grindelwald? As Bellatrix settled beside Draco, the hall erupted in scattered applause. Once Headmaster Dumbledore announced the commencement of the feast, the atmosphere within the hall gradually warmed, and the young serpents approached Bellatrix one by one to greet her, to which she responded with a uniform smile. Father told me not to befriend Grindelwald for the time being, to observe the situation, Draco whispered to Bellatrix. She sliced into a piece of steak, a flicker of amusement dancing in her blue eyes. Knowing what the surname Grindelwald entailed, she still maintained her initial kindness. So, will you still be my friend? She inquired, gazing at Draco. The young platinum-haired wizard awkwardly explained, because you are my friend. Once a Malfoy recognizes someone as a true friend, they won't sever ties over a mere surname. When did Malfoys adopt such a family motto? Surely, that was your own addition, wasn't it? It is my honor, Draco. The girl displayed the highest etiquette of Slytherin, and Grindelwald likewise regarded Malfoy as a true friend. Chapter 18. A Day of Ordinary Learning. Today marked Bellatrix's first night at Hogwarts. The Slytherin dormitory, located beneath the Black Lake, was adorned in deep green and silver, mirroring the decor from the films. In the dim light, only a few candles flickered. If humidity were not regularly managed, residing in such an environment for an extended period could indeed lead to rheumatism. As an unexpected visitor on the enrollment list, she had her own dormitory. All her belongings had been placed in the young wizard's respective rooms by house elves. After arranging her things, Bellatrix burrowed into the soft bedding, ready to embrace a promising tomorrow. However, upon resting her cheek against the plush pillow, she found herself utterly unable to drift off to sleep. Her gaze fixated on the intricately carved ceiling, her thoughts drifting far from Hogwarts, far from the magical world. She missed home. Her blue eyes, unbeknownst to her, glistened with moisture, a pang of longing enveloping her heart. Bellatrix had grown up in a veritable honeypot of happiness. Her father was a professor of genetic engineering, and her mother was a renowned surgeon. From a prestigious family lineage, she had received an elite education from a young age, paving a bright path for her future. Although her parents were often abroad, and they had only met a handful of times, their blood bond always managed to keep their hearts intertwined. This subtle sense of homesickness lingered until dawn gradually dispelled it. At 7:20 a.m., the alarm clock rang punctually. Bellatrix groggily arose from her dormitory, and after freshening up in the washroom, she headed to the Great Hall. Early breakfast. She glared at the plate containing her fried egg, stabbing it fiercely with her knife. She would be at Hogwarts for 4 or 5 years at most. And 5 years of early breakfasts. Draco watched in horror as Bellatrix mercilessly tortured the poor fried egg. Are you feeling unwell? He inquired cautiously. No. I am feeling splendid, she replied through gritted teeth. Fortunately, she did not carry this pent-up frustration into the classroom. The first transfiguration lesson was shared with Gryffindor. This time, Harry and Ron did not arrive late. Professor McGonagall, transforming from her animagus form, caused quite a stir, and subsequently, the stern cat professor elaborated on the content and essence of transfiguration spells, distributing experimental props, matches. The young wizards eagerly rubbed their hands together, preparing to showcase their skills and win over their peers. The challenge of transfiguration became evident at that moment. As of now, not a single student had succeeded. Draco's wand flicked into the air, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his brow, yet the match remained unchanged. Merlin, this is exceedingly difficult. Draco pouted in complaint, glancing at the relaxed Bellatrix beside him. Can you do it, Bellatrix? Do you need my guidance? Need my guidance, Draco? She picked up her wand, her blue eyes sparkling with mirth, and lightly tapped the match. Transfiguration. Instantly, The match transformed into a gleaming silver needle that appeared on the table. Very well done. Miss Grindelwald, Professor McGonagall commended as she approached them, a rare smile of approval gracing her face. Slytherin earns a point. The young lions and serpents turned their gazes toward them, their expressions a mix of envy, admiration, and fervent emotions. A flicker of astonishment passed through Draco's eyes. Slytherins were known for their admiration of strength. Well, you truly are impressive, he remarked, his tone shedding some of its previous aloofness, infused instead with sincerity. Please guide me. Miss Grindelwald. It is my honor, Mr. Malfoy. The complexity of transfiguration lay in Bellatrix's methodical explanation, which captivated the surrounding young serpents and even some young lions, rendering them silent as they attentively absorbed the learning tips. Draco's magical aptitude was commendable. After several attempts, he successfully transmuted a matchstick into a silver needle, thus earning another point for Slytherin. Young Platinum cast a taunting glance towards the opposing Gryffindor, who, not to be outdone, bristled with a fierce determination. Harry and Hermione followed suit, and with Hermione's assistance, Ron also transformed a matchstick into a needle. Chapter 19. Hello, extra lessons. Farewell, extra lessons. During the subsequent charms lesson, Baelial felt exceedingly at ease. She had long since mastered the levitation charm, able to execute it with her eyes closed. This once again awarded Slytherin another point. Of course, amidst the dreadful competition during the holidays, Harry's grasp of first-year charms was by no means inferior to Baelial's, earning Gryffindor a point as well. Miss Granger and Mr. Malfoy's talents were also remarkable, both contributing a point to their respective houses. The first class of the afternoon was potions, and according to upperclassmen, Professor Snape was notoriously difficult to please. Each lesson felt akin to torment. In the afternoon potions class, the young wizards witnessed the terror of the King of Serpents. Severus perpetually donned his black robes, striding into the classroom with an imposing presence, his cloak billowing behind him, emanating an icy aura. His sharp black eyes, resembling those of a venomous snake, swept over each student, pausing momentarily in a particular corner. Severus briefly introduced the potions course to the young wizards, reiterating the rules of his class, before falling silent, his tongue flickering like a serpent's. As expected, Harry, much like in the original tale, was the first to be called upon by the Serpent King. He stood up trembling, his gaze momentarily evasive upon meeting those piercing black eyes, his mind momentarily blank. Yet his mouth began to operate faster than his thoughts. The elixir of life, Professor. Severus raised an eyebrow slightly. Well, it appears Mr. Potter is familiar with the assigned reading. The second question swiftly followed, and realizing he had answered the first correctly, Harry gradually calmed, his mind racing. The stomach of a goat, Professor. Severus leaned back slightly, narrowing his eyes, and posed a third question. No distinction, Professor. Aconite refers to a category. It is simply that there are two common names, both of which are documented in the textbook. Harry replied confidently, having intensely focused on potions during the holiday. Although he momentarily blanked when called upon, he quickly regained his composure. Sit down, Mr. Potter. Severus redirected his gaze to the others. If your minds are still in class, make sure to note Mr. Potter's answers. Harry Potter, the savior, had indeed answered all correctly. The Gryffindor's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hope for the House Cup seemed within reach. The Slytherins looked upon Gryffindor's savior with a slightly altered perception, their disdain diminishing. Another episode watched. Baelial relished the classic scene unfolding before her. Severus approached the lectern, preparing to commence the first practical lesson. The cauldron, subjected to the flames, emitted steam as the potion bubbled within. A fine mist enveloped the classroom. Severus prowled back and forth, reminiscent of a dark serpent surveying its territory. Upon spotting some young wizards making errors, he did not hesitate to unleash his venomous critique. While the students wiped away tears as they listened to his instructions on potion making, Draco approached his first potions practical with utmost seriousness, adhering meticulously to the textbook standards with each step. After processing all the ingredients according to the textbook's guidance, Baelial gently stirred the potion in her cauldron, and she watched in awe as the potion swirled and changed color, ultimately transforming into a vividly bright concoction. Goodness! She gasped inwardly, is this some sort of enchantment? Quickly extinguishing the flames, she stared blankly at her cauldron. Draco, stirring his potion, glanced at Baelial, his eyes widening in disbelief. You did it. Merlin. How long has it been? His brief exclamation caught Severus's attention, who swiftly approached. What is going on? Severus scrutinized the two, then fixed his gaze on the potion in Baelial's cauldron. Miss Grindelwald, have you completed it? Yes, she replied. It had only been a matter of mere seconds. It was inconceivable to complete a potion that quickly. He regarded her with suspicion. "This is genuine, Professor," Draco interjected, standing as her witness. "Well, very well, Miss Grindelwald." "Exceptionally well." Severus fixed his gaze upon the golden potion. "To prevent squandering your talent, come to my office every Saturday morning for personal instruction." No matter who saw such potential, their hands would itch to nurture it, especially when it pertained to a Slytherin student, his student. Draco envied Baelial. "You are truly fortunate. Professor Snape is an extraordinary master of potions. With his guidance, your talent will surely flourish." Despite her disdain for extra lessons, having endured various tutoring sessions in her previous life, where no one ever asked her preference, she lifted her chin, resolved to advocate for her rights in this life, and met Severus's chilling black gaze. "Very well, Professor Snape." The torturous potions class finally concluded. Though they had caused a minor stir, the Slytherins communicated swiftly, and by the end of class, nearly every student was aware that Slytherin's young Grindelwald would receive personal tutelage from the potions master weekly. Chapter 20. Prejudice in the Heart is a Great Mountain. After class, the number of Slytherins attempting to befriend her evidently increased. Although she inherited Grindelwald's silver tongue, it did not imply a fondness for superficial socializing. A peculiar little group formed by 2 Gryffindors and 2 Slytherins drew curious glances from surrounding wizards. Another lion joined the group as Hermione hastened to catch up with Baelial. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, her freckles seemingly dancing with excitement. "Baelial, my goodness, you're actually receiving private instruction from Professor Snape. If you have time, could you possibly teach me as well?" The future Minister of Magic would undoubtedly need strong and capable followers, should she choose that path. "Of course, Hermione," she replied in a gentle tone, patiently addressing each of Hermione's inquiries. Draco's golden eyebrows nearly knitted together. The Gryffindor's foolishness was intolerable. Just walking alongside her made him feel physically uncomfortable. One Weasley was already his limit, yet Baelial's demeanor was clearly more than mere courtesy. She sought to befriend this Gryffindor, Draco realized. What could this Muggle-born possibly possess that attracted Baelial, the proud Grindelwald, to lower her guard and engage with her? Perhaps Baelial herself was unaware that when conversing or socializing with ordinary, mediocre wizards, she often carried an air of subtle superiority. However, with certain gifted individuals who intrigued her, she would set aside her stature and engage in lowly discourse. This was Draco's keen observation. Snape must be targeting Harry, targeting Gryffindor. Ron fumed on behalf of his brother. Look at how vile his tone is. Merlin, he didn't even award Harry a point. This isn't targeting. Our headmaster simply has that disposition. Draco defended his house head. Weasley, do not project your malicious assumptions onto others. Speaking ill of a professor is inappropriate. Hermione attempted to conclude the topic. Rather than targeting, it could be viewed as special treatment. Baelial sought to muddy the waters further, perhaps hoping to compel Harry to prove himself and silence the naysayers. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to her in shock, with Draco feeling a hint of disbelief. Was their headmaster truly that benevolent? Look, for every individual who venerates the title of savior, there exists an equal number who harbor jealousy and resentment. Baelial once again steers thoughts astray, allowing Professor Snape to solidify Harry's reputation as a genuine savior. Is this not a form of special consideration? The crowd fell into an eerie silence. This discreet, silent protection contrasted starkly with the persona of the Dungeon Serpent King in the classroom. Moreover, as I am aware, Professor Snape was once a close friend of Harry's mother. Baelial adds another layer to the intrigue. Tears glimmered in Harry's emerald eyes. Merlin. Despite the countless whispers of disdain directed at him, Professor Snape continues to selflessly dedicate himself to his students. Even Ron found himself swayed by this absurd theory. Could it be that my preconceived notions about Slytherin run too deep? The young wizards were deeply moved by the image of Snape, akin to a candle that burns itself to ash for the sake of others. The insidious stereotype of Slytherin had indeed taken root in the minds of many. It is evident that the prejudices within one's heart are akin to a colossal mountain, immovable no matter how hard one strives. Baelial shook his head, lamenting the unjust treatment suffered by benevolent souls in the present day. This sentiment gradually spread throughout Hogwarts, with the phrase "the prejudices in one's heart are akin to a colossal mountain" becoming a popular retort among young wizards against stereotypes. Henceforth, in every potions class, the small creatures gazed at the Dungeon Serpent King at the lectern with a blend of guilt, admiration, and tenderness in their complex expressions. Chapter 21. Bullying. The following morning, in the Hogwarts Great Hall, Draco, ever compliant, sat beside Baelial, eagerly expressing his anticipation for the day's lesson. Merlin, I can finally look forward to flying class. It was a grave misjudgment for Dumbledore to disallow first-year students from participating in Quidditch. Perhaps he was merely concerned for our safety, as Quidditch matches can indeed be perilous. Baelial sliced a piece of lunch meat, her expression devoid of emotion as she consumed it. British cuisine, truly unpalatable. I fear no danger, Draco murmured softly, excitedly waving at the approaching figures of Harry and his friends. Thus, the three little lions melded into the throng of snakes, the surrounding clamor somewhat diminished. Harry sensed the gaze of a certain Serpent King from the staff table, and turned to reveal a radiant smile, his round, beautiful green eyes brimming with mirth. The potions master seemed to be scorched by something, quickly averting his gaze. The boys animatedly discussed the upcoming flying class, while the girls quietly savored their breakfast. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted at the entrance as a flock of owls flapped their wings and swooped into the hall, depositing students' parcels at their respective tables. Draco caught a beautifully wrapped parcel, peeling away the silver ribbons and packaging to reveal a small bag of sweets and a letter. He glanced at the letter's contents. Filled with elaborate cursive warnings about Grindelwald's dangers, silently, he crumpled the letter and opened the snack bag to invite his friends to partake. Time slipped by unnoticed, quickly leading to the long-awaited flying lesson for Draco. Madame Hooch separated Gryffindor and Slytherin, assigning each young wizard a broomstick. The young wizards followed the professor's instructions step by step, but an unexpected incident occurred. Neville Longbottom's broom suddenly became unresponsive, soaring higher and giving him an experience akin to a Muggle roller coaster. The broom detached from its owner mid-flight, and Neville plummeted from the sky. Fortunately, his wizarding robe snagged on the spire of a statue, mitigating the impact, though the robe could not withstand his weight, and began to tear. Just as Neville was about to fall, Baelial cast a cushioning charm to ensure his safe landing, and Madame Hooch hurried over to assess his condition. A gash was etched on his arm, bleeding slightly, a matter easily remedied by a potion, far less severe than the broken wrist described in the original tale. Madame Hooch sighed in relief, then escorted Neville to the infirmary, sternly forbidding students from flying unsupervised. Additionally, splendid cushioning charm, Miss Grindelwald, Slytherin earns 5 points. Look, it's Longbottom's memory ball. A small snake snatched it before Draco could reach, a triumphant smile spreading across its face. Do you think that if I hide it, the little chubby one will cry his way home? Laughter erupted among the surrounding Slytherins, echoing with the purest and most ruthless malice. Hand it over, Avery. Harry glared at the Slytherin, Lucius Avery meeting his gaze with a flicker of mockery and jealousy in his gray eyes. What's this? The savior's misplaced sense of compassion rearing its head again? His thumb idly rubbed the memory ball, contemplating how to retaliate against Longbottom. If you have the guts, come and take it. Harry's green eyes blazed with fury. He yearned to lunge at Avery but was restrained by a throng of Slytherins. Aside from Hermione and Ron, who held Harry back, the other young wizards appeared as mere spectators, quietly observing the unfolding drama while occasionally whispering. Draco wished to assist Harry, but hesitated due to the fact that Avery was a Slytherin student and a pureblood, leaving him nervously standing beside Baelial. Do you wish to help? Baelial observed Draco's fidgety expression. Draco nodded slightly. I am a Slytherin student, and he is from the Avery family. The Malfoy family has some mutual interests with them. His voice dwindled, and before he could finish, Baelial raised her wand, aiming it at the boy at the center of the snake crowd. Hey, the Avery family is pureblood, he panicked, attempting to restrain Baelial's arm. I care not for his bloodline. A silent spell sent Neville's memory ball soaring over the crowd, landing in Baelial's palm. The young wizards fell silent for a moment before whispering amongst themselves. Harry and his friends looked at her with delight. Well done, Baelial. Lucius Avery's expression twisted momentarily before reverting to his usual flippant grin. Grindelwald, do you wish to hide that foolish lion's memory ball as well? Baelial toyed with the memory ball in her hand, raising her gaze to him, the chill in her blue eyes palpable, the corners of her mouth curling into a cold smirk. I am unlike you, you wretched creature. You. Avery's face flushed crimson as he lunged at her, Draco instinctively stepping in front of the girl. Wait, Lucius, she asked Grindelwald. Nearby, some young snakes held him back, quietly advising him. Let go of me. And what of Grindelwald? If she crosses me today, she shall not escape unscathed. Avery bellowed, his bravado crumbling. Baelial let out a soft laugh. It was clear to all that this little Grindelwald was furious, and the atmosphere gradually chilled. Harry swallowed hard, acutely aware of Baelial's prowess, silently lighting a candle for Avery in his mind. Avery, stiff-necked, still attempted to voice something, when suddenly he felt the world spin, a dull pain radiating from his rear, as he and his followers found themselves magically bound together. What are you doing? Avery stared in terror at Baelial, who approached him, his legs flailing helplessly. I am of the Avery family. The icy tip of her wand grazed his face, the rest of his words caught in his throat, his gray pupils trembling. The typically gentle blue eyes now radiated a serpent's chill. Her pale lips parted slightly, each word exuding frost. Pureblood? What of it? Countless pureblood wizards perished at Grindelwald's hands. With a slight increase in pressure on the wand's handle, a crimson line appeared on Avery's face, eliciting a terrified scream from him. Lucius Avery, should I witness you bully anyone else again, I shall strike you, and I have ample time to enjoy our little game. Do you understand? She straightened, gazing over each young wizard, and those who stood idly by. I hope that one day, when you find yourselves ensnared in today's predicament, you receive the same treatment. A few little lions and snakes lowered their heads in shame. Draco, please help me ask Madame Hooch for leave. My acrophobia prevents me from attending flying lessons. Baelial murmured beside him before taking her leave. Father, perhaps you are right, Draco thought, feeling a bit dazed. Grindelwald was indeed perilous. Chapter 22, First Encounters and Missed Connections. Baelial entered the infirmary and returned the memory orb to Neville. The boy extended his chubby hands to receive it, cradling it to his chest, his head hanging low. Thank you, Grindelwald, he whispered. His voice as faint as a whispering breeze. Overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority and timidity, he hardly resembled a Gryffindor. Perhaps some might speculate that the Sorting Hat had made a mistake. Yet it was this timid boy who would one day be recognized by the Gryffindor sword as a valiant warrior. Neville gazed down at the memory orb, tears gradually pooling in his eyes. He struggled to contain his emotions, not wishing to weep in front of a Slytherin. At 11 he was still too immature. Waves of grievance engulfed him, and he hugged himself, succumbing to his sobs. In his childhood memories, there was no parental affection. Only the vacant stares of his incapacitated parents lying in hospital beds. They could not offer him the warmth of an embrace, nor even an emotional response. To alleviate the shadows and pain of these memories, his grandmother relentlessly cast memory-erasing charms, resulting in a gradual decline of his recollections. A bitter childhood requires a lifetime to heal. He grew increasingly self-deprecating and timid, ridiculed for his lackluster magical talents at Hogwarts, with professors never harboring hope for him. Mockery and bullying became his daily existence. After a while his cries quieted. He sniffed and raised his swollen eyes to Baelial, his voice hoarse and tinged with remnants of tears. Grindelwald, am I truly useless? Baelial felt a sharp pang in her chest, as if she were envisioning the bullied, severely depressed girl with raven hair, her eyes swollen from tears, gazing at her. Qingyan, am I truly useless? A wave of bitterness surged within her, causing her body to tremble slightly. Baelial stepped forward and gently embraced the chubby boy, her delicate hands soothingly ruffling his soft black hair. Of course not. She realized her voice was somewhat raspy, but she composed herself and continued. Neville, may I call you that? You are a Gryffindor chosen by the Sorting Hat, and I can sense a lion, wounded though it may be, slumbering within your heart. Neville's eyes widened, a faint scent of lavender enveloping him, the gentle touch above causing his cheeks to flush, as her soothing voice resumed. It lies dormant, yet it can sense the changes in the world, waiting for you to awaken it. Since we cannot alter the world, let us transform ourselves. Try to rediscover the person you once were, your true self, alright? A fissure opened in his heart, shrouded in darkness, as glimmers of red light began to seep through, an indication of the lion striving to awaken. Alright, he replied. Baelial left the infirmary, her thoughts adrift on the path to the Slytherin common room. In a past life, she had encountered a girl. Her shoulder-length black hair cascaded smoothly, with a wolf tail at the back, and her elongated phoenix eyes lent her an air of heroism. Those beautiful black eyes, which should have sparkled with the brilliance of countless stars, were often devoid of life. Baelial, or Mo Qingyan, first noticed her during their inaugural physical education class, where all the young boys and girls reveled in the joys of their new school life. Only she sat alone beneath the shade of a tree, quietly gazing at the distant high buildings. Mo Qingyan admitted she was initially drawn to the girl's beauty before becoming enamored by her talent. The vivacious girl, full of life, attempted to befriend her, but each time her enthusiasm was doused by the other's cold demeanor. Mo Qingyan, stubborn in certain matters, never gave up. Gradually, the heart encased in a hard shell allowed a small opening for her. They began to communicate more frequently, ultimately becoming the best of friends. One night, as Mo Qingyan leaned against her, sharing a novel she had recently read, her fingers brushed against a patch of rough skin. "What is this?" she asked, rolling up the sleeve to reveal a large, grotesque scar on her arm. "What happened?" Mo Qingyan gasped, her eyes wide. "It was from someone who burned me." "When?" she exclaimed, horrified that her best friend, the one she held dear, had suffered such bullying without her knowledge. It was a long time ago. Let us not dwell on it. What were you saying earlier? Despite the fury boiling within her, she dared not voice it. Those beautiful eyes should be filled with joy. And she couldn't bear to tarnish that beauty. Yet, inevitably, there were always thoughtless individuals who sought to tarnish her treasure. Those damned bullies, emboldened by their wealth and power, trampled upon her, tormenting her. When Mo Qingyan rushed to the scene, she found her best friend curled up in a corner, her clothes torn, and a distinct handprint visible on her fair face. She raised her head, her black eyes brimming with tears. Qingyan, am I truly useless? She could scarcely recall her thoughts at that moment as she charged toward the bullies, baseball bat in hand, unaware of how many blows she endured. Pain seemed distant as blood trickled down her forehead, clouding her vision. Among the cries and pleas for help, someone embraced her tightly, shouting her name. It was the first time Mo Qingyan saw fear and heartache etched on her face. The incident escalated, drawing the attention of both the school authorities and the police. Yet, those ruffians were ultimately inconsequential in the presence of true power. The matter was swiftly quelled, and the troublemakers were expelled. Gradually, no one dared to lay a finger on her friend again, and under Mo Qingyan's companionship, her condition visibly improved. Later, Mo Qingyan's parents insisted that she study abroad for her future. She was reluctant to leave, but felt she had no choice. On the eve of Mo Qingyan's departure, she gifted her a bouquet of lavender, expressing her gratitude for years of companionship. Although Mo Qingyan was not particularly fond of flowers, she reluctantly accepted it, attributing it to the effort behind the selection. After moving abroad, for reasons unknown, their connection gradually faded. On Mo Qingyan's 18th birthday, after receiving a new phone from her mother, they lost all contact. Later, Mo Qingyan learned that lavender symbolizes the expectation and fidelity of love, representing unwavering promises and cherished memories. And that day was Valentine's Day. Chapter 23. Who is she? The golden sunlight streamed through the heavy glass, illuminating the girl's head, with half of her cheek shrouded in shadow, exuding a somber aura. After returning the memory orb to Neville, Baelial intended to return to the Slytherin common room, but had taken only a few steps when she heard someone calling her name. She turned to see a brown-haired Hufflepuff girl running toward her. Stopping half a meter away from Baelial, she steadied her breath and timidly spoke, "Grindelwald. Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in the headmaster's office. The password is Lemon Snowman." "All right, thank you," Baelial replied, forcing a smile to express her gratitude before promptly heading to the headmaster's office. Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, she unlawfully used magic to assault students. Upon entering, Baelial found Avery covering his face with one hand while pointing at her with the other, shouting loudly. Severus scrutinized her with an appraising gaze, his pale lips barely parting as he slowly articulated his frosty words. "Well, the illustrious Miss Grindelwald, what provoked you to disdain the school rules and strike your fellow students?" "Severus," Dumbledore raised his hand to signal that his tone should not be too harsh, his gentle blue eyes regarding her with concern. "Could you enlighten me, Baelial?" Baelial met Dumbledore's gaze before turning to Avery and the others with a scornful smile. Why not ask them what they themselves have done?" Avery, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted his eyes and glanced at the frosty expression of Severus, which bolstered his courage slightly. "It was merely the theft of a Gryffindor's memory ball." "What of it? Must you resort to using your wand to draw blood from my face?" Baelial found herself nearly laughing in exasperation. "What of it? You cavalierly dismiss bullying with a mere phrase? I trust you are well aware of Neville Longbottom's home situation, and his personal struggles. Does robbing him of his memory ball, and then verbally assaulting him not fill you with a sense of accomplishment? Is it not simply taking advantage of Longbottom's timid and self-deprecating nature? You cloak your actions in such grandiloquent terms. As a member of Slytherin, I am truly ashamed to be associated with you. You." Avery felt the weight of the professor's stares like daggers upon his back, and he barely managed to speak before being interrupted. "What do you mean? A true Slytherin is astute, unwilling to succumb, and strives for self-improvement. When did bullying the weak and flaunting superiority become synonymous with Slytherin? How is this behavior any different from that of the dark wizards whom everyone decries?" Labeled as a dark wizard, Avery felt a surge of indignation coursing through him, his pale face flushing crimson as he glared at Baelial, pointing an accusing finger at her. "And what of you? A Grindelwald, a born dark wizard. As a Slytherin, you consort with a group of Gryffindors, and within that, a filthy mudblood. You truly are noble, truly remarkable. Lux Avery." An angry voice cut through his incessant justifications. Avery turned in shock to Severus, whose thin lips were pressed tightly together, his expression dark and foreboding. "Mr. Avery, Your malicious slander and bullying of a fellow student warrant a deduction of 10 points from Slytherin. Avery's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Severus. How could this be? Professor Snape reprimanding him for a Gryffindor's quietude and deducting points from their house. He glanced at Baelial, his gray eyes flickering with venom. It was her. All because of her. That Grindelwald is a freak. A freak. He mouthed the word silently to Baelial. Baelial found it somewhat amusing, glancing toward Dumbledore, awaiting his judgment. I am not a freak, a sudden voice erupted in her mind, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over her, blurring Dumbledore's visage before her. Don't come any closer. It hurts. It hurts. Help me, save me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I always mess everything up. The timid, childlike voice, emerging from the depths of her consciousness, pricked Baelial's nerves like needles, her ice blue eyes flashing with a hint of crimson as fragmented images swirled before her. No. This is not my memory. Could it be from the blood bond itself? No, that's impossible. The blood bond cannot possess self-awareness. My soul traversed from another world and merged with the blood bond, giving rise to the person known as Baelial Grindelwald. Baelial. Someone was calling her name. Who could it be? Baelial. A soothing, gentle force quelled the turmoil of magic within her, bringing clarity to her mind. Are you all right, child? Baelial blinked as Dumbledore tenderly ruffled her golden hair, concern etched upon his face. They were alone in the headmaster's office. Everyone else had departed. The matter has been resolved. But due to your rather reckless handling, Slytherin shall incur a deduction of 5 points. Noticing her lingering distraction, Dumbledore retrieved a lemon drop from his candy jar and placed it in her mouth. Have some candy. It will lift your spirits. His playful demeanor did not appear out of place. Rather, it imparted a delightful charm. As the sweet and sour sensation danced upon her tongue, Baelial smiled sweetly at him in gratitude before departing the headmaster's office. Finally back in the common room, Baelial leaned against the sofa, staring into the roaring fireplace. Lost in thought. Who was the true owner of that memory? Chapter 24. The True Ambition. After much contemplation, Baelial resolved to seek answers from the system. Well, that requires the host to explore it independently to ensure a perfect experience. By the way, this soul is harmless. Baelial retorted, Riddler, get out of Hogwarts. She unilaterally severed the unpleasant conversation. Calculating the time, flying class should be nearing its end. Baelial rose and made her way to the Great Hall. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, she reserved seats for Harry and the others. After class, the young witches and wizards hurried to their seats, eager to enjoy their lunch. As Harry and his companions settled beside Baelial, they eagerly recounted the amusing incidents from flying class. That was so cool. Baelial, after you left, those Slytherins turned into ostriches. Not daring to utter a word, Ron exclaimed, excitedly munching on his chicken leg. If you ask me, you should join Gryffindor. Draco shot Ron an exasperated glance. Just eat your chicken leg, Weasley. His tone shifted to one of concern. I heard them talking. Dumbledore and Professor Snape didn't give you a hard time, did they? No. Baelial shook her head, effectively concluding that topic. The little lions chattered animatedly about another subject, recounting their nighttime escapade, and receiving a scolding from Hermione. Ron rolled his eyes and continued discussing their evening adventure with Harry, prompting Hermione to stamp her foot in frustration. Draco seemed perpetually distracted, not participating in the lions' conversation, silently consuming the steak on his plate. With no classes for Slytherin that afternoon, Baelial planned to return to her dormitory for a much-needed nap. Draco hesitated, trailing behind her, attempting to speak several times but ultimately giving up. What a convoluted little snake, she thought. You seem to have something to say to me, Draco, Baelial remarked, catching him off guard. He stammered, yes, I mean, is it really alright for us two Slytherins to always be with Gryffindor? Baelial raised an eyebrow. Which little snake has been gossiping behind your back? His pale cheeks flushed slightly. Malfoy had never been on friendly terms with Gryffindor, nor had he ever mingled with Muggleborns. Baelial understood the complexity of Draco's feelings, as the notions of pure-blood superiority ingrained by their forebears and the century-long rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin were not easily altered. However, cunning and adaptability would forever be the hallmarks of Slytherin. Only when their deepest interests were at stake would they be inclined to change. Let the verbal sparring commence. Baelial leaned closer to Draco, her right hand gently pressing against the nape of his neck, reminiscent of the classic pose used by the previous Grindelwald to encourage his followers. The cool sensation at his neck made him shiver slightly, a faint blush creeping up his neck from the gentle caress. Look into my eyes, Draco. Draco lifted his gaze to meet her enchanting blue eyes, the hidden depths within them seemingly threatening to consume his very soul. You are a Malfoy, Draco, a shrewd Slytherin. Now tell me, What is the most fervent desire and ambition you hold in your heart? Desire? Ambition? Draco instinctively replied. I want to prove to my father that I am an exemplary Malfoy. Very well. A cryptic smile played upon Baelial's face, reminiscent of an experienced hunter guiding its prey step by step into a trap. To become an exceptional Malfoy, a formidable Slytherin. What more do you require? Apart from your immense power? What else? Draco gazed at Baelial with a hint of confusion, shaking his head. Why does your father wish for you to befriend pureblood families? A light of realization dawned upon Draco. It's to expand connections, to fortify oneself. Splendid. Baelial encouraged him with a pat on the nape. Now, do you see any of those so-called pure-blooded young gentlemen and ladies who can aid you in broadening your horizons and strengthening your family? Draco furrowed his brow, pondering seriously before replying. It seems there aren't many. Conversely, what about that so-called outcast group they deride? Do they possess the connections you desire? Draco's eyes widened in shock as he stared at her. Previously, he had been preoccupied with others' opinions, blinded by the ideologies of his forebears, failing to recognize the remarkable talents surrounding him. Harry, as the savior, requires no introduction regarding his prowess. Ron, often labeled a traitor among purebloods by Slytherin students. Yet who would dare underestimate his talent, and the true strength of the Weasley family? Hermione, though hailing from a Muggle background, possesses a talent that ranks among the top 3 in her year. And now you, Draco, as a Malfoy, a Slytherin, would you forsake such a potent network for the sake of associating with the mediocre, or those whose fortunes have waned? Certainly not. He swiftly countered Baelial's assertion, realizing he had neglected such valuable connections in favor of mingling with weak, ordinary purebloods. Merlin, the cunning of Slytherin had vanished into thin air. Furthermore, do not solely focus on deepening your ties with Harry and the others while deteriorating your relationships with fellow Slytherins. Every enemy you create is detrimental to your future. It was evident that Draco's mindset was gradually shifting, prompting Baelial to deliver her next provocative insight. The pureblood ideology your father instilled in you from a young age may render you a commendable Malfoy, but that is all it amounts to. To be an excellent Malfoy is your father's expectation, his desire, not your own. So now tell me, Draco, what is your true ambition? The blonde girl, akin to a seductive demon from the depths of hell, enticed the platinum-haired boy to tear away his skin and flesh, exposing his pulsating, bloodied heart, and with a dagger named Desire, to carve it open, unearthing the genuine ambition buried deep within his soul. True ambition. I aspire to become the most exceptional and powerful Malfoy in my family. I shall lead the Malfoy lineage to unprecedented glory. The hunter gazed with satisfaction upon the prey that had willingly leaped into the trap, ensnared by the tendrils of desire. As the seeds of ambition quietly took root and began to bloom, she smiled, admiring her handiwork. A shadow flickered around the corner, vanishing swiftly. Chapter 25. The Allure Amidst Darkness. The cellar door of Slytherin swung open violently before being swiftly shut. Severus retrieved a hefty potion book from the darkened shelves, flipping through its pages at a rapid pace, the book's owner pacing back and forth. His movements were somewhat chaotic and hurried, as if attempting to mask his inner turbulence. To be an excellent Malfoy is your father's expectation, his desire, not your own. So now tell me, Draco, what is your true ambition? This was a conversation steeped in clear intent. From beginning to end, Draco found himself ensnared by this little Grindelwald, guided by her. She intentionally or unintentionally positioned herself as the dominant force, successfully implanting her thoughts into young Malfoy, molding him into her possession. Her actions, her gaze, were neither the condescension of a superior over an inferior, nor the disdain of a master for a servant. Instead, it was that of an artist with a fierce possessiveness, meticulously chiseling and refining her creation, branding it with her own mark, allowing it to blossom uniquely for herself. It was the gaze of a sculptor appreciating their masterpiece. Madness. Monstrosity. Severus's breath grew ragged. Dumbledore, what have you summoned into our midst? She bears the surname Grindelwald. How dare you bring her here? Yet simultaneously, his body trembled slightly, akin to a serpent encountering a kin, an excitement akin to that felt by one ensnared in darkness, drawn instinctively closer to an even purer, more potent darkness. Unlike the fear and reverence felt under the Dark Lord's dominion, this was a yearning for appreciation, a desire for understanding, a balm for the soul. She would not regard him with the condescending gaze of an ant to be exploited. Rather, she would observe him with a unique, appreciative gaze. The serpent, which had long enveloped itself tightly, slowly slithered toward the sculptor, revealing its sharp fangs, eager for the artist's praise. The following day at noon, Draco, Baelial, the duo was successfully cornered by the trio of Gryffindors as they exited the classroom, An excited Harry and Ron accompanied by a scowling Hermione. We discovered a dragon egg at Hagrid's. It might hatch tonight. Are you coming to see? Harry whispered. A dragon? Draco's eyes sparkled with excitement. Merlin, how could Hagrid dare? I mean, that's just too cool. But that doesn't justify your nocturnal escapades. You'll deplete Gryffindor's points. Hermione attempted to appeal to their sense of responsibility, casting a glance at Draco to add, and Slytherins as well. Noticing Draco's hesitation, Ron unexpectedly encouraged him. Don't listen to her nonsense. We'll be cautious. Earning himself a glare from Hermione. Is this the result of your nighttime escapades? How do you know? Ron exclaimed in surprise. Because you spent the entire morning's history of magic class sleeping. Oh fine. Harry surveyed the surroundings, gesturing for them to draw closer. You know, we found a secret room last night. Guess what's inside? A massive three-headed dog. Hogwarts actually keeps such a dangerous creature in a room. Three-headed dog. Draco effectively heightened the boy's excitement. And beneath it lies a trapdoor. It's clearly guarding something. Ron added, glancing at the still indignant Hermione. Hermione observed that. Wow. Granger's observations are truly meticulous. Hermione's expression turned slightly peculiar upon hearing this. Although the five of them often spent time together, she could still distinctly sense that Draco did not favor her. He always spoke to her in an elongated tone that reeked of arrogance. Yet today, his tone was surprisingly normal, tinged with a hint of admiration. Marvelous, Gryffindor's brave souls. Shall we meet tonight at 10:30 at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room? Sounds good. Harry joyfully agreed, only to be interrupted by Hermione. Wait. Let us not even consider how many points our 5-person nocturnal adventure will cost us. Simply Hagrid's illegal possession of a dragon poses a significant safety risk. No need to worry about points. You know the invisibility charm, right? I'm quite proficient in that spell. And as for Hagrid's dragon, young Malfoy will handle it, won't he? Baelial glanced at Draco, receiving an affirmative nod. The invisibility charm. That's an upper-year spell. Hermione looked at Baelial, as if she were an all-knowing encyclopedia. Can you teach me how to master that spell? Of course, dear. It's settled then. Baelial winked at the trio, saying see you tonight, lions. Chapter 26. The Norwegian Ridgeback Hatchling. At 10:30 that evening, the two little serpents successfully evaded Filch's scrutiny as they approached the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. Dragon droppings. The plump lady regarded the Slytherin student before her, and, with a slight raise of her brow, uttered the Gryffindor password. Very well, Miss Slytherin. Let this be a lesson learned. Once they successfully entered the Gryffindor common room, Draco wore an expression of astonishment. How did you know the Gryffindor password? I guessed, replied Baelial, her face betraying no emotion, as she had indeed remembered the plot. After the trio descended from their respective dormitories into the common room, Baelial displayed the time with her wand, noting that they were a minute late. Lion hearts. All right, stop looking at me like that. I shall teach you this charm, Hermione. The 5-member invisible squad set forth towards Hagrid's hut. Knock, knock, knock. Hagrid, hearing the knocking, hurriedly hid the dragon egg. Wait, I'll be right there. He opened the door to find 5 neatly arranged little heads. Oh, Harry, Ron, Hermione, good to see you. And 2 Slytherins. They are all my friends, Hagrid. Gazing into those sincere green eyes, Hagrid found it impossible to refuse. Oh, clever Slytherins. Come in, children. As the 5 little heads entered, they began to look around. Where's the dragon egg, Hagrid? Where is it? Now, gentlemen and ladies, don't rush, Hagrid said, retrieving the dragon egg from behind the sofa and placing it on the fire. This little fellow is about to hatch. 6 pairs of eyes fixated intently on the glowing red egg, gradually revealing a crack in its dark shell that radiated outward, spreading across much of the shell. It's coming out, Hagrid exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together. The 5 children exchanged glances, seeing joy and excitement reflected in each other's eyes. With a faint popping sound, a deep brown dragon emerged from the shell, emitting a high-pitched and juvenile call, instinctively calling for its mother. Hagrid gently lifted the small dragon and placed it on the table. The little creature, just born, wobbled as it walked, repeatedly calling for its mother in search of comfort. Oh, poor little thing, poor Norbert. Listening to the hatchling's cries, Hagrid's heart melted. Norbert? It must have a name, right? Come here, little Norbert. Hagrid attempted to soothe the somewhat anxious hatchling with a soft voice. Unfortunately, Norbert did not appreciate the gesture, revealing its tiny teeth as it opened its mouth. Breathing a flame towards Hagrid, he swiftly protected his face, yet lost some of his beard in the process. The sudden fire breathing from the hatchling startled the children momentarily. Merlin. It's ferocious. Such power right from birth. Hermione worried for Hagrid's future beard. Baelial shot a meaningful glance at her magical creature affinity section. Confidently, Baelial extended her hand towards the hatchling. Cuddle, 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 she chanted, invoking the universal call for animals. Miraculously, the little dragon sluggishly crawled toward Baelial, emitting soft whimpers, nuzzling its small head against her fingertips. Hagrid looked on with envy, nearly biting his handkerchief in awe. Wow, this dragon seems to really like you. The little heads attempted to pet the hatchling but were met with nips, as it showed affection only to Baelial. Merlin, why is that? Oh my. I'm petting a dragon, so soft and adorable. What a lovely little dragon. I adore magical creatures. Farewell, dear father. I shall take the care of magical creatures elective. During their conversation with Hagrid, Hermione skillfully extracted the keyword Nicholas from him. This child, did he grow up on a truth serum? As Baelial had successfully altered the trio's perception of Professor Snape, their suspicion now fell upon the stuttering, garlic-scented Professor Quirrell. Who knows if his stutter is genuine? Ron exclaimed. Severus, be grateful to me. You are no longer the scapegoat. In the latter part of the night, the 5 children reluctantly parted from the hatchling, as well as from Norbert, who seemed equally reluctant to leave Baelial. Hagrid, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, My little Norbert, I bought you. I helped you hatch bit by bit. Why do you disdain your mother? Norbert, forgetful. On their way back, Hermione joyfully mastered the invisibility charm and the time-showing charm. She declared that with Baelial around, she simply had to partake in the night excursions, for they offered knowledge beyond the confines of textbooks. Chapter 27. Another mishap. It was Saturday, a delightful weekend for the other young wizards, but for Baelial, it was time for potions remedial classes. Even in her rebirth, she was determined to adhere to the vacation overtaking strategy of her previous life. It was excruciating. Given her current understanding of potions, it was likely that Severus could scold her for 3 days and nights without repeating a single word. System, please hang me. Help. Under Baelial's persistent persuasion, the system granted her a Memory Palace experience card and unusually issued a task. Main task, clear Sirius Black's name. Task deadline, before the end of the first year finals. Task reward, lifetime experience card for the Memory Palace. Equipped with a Memory Palace akin to Sherlock's, Baelial's potions remedial studies progressed rapidly. Upon seeing that rat on the train, she pondered how to rescue Sirius, for the dog-father was a lingering regret for every Harry Potter fan. Although the Ministry of Magic was incompetent, they were not easily fooled. Without evidence, even Dumbledore could do little. Wait, Baelial's mind sparkled with realization. How could she have forgotten them? Though they had long since exited the historical stage, labeled as remnants of a bygone era by the Ministry, who could say whether they lurked in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike? Once glorious legacies had crumbled. Yet who would willingly allow themselves to be submerged by the tide of time, relinquishing the ideals and dreams they had pursued for half a lifetime? Slytherin Dungeon. Good morning, Professor Snape, Baelial cheerfully greeted Severus. The black-robed professor looked up from his steaming cauldron, his narrow black eyes casting a cold glance at Baelial. Put away that foolish grin. Miss Grindelwald, he commanded, straightening his posture and tapping his wand on the desk. I need to assess your current level. Now brew your best potion. Even with the fireplace roaring, she felt a chill. While the atmosphere at Hogwarts was generally relaxed, she still held a sense of reverence for some of the stern, unsmiling professors. The ingrained respect for teachers was deeply rooted in her upbringing. Baelial composed herself, approaching the storeroom to select her ingredients. What a splendid collection. The ingredients for the tooth-enhancing potion were the most abundant, befitting Dumbledore's private dentist. Baelial gathered a plethora of rare materials and placed them on the table, methodically adding the prepared potion ingredients into the cauldron. Severus scrutinized every one of her movements, his expression growing increasingly grave with the passage of time. Wolfsbane potion? Few potion masters can concoct such a brew, which is why it fetches astronomical prices in the market today. The ingredients required wolf hair, and those derived from werewolves produced superior quality. Given the rarity of werewolves, high-quality potions were exceedingly precious. However, Severus had exhausted his supply of wolf hair just yesterday. Where would this little Grindelwald now find wolf hair? After placing all the materials into the cauldron, Baelial produced a tuft of gray hair from her robe and tossed it into the pot. She deftly stirred with her wand, and the potion began to bubble and gradually transformed into the characteristic grayish-blue hue of wolfsbane potion, a striking change in color. Severus picked up the bottled potion, examining it with the most discerning gaze he had ever possessed. The quality was exceptional. It could already be sold in shops. The traditional potion-making system comes crashing down around the young Grindelwald, whose unparalleled talent could, with proper cultivation, Perhaps lead him to become the most distinguished potion master in the annals of wizarding history. Yet, ordinary wolf hair cannot produce such a quality potion, indicating that the little Grindelwald was indeed holding werewolf hair moments ago. From where did you acquire the werewolf hair? Severus inquired succinctly and directly. Well, I got it from a werewolf, she replied, seemingly puzzled as to why her potion instructor would pose such a question. Severus felt the tension in his temples throbbing violently as the veil of composure he held over Grindelwald shattered. His chest heaved slightly as he ominously continued. I am asking you through which means you obtained it, Miss Grindelwald. Oh, I see, she chuckled awkwardly, her gaze evasive. The werewolf hair was from, the Forbidden Forest? Hogwarts rules stipulate such. Certainly not the Forbidden Forest. Baelial interjected hastily, interrupting his conjecture. Severus exhaled in relief. She wasn't entirely foolish. Adult wizards could be injured when encountering werewolves, let alone an 11-year-old child. It was in the Black Forest. The stone that had been suspended in his heart plummeted at that revelation. What did this little giant say? The Black Forest. The werewolf's habitat. How dare she? The professor, aged over 30, felt the impact of his student's revelation, his pale lips quivering slightly. You ventured into the Black Forest alone to seek out werewolves? Yes, also to find the horn of a crumple-horned snorkack. Merlin. Severus felt darkness encroach upon his vision. Compared to the Black Forest, the Forbidden Forest seemed almost serene. Are you devoid of funds? Could you not procure it? The Grindelwald family had fallen to such a state? Baelial hesitated. Though there was still an elder residing in Numengard, she was the sole descendant left. She cautiously glanced at her mentor's expression, which was, well, pitch black. Moreover, it was too expensive. I could not bear to part with the coin. Severus. Why not search in the Forbidden Forest? Because the werewolves and crumple-horned snorkacks are too dispersed within the Forbidden Forest. I have only one night. Searching in the Black Forest would be more time efficient. How did you reach the Black Forest? Apparition. Hogwarts. One can only use it once outside of school. Very well. You have certainly mastered the art of interrupting. Severus felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. It was a rare find to have such potential, yet she possessed a troll's intellect. Miss Grindelwald, I shall report your actions to Dumbledore, he said menacingly, and additionally, due to your multiple violations of school rules, Slytherin loses 5 points. Chapter 28, Halloween. The arrival of Halloween stirred ripples in the otherwise mundane life at Hogwarts. The foreigners certainly knew how to revel. Just look at this group of wizards dancing in cosplay. It was hardly like our Zhongyuan festival, where one wouldn't dare step outside. As Baelial stepped through the door of the Slytherin common room, she nearly collided with a disheveled specter. The pumpkins hanging from the ceiling exuded an eerie green glow, while the deep black lake occasionally revealed massive shadowy figures. Various ghouls chattered cheerfully, and from a distance, one might think they had arrived at the Hall of Hell. Baelial, happy Halloween. Happy Halloween. Baelial decided to take a moment to admire Draco, who looked even more refined than before, with slicked back hair, vampire fangs, and a high-fashion black cloak, radiating an air of nobility. Draco was also subtly appraising Baelial. The annual cosplay festival was a fatal temptation for a lover of the second dimension. Baelial used spells and potions to transform her half-length golden hair into silver, adorned her face with a pattern resembling a chain of teeth, and changed her ice blue eyes to green. With her smile, she exuded a haunting beauty. Any seasoned anime enthusiast present would surely widen their eyes in awe. Whoa. The Undertaker. Can the professor collect stamps? What is this costume? While it is indeed quite beautiful, it does not seem very frightening. Baelial smiled at Draco, transforming her wand into a scythe and striking a pose. The Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper? Is this what the legendary figure looks like? Draco circled her, clicking his tongue. Indeed, Baelial replied earnestly. Excitedly, she pulled Draco to join the Gryffindor crew to beg for sweets, even though she wasn't particularly fond of sugary treats. Where's Hermione? Why isn't she here? Draco glanced back at them. Ron scoffed. We didn't bring her. She's a nuisance, always meddling. Harry nudged Ron, signaling him to be quiet, then sighed as he briefly recounted the situation. Draco shook his head. Weasley, your temper is far too volatile. That's not how one treats a lady. Ron's lips moved, yet no words escaped. Baelial cast a deep look at Ron. You will soon witness Hermione's prowess and understand how remarkable she is. Enough of that. Let us go get sweets. Baelial urged, leading the Gryffindor and Slytherin crew to each professor's office to beg for candy, except for Professor Quirrell. For good reason. The scent of garlic on Halloween was truly off-putting. After begging for sweets in the headmaster's office, she was retained by Dumbledore for tea, where he thoroughly educated her on the dangers of leaving Hogwarts alone. Dumbledore, sighs. You are just like the 16-year-old Gellert, breaking school rules as if it were second nature. However, Dumbledore employed his persuasive charm with remarkable efficacy. So gentle, Baelial thought dreamily. That pair of blue eyes was intoxicating, akin to sipping a cup of fragrant warm wine. So comforting. In the Slytherin dungeon, only Baelial approached to knock on the heavy wooden door. The imposing door creaked open, revealing the scowling potions master glaring at this audacious little giant. Professor Snape. Trick or treat. Severus glares. Baelial smiles. The children behind her trembled as Severus scrutinized Baelial for a prolonged moment, before turning to rummage in the dungeon. Returning with a handful of candy that he tossed into Belial's basket before sharply closing the door. Baelial observed the somewhat wrinkled candy among her haul, which must have been stored for a long time, as no children dared approach the potions master's office for treats. Despite the potions professor's reputation undergoing a reversal, his sharp fangs and lethal venom still deterred the children. Thank you, Professor Snape. The voices of the children outside echoed through the cold walls, and for the first time, the curled-up serpent lifted its head to receive goodwill and warmth from the outside world. Had it not been for the troll attack, this would have been a perfect comic convention. Merlin. How much effort did she invest in restoring this makeup? Moreover, she had fashioned this cosplay outfit herself, using magic to replicate it from memory. Starved after a day of anticipation, Baelial had barely taken a few bites before being interrupted. The feast was abruptly concluded, and Baelial let out a sharp cry. Chapter 29 Close Combat Mage. The grand doors of the great hall burst open as Professor Quirrell stumbled in, breathless, shouting about a troll. Then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. What an exquisite performance. I had no idea, old Voldemort, that you harbored dreams of being an actor. The dinner was interrupted, and each year group returned to their dormitories under the guidance of their prefects. Starved after a day of waiting, Baelial glared at the collapsed Professor Quirrell, grinding her teeth. Had it not been for the presence of others, she would have dearly liked to cast a few painful jinxes on him. Where are you going? Draco grasped Baelial, who was attempting to break away from the group. To find Hermione. Doesn't he know the news yet? Harry and the others have already gone. As Draco observed the absence of two figures from the Gryffindor first-year team, he muttered a curse under his breath and stealthily followed Baelial out of the group. Where to find them? Draco inquired, quickening his pace behind Baelial. The girls' restroom. Upon entering the Gryffindor girls' lavatory, they were immediately greeted by the faint sound of sobbing. Baelial gently knocked on a door calling out, Hermione, are you all right? The weeping behind the door gradually subsided as Hermione endeavored to compose herself. I'm fine, she replied, her voice hoarse and heavily nasal. When the door opened, her reddened eyes were revealed, and Baelial softly comforted her, placing the only candy she had into Hermione's mouth. Professor Dumbledore told me that a piece of candy can brighten your mood. Perhaps it was Baelial's playful smile that elicited a laugh from Hermione, who, while wiping her tears, began to smile. Draco offered Hermione a handkerchief and informed her of the troll's presence, causing her previously tear-streaked face to turn pale. Thank you, Draco. This was the first time Hermione addressed him by his given name, and Draco awkwardly scratched his head, urging Baelial to leave the restroom immediately. The two little lions who had strayed from the group had finally reunited with their companion, Hermione. The trio was rejoined, and Ron apologized to the girl, his face flushed with embarrassment. Childish quarrels were a common occurrence, where both boys and girls clung to their pride, reluctant to make the first move towards reconciliation. Yet, when danger loomed, they bravely stood by their friends, the courage of lions shattering the barriers between them. The innocence and beauty of childhood friendships were unparalleled. However, if they did not leave soon, regardless of the troll, Baelial feared she might starve right there. She practically shoved them towards the door, exclaiming, Hurry, let us not linger. The troll will be here any moment. No sooner had she spoken than they heard the heavy footsteps and the sharp scraping sounds of something dragging across the floor. Baelial, are you a harbinger of doom? Ron despaired. Be quiet, Weasley. Baelial retorted angrily. All she wanted was to return to the kitchen and satiate her hunger. Was that too much to ask? The nauseating stench intensified, and a colossal, grotesque troll appeared in their line of sight, its murky eyes fixated on the children at the door, eagerly raising a massive wooden club and lumbering towards them. Wingardium Leviosa. Perhaps it was fear that unlocked his potential. Ron's levitation spell finally succeeded. The club floated away from the troll's grasp, and as the creature stared at its empty hand, a look of bewilderment crossed its face. It's a perfect opportunity. I can no longer endure this hunger. Her wand, still resembling a scythe due to transfiguration, retained its lethal nature despite its altered appearance. Baelial gripped the scythe tightly and charged at the gigantic figure, which naturally would not tolerate the provocation of such a small being. It roared in fury, its massive fists swinging towards Baelial. Baelial, be careful. Harry's group gasped in terror, with Draco nearly losing his voice from shouting. Baelial dodged the troll's punch, using a levitation spell to propel herself higher. Her toes finding leverage on the floating club, she channeled all her magical energy into the scythe. Shatter. The blade glowed a vivid crimson, revealing her dark magical identity. As the sharp scythe struck towards the troll's neck, with a sickening squelch, green blood splattered against the walls, and the troll's head was severed, rolling across the floor with a look of shock frozen on its face. The massive body crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Baelial rolled over and sprang back to her feet with agility. The silver-gray blade dripped with thick, foul blood, each drop hitting the ground with a sickening plop. Her silver hair veiling half her face, leaving only her green eyes glowing eerily in the dim moonlight. Draco and Ron huddled together, cornering Harry and Hermione against the wall, their expressions nearly vacant as they trembled at the horrific scene. Though it was visually striking, it was not particularly frightening. Is this what the Grim Reaper looks like? No, Draco thought despondently, this is indeed terrifying. Nothing could be more fearsome than Baelial embodying the Grim Reaper. Baelial, are you alright? Harry peeked out from behind Draco, glancing at the troll's corpse on the floor with difficulty. Ron slowly turned his head. Brother, are you serious? Of course I'm fine, Baelial managed to say, though a sudden spasm in her stomach forced her to swallow the remaining words. I'm so hungry. Harry and the others looked at the bloodied troll and then back at Baelial, who leaned heavily on the scythe, words unspoken. Rapid footsteps approached, the troll's previous roar having startled the professors. Given such an angry bellow, it was clear something had provoked it, perhaps a solitary young wizard. Upon realizing this, McGonagall and Severus exchanged grave glances and quickened their pace. They arrived to find the troll's decapitated body on the ground, Baelial precariously standing with the scythe, and Harry and the others huddled in the corner. Oh, Merlin, what are you doing here? You should be in your respective dormitories resting, McGonagall exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. A troll has appeared at Hogwarts, didn't you know? We know, Professor McGonagall, but Hermione didn't attend the Halloween feast today. She was unaware of the news. And we came to find her, Baelial interjected before Hermione could take the blame upon herself. McGonagall then turned her gaze to Baelial, the scythe in her hand stained with the troll's blood. Merlin, Miss Grindelwald, your complexion is excessively pale. Severus approached with a dark expression, suppressing his anger as he said, Miss Grindelwald, how did you assure me last time that you would never venture into danger alone? And now you face a troll and look like this. I instructed you to seek help from a professor in times of peril. Harry and the others hurried to defend Baelial, only to be met with Severus's venomous wrath. Chapter 30, A Familiar Return. The gallant image of having slain the troll now stood in stark contrast to Baelial, who was tortured by hunger, leaning against the scythe. The scolding voices around her became distant and hazy, as Baelial felt darkness closing in on her vision, her stomach convulsing to the point of nearly inducing retching. It was the first time McGonagall had witnessed Severus so furious. Usually, it was she who reprimanded disobedient students, and now she found herself pleading for them. Watching Harry continuously apologize to Severus, she sighed. Gryffindor's house points had plummeted, and Harry was a spitting image of James. Baelial could only catch snippets of words, feeling the need to prove she was not weak. It's not magical exhaustion. Severus halted mid-reprimand, turning to the pale-faced Baelial. What? It's not magical exhaustion. She weakly asserted, I'm just very hungry. Who could comprehend the sensation of both low blood sugar and hunger? Her stomach growled, adding credence to her explanation. Severus, McGonagall. Severus performed a simple cleaning charm to tidy up the scene, observing Baelial, who appeared on the brink of collapse, and deemed it necessary to administer aid. Mere hunger could not account for such a reaction. To the hospital wing. Don't look at me like that. Madame Pomfrey will provide you with food. Mr. Malfoy. Assist her to the hospital wing. The rest of you return to your dormitories immediately. The moment Baelial's head hit the pillow, she lost consciousness. In her slumber, she vaguely sensed someone pressing a cold instrument to her lips, followed by a warm, slightly sweet liquid flowing into her mouth and down her throat. In an effort to swallow the liquid more easily, the man propped up her upper body, the faint scent of roses mingling with a hint of sugary sweetness enveloping his nostrils. She nestled closer into his embrace and soon drifted into a deep slumber. The bright sunlight streamed onto the white hospital bed, and the person upon it stirred, their eyelashes fluttering as they finally awoke. The illusion spell and cosplay makeup had long since vanished, revealing her true self once more. As Baelial opened her eyes, she noticed the bedside table laden with an abundance of get-well gifts. She glanced down, rubbing her belly, sensing a decrease in hunger. Do you feel better now, Baelial? The curtains were drawn back, and the first thing she saw was the crimson starry robe. It was Dumbledore. That aged, bony hand gently touched her forehead, and Baelial could feel the warmth of his palm. Her magical energy had stabilized considerably, less chaotic than before. Is there any discomfort you still feel? His blue eyes, forever kind, radiated warmth towards everyone, distributing his affection evenly among each student, and even newly acquainted friends. Ah, the saintly Dumbledore. Baelial lowered her head to suppress the turmoil within her, her expression darkening as a flash of crimson flickered in her gaze. Wait, why do I feel this way? She widened her eyes slightly, perplexed by this elusive feeling of jealousy. Baelial? Noticing her silence, Dumbledore gently inquired again. Her thoughts suddenly crystallized. She raised her head and smiled at him, saying, "No, I feel absolutely wonderful now, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore ruffled her tousled hair, speaking softly. "I've arranged for Severus to prepare a vial of calming potion for you each week. Remember to collect it on time. Also, regarding the incident with the troll, I know your magical talents are formidable, but you must never jeopardize your safety. Promise me you won't do that again, alright?" His gaze, concealed behind half-moon glasses, dimmed slightly, the depth of his sincere concern wrapping around her like an invisible rope, rendering her unable to utter a word of dissent. "Alright, I promise you, Professor Dumbledore." The golden-haired girl wholeheartedly embraced the White Wizard's care, vowing never to disregard her own safety again. Dumbledore remained silent, observing her for a long moment before turning to leave. Baelial burrowed back under the covers, tossing and turning on the hospital bed, her fair cheeks flushed with a faint pink. A surge of overwhelming joy washed over her. Was this delight perhaps a bit excessive? She buried her head in the pillow, pondering the peculiarity of her emotions. Dumbledore had shown her concern before, yet she had never reacted this strongly. Stop being so foolishly excited. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat in his chair, staring at the photograph in the frame for an extended period, his fingers tracing the handsome face of the golden-haired youth, whose striking heterochromatic eyes seemed to converse with him through the cold glass. There was no mistaking it. That expression was all too familiar. A silvery stag flashed through the fireplace of the office. Upon learning of Baelial's soul distress, he had hastened to the infirmary without pause. Madame Pomfrey, with a serious demeanor, employed spells to quell the turmoil of magic within Baelial, and with the precise collaboration of the potion's master and the healer, her chaotic magic was finally subdued. Although her magical reserves were notably depleted, they had not been exhausted, and hunger alone could not incite such turmoil. It must have been due to the aberration within her soul. Madame Pomfrey carefully examined the state of Baelial's soul, her expression growing increasingly grave as time passed. This young lady's soul suffered severe damage long ago, nearly shattering, yet a mysterious, faint force has been maintaining and repairing it. Nearly shattered. Dumbledore's gaze fell, enveloped in silence. He and Gellert were the culprits, having betrayed their original vows and ultimately parted ways. The fateful duel of 1945 had inflicted a devastating wound upon it. He gazed at the pale-faced girl on the hospital bed, her family shattered, their blood bond broken. Watching Gellert being taken away by the Aurors during their duel, his heart gradually turned to ice. Love, he always told his students, is the greatest magic of all. He hoped they would understand the true essence of love, not to let the murkiness of the world blind them, and betray the love of family and friends, and not to become ensnared like him, perpetually suffocated by despair. Baelial's pained groan brought Dumbledore back to reality, as Severus, with a scowl, forcefully gripped her chin, attempting to administer the potion. But her wild thrashing caused most of it to spill. "Let me handle it, Severus." The White Wizard's gentle voice rippled through the air like a feather gliding over water. Severus wiped the potion residue from Baelial's lips with a tissue, then thrust a fresh vial into Dumbledore's palm, muttering angrily, "Damn that little troll. I've lost half of the freshly brewed potion on this esteemed lady. I can no longer attend to her." He paused, irritably detailing to Dumbledore which potion to administer when and how much to give, before storming out of the infirmary in a huff. Dumbledore supported Baelial as he propped her up, placing a thick, plush pillow behind her for comfort, steadying her head with one hand while holding the potion in the other. As he uncorked the vial, a pungent aroma filled the room, and he gently brought the bottle to her lips. "Baelial," Dumbledore attempted to call her softly. "Be a good girl, drink the potion, and you will feel better." The liquid barely touched her tongue, causing Baelial to furrow her brows, struggling violently. Had Dumbledore not firmly restrained her, the potion would have surely gone to waste. He sighed, leaning in closer, the red starry robe almost brushing against her nose. He melted 3 or 4 lemon drops into syrup and poured it into the potion, bringing the vial back to her lips. "It won't taste bitter this time." Just trust me and try it. Perhaps it was the soothing scent of roses that calmed her heart. Or perhaps the mildly sweet liquid quelled her resistance. She managed to finish the entire vial of potion. As Dumbledore withdrew his hand from behind her head, preparing to rise, a pair of hands seized his robe and yanked it downwards. The sudden movement caught Dumbledore off guard, and he barely steadied himself by gripping the headboard. He looked down at Baelial, who had raised her face, and was momentarily speechless. Her long golden hair cascaded gracefully by her ears, and her ice-blue eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson, her pale pink lips curving into a smile. Al. The voice of the youth carried a deep sense of longing, the affection in her eyes nearly igniting a blaze within his heart, yet it seemed to lack a spark of vitality. The 2 months of unforgettable memories erupted in Dumbledore's mind, nearly paralyzing his thoughts, and the potion bottle slipped from his grasp, producing a sharp clink as it fell. Gellert! It was the 16-year-old Gellert. The boy's love in Godric's Hollow was so intense that he wished to engrave his beloved's visage upon his heart. Yet, this likeness bore slight discrepancies from his memories. There was no spark in those eyes, lacking even a semblance of the Golden Phoenix's spirit, resembling an emotionless vessel. The girl swayed, collapsing into Dumbledore's embrace, and he felt his heart darken. Yes, she was indeed the blood bond. The two youths had forged a pact at the height of their affection, uttering promises, and perhaps the emotions of the master had influenced it. In this moment, he embodied the love that Gellert once felt, while Baelial's soul lay dormant, the portion belonging to Gellert within the blood bond inadvertently assuming temporary control over her body. But why had Gellert awakened? Had something triggered this? Though nearly half a century has passed, the impression left by Gellert still lingers in his heart. An indelible mark that he can never resist. It seems he is fated to be drawn to him. Gellert! He sighed softly, a sound that seemed to be a concession to the past, or perhaps a brave confrontation with the emotions and obsessions that had haunted him for almost 50 years. The person in his embrace nudged closer at Dumbledore's murmurs, then drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 31. The Black Rose of France. Having fully recovered, Baelial sought permission from Madame Pomfrey to be discharged, and her request was granted after rigorous examinations of the healing magic. What? Hogwarts hosted a Quidditch match, and Harry participated as a reserve player. Harry even caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor clinched the championship. Ron described the events with vivid detail, his spittle flying. Baelial was incredulous. The scenario where Harry was supposed to shine in flying class and be recognized by McGonagall had changed. Logically, he should not have been able to participate in Quidditch, and could only watch the match as a spectator. However, both the starting and reserve players of Gryffindor were unwell and unable to compete, and just when Wood was at a loss, Madame Hooch recommended the first-year Harry to the team captain. Wood, who had initially intended to refuse, promptly accepted Harry after assessing his performance. What a joke! What talent could a first-year student possess? Many of them couldn't even ride a broom. Merlin. Yet, it turned out that there truly was. Thus, Harry was able to showcase his remarkable talent on the field, successfully catching the golden snitch and leading Gryffindor to victory. His exceptional skills captivated many younger students, and even the older students praised him. Is this what they call the power of narrative? Truly terrifying. Another peculiar occurrence followed. After her discharge, Baelial noticed a significant change in the attitude of the Slytherins towards her, now tinged with a hint of respect and admiration. Due to the peculiarities of her soul, and the danger of the recent events, Dumbledore chose not to disclose the news of the troll's demise. The only possibility was. Baelial gazed at the red-haired boy, who was boasting about his friend's glorious achievements to the lions. If Hagrid is the bottle of truth serum, then Ron is a wide-mouthed jar. Nonetheless, this was advantageous. It is human nature to subconsciously gravitate towards the powerful, making it easier to win hearts in the future. Christmas is the most grand holiday in Britain, and Hogwarts granted students a 10-day holiday. However, statutory holidays should last 20 to 23 days. Oh, but that's Muggle law. So never mind. Hermione and Draco returned home for Christmas, but many students, such as Ron and Harry, planned to remain at school. Ah, Baelial. Aren't you staying at school? Harry looked rather dejected. There are matters I must attend to, so I will not be staying at Hogwarts for now. Baelial gently patted Harry's shoulder, and if possible, I will return early. 10 days of holiday is quite ample. The plan to rescue Sirius must be set in motion. But before that, she needed to meet someone. Paris, France. The winter weather in Europe is frigid, and with the arrival of Christmas, the streets are nearly deserted. Baelial walked alone into a deep alley, consulting the system's version of the Marauder's map. She discovered that the saints were mostly scattered across northern Europe, particularly abundant in Austria, while the distribution in Britain was sparse. The Death Eater faction, once at the height of its power, nearly ruled all of Europe. Even after its decline, it remains formidable. For a starved camel is still larger than a horse. Such a force must possess secrets beyond the reach of ordinary folk. And surely they have sensed hints regarding serious confession. The quiet alley echoed with the sound of approaching footsteps, the sound growing nearer. They have arrived. Baelial halted her steps. Her gaze fervently fixed ahead, her heartbeat quickening. The Black Rose of France, Vanda Rochefort, blossomed upon the shoulders of the ambitious of Nurmengard. The newcomer wore a beautifully tailored black empire waist dress, her gray-white hair elegantly piled up, a small black hat adding a touch of nobility, while a black veil concealed her features, enhancing her mysterious beauty. Even in her 50s, she exuded an air of regal elegance, a testament to her unparalleled beauty in youth. Vanda spotted a golden-haired girl blocking her path from afar, clearly waiting for her, evidently intent on confronting her. Could it be yet another pack of hounds? Driven mad by even the slightest whiff of news? Yet, the youth of this girl seemed too great to be among those frenzied ones. Could it be an age-reducing potion? Vanda's expression grew serious, her hand tightening around her wand concealed behind her back. Only 10 steps away from Baelial, Vanda finally discerned her features. Sir, she nearly choked. Her eyes welling up, her lips moving but unable to utter a sound. Vanda Rochefort hailed from a pure-blood family in France, surrounded by luxury and nobility since childhood. Just as ancient nations required marriage alliances to maintain peace, families needed unions to uphold stability. Yet, Vanda was born a thorny rose. Unwilling to bow to her family or submit to societal norms, no one could pluck this black rose until that fateful encounter. Gellert Grindelwald emerged like a beacon of hope in her life amidst a world steeped in absurd feudalism. His presence was like a lightning bolt, illuminating her dark existence. From that moment on, only his figure remained in her heart. She, like a moth to a flame, plunged headlong into Grindelwald's world. She became a finely crafted, sharp dagger, shining with cold light amidst the struggles in the shadows, executing Grindelwald's commands without mercy, captivating yet lethal. The proud Black Rose of France bloomed solely for the ambitious one. After the climactic battle of 1945, her master, the leader of the Death Eater faction, was imprisoned in Nurmengard, once revered as a sacred place of spiritual strength by the saints. What had once been one of her master's proudest achievements had now become his shackles, forcing him to reminisce about past glories while enduring present failures atop that small tower. Vanda's heart twisted in agony. Having followed her master for so many years, how could she not understand what a proud man he was? For him, imprisonment was a punishment more dreadful than death. A genius had his wings cruelly clipped and was confined in a cage, neglected for nearly half a century, left to rot atop the tower. For 47 years, Vanda had exhausted every means to rally the saints in an attempt to rescue Gellert from Nurmengard. But all her endeavors had failed against the obstructions of various magical ministries and the International Wizarding Association. She had not seen her master for 47 years, not since 1945. Vanda stared at Baelial's face for what felt like an eternity, long enough to make Baelial slightly uncomfortable. The pain and bitterness in Vanda's heart gradually transformed into a seething rage. How dare she? How dare she present this face before her? The Death Eaters were merely scattered across the world, not deceased. Baelial sensed that something was amiss with the lady before her, and instinctively grew cautious, her right hand shifting behind her back to switch her wand. Hogwarts students under the age of 17 are prohibited from using magic outside, and if she were to cast a powerful curse with her ebony wand, it could lead to serious trouble should the Ministry of Magic come investigating. Vanda's chest heaved violently, her right hand suddenly pointing at Baelial, the green light at the tip of her wand causing Baelial's pupils to constrict. Damn. Why is she coming at me with such a powerful curse? What enmity or grievance could there be? The green and red lights collided, sparks flying as their magical forces clashed evenly. Observing how this youth could withstand her killing curse with such ease, Vanda's expression grew grave. Could she truly be one of those madmen? Baelial cast a fleeting glance at the system panel, and his eyelids twitched. Goodness! The depletion of this blue bar is alarmingly rapid. Indeed, wielding dark magic with my current physique proves to be exceedingly strenuous. A swift resolution is imperative. I can no longer afford to linger. With a serpentine maneuver, Baelial concluded this contest of magical prowess, immediately unleashing a barrage of dark spells towards his adversary. Having held the esteemed position of the second-in-command of the Dark Arts faction for numerous years, Vanda's abilities were not to be underestimated. Even when inundated by the relentless onslaught of dark magic, she remained composed, effortlessly dispelling the attacks. Formidable as she may be, alas, I possess an ace up my sleeve. In an instant, A teleportation duplicate was conjured, and a piercing curse swiftly ended the confrontation. Observe. She resorted to a death curse against me, yet I refrained from retaliating, merely casting a heart-piercing spell to render her incapable of further combat. Baelial bent down to retrieve the fallen wand from the ground, approaching Wenda and casting a prototype manifestation upon himself. Wenda clutched her chest, her body trembling violently, and stared blankly at the unchanging visage of the golden-haired girl before her. The intense pain coursing through her rendered her speechless, and as she gazed into those ice-blue eyes, an absurd thought surged within her. She desperately sought an explanation. Baelial looked down from her elevated stance at the pale-faced woman, who was curled up on the ground, trembling all over, a smile curving her lips. May we now engage in a candid discussion, Ms. Wenda Rosial? Chapter 32. Jailbreak in the dimly lit alley. Only a few yellow streetlights struggled to emit a feeble glow, while moths danced in the halo, ever poised to plunge into the bulbs that could incinerate their delicate wings. Baelial gently brushed her fingers over the etchings on her wand. Each mark was a testament to the battles fought alongside her master, like medals signifying her extraordinary journey. The wand's tip flickered with radiance, emitting a defiant lament, rejecting Baelial's magic from permeating its core. Like its master, it would never yield or bow down. Baelial returned the wand to Wenda, remarking, "Your wand shares your temperament. Do not gaze at me thus. Had I wished for your demise, I would have acted earlier." Wenda accepted the wand, her eyes still brimming with wariness. She leaned against the wall, struggling to rise. And only when the agony in her heart subsided did she venture to inquire, "Who exactly are you? How do you know of my whereabouts?" Baelial candidly revealed her name. Grindelwald. Grindelwald. Wenda recoiled at the long-forgotten surname. "Do not deceive me. Grindelwald has but one descendant, no other branches." Baelial fell silent for a moment, contemplating how to fabricate her tale. In Wenda's eyes, this enigmatic girl's inscrutable silence lingered before she slowly began to speak. "Ms. Rosial, are you familiar with the Blood Pact?" Upon hearing the term, Wenda tightened her grip on her wand, grinding her teeth as she replied ominously, "Of course. My master always carried it with him, until that Paris speech when it was stolen by a sniffer. Knowing of the Blood Pact is advantageous. It makes concocting a narrative far easier." Baelial extended her right hand, gathering magic in her palm, and an invisible wave of power rippled outward. "Do you remember this surge of magical energy?" Her eyes widened in disbelief as she staggered forward, fixated on the pulsation of magic. "This is my master's magical signature. I could never mistake it. Every wizard's magical signature is unique, akin to the DNA and fingerprints of the magical realm, serving as a symbol of identity verification." A soft sigh reverberated in her ears, dispelling the turmoil and unease within her. "I am not the enemy you perceive. In a strict sense, I am not even human. I am the Blood Pact, Ms. Rosial." "The Blood Pact?" It took Wenda a considerable time to regain her voice, stammering, "Isn't it an alchemical creation? Can it even possess life?" "But that is indeed the case, Ms. Rosial, though it may sound preposterous." Initially, Wenda speculated that Baelial might be a long-lost sister of Gellert, but it seemed her assumptions were too conservative. She struggled to digest this absurd reality, and once her emotions settled, she scrutinized Baelial's features. This face bore an uncanny resemblance to her master, yet every aspect echoed that individual, especially those eyes, identical to his. Infuriating. Wenda crossed her arms over her chest, slightly raising her chin, transforming back into the elegant, noble lady she had been moments ago. "Very well, Miss Grindelwald. For the time being, I shall accept your claims. But you did not travel to France solely for this, did you?" "Indeed, let us speak plainly. I seek your assistance and that of the Dark Arts faction." "You require me and the Dark Arts faction? What does it matter if you share blood with my master? Why should we aid you?" She approached Baelial, bending down to meet her gaze, their faces nearly touching. "Do those of the Dark Arts faction prefer to converse nose to nose?" The veil on Wenda's face lightly brushed against her skin, and Baelial regarded the playful smile on her face with exasperation. "It seems we have ventured into ambiguous territory. Ms. Rosial, were you 30 years younger, I might have found myself swayed." The young witch bore a distinct London accent, likely linked to that Dumbledore from Hogwarts. "I doubt he would remain indifferent upon seeing your face. With unclear allegiances, why should we assist you? Perhaps a German accent could also be plausible. Throughout Europe, only Britain remained untouched back then. If I ventured to Durmstrang or Beauxbatons, I would likely be hounded by the descendants of those conservatives, rendering the study of magic a futile endeavor. As for allegiances, Baelial fixed her gaze upon Wenda's dark eyes, the sorrow and anger within her threatening to erupt. "What I yearn for most is to obliterate that accursed Nurmengard and rescue Gellert from within." That familiar gaze. Once, she too had been engulfed in such anguish and fury. Yet repeated failures had brought her to the brink of despair. She despised her own weakness, loathed the hypocrisy of those conservatives. What do you wish for my assistance with? Assist me in gathering information on Sirius Orion Black, who was once labeled a traitor. Spare no detail. Sirius Black? He is a member of the Order of the Phoenix. You wish to aid him. He is of use to me, Ms. Rosiel. Wenda scoffed. Are you so short on allies that you must recruit from Azkaban? Baelial regarded her with an impassive expression. Very well, we shall reconvene here in 2 days, Miss Grindelwald. To be fair, the intelligence network of the Dark Arts faction is remarkably efficient. They meticulously catalog details from Sirius's ancestry to his experiences in Azkaban. Upon acquiring the documents, Baelial promptly made her way to Azkaban. Act first, report later. This is Grindelwald's modus operandi. The Ministry of Magic may follow procedures step by step. But Sirius cannot afford to wait that long. Betrayed by friends and maligned by the world, he wrestles with his own guilt. The inhumane conditions of Azkaban drive ordinary individuals to madness within mere months. Yet he endured a full decade there, sustained by love and guilt for his godson. Who makes heroes bleed and weep? The Ministry of Magic. Azkaban is a prison constructed on a solitary island, forever echoing with gloom, dampness, and darkness. The icy waves crashed against the stone cliffs, and upon setting foot on this land, Baelial felt a chilling sensation penetrate her bones. She layered several warming charms upon herself to stave off the cold. A veritable summer retreat. Gazing upward, the gray sky swirled with dark, ominous figures, and the biting wind howled through the air, piercing her eardrums with its sharpness. Essentially aligning with the Western conception of hell. Merely existing in such a place is a luxury. Baelial meticulously inspected each cell, finding most inmates huddled in corners, disheveled and evidently driven to madness by their torment. A few of the prisoners, upon seeing Baelial, eagerly grasped the iron bars, their vulture-like eyes fixated upon her, uttering incomprehensible words. In cell number 390, Baelial finally encountered Sirius. His unkempt black hair obscured half his face, and the filthy prison garb was tattered beyond recognition. He knelt on the ground, etching into the wall with a sharp stone. His hands were skeletal, with thin wrists that bore a sickly appearance, and the grime beneath his nails was pitch black. Sirius Black? Baelial softly called his name. Sirius's hand, which had been moving, abruptly halted, and his head turned stiffly, like a rusted machine. His cheekbones jutted sharply, his eye sockets were sunken, and his visage was gaunt. Yet his dark eyes shone with a terrifying brightness. The few sparse lines on the page materialized at that moment. Those brief descriptors encapsulating the torment that had plagued Sirius for a decade. Hello, Mr. Sirius Black. I am here to rescue you. Baelial smiled warmly at him. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. Without hesitation, Baelial performed a severing spell to dismantle the iron door. What? The Ministry has placed protective spells on each cell? Apologies, ancient magic is immune. Why? This marked the first time Sirius spoke in 10 years. His lips were cracked, and his voice was hoarse. Baelial stepped inside the cell, intending to lift the kneeling Sirius, but hesitated, feeling uncertain about how to approach the filthy man before her. Her outstretched hand retreated midway, forming a rigid circle in front of her chest, a stiff greeting. Because of Harry. Upon hearing that name, Sirius's eyes brightened as if a long-forgotten marionette had suddenly come to life. He clutched Baelial's robe tightly, tilting his head to gaze into her eyes. Why do those eyes seem somewhat familiar? Never mind. What did you just say? Harry. You know Harry, don't you? His grip was frantic. His expression bordering on madness, as if he were a drowning man clinging to a lifeline. Baelial struggled to free her robe from his grimy hands. Her face twisted in discomfort. Yes, Harry is a very important friend of mine. He currently lives with his aunt and uncle. You are his godfather, correct? Baelial took a step back, genuinely fearful of those filthy hands. Sirius did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, he threw his head back and laughed. His words devoid of logic. As laughter turned to tears, they streamed from his beautiful black eyes. Once he had exhausted his madness, Baelial spoke again. Mr. Black. Come with me. Harry needs you. Come with you? No. I must stay here. This is what I deserve. I killed them. What a foolish madman. Baelial disregarded Sirius's filthy visage, stepping forward to firmly grasp his chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. Do you truly wish for the real traitor to roam free? Sirius Black? Sirius's once handsome face twisted in rage, his body trembling like a dying beast. What did you say? His voice carried an icy chill. Peter Pettigrew is still alive. Sirius's breathing grew labored, his teeth grinding audibly, an overwhelming hatred erupting from his eyes. It's him. Indeed. It's him. The traitor. The coward. Each word was laced with venom, striking at his very soul. How could he have been so foolish? Why hadn't he recognized the treachery of Wormtail back then? If only he had perceived it, if only he had perceived it. Baelial observed the unraveling man before her, gently patting his bony back, whispering words of comfort. Harry has always longed for a true family, Sirius. He needs you. I have already ascertained the whereabouts of Peter Pettigrew. I have gathered enough evidence to clear your name. It has been 10 years. You deserve to be free. Indeed, she was correct. He ought to be free. 10 years of enduring the anguish of betrayal, while the true traitor remained unpunished. The spirits of James and Lily would find no peace while Peter Pettigrew lived. Trembling, Sirius rose to follow Baelial, stumbling out of the prison cell. Chapter 33. The True Truth. Such a brazen prison break naturally incited discontent among the other inmates, who shook the iron bars frantically in an attempt to draw the guards' attention. The Dementors hovering above Azkaban converged on the source of the noise, the previously somber sky darkening further, pregnant with ominous clouds threatening to engulf the island. As Baelial and Sirius emerged from Azkaban, their eyes were met with a swarm of guards floating in the air. What a celestial gathering, she mused. A bone-chilling cold emanated from the Dementors, spreading outward. The bitter chill swept in with the howling winds from the sea, a cold that seeped into the skin and invaded the marrow, freezing the very soul, adding a further layer of gloom to this lifeless isle. Having long endured the kiss of the Dementors, Sirius's complexion had turned pale. He struggled to concentrate, endeavoring not to recall the haunting memories of terror. Here, take this. Baelial extended her old wand to Sirius. What? For what purpose? He croaked. The Patronus charm. You should know it, right? Baelial blinked innocently. Sirius stared at her in shock, his pace quickening. You don't know it? You dare come to Azkaban to break into a prison without knowing the Patronus charm? Baelial offered an awkward smile. Isn't it something you can do? Hurry up and cast the spell, they're closing in. Sirius took the wand, feeling a blockage in his magical core, but fortunately, the old wand accepted him and diligently cleared the obstructions. Expecto Patronum. A silvery light converged at the tip of the wand, silver strands swirling, gradually taking the form of a magnificent canine. It raised its head, bearing sharp teeth, its body taut. Unfazed by the countless Dementors, it was poised to strike, ready to deliver a lethal blow to the enemy. The Dementors surged forward, yet the Patronus nimbly evaded them, leaping and tearing the shadowy creatures to shreds. The Dementors could not approach Baelial and Sirius in the slightest. Baelial gazed at the majestic Patronus with envy. She would never let anyone know that her Patronus resembled an absurdly comical swan that looked like a turkey. Absolutely not. This grotesque, ludicrous Patronus had completely tarnished her flawless image. Albus's Patronus was a phoenix, the most beautiful creature in the world, and although she had never seen Gellert's Patronus, her fragmented memories from their blood pact informed her that it too was splendid. But why did such a remarkable lineage mutate into something so inferior in her case? As the number of Dementors multiplied, Sirius's magical energy began to wane. Gripping her ebony wand tightly in her left hand, and Sirius's hand firmly in her right, Baelial exclaimed, "Hold on to me. We are leaving this place." Space twisted instantaneously, and in the blink of an eye, the island fell silent, the aimless Dementors drifting without purpose, while the raucous inmates would soon face another round of the Dementuous kiss. Outside Hogwarts, England, the strain of international apparition was immense. As soon as they landed, Baelial's legs buckled, and she fell toward the ground, fortunately caught swiftly by Sirius. "Thank you, ugh. Are you all right?" Sirius looked at Baelial's ashen face with concern. She could hardly stand, and his arm was her only support. Baelial shook her head, taking a moment to steady herself until the dizziness subsided before reluctantly releasing Sirius's hand. "Do you possess two wands?" Sirius observed the black ebony wand in her grasp, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "That is illegal." Baelial found it rather amusing. After all, she had just orchestrated a prison break, and now he was admonishing her about wands being unlawful? "I never would have guessed, Sirius, that your moral compass was so unwavering." At present, her drained magical energy left her disinclined to bicker with him. With a weary tone, she implored, "Transform back into your animagus form, and ensure that no one discovers it. Hurry." Sirius's gaze sharpened. This individual possessed nearly all pertinent information about him. If this girl's true identity was merely that of a low-level student, then his years as a member of the Order of the Phoenix would have been in vain. He defined Baelial as enigmatic, formidable, and perilous. Though these thoughts swirled in his mind, he complied with her command, transforming into a tall, gaunt black dog with disheveled fur. Thus, a Slytherin sprinted down the corridor towards the Gryffindor common room. accompanied by a black dog. Fat lady, please. Baelial clasped her hands together, pleading pitifully with the portrait of the plump woman. All right, just this once more, Miss Slytherin. Ron. The moment Baelial entered the common room, she spotted Ron descending from the dormitory. Quick. Hand me your rat. Do not raise any alarms. Scabbers? What do you need him for? He's just finished a snack and is sleeping in the candy box. Ron scratched his messy red hair. Baelial approached Ron, softly elucidating the situation in his ear. As she spoke, Ron's expression grew increasingly horrified. Merlin. This is repulsive. I've been sharing a bed with an adult man for years. I feel like vomiting. I understand your disgust, but hold it together. Just give me Scabbers, and I will inform Professor Dumbledore immediately. Ron reluctantly retrieved the candy box from the dormitory. He's in here. Just take him away, it's too disgusting. Baelial accepted the box and, to prevent the slumbering Peter Pettigrew from escaping, promptly cast a petrification spell on him. Sirius sensed Pettigrew's presence and emitted a low growl of anger, his sharp canines glinting ominously, claws scraping the floor in agitation. Baelial gently patted his fluffy head, calming him. Be patient, dear. The truth shall vindicate you. By the way, where is Harry? Why isn't he with you? Upon hearing a familiar name, Sirius excitedly circled around Ron, occasionally pawing at him. Oh, don't even mention it. Harry has probably gone to see that wretched mirror again. The wretched mirror? You must mean the mirror of Erist. I have long been curious about that enchanted object, but there are more pressing matters at hand. After bidding Ron farewell, Baelial and Sirius dashed towards the headmaster's office. Lemon drop. Thankfully, the password had not changed. Professor Dumbledore. Upon entering, Baelial immediately noticed Severus, his expression grim as he handed Dumbledore a freshly brewed tooth-strengthening potion. What has become of Slytherin's decorum? Must you all behave so raucously? In the face of her head of house's ire, Baelial merely offered a perfunctory apology. Severus's expression darkened further, and upon noticing Dumbledore greeting her cheerfully, he gritted his teeth to suppress his anger. Baelial lowered her gaze and addressed the sorrowful black dog. Transform back. The buried truth deserves to be vindicated. The black dog trembled, convulsing momentarily before reverting to Sirius. Dumbledore's smile faded, replaced by an unusual seriousness as he inquired, Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions, Baelial? Severus's eyes brimmed with loathing and contempt. The very mention of Sirius Black's name seemed to nauseate him. Dumbledore, it has been quite some time. Sirius greeted him naturally. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Baelial extracted a dossier from her robes and presented it to Dumbledore. Take a look at this, Professor. Peter Pettigrew is still alive. The cover of the dossier bore a large, clear image of the Deathly Hallows, brazenly revealing its origin. Upon hearing that Pettigrew was alive, Severus momentarily found his mind blank, followed swiftly by a surge of rage. However, the potion's master quickly employed a mental blocking spell to suppress his emotions, his gaze becoming hollow. Sirius caught sight of the Deathly Hallows emblem on the dossier, and a tempest of thoughts surged within him. Was this child affiliated with the Death Eaters? Hadn't they long since retreated from society? Or was Grindelwald attempting a resurgence? How could Dumbledore permit a wizard of such a background to enter Hogwarts? Did he not fear this child might incite rebellion among the students of all four houses? Dumbledore accepted the dossier from Baelial, casting her a complex glance. This emblem has been absent for nearly half a century. Flipping through the pages, the first line mocked the Order of the Phoenix and derided the British Ministry of Magic. Perhaps the individual who compiled this dossier knew precisely who would read it. A whole section was dedicated to disparaging the intelligence agencies of the British magical community, before finally addressing the main topic. Very well. He has discerned the identity of the individual who gathered this intelligence. After perusing the dossier, Dumbledore returned it to Severus, then turned to Sirius with a gentle expression. I apologize, Sirius. It is our fault for failing to notice the subtle signs back then, which led to your unjust imprisonment for a decade. Sirius forced a strained smile. It is all in the past, Dumbledore. I do not hold it against you. I too failed to see it back then. Noticing the atmosphere had grown somber, Baelial hastily presented the candy box to Dumbledore. This is Peter Pettigrew, an unregistered illegal animagus. Dumbledore grasped the candy box, a rare glint of coldness flashing in his blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped glasses. A petrification spell? We have all been kept in the dark. Played for fools for a decade, Peter. After reviewing the dossier, Severus returned it to Dumbledore, his demeanor composed, clearly having regained his composure. Shouldn't the vindication of a victim be a cause for celebration? Baelial cautiously ventured to inquire of the silent trio. Indeed, it is certainly worthy of celebration, Dumbledore affirmed as he concealed the dossier and evidence, then retrieved a lemon drop from the jar. offering it to Baelial. Thanks to you, our little Slytherin hero. Fortunately, the other two extended their courtesy. Severus's expression had softened, and Sirius's smile appeared less forced. As the sweet and tangy juice dissolved upon her tongue, a wave of relaxation washed over her. Yet an overwhelming fatigue and magical depletion soon enveloped her. Seeing Baelial sway, Severus muttered a curse under his breath, and caught her just as she was about to collapse. As the magic surged within her, Severus's previously softened expression darkened once more, his brows furrowing sharply. Your magic is once again depleted, Miss Grindelwald. When will you treat your poor body with the care it deserves? Such reckless behavior was bound to lead to dire consequences. Gazing at Baelial's pallid complexion, harsh words lodged in his throat, refusing to be voiced. Instead, he withdrew a potion from his collection and forced it into Baelial's mouth. Grindelwald. Her surname is Grindelwald. No wonder she is entangled with the Death Eaters, Sirius realized. Suddenly finding clarity in past events, it all made sense now. Of course, a prison break was entirely justified. Baelial nearly choked on Severus's hurried administration of the potion, swatting his hand away to finish the remaining potion herself. Golden locks concealed her visage, while azure eyes gazed upon Sirius, a gentle smile gracing her pallid countenance. I can wait, she mused, yet the truths deliberately buried do not possess the luxury of time. They yearn daily for discovery, hoping to be vindicated. Moreover, the belated justice can scarcely mend the scars etched upon his heart. Such unembellished, fervent care collided forcefully with Sirius's heart. This child was unabashed in her emotions. The moment he beheld her in Azkaban, she radiated warmth like a small sun, striving to thaw his long-frozen spirit. It had been far too long since he had encountered the comforting embrace of sunlight, and he realized how splendid and ethereal it truly was. Grindelwald. It was no wonder so many had once followed him. Chapter 34. The Mirror of Erased. The attempt to re-examine and rectify the injustices from a decade past would demand considerable time and effort to navigate the bureaucratic labyrinth. Furthermore, given its implications for the Ministry of Magic's reputation, the so-called Minister Fudge would likely obstruct the process at every turn, perpetually wary of Dumbledore's potential encroachment upon his position. His suspicion was matched only by his ineptitude. Historically, positions of power have been occupied by the capable, and indeed, the British Ministry of Magic is in dire need of a thorough overhaul. The number of wizards loyal to the pure-blood cause in Britain is lamentably small, and those of genuine British descent are even rarer. She must find a well-versed informant familiar with the British magical establishment, one who can navigate the world of purebloods and possesses considerable strength. Where might such an individual be found? Baelial pondered, oblivious to the fact that those around her had gradually departed. Baelial Grindelwald, is that your name? A voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up to find Sirius, his gaunt face a tapestry of complex emotions. It is time to go, he declared. The two exited the headmaster's office side by side. Sirius glanced down at the girl whose stature barely reached his chest, and recalled the Deathly Hallows symbol, unable to restrain his curiosity. Are you one of the pureblood party? He inquired. Without hesitation, she affirmed her identity. Are you truly only 11 years old this year? He asked incredulously. Of course, she replied. Merlin, how astonishing. If someone had told him that an 11-year-old child could single-handedly infiltrate Azkaban to orchestrate a jailbreak, he would have scoffed. What a far-fetched tale. Even the most imaginative Muggle novels wouldn't dare to pen such a story. Is this what Grindelwald has become? It seems she has a close relationship with Harry. That unfortunate child resembles a forked tongue, abducted yet cheerfully compliant. Sirius sighed, reverting to his canine form. His current identity was far too precarious to be revealed before his name was cleared. Baelial's eyes brightened as she observed the black dog. Ah, what a fortuitous turn of events. The person I seek is right before my eyes. Sirius Black, a ready-made informant. She had long admired his prowess. Such a pureblood talent was perfectly suited for the antiquated British magical society. Though Sirius appeared outwardly normal, he had endured a decade of torment in Azkaban, leaving him psychologically and physically shattered. Hatred was the potion that sustained his sanity, while Harry represented his hope for survival. Individuals like him were in desperate need of trust, compassion, and concern for the safety of loved ones. Capturing a heart is not a task to be rushed. It must be approached with care, lest Sirius harbor aversion towards her. One day, she would surely draw Sirius into the pureblood cause. Ha ha ha. Sirius suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he glanced at Baelial's gentle smile. Could it be a mere illusion? Let us proceed to the washroom, Baelial suggested abruptly. The black dog emitted a confused whimper. You reek, and Harry will dislike you for it. In an abandoned classroom on the 5th floor of Hogwarts Castle, A boy sat cross-legged before a colossal mirror, his gaze fixated upon its surface, joy and happiness occasionally illuminating his face. The black dog whimpered mournfully, wishing to comfort his pupil, yet feeling unworthy of his attention. Baelial knelt beside the dog, stroking its fluffy head. Go on, Harry won't blame you. I've told you before. He has always longed for a true family. The knots of anguish buried within would only tighten further if left unaddressed. Transforming back into Sirius behind Harry, he observed the child lost in the mirror's illusions, biting his lip to stifle the wave of pain that surged within him. Harry, I heard from Ron that you've been searching for that wretched mirror again. Baelial? Harry rose at the sound of her familiar voice. You're back. He paused, his gaze shifting to Sirius. Who is this gentleman? Baelial nudged Sirius with her elbow, prompting him to muster a strained smile. My name is Sirius Black, your godfather. Sirius was one of your father's closest friends, Baelial added with a smile. Godfather? Harry's face lit up with excitement. You're my godfather. I have family now. He embraced a stunned Sirius. After receiving the fiery warmth of the young lion, Sirius felt a spark of vitality return to him, no longer resembling a lifeless puppet. Why did you only come to find me now? Are you with Baelial? Harry inquired, a hint of confusion lacing his voice. Sirius found himself at a loss for words, his rigidity betraying him. Baelial gently patted his shoulder. Speak up, Harry deserves to know the truth. It's time for you to face it. Sirius inhaled deeply, recounting the events of a decade prior, the harrowing escape from prison. Once finished, he pressed his lips tightly together, bracing himself for Harry's inevitable anger and accusations. Harry fell silent, his head bowed. His reaction sent a pang through Sirius's heart. He had anticipated such a response, yet witnessing it firsthand overwhelmed his defenses. Just as Baelial was about to intervene to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Harry enveloped them both in a bear hug, causing her to stumble and lean against him. Harry held them tightly, his voice muffled and laced with tears. It's not your fault, Sirius. Blame the traitor who betrayed my parents. He set you up. You are a victim too. And that Voldemort, the murderer of my parents. The name escaped his lips with palpable hatred, as if squeezed from between clenched teeth. How could I ever hate you? You are my godfather, my family. And thanks to you and Baelial, I would never have met you, Harry declared, his words and emotions nourishing Sirius's parched soul, drawing him into a tight embrace. It was as though he were comforting the boy's grievances while simultaneously rescuing himself from the prison of his own heart. The courage of Gryffindor never falters in the face of adversity. Once he steadied his emotions, Sirius beheld the unwavering determination in Harry's green eyes. I will personally vanquish Voldemort. He vowed, I will avenge my parents. Excellent. Sirius tousled the boy's unruly hair. You truly are the child of James and Lily. So brave and unyielding. Your hair feels just like your father's. Does my hair really resemble Dad's? Indeed, the hair of the Potter family seems to be perpetually messy. Harry, I heard from Ron that you visit the Mirror of Erist nearly every day. The reflections it offers are ultimately illusory. You cannot remain ensnared in such fantasies forever. Baelial gazed at the enormous mirror, her emotions tumultuous yet tempered by reason. Baelial's words rang true. This mirror reflects the deepest desires of the heart. Unbeknownst to them, Dumbledore appeared behind the trio. People are often captivated by the visions presented by the Mirror of Erist, entranced, even ensnared, yet the falsehood remains but a mere illusion. Professor Dumbledore, Harry stammered, feeling somewhat flustered in the presence of the venerable professor. One must not remain perpetually ensnared by the past. We are compelled to look ahead. Dumbledore gently placed his hand upon Harry's shoulder and spoke softly, beginning tomorrow, this mirror shall be removed. Promise me you will no longer seek it out, will you? Very well, Professor Dumbledore. Sirius, your current identity cannot yet be revealed to the public. I understand, Dumbledore. I merely long to see Harry. Baelial stepped closer to Dumbledore, turning her gaze towards the Mirror of Erist. Can you tell me? What do you see? Freedom, victory, and family. Family? To the right is Grindelwald, to the left is you, and in the center is me. There is another figure beside me, yet I cannot discern who it is. She pointed out each figure in the mirror to Dumbledore. And you, Professor? What do you see? Me. Dumbledore gazed into the Mirror of Erist, his tone imbued with warmth, tinged with nostalgia and sorrow, as if weaving a dream from which he never wished to awaken. I see myself receiving a pair of woolen socks, Baelial. Harry and Sirius exchanged glances, bewildered by the old headmaster's true thoughts. Sirius leaned down and asked Harry why Baelial saw Dumbledore among her family in the mirror. Harry, on tiptoe, leaned closer to Sirius's ear and whispered something, causing Sirius's eyes to widen in astonishment. Sirius held his head in his hands, nearly crumbling under the weight of disbelief, repeatedly inquiring about the truth of the matter. Once assured of its veracity, he stood frozen, grappling with existential doubt, his lips forming the words, Merlin's beard. Baelial remained silent, aware of what Dumbledore meant, a dream that had ensnared him for nearly half a century. Will you go to see him? Baelial suddenly asked. He must miss you dearly. Will you not visit him? Dumbledore merely ruffled her hair, his eyes betraying a complexity of emotions she could not comprehend. Does he wish for me? Undoubtedly. In youth, emotions burned like a raging fire, while in later years, they matured like an aged wine, deepening in richness as time passed. I cannot, he said. I'm sorry, Baelial. Should he turn back, his love would surge forth like a flood, impossible to contain. He is Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, the greatest wizard of this century, and, as Grindelwald referred to him, a saint. Such heavy responsibilities preclude him from recklessly pursuing love. Baelial heard the sound of shattering, an overwhelming sadness and anger flooding her heart. In a daze, she thought she could hear a man's panicked voice. What is it? Who else would love you, Dumbledore? You are all alone now. Chapter 35, Exoneration. Baelial had expected that overturning the miscarriage of justice from a decade prior would take considerable time, for she harbored little hope in the British Ministry of Magic. However, she was taken aback by Dumbledore's remarkable efficiency. Within a mere week, the ministry had responded. On her way to class, Baelial encountered Severus, who, without uttering a word, seized her wrist and continued onward. The potions master, tall and long-legged, moved with an urgency that left poor little Baelial struggling to keep up. Only after they had operated away from Hogwarts did Baelial finally gather the courage to inquire, is Sirius's case to be retried? Yes. The family member he identified as a juror is you, Severus said, slowing his pace slightly. When we reach the courtroom, do not speak out of turn. Do not reveal even the slightest connection to that organization. The wizards there will not trouble you, understood? Yes, rest assured, Professor. I am not so foolish. Severus cast a sidelong glance at Baelial. That remains to be seen. At Wizengamot, the highest court of wizardry, the courtroom was already filled to capacity. The British Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, occupied the highest seat of the hearing panel. His countenance betrayed anxiety, his small, green eyes flitting back and forth between Dumbledore, Sirius, and the other attendees, rather than genuinely seeking to rectify the wrongful conviction from 10 years ago. It seemed this ineffectual minister was more concerned that Dumbledore had finally set his sights on his position, and was preparing to strike. Behind him stood a woman with light blonde hair, stretching her neck, her deep green eyes gleaming with hunger, akin to a hyena on the savannah spotting carrion. Her quill and notepad were at the ready. Dumbledore, I believe there is no necessity for a retrial. The culprit from back then has already confessed. If he were innocent, why would he admit to the crime? Fudge met Dumbledore's gaze, repeatedly dabbing at the sweat beading on his brow with a handkerchief. Moreover, escaping from prison without authorization prior to being released constitutes a legal violation. There is no need to mobilize for a retrial, he stammered, as Dumbledore's gaze grew increasingly frigid, causing Fudge's objections to grow ever quieter. Baelial rolled her eyes at Fudge's obstinacy, thinking it absurd that he would dismiss the truth laid bare before him, deserving of a slap in the face. Mr. Dumbledore, inquired the chief judge, a senior official seated at the highest position in Wizengamot, if you believe this case to be a miscarriage of justice, what evidence do you possess? Evidence, of course. I have, Dumbledore replied, amidst countless skeptical and malicious gazes. He produced a glass vial containing the unpetrified form of Peter Pettigrew. This is the hero who sacrificed himself back then, an unregistered animagus, Peter Pettigrew. As murmurs rippled through the crowd, Dumbledore uncorked the vial, grasped the rat by its tail, and cast a silent counter-animagus spell. Before all eyes, the rat transformed into human form, revealing none other than the presumed dead Peter Pettigrew. Gasps erupted from the jury, the audience and reporters alike, with some scribbling furiously in disbelief. The reappearance of the once dead hero in the courtroom signified one thing. Sirius was innocent, and the true culprit stood before them. Let us express our gratitude to Miss Baelial Grindelwald, a new student at Hogwarts, for uncovering Peter Pettigrew's deception and capturing him, thus bringing this buried case to light after 10 long years. Upon hearing that surname, the British wizards remained largely unfazed, but the Nordic wizards among the Wizengamot exchanged nervous glances, their bodies trembling. The trial of Gellert Grindelwald had inevitably implicated his family, as they had played no small part in his rise to power. However, the records from that trial clearly stated that the ancient pureblood Grindelwald family of Austria had only one direct descendant, Gellert Grindelwald, with no other branches. Where had this little Grindelwald emerged from? Rather than focusing on rectifying this minor miscarriage of justice, the high-ranking judges were more concerned with whether Grindelwald might attempt a resurgence, and if this little Grindelwald bore any connection to that organization. Some among them had already lost their focus. Dumbledore exchanged a glance with Severus, who, having worked alongside the old professor for years, immediately understood the unspoken message. He produced a vial of Veritaserum from his robes and approached Peter Pettigrew. No. Snape. Peter's face twisted in terror as he scrambled to escape. After a decade as a rat, he had forgotten how to walk properly. You cannot do this to me. Are you going to betray him? Severus seized Peter by the hair and forcefully administered the Veritaserum, then released him, returning to Dumbledore's side with a pallid expression. Now, we can finally inquire about the true culprit behind the tragedy that claimed the lives of 13 muggles. Dumbledore, with his hands clasped together, fixed his piercing blue gaze behind the crescent-shaped spectacles upon the diminutive Peter Pettigrew. His voice, though soft, bore an icy undertone. Peter clenched his jaw tightly, beads of perspiration forming on his plump visage. Yet the efficacy of the Veritaserum brewed by the current master of potions was beyond his capacity to resist, compelling him to divulge the truth of years gone by. Yes, it was I. The secret keeper was not serious. He was merely a decoy. I was the one. Although those present had already surmised the truth, the impact of the confession from the individual himself was markedly different. The duplicitous and sordid faade was torn away, leaving the stark reality exposed for all to see, rendering even the most dissatisfied with Dumbledore unable to voice their grievances. Sweat trickled down Fudge's brow. The exoneration of Sirius Black evoked no sympathy for the wronged, a fact that only underscored his incompetence in contrast to Dumbledore's astuteness. Dumbledore continued his inquiry. So, you were also the one who leaked the information? Though phrased as a question, his tone was that of a statement. It was I. I revealed the whereabouts of James and Lily to him. I had no other choice. You all know how terrifying he is. If I hadn't done so, he would have killed me. Peter's voice grew shrill, his entire form curling inward as he endeavored to present himself as an innocent victim. A heavy pall of dread enveloped the courtroom of Wizengamot, and the breaths of the wizards became labored. The faces of nearly all present turned pale. The shadow of Grindelwald, once feared, felt distant. Yet the ominous presence looming now stirred horrific memories from a decade past. In this atmosphere thick with terror, a hoarse, suppressed fury erupted, cutting through the tension. So you betrayed James and Lily to become Voldemort's lackey. You coward. Traitor. How dare you? Harry was merely a year old. How could you betray the trust of James and Lily? It was serious, his features twisted with pain, regret, sorrow, and hatred, his eyes brimming with anguished tears. Each word a dagger of grief. Ivildi. Black. He threatened me, he coerced me. If I did not comply, I would be dead. I had no choice. Peter's cries were heart-wrenching as he gazed into Sirius's eyes, feeling dizzy, momentarily envisioning the sorrowful faces of James and Lily. Alas, Peter. A sigh echoed their shared past, now marred by his treachery. Forgive me, I am sorry. His lips moved, yet no one could hear his confessions, nor would anyone wish to. He was already tainted. The moment he chose to betray the Order of the Phoenix, to sell out friends and ally with Voldemort, the essence of cowardly, selfish blood coursed through him. He had wronged that child, wronged James and Lily, wronged Sirius, wronged Dumbledore's trust. He had wronged everyone. How did I become this way? He pondered, but no answer came. He lifted his gaze to the faces around him, some filled with disgust, others with disdain, some with hatred, and others with heartbreak. He had transformed into a pitiable creature, despised by all, akin to his animagus form. Who has turned me into this? He cried. It was the Dark One. It was Voldemort. Voldemort, it was him. He chanted the name fervently, his voice rising, as the expressions of the assembled wizards darkened. None could predict the actions of a man on the brink of collapse. Someone stood, gripping their wand tightly. The dark mark on their arm felt the tremors of betrayal, and began to heat up. Crimson fissures spread across his body, his skin oozing blood as it transformed into flames that engulfed him entirely. Everything transpired too swiftly for anyone to react. By the time Dumbledore drew his wand, Peter Pettigrew was already lifeless. The transformation from blood to flame to suffocation occurred in mere seconds. Why would he do this? A wizard questioned. Indeed. Why would he choose this moment for self-destruction? The jury and reporters shared this query in their minds. Peter Pettigrew was certain to be sentenced to death. Yet there remained a considerable distance before the execution. Why then choose to end his life now? The deceased offered no answers. Baelial lowered her gaze. Perhaps he sought redemption. Yet the malice within him had transformed him into a being neither human nor ghost, and upon looking back he could no longer find his former self. But this repentance came too late to alter anything. The trial concluded. Sirius Black was acquitted, while Peter Pettigrew perished in shame. The Chief Justice's gavel struck down, marking the end of this case's retrial. Thus, the farcical re-examination of a wrongful conviction from a decade prior drew to a close. Chapter 36. Do not fear, for I am here. With the retrial concluded, the parties involved and the jury prepared to depart. The wizards of the Wizengamot convened briefly before deciding to address this looming future peril. Without delay, please stay your course, Miss Baelial Grindelwald. The Chief Justice rose, attempting to detain Baelial as she turned in silence. Years had passed, yet they remained unwilling to release Grindelwald, even though she was merely a minor witch. The court's wizards will not trouble you. What utter nonsense! Dumbledore interjected, patting Baelial's head and stepping protectively in front of her. Is there something you wish to discuss, Madame Machiavelli? The Wizengamot unanimously believes there are matters to inquire of this Miss Grindelwald. Dumbledore's expression hardened. Machiavelli represented the Wizengamot, not merely herself. And Baelial was now under their scrutiny. Please proceed with your questions, Madame Machiavelli. Baelial peered from behind Dumbledore, meeting the lofty gaze of the Chief Justice with an air of unyielding dignity. Machiavelli's eyes were inscrutable, since encountering this name in the trial documents. She had kept a close watch on the young Grindelwald, finding her behavior incongruous with her age. No matter how much they might scorn Gellert Grindelwald, they were compelled to acknowledge his terror and allure. And within this girl, they saw echoes of the elder Grindelwald, which filled them with trepidation. How the various magical ministries and the International Confederation of Wizards treated the prisoners of Nurmengard. How they hunted down the remnants of the Death Eater faction. And how they suppressed the Grindelwald family remained vivid in their memories. Regardless of whether this young Grindelwald posed a threat, she had to be kept here. Europe could not withstand another calamity wrought by a second Grindelwald. Minister Fudge had previously stated that Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban unlawfully, yet according to the prisoners, someone had aided the escape. Machiavelli's gaze bore down on Baelial. Is that true? What? Baelial retorted, thinking it absurd. She had cast a Confundus charm to ensure everything went flawlessly, and Wanda had altered the prisoner's memories to ensure Baelial's safety post-escape. She scoffed, what? Does Madame Machiavelli believe that a first-year student at Hogwarts could orchestrate a prison break from Azkaban? Machiavelli disregarded Baelial's mockery, chuckling lightly. I am not inquiring of you. I am addressing Mr. Sirius Black. Sirius, still reeling from the earlier revelations, wore a grim countenance. Someone aided my escape from Azkaban. But it certainly could not have been a minor witch. So someone did assist you, Tibertus Ogden, another esteemed member of the Wizengamot, interjected, raising his hand. An Auror approached Sirius with a vial of potion in hand. Anyone can weave a tale, drink the Veritaserum, and we shall believe you. As the words fell, the expressions of Dumbledore, Severus, Sirius, and Bellatrix shifted subtly, the sudden turn of events leaving the assembled jury in a state of bewilderment. Was the escape still of any significance now that the retrial had concluded? Sirius had always been wronged after all. Perceiving the thoughts swirling within Dumbledore and his companions, Tiberius Ogden wore a confident expression, stating, "We merely wish to ascertain that no other dangerous organizations were involved in this escape. We kindly ask Mr. Black to cooperate." Bellatrix felt her palms grow clammy, her heart gripped by an invisible hand, each beat accompanied by a surge of panic and unease. An aged yet warm hand enveloped her own, the comforting warmth offering a slight reprieve. Gazing up, she was met by a pair of striking blue eyes, their gaze akin to a gentle summer breeze, soothing the turmoil within her. "Do not fear, I am here." His voice was soft, yet Bellatrix heard him clearly. It was no wonder the ministry officials revered him as a saint. Indeed, he was the greatest white wizard of the century. Dumbledore was truly remarkable, warm, powerful, and comforting. A bittersweet sensation lingered in her nostrils as she silently tightened her grip on that aged hand. Sirius regarded the Veritaserum before him with a derisive snort, a short, rasping sound of contempt. Seizing the potion, he downed it in one swift motion, bloodshot eyes fixated on the judges, his gaze as piercing and frigid as ice, rendering it unbearable to meet his stare. Tiberius Ogden recoiled slightly at the ferocity of Sirius's eyes, and, forcing himself to regain composure, inquired, "Could the individual who aided your escape be this young Grindelwald?" Sirius gasped for breath, the room's attention heavy upon him as he bit down on his tongue to sharpen his focus. Facing the predatory gazes of the jury, he forced himself to articulate, "No. The one who assisted my escape was an adult wizard. I could not discern his face or identity." Upon hearing his response, Dumbledore and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them, their previously taut nerves slackening momentarily. The faces of Tiberius Ogden and the other jurors turned ashen. We may have been somewhat presumptuous. Please accept our apologies, Mr. Black, Ogden stated. Are we finished? Can we depart? Dumbledore's tone remained gentle. Yet beneath that calm exterior simmered a tempest of fury. Madame McNair directed an aura holding the Veritaserum to approach Bellatrix, posing the final question. Miss Grindelwald, do you have any affiliations with the Pureblood Party? The inquiry struck the gathering like a thunderclap, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. Severus, observing the Veritaserum in the aura's possession, wore a thunderous expression. His eyes flickered with anger, his lips twitching as if on the verge of an explosive outburst. Madame McNair, Severus's voice was low, tinged with distaste at uttering her name. The Veritaserum poses great harm to wizards, and Bellatrix Grindelwald is still a minor. This constitutes a violation of the laws protecting underage wizards. What can an 11-year-old child possibly do? Wisengamot chooses to neglect the true culprits while abusing their power to threaten a child. Truly, this is the highest court of the wizarding world. Disgusted by these wizards, Sirius unleashed his pent-up frustration and scorn. The expressions of Madame McNair and her peers darkened as they admonished. Mind your words, Mr. Sirius Black. Noticing Dumbledore steadfastly shielding Bellatrix, clearly intent on protecting her, Tiberius Ogden glared at him, teeth clenched. Dumbledore, what is your intention? Are you attempting to shield her? Do not forget her surname is Grindelwald. Seizing the opportunity to implicate Dumbledore, Fudge's beady eyes widened with righteous indignation as he declared, Dumbledore, do not let your personal desires jeopardize the entire wizarding world. Unfazed by the barrage of accusations and mockery, Dumbledore replied coolly, regardless of the circumstances, Bellatrix is merely a child. She is obedient and charming. She cannot possibly be involved with the Pureblood Party. The grievances of her forebears should not burden the innocent. She is blameless. Moreover, Bellatrix stood as a witness to his love for Gellert, representing the sole connection he had with him. He was not a saint. He too had those he wished to protect, and he harbored his own desires. In 1899 he had failed to safeguard his sister. In 1945, he could not hold on to his beloved. Now he grasped the girl's hand tightly, vowing never to release it. Tiberius Ogden and the others found themselves momentarily silenced by Dumbledore's unwavering stance, their faces flushed with indignation. The two sides faced off, neither yielding nor bowing. Yet, someone had to bring an end to this impasse. At that moment, a delicate, pale hand snatched the Veritaserum from the aura's grasp, prompting Dumbledore to tighten his grip on the girl's hand. She smiled and shook her head at him, assuring, it's all right, I will not bow to anyone. Grindelwald never submits. In the past, this was true, and it remained so. Did they think to morally bind Dumbledore? Did they believe the Veritaserum could compel her to yield? Impossible. Bellatrix swiftly ingested the potion, and as the bitter liquid met her tongue, her mind's radar went haywire. Goodness, this Veritaserum is tainted. No wonder they appeared so self-assured. She finally understood Sirius's earlier torment. Besides the lack of control over her tongue, a searing pain struck her heart, akin to being gnawed upon by countless insects, accompanied by an irresistible allure. Miss Grindelwald, do you have any affiliations with the Pureblood Party? Bellatrix gritted her teeth, valiantly resisting the excruciating sensation gnawing at her heart. Her gums nearly bleeding, the faint metallic taste spreading through her mouth. No. The expressions of the jury darkened further at her words, and Tiberius Ogden posed the final, vexing question. How did you discover that the rat was Peter Pettigrew's animagus form? This query was particularly tricky, for a wizard's animagus form could not be discerned by mere observation, especially by a newly enrolled student, unless she possessed comprehensive knowledge of all pertinent information. Such capability could only be attributed to the Ministry, the Order of the Phoenix, or the Pureblood Party. Bellatrix's mind raced. How did she discover it? She could hardly claim to possess divine foresight, could she? Better not to risk exposing her dubious prophetic talents. The Marauder's map. On the brink of mental collapse, she finally recalled the alchemical artifact. I saw Peter Pettigrew's name on the Marauder's map. He was not assigned to any year. After researching, I learned he was a wizard who had died 10 years prior. Subsequently, I observed that Peter Pettigrew was simply my friend's pet rat. This explanation was compelling, logically sound. No adult would be seen clutching a map all day, yet a curious first-year student might, especially considering Hogwarts' tradition of nighttime escapades. Have we asked enough questions, ladies and gentlemen? Madame McNair forced a smile. We apologize for any distress caused, Miss Grindelwald. You are free to leave. Is that so? I have no intention of departing just yet. Bellatrix snatched the Veritaserum from the Auror's hand, only to be intercepted by Sirius. Professor, the Veritaserum is compromised. Bellatrix handed the potion prepared by the Wisengamot's wizards to Severus. Her action was so swift that it left the jury's faces paling as they processed her words. Severus uncorked the vial and inhaled gently, his expression shifting dramatically. A grave seriousness settled upon his brow, his countenance as grim as winter frost, instilling a chill in the air. Indeed, there lies an issue. The feathers of the absolute sound bird have only been utilized in half measure, while a hallucinogen has been infused into the Indian incense powder. This concoction results in those who consume the potion responding exclusively to predetermined queries, regardless of the nature of the inquiries posed to them. How cunningly devious! The murmurs of the journalists crescendo, akin to barbs piercing their spines in vitriol. Not only have they tarnished their own reputations, but they have also soured relations with the chief sorcerer of Wizenagmo. Truly, they have suffered a double loss. Dumbledore, this is the first and last warning. Do not scheme against my students again, for I shall truly be angered. Dumbledore's demeanor, typically gentle, transformed. His voice resonated like the chilling clank of iron chains. Heavy and sharp, each syllable akin to the clash of those chains, emitting a disquieting chill. Following a faint sound of a detonation, Dumbledore and his companions departed Wizenagmo. As for how this unexpected episode would be spun by the vulture-like journalists, it was not a concern for them. Chapter 37. I shall stand behind you forever. Hogwarts. The headmaster's office. Hogwarts cannot perform apparition, with the exception of the headmaster. Sirius's trial concluded, granting him his freedom, yet he remains without a place to go. The Black family manor has stood empty for many years, likely festooned with mildew, unsuitable for habitation at present. Baelial gazed up at Sirius, who towered over her, and suggested, "Why not reside in the Slytherin dormitory? I can fashion you a warm dog bed." Sirius, Severus scoffed, turning to leave. Dumbledore patted Baelial on the head and assured her, "I shall resolve Sirius's living arrangements." He provided Sirius with a key to a designated location for temporary residence, advising him to return to the Black Manor once matters had stabilized. Sirius accepted the key, quietly expressing his gratitude to Baelial and Dumbledore before departing. Baelial watched longingly as Sirius exited the headmaster's office, uncertain if she had made any impression on him, or whether she might one day choose to join the pureblood party. "Baelial," Dumbledore waved her over, "come, let us converse." Baelial seated herself opposite Dumbledore, nervously cradling a steaming cup of honey tea, sipping it delicately. Perhaps aware of her aversion to overly sweet flavors, Dumbledore had prepared the tea with only a hint of sweetness, perfectly suiting her palate. Dumbledore had never favored sweet foods. Yet it was Gellert who had persistently urged him to indulge in confections, only for Gellert to later develop a distaste for them while Dumbledore grew fond of their sweetness. "You have chosen the path of Gellert, have you not?" The inquiry was direct, piercing, devoid of any preamble, leaving Baelial at a loss for how to respond. She would undoubtedly choose this path, but how would Dumbledore perceive it? Would he attempt to dissuade her? Baelial held her teacup in silence for a protracted moment, inhaling deeply as she met his profound azure gaze. "Yes," she affirmed, "I have chosen this path." "I see. Is there anything I may assist you with?" Baelial blinked in confusion, her ice blue irises reflecting the warmth of Dumbledore's kindly, smiling visage. "Why?" she queried incredulously, her hair standing on end. "You do not wish to deter me? Are you not fearful of my following in Gellert Grindelwald's footsteps?" "No, you shall not." Dumbledore's gaze drifted into the distance, as if lost in a past he could not relinquish, engulfed in the shadows of bygone days. "You are not like Gellert. His radicalism, his malice, his ambition, sprouted like tender shoots 2 months ago. I was acutely aware of his perilous nature and trembled in silence, yet I still regarded him as the nectar of life, succumbing willingly to his allure." The suffocating weight of familial oppression rendered Dumbledore breathless. The malice of the outside world pierced deeply into his heart, entrapping the 18-year-old boy in a desolate expanse. In the depths of unending darkness, Dumbledore believed he had acclimated to solitude, repression, and reproach, until a touch, akin to angelic wings, bestowed upon him an unprecedented radiance and warmth. A 16-year-old youth, brimming with youthful arrogance, was the sole individual with whom he could resonate on a spiritual level, the only one who could comprehend him. The proud golden bird had intruded into his life forcefully, without regard. That was his salvation, the singular light in his shadowed existence. How could he relinquish it? In the face of his dearest friend, amidst the concealed malevolence within the heart of his beloved, he chose to disregard it, to indulge it. However, his indulgence allowed Gellert's malice to burgeon like rampant weeds, and his indifference rendered Gellert so radical that retreat became impossible. "I can discern, Baelial, that you harbor ambition and a darker side, yet your benevolence restrains the malevolence within." You cannot turn a blind eye to the weak, can you? Baelial parted her lips, yet found herself at a loss to refute his assertion. She acknowledged the presence of a shadowy, sinister aspect within her. Sacrificing and spilling blood for her goals was inevitable. Yet to extinguish the innocent lives of the weak was beyond her. Dumbledore offered her a pastry, continuing, "Let me pose another question. Do you align with Gellert's ideology?" Baelial accepted the box and, without hesitation, declared, "I do not agree. His ideology is excessively radical, treating Muggle lives as mere livestock, cloaked in the garb of freedom and peace while being nothing more than terrorism." She cast her gaze downward, observing the delectable pastries within the box, exhaling softly. "I can empathize. It is natural for a wizard to feel apprehensive witnessing the rapid advancement of Muggle technology. However, achieving equality and freedom for wizards through the enslavement of Muggles by inciting war is an impossibility. Wizards must indeed bask in the sunlight, yet not through the means of war. See." Dumbledore's smile bloomed like a gentle spring breeze, warm and tranquil. "This is where you diverge from him. While both of you aspire for equality between wizards and Muggles, your chosen paths differ. If Gellert's proposals were not so radical, would you support him?" Baelial articulated a question that had long been buried in her heart. "Of course, our dreams are so beautiful that I would undoubtedly support him," he replied, his voice trailing off. "Regrettably, I penned many letters to him in the past, urging him not to be so radical, yet he never heeded my words. Can I trust you?" The girl's voice was light, laced with a hint of laziness, as if playfully appealing to an elder. "Certainly," the elder's smile radiated kindness, tinged with mischief. "I shall forever stand behind you, always." "Merlin," Baelial buried her face in her palms, her cheeks flushed as if they might ignite. The sensation of being wholeheartedly trusted and supported was exhilarating. "Damn it, I seem to have fallen too." As the conversation drew to a close, Baelial rose stiffly, awkwardly bidding the professor farewell, before turning to leave. Dumbledore called out to her just as she was about to step through the door. She turned her entire body towards the venerable professor. "This is the invisibility cloak James Potter left for Harry, originally intended for Christmas, but delayed due to Sirius's case." Dumbledore gently ruffled Baelial's hair and said, "Please deliver this to Harry. I entrust it to you, Baelial." Cradling the invisibility cloak, Baelial exited the headmaster's office, nearly stumbling in her haste. "This is truly overwhelming," she thought. Chapter 38, A Fateful Encounter. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of assisting Sirius Black in clearing his name. Reward: Lifetime Experience Card for the Memory Palace now issued. A lifetime experience card, indeed. The effects of this were in no way comparable to those of a temporary pass. Knowledge entered her mind in a peculiar manner, neatly organized into its respective compartments. For the first time in 18 years, her mind had never felt so lucid. Is this the mind of a genius? How delightful. Baelial strode lightly, cradling the invisibility cloak, humming a quaint melody from his homeland, expertly navigating the hall to locate their small group. "Harry, Professor Dumbledore asked me to deliver this to you. He said it is a gift from your father." Baelial handed the cloak to Harry, who accepted it and slowly traced his fingertips over the intricate patterns, mist beginning to veil his emerald eyes. This was a relic from his father, the sole tangible connection he had to his parents, a witness to his father's past, and a vessel for Harry's profound yearning and nostalgia for his loved ones. A manifestation of love itself. "Please convey my gratitude to Professor Dumbledore, Baelial." Harry's voice was a mere whisper, choked with emotion, as if a gentle breeze could disperse it, yet it carried a weighty sentiment. "Is this a cloak?" Ron poked at the fabric, noting its distinct texture. "Is it made from some special material?" Harry unfurled the cloak, inspecting it for anything unusual, while Draco, intrigued, reached for the peculiar garment, only to find his hand vanish the moment he touched it. Or rather, the entire cloak seemed to disappear. Startled, Draco withdrew his hand as if burned, his pallid cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "I didn't mean to." He stammered in explanation. "Hey, look, the cloak has reappeared," Hermione exclaimed, her brows arched in disbelief, her dark eyes sparkling with wonder. "This is incredible. May I have a look, Harry? A cloak that can render one invisible." The boys were in a frenzy of excitement, drawing the attention of nearby young witches and wizards. "She'll keep it down. You're disturbing others," Hermione admonished, turning the cloak over in her hands, contemplating whether it was an alchemical creation, or merely enchanted with an invisibility charm. "This is a unique invisibility cloak. One of the legendary Deathly Hallows." Baelial grinned as he admired the smooth fabric, enthusiastically introducing his friends to this famed artifact. "Deathly Hallows? What on earth is that? It sounds amazing." "Well, that requires delving into an ancient legend. Are you familiar with the tale of the three brothers?" It's a well-known wizarding story. Is it the one about Death and the Three Brothers? My mother used to tell me that as a bedtime story. Draco finally recalled a familiar name from the recesses of his memory. Though Hermione and Harry grew up in Muggle households, they had encountered the tale in the library, while Ron and Draco had heard it repeatedly since childhood, able to recite it even with their eyes closed. Death bestowed upon the three brothers a wand, a cloak, and a resurrection stone. These three objects are known as the Deathly Hallows, and this cloak is one of them, belonging to the youngest brother, Merlin's beard. The legendary Deathly Hallows. So this story is indeed real. The veracity of the tale remained unconfirmed, yet the existence of the Deathly Hallows was undeniable. This is so cool. Mate. Ron gripped Harry's shoulders tightly, shaking him with enthusiasm as if to transmit his excitement through each jolt. The Potter family possesses a gift from the legendary Death. By Merlin's beard. We won't need to practice the invisibility charm for our night escapades anymore. Is that all you care about, Weasley? Just take a look at the calendar. How long until the final exams? Is your mind incapable of holding anything beyond night adventures and Quidditch? The 11-year-old Miss Granger already bore the semblance of a future minister of magic, her disdain evident for those who were so frivolous. The young witches and wizards felt as though a cold rain had drenched them, their earlier excitement extinguished, smiles frozen on their faces. Final exams. The wizards groaned, lamenting their fate. Why must we have these? I haven't studied at all. Baelial interjected, not to worry. I have something to help. What's this? Baelial brandished a weathered notebook. It's a Ravenclaw senior's notes, comprehensive, well-organized, and highlighting key exam points. Where did you get that? Did you buy it second-hand? Of course not. It was lent to me by a senior. She needs it for her OWLs, so there's no way she'd sell it. No one could resist Gellert Grindelwald's charm. And if anyone could, it would be twice. So tonight, let us form a study group in the library and test out this invisibility cloak, since tomorrow is the weekend. The young witches and wizards unanimously agreed to Baelial's proposal, though only one among them was truly intent on studying. Baelial led the way, lamp in hand, but curiously, they were not heading to the library but rather to the Forbidden Forest. Initially, they had been reviewing exam materials, but somehow the name Nicholas Flamel had been uttered, leading the conversation from potion ingredients to Professor Quirrell's identity, and the Dark Lord's interest in the Philosopher's Stone. Each had their own theories about Professor Quirrell's true nature. Some speculated he was a dark wizard concealing his identity, while others suggested he was Voldemort's minion, and some even theorized he was Voldemort himself. Each student staunchly defended their viewpoint, attempting to use knowledge from their texts to counter one another. As their debate escalated, they inadvertently drifted from the study area to the restricted section, and when Dumbledore and Argus Filch finally discovered them, Baelial and his friends were engrossed in their fervent, hushed arguments, each clutching a forbidden tome. Dumbledore intervened, halting the irate caretaker, kindly docking them each 10 points and awarding them a half-day excursion to the Forbidden Forest. Coincidentally, Hagrid was headed into the forest for a task, and he took them along. However, not all 5 children could accompany him, as they were being punished not for a legitimate night excursion. Ultimately, Hermione teamed up with Ron and Hagrid, while Baelial, Harry, and Draco formed another group, each having a capable wizard amongst them, instilling confidence in their teammates. Baelial and his companions merely needed to collect some potion ingredients from the forest's edge to fulfill their task, which posed little danger, until Merlin decided to play a cruel joke on them. In the tranquil forest, the silvery moonlight filtered through the sparse canopy, casting a layer of frost upon the ground, with only the occasional chirping of insects and rustling of leaves breaking the silence. A faint sound of swallowing emerged from the nearby thicket, resembling the unsettling sound of some creature feeding on blood. Could it be a werewolf? Baelial's eyes brightened, as high-grade potion ingredients could not escape. She gestured for Harry and Draco to lower their voices, and the three moved stealthily toward the bushes. Baelial dimmed her lamp and parted the dense foliage, peering ahead. In the moonlight, a cloaked figure, obscured in shadow, was bent over a pure and noble unicorn, draining its blood. Silver blood pooled upon the ground, forming a serpentine trail, while the unicorn writhed in agony, emitting a hoarse and mournful cry. The stark clash of purity and malevolence was palpable. Old Voldy, we meet again," Baelial murmured. What was that? Draco and Harry's breaths hitched, their blood running cold, their minds blanking with dread. "Shoo, don't be afraid. I'm here," Baelial reassured, switching her wand, ready to launch a surprise attack on the shadowy figure. The ancient magic coursing through the blood manifested for the first time before the world. A chilling crimson light coalesced, striking the cloaked figure with blinding speed, tearing through the darkness with fierce intent. The silent version of the Cruciatus curse. The struck figure tumbled to the ground, limbs twitching, their cries piercing and sorrowful. The cloak rent asunder, revealing the true visage of the assailant. Though his face was contorted in agony, it was still recognizable. Professor Quirrell. Chapter 39. The First Confrontation. Quirrell trembled as he rose unsteadily to his feet, shaking his heavy head and muttering a curse under his breath. A futile waste of words directed at no one in particular, before slowly lifting his gaze to the three of them. Strangely, the normally timid and garlic-scented professor of defense against the dark arts now bore a gaze as sinister as that of a serpent. Cold and sharp, as if ready to strike with venomous fangs. My goodness, why does that gaze so closely resemble that of Voldemort? Baelial clicked his tongue. Could it be that her heart-wrenching curse had incapacitated Quirrell, allowing Voldemort to take over? Grindelwald's little minion, the Malfoy heir, and Harry Potter. The last name he uttered with gritted teeth, a chilling smile creeping across his pale visage, sending shivers down one's spine. You reckless little fools, Avada Kedavra. I can't believe this. Armor of protection. Baelial could certainly confront Quirrell head-on, but with two children present, their safety took precedence. Upon seeing the killing curse thwarted by Baelial, Quirrell's pupils dilated in sudden disbelief, and he unleashed a barrage of curses, only to have them repelled by the silvery barrier. What is up with this Grindelwald? Why can her shield charm deflect everything? Merely defending wouldn't suffice. Retreating into a shell was not Baelial's style. She swiftly warned the two not to move, casting a shield charm around Harry and Draco while she faced Voldemort alone. So Baelial Grindelwald, your magical prowess is truly remarkable. Join the Death Eaters, and I shall bestow upon you unparalleled power and status. As the two seemed evenly matched, Voldemort sought to recruit talent. Baelial smirked, shaking her aching right hand, and continued her assault. I'm devoted to the pureblood party. I am already a follower of Gellert Grindelwald. Initially, witnessing Baelial's adept defense against the mysterious Death Eater had restored some color to Draco's pale face, but upon hearing Baelial's declaration, it drained to a ghostly white. Baelial claimed allegiance to whom? Gellert Grindelwald. But when did she join the pureblood party? She never informed me. Is that the crux of the matter? Potter. That's the pureblood party. That's Gellert Grindelwald. How does that differ from joining the Death Eaters? If the Ministry finds out, it's a ticket straight to Azkaban. Or perhaps even Nurmengard. The mention of the pureblood party momentarily confused Quirrell, who scoffed at the organization. You mean that deluded dreamer, Gellert Grindelwald? He is a failure, a remnant of a bygone era, sentenced to life in Nurmengard. Who remembers him now? It's over. Harry said, his voice dry. How can he be so brave? What's wrong? Does Baelial idolize that dark wizard? Not just that, Gellert Grindelwald is her direct blood relative. Draco Merlin, someone save him. Baelial's hand trembled around her wand, her knuckles white with strain, veins bulging at her temples, fury blazing in her striking blue eyes. How dare he defame my patron before me? Very well then. I intended to toy with you, but now I want you dead, Voldemort. Baelial took a deep breath, channeling all her ancient magic into the Elder Wand, an unending torrent of advanced dark spells surging toward Quirrell. Quirrell's face turned ashen, his pupils quivering. How had this little Grindelwald suddenly become so powerful? Previously he could attack, but now he was reduced to mere defense, his arm numbed by the force of her spells. The initiative in their duel now firmly in Baelial's grasp. Damn it, are all Grindelwalds this outrageous? Voldemort. He is Voldemort. Merlin. Baelial is evenly matched against the Dark Lord. Draco widened his eyes, fixated on the duel, his resolve to introduce Baelial to Lucius strengthening. Yet Harry seemed oblivious to Draco's murmurs, his pupils constricting like pinpricks, veins standing out on his forehead and neck, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, nails digging into his palms. His chest rose and fell rapidly, words escaping his lips in a hoarse whisper, cutting like a blade. Voldemort. He killed my parents. Destroyed my family. Voldemort's power was undeniably formidable, but the body confronting Baelial was Quirrell's, vastly inferior to the Dark Lord's might. After several more curses, Quirrell staggered, dark red blood congealing on his chest, his breathing ragged, each gasp drawing forth blood-tinged foam, the metallic taste of iron lingering on his tongue. He couldn't hold on much longer. The shield charm protecting Draco and Harry flickered and finally vanished. Harry took heavy steps toward Baelial, his gaze fixed intently on the beleaguered Quirrell. What does it matter how much you care for Gellert Grindelwald? You will never save him. You stand against the Ministry, against the wizarding world, against Dumbledore. Can you do it? Do you dare to kill him? You cannot. You will never save him. His expression bordered on madness, his black eyes gleaming with a red glint. He understood this little fool's obsession with Grindelwald. Yet he also recognized her profound trust in the saintly Dumbledore. The interplay of light and dark, the fusion of good and evil, a contradictory existence, clashed with the hypocritical and putrid world around them. You would never understand, Tom. Baelial sneered. In your eyes, the world is merely black and white, for you are a soulless monster, never having considered accepting love from the outside world. A cold-blooded, selfish, violent Dark Lord is doomed to fail. You. His visage contorted in rage, nails digging into the ground, drawing crimson streaks as he attempted to raise his wand. Squeezing the last vestiges of magic from his body, yet ultimately collapsing in despair. Harry, do you wish for revenge? Yes. How could I not? The Savior's emotions surged with more intensity than ever, a tidal wave of hatred threatening to burst forth from his green eyes. Then take it. Baelial placed the bloodied elder wand into the boy's palm, tightening her grip around his hand, slowly raising her arm. The wand's tip aimed at the struggling Dark Lord. The enraged young lion extended his claws toward his fated enemy, a golden serpent coiling protectively behind him. Its scales shimmering coldly, slitted pupils piercing, each movement imbued with deadly grace, as if the Grim Reaper whispered in silence. As their magic flowed into the elder wand, Baelial stood behind Harry, leaning close, her whispers intimate, resembling lovers sharing secrets. Recite the killing curse with me. Wait. Draco's attempt to intervene came too late. Avada Kedavra. A blinding green light pierced Quirrell's body, the fleeting brilliance leaving behind a luminous trail, like tears fading into the darkness, which now quivered with an imperceptible tremor. The Dark Lord's angry roar echoed, dissolving into a cloud of smoke as he vanished into the shadows. Chapter 40. On the Birth of an Actor. Quirrell's body fell like a withered branch struck by lightning, raising a cloud of dust. In the dimly lit forest, the shadows of trees intertwined like countless withered hands, swaying gently in the wind. Harry clutched the hem of his garment tightly, his eyes fixated on the lifeless form. Is he dead? His voice rasped like dry leaves scraping against sandpaper, coarse and cracked, as if a little more force could shatter him entirely. Did I kill Voldemort? No. Quirrell is merely a vessel. Voldemort's soul is attached to him, and the killing curse only claimed Quirrell's life, not Voldemort's. You have done remarkably well. Baelial's voice was soft, akin to the moonlight filtering through frosted glass. The Dark Lord was severely weakened by the killing curse, and for the time being, he lacked the strength to rise again. We are all quite young, we have time on our side. Harry, it is unnecessary for you to shoulder all the responsibility alone. Do not forget you have your friends, myself, Draco, Hermione, Ron, and your godfather. We will always be here for you, so do not despair, all right? The boy's eyelashes fluttered gently like the wings of a butterfly, letting in fragments of light with each blink. These words flowed into his heart like warm honey, and a soft curve involuntarily graced his lips. Indeed, he was not alone in bearing this heavy burden. He had friends, a godfather, and family. Seeing that Harry had calmed down, Draco awkwardly approached. I think we should focus on how to evade the professor's inquiries for now. He glanced at the fallen Quirrell, and then at Baelial. One professor lies dead in the Forbidden Forest. Although he was Voldemort's minion, you used the killing curse. Merlin, what if we are discovered? Do not fret about that. I would not dare to use an unforgivable curse without preparation. Baelial produced another wand, shaking it lightly. It was the ebony wand. You have 2 wands. Why didn't you mention this earlier? I worried for nothing. Draco exclaimed, astonished and enraged by Baelial's oversight. Baelial chuckled sheepishly, attempting to comfort the sulking platinum-haired boy, assuring him that he would never let him worry again. The initially heavy atmosphere lifted, as the bright moon broke through the clouds, silver light cascading softly through the gaps in the treetops, illuminating the silhouettes of the 3 children who were now laughing and playing. After such an ordeal, the trio lost interest in gathering potion ingredients. They had already collected enough to satisfy their requirements, so they decided to return the way they came. Halfway back, they encountered Hermione and Ron. Hermione appeared quite normal, but Ron's face still bore the expression of someone who had just escaped a nightmare. Upon inquiry, they learned that Hagrid had taken them to collect venom from acromantulas. Acromantulas? That has nothing to worry about. Ron is terrified of ordinary spiders, let alone one of that size. If he didn't run, it would be a miracle. The 5 friends regrouped, sharing their information. Indeed, the Forbidden Forest was lively tonight, with the Dark Lord taking a stroll. What? That garlic professor is the Dark Lord. That settles it. I've sensed something was amiss with him. The Dark Lord must be after the Philosopher's Stone. What? You used the killing curse on Quirrell? Brothers, your night has been nothing short of perilous, Ron said, patting Harry's shoulder gravely. How do you intend to spin this tale to the professors? Isn't that simple? Baelial beckoned the children to gather close, forming a tight circle. We will do this, and this. Remember, every word you speak must be heartfelt. Baelial tapped a small blackboard, highlighting the key points. The young wizards nodded seriously, committing this instruction to memory. Hagrid. The young wizards found the towering half-giant just as he was heading back to his hut, surrounding him eagerly. The Dark Lord. The Dark Lord is Professor Quirrell. We saw the face of the Dark Lord. Quirrell was killed by a mysterious dark-robed wizard. The children buzzed like startled sparrows, each trying to be the first to convey the crucial news. Their cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling with excitement. Their words tumbled over one another. Hagrid was momentarily stunned by this overwhelming revelation, struggling to piece together the events and comprehend the situation, but the cacophony of voices from the young wizards was too chaotic. Each word felt like a small stone, crashing into his disordered thoughts, sending ripples of confusion. Wait, children. The half-giant's voice boomed, attempting to calm their flustered hearts. Be quiet, take your time, and explain it clearly, all right? Harry, you go first. Harry took a breath, looking up and blinking his large green eyes, recounting the events from start to finish, his tone still tinged with anxiety. We three saw it. Professor Quirrell was hunched over a unicorn, drinking its blood. And then he spotted us. He intended to kill us. We were terrified. Baelial intercepted several of his attacks, but he was too powerful, and we stood no chance. Just when Quirrell was about to kill us, a mysterious dark-robed figure intervened and killed him. Merlin. During the struggle, Quirrell's cloak was torn, and we glimpsed the back of his head, which bore a face resembling Voldemort's. Merlin. Hagrid wiped the cold sweat from his brow, a look of dread crossing his features. This is too perilous. I must inform Professor Dumbledore at once. You 5 children should hurry back to your dormitory. It is too dangerous outside. Hagrid escorted the 5 children back to Hogwarts Castle, before heading alone to the headmaster's office. Baelial's classroom. Remember, we are a group of 11-year-old wizards. Our recounting of events should not be overly coherent, mingling confusion with a touch of clarity. Moreover, our delivery of information should not be too orderly. That would feel disingenuous. Our present emotions should be one of panic, with everyone eager to be the first to relay this alarming news to the professors. They had temporarily averted Hagrid's suspicions, but they could not afford to be complacent, for they might still face Dumbledore's inquiries the following day. Indeed, they had navigated through the night without incident, and the next morning, they all received an invitation from the headmaster for tea in his office. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore leaned slightly forward, his hands relaxed and interlaced atop the table, his blue eyes exhibiting a near-translucent quality under the gentle light, reminiscent of the waters flowing beneath the surface of a frozen lake. You saw a face resembling Voldemort's on the back of Quirrell's head? How can you be certain that it was Voldemort? Harry's face gradually flushed, his fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his shirt, for it was because of this scar. He pointed to the lightning-shaped mark on his forehead, his voice dry yet imbued with a hint of determination. Baelial's classroom. Remind yourself that what you perceive is the truth. Everyone must not shy away from making eye contact with Professor Dumbledore. Your tone may convey anxiety, but it must remain resolute. A scar? Can you elaborate on that? Harry? Dumbledore's icy blue pupils narrowed slightly, as if suddenly illuminated by the moonlight, gentle and clear, yet capable of exposing every deceit. All right, Professor. In fact, on the first day I saw Professor Quirrell, my scar experienced a slight sting, almost as if it were a warning. Moreover, the closer I got, the more intense the sensation became. Last night, when I saw Professor Quirrell, that feeling was most pronounced, as if a voice were telling me he is Voldemort. Baelial's classroom. Articulate your thoughts upon first encountering Professor Quirrell, why you suspected him, what doubts you harbored, blending truths with a hint of falsehood, half true and half false. A blend of reality and illusion. It truly is a remarkable connection. Dumbledore chuckled lightly, a mysterious gleam flickering in his blue eyes, as though he were peering into Harry's very soul, like a dull knife methodically peeling away each layer of disguise. This connection is akin to, Baelial murmured, like the intertwining of light and shadow, destined to gnaw at one another. Indeed, he cast a gentle gaze upon all the young wizards, hoping that the events of last night had not left any scars upon their hearts. As for the enigmatic wizard, I shall endeavor to uncover his identity. You may return now, children. One by one, the young wizards departed from the headmaster's office, with Baelial being the last to step out. Just as her left foot crossed the threshold, she heard Dumbledore's voice resonate in her mind. Baelial, is that you? Good heavens! She suppressed the frantic beating of her heart, and turned to Dumbledore with a puzzled and innocent expression. What do you mean, Professor? Oh, it's nothing, merely intuition. My apologies, perhaps I overthought it. Dumbledore regarded her for a long moment, a hint of a smile finally gracing his features. Baelial casually stepped through the door, the sweat already beading in her palms, unbeknownst to anyone else. Merlin's beard. That was a close call. Curse that cunning old Dumbledore. I nearly gave myself away. But did he test me, or did he truly discern my secret? Chapter 41. Shared Glory. At the behest of the fans, introducing an original character, Gloria Drem, who will later partake in the main storyline, albeit with limited involvement. As Baelial turned the corner of the corridor, she spotted a gathering of lions and little snakes. Draco, upon seeing Baelial approach, brightened and vigorously waved his arms. Merlin, this is exhilarating, Ron whispered, unable to conceal the vibrant glimmer in his eyes. His dimples brimmed with barely contained excitement, and even the tips of his hair seemed to quiver with joy. We actually managed to fool Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of this century. You have no idea how my heart nearly leapt from my chest when I locked eyes with Professor Dumbledore. His gaze was so piercing, as if he could see through our disguises. The children, like a jubilant flock of sparrows, chattered animatedly, their bright voices rising and falling, their eyes shining like stars. They resembled a cluster of lively flames, crackling in the briskness of early spring, as the morning sunlight streamed through the heavy glass, illuminating the rosy faces of the young wizards. For the first time, Baelial noticed her own shadow cast at the same angle, falling across their intertwined silhouettes. She blinked at the mingling shadows, as if hearing the gears of fate click into place. Perhaps, we should focus our attention on the impending final examinations? Baelial interjected, interrupting the discussion among the young wizards. Oh no, the final exams. If I don't achieve good grades, not to mention the mockery from George and Fred, my mother will surely not let me off the hook. If I don't make it into the top 5, my father will be terribly disappointed. Young Master Malfoy fretted. The previously lively atmosphere turned somber as the children hung their heads in silence. With so many days remaining before the exams, we still have time to review, Baelial reassured as she patted Draco's shoulder. This afternoon, fortunately, we have no classes. Let us gather at the tapestry of the giant troll beating the foolish Barnaby on the 8th floor to prepare for the final examinations. Gather at the tapestry of the giant troll beating Barnaby? Are we really going to review in the corridor? Of course not, dear. Hogwarts is an ancient castle steeped in history, concealing many secrets. In the afternoon, on the 8th floor of Hogwarts, beside the tapestry of the giant troll beating Barnaby, 5 young wizards convened. This corridor was seldom traversed, making it feel quite spacious. The boys' hands roamed over the rough stone walls, their fingertips coated in layers of dust. Their voices echoed clearly in the empty corridor. There is nothing here? Perhaps a spell is required to reveal it? Hermione tapped the wall with her wand. It's not that complicated, Baelial said as she approached the wall, closed her eyes, and envisioned the ideal study space, walking along the wall 3 times. Amidst the children's gasps, a smooth door quietly emerged from the wall. The door swung open with a resounding creak, allowing the children a glimpse of the opulent interior. This hidden chamber was a veritable paradise for scholars, with oak bookshelves reaching up to the ceiling, filled with gilded tomes, a spacious walnut desk adorned with quills, ink, brass telescopes and astrolabes, potions bubbling energetically in cauldrons, and clusters of herbs glowing softly under the flickering candlelight. Welcome to Hogwarts' Room of Requirement, Baelial announced as she guided the young wizards inside. The Room of Requirement can change according to the user's thoughts. To find it, one must do as I just did. Just then, there were 5 seats available, so let us begin with Potions class. With a wave of her hand, 5 books floated down from the shelves. The Room of Requirement was stocked with all the materials and ingredients for potions. Do not be afraid to practice, be bold in concocting your potions. Using this Ravenclaw Senior's notes as a review outline, everyone must thoroughly grasp the key points and challenging concepts. Thus, the battle-ready study group embarked on a ruthless journey of competition. Yet as their understanding of the textbook knowledge deepened, they found joy in the process. Occasionally, they locked eyes and discovered the same excitement and challenge reflected there, as if in the vast sea of knowledge. They were both rivals and adventurous companions aboard the same vessel. The last whisper of spring's breeze swept through the eaves, carrying with it the remnants of cherry blossoms, while the scorching sun suddenly felt weighty. The cicadas' calls abruptly pierced the humid air. As the final examinations drew ever closer, the competition for the House Cup intensified. Baelial immersed herself in the frenzied pursuit of points, determined to redeem her past transgressions. As a member of Grindelwald, having inadvertently hindered her house, resulting in Slytherin's missed opportunity for the House Cup, was utterly intolerable. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that Dumbledore secretly dispatched Hagrid to once again explore the lower chambers of the castle, likely due to Voldemort's grave injuries. rendering the Philosopher's Stone of little use now. As for how Baelial and the others learned of this, it was of course through coaxing words from Hagrid. The summer winds swept through Hogwarts, heralding the eagerly anticipated arrival of summer vacation. Yet it also brought the specter of final examinations. On the day of the exams, the wizards entered the examination hall in succession, some anxious while others brimmed with confidence. However, for the battle-ready study group, this examination was a walk in the park. They could confidently assert that they answered everything correctly and memorized all required material. Since exiting the examination room, Ron had not ceased smiling. "Merlin, I dare say this is the best exam I've ever taken," he exclaimed, stuffing his mouth with chicken leg as he shared with his friends. His chestnut brows dancing with excitement. "I wonder if I can achieve a perfect score," Miss Granger mused, holding her teacup, her delicate brows knitting together. For the third-to-last question. "I only wrote 2 points and glossed over it, but that senior's notes included 3. All right, once the results come out, everything will become clear. But one thing I am certain of, is that we will all achieve dazzling results." Their gazes gently collided in the air, like 2 petals touched by morning dew. In an instant, smiles blossomed from their eyes, transforming into joyous laughter that danced in the candlelight. In the second week, the results of the final examinations were announced. Despite the oppressive shadow of Grindelwald, the defiant young wizards, although they did not voice their disdain, secretly held contempt for this peculiar group. Yet, the dazzling array of golden names on the leaderboard blinded their eyes, silencing the cacophony of voices. In the face of absolute strength, there was no need for debate, for it itself was the most resounding declaration. Behold this formidable power. Grindelwald ranked first, with Granger, Malfoy and Potter in the top 5. And even Weasley secured the 7th position. What? Baelial stared in shock at the leaderboard, incredulous that a student who received AD in potions could rank 3rd? Where did such a prodigy come from? Draco was feeling quite despondent. Indeed, she scored 4 points higher than I did. How infuriating. If only I had been a bit more diligent in the Charms Theory exam, I could have secured 3rd place. Harry, who ranked 5th, cheerfully consoled Draco. "Come on. You are already quite remarkable. Put in the effort, and you'll surpass her in the next exam. Don't you know? The student in 3rd place is from your own house," Hermione remarked, glancing at the golden name. After a moment of contemplation, she added, "It is said that apart from her potions class, she excels in every subject, attaining outstanding in all of them. Her magical talent is extraordinarily exceptional, and Professor Flitwick has taken a particular interest in nurturing her." Draco thought bitterly, how frustrating. My own talent is quite commendable as well. Why is it that Professor Flitwick does not acknowledge me? Meanwhile, Grindelwald listened intently to Hermione's account, his gaze fixated on that name. Ah, this gem lies hidden within Slytherin, and she has yet to discover it. Gloria Drem, she murmured the name softly, her fingers unconsciously caressing the wand at her waist. The flickering candlelight danced within her icy blue pupils, illuminating a desire that burned ever hotter. An exhilarating tremor akin to that experienced by a chess player upon uncovering an unparalleled strategy, or the breathless awe of a collector encountering a rare treasure. I must possess her. The day before the arrival of summer vacation, the results of the House Cup were finally revealed, and in a rare occurrence, Gryffindor and Slytherin had identical scores. The lions and snakes blinked in astonishment at the central position occupied by the professors, where the venerable headmaster could determine the allocation of honor. Dumbledore mischievously blinked, his beautiful blue eyes shimmering with starlight. Sometimes there is no need to distinguish between higher and lower, he chuckled softly, stroking his beard. When butterflies chase after petals, do they ever concern themselves with who approaches spring first? The wizards fell into a profound silence, their eyes reflecting a misty confusion as hundreds of gazes interwove within the silvered brows of the elder. A breeze swept through the hall, scattering dappled light and shadow, yet failing to disperse the suffocating silence that had settled. This semester had passed in the blink of an eye, and the moments we shared had long etched marks upon each other's lives. As the ginkgo leaves transitioned from green to gold, and the morning frost transformed into dew, we ought to comprehend that sincere friendship and the glory of victory mutually enhance one another, akin to the relationship between moonlight and tides. Those days and nights spent hand in hand are far closer to the essence of life than any triumph or defeat. Dumbledore rose slowly, his eyes imbued with the essence of starlight, sweeping over each student's face. Moreover, a faint scent of confectionery wafted from his robes, his voice carrying the warmth of melting snow. Long ago, someone had wielded their heart as a blade, severing the frost-laden divide that had persisted for a century. The gazes of the small creatures converged upon that figure like fervent flames, for they all knew that the century-old ice had been surreptitiously melted by Grindelwald. Thus, I declare this year's House Cup to be jointly awarded to Slytherin and Gryffindor. The wizard's silence lasted but the span of a heartbeat. Suddenly, applause erupted like the roar of spring thunder, and cheers resounded with vigor. Laughter and acclamations interwove beneath the dome, creating a golden torrent, as the old professor's robes billowed, stirring up a century's worth of dust in the raucous celebration. Wizards from both Gryffindor and Slytherin tossed their hats high into the air, the uproar deafening. In honor of this once-in-a-century shared glory, and for the pioneers who shattered the ice, the scarlet and gold banner of Gryffindor and the silver and green serpent banner of Slytherin descended together, intertwining in a vibrant display that illuminated the hall. For our shared glory, long live Slytherin, long live Gryffindor, long live Grindelwald, long live the five-man squad. Chapter 42, Baelshida Bahat. The 5 children agreed to gather at Godric's Hollow on July 31st to celebrate Harry's birthday, rendering the necessity of returning to number 5, Privet Drive obsolete. Baelial now had a true home. The Hogwarts Express puffed steam as it gradually approached the station, the thick white smoke swirling and billowing across the platform in London. Parents eagerly awaited their children, their gazes intense, as the young wizards exited the carriages, rushing into their parents' embraces. A portly man with bulging eyes scanned the crowd nervously, sweating profusely. A slender woman craned her neck as if searching for something, and a short, stout boy bobbed his head curiously, peering around. Harry froze, his gaze fixed on the 3 figures, his throat dry as dust. Baelial gently nudged him. "Aren't you going to greet the Dursleys? It's Aunt Petunia and them. How could they be here? How would the Dursleys know the location of Platform 9? Harry took a deep breath and slowly approached the Dursleys. Aunt Petunia's narrow eyes caught sight of him, her face suddenly taut. "Are you planning to come back?" she asked tersely. "I've tidied up Dudley's old room. It's better than the cupboard." She deliberately maintained a stern expression, yet a flicker of anticipation shone in her eyes. "No need," Harry replied, lowering his gaze to avoid her stare. "I've found a new home." "New home?" Petunia's voice suddenly grew heavy, the tone ambiguous between sarcasm and a hint of sob. She turned to Vernon. "It seems this boy has found someone to take him in. We should leave." Vernon's lips twitched, struggling to suppress his biting concern. Dudley turned and glanced at Harry several times, ultimately managing to utter, "Goodbye, cousin." "Aunt Petunia." Harry suddenly called out, hesitatingly asking, "How did you know the location of Platform 9? Petunia's back stiffened slightly. Many years ago, her voice was almost a whisper. "I too watched my sister walk into that ridiculous world." Human emotions are complex. Baelial observed the boy's reddening eyes and softly remarked, "But your aunt has finally come to terms with it, and has let go." He patted Harry's shoulder. "Come on. It's time to return to your true home. The one you've waited 12 years for." The residence arranged by Dumbledore for Sirius was indeed the small house in Godric's Hollow that James and Lily once called home. Now, this long silent abode was finally to welcome its rightful owner. Godric's Hollow. Sirius. Harry abruptly leapt into Sirius's arms, tightly wrapping his arms around his godfather. This was his true family. "Good lad. You've grown so sturdy." Sirius laughed heartily, ruffling the boy's messy black hair. "Hey, take it easy. Are you trying to murder your godfather?" After a period of recuperation, his pallid cheeks finally regained some color. Following their pleasantries, Sirius approached Baelial, who was quietly nestled on the couch, engrossed in a book. A bronze key gently landed on the coffee table. "This is from Dumbledore," he whispered, "the key to his house." Additionally, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Sirius's eyes as he added, "He mentioned wanting to prepare a surprise for you, hoping you would come home to see." "A surprise?" The girl looked up from the pages. "Indeed." Sirius paused. "He also hopes you might pay a visit to Madame Bahat." Baelshida Bahat, the elderly historian of magic, was not only the aunt of Gellert Grindelwald, but also a witness to the romance between 2 prodigious youths. She had once recorded, with trembling hands, the rise and fall of her nephew, from a wanderer amongst Europe's power-hungry elites to a perpetual prisoner within Nurmengard. As the quill glided across the parchment in 1945, did the ink mingle with the tears of the aged woman? "All right, I will go," the girl replied softly. Dumbledore's old residence and Madame Bashet's house faced each other across the street. As the bronze key turned, the long-sealed lock emitted a soft click. Thanks to the protective charm and cleaning charm, the interior was remarkably tidy. The oak floor gleamed with a warm luster, and not a speck of dust lingered on the mantelpiece. Baelial surveyed the cozy yet desolate living room, unable to discern where the surprised Dumbledore had spoken of might be concealed. It was not until she ventured into the first bedroom on the second floor that she discovered it, a yellowed photograph resting quietly on the bedside table. 2 young boys sat shoulder to shoulder beneath a beech tree, the sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows upon their youthful faces. In the photograph, Albus smiled warmly at the camera, while Gellert's hand rested naturally upon his shoulder. Could this be the surprise? If so, it felt rather lackluster. Baelial gently set the frame down, pondering the enigmatic old headmaster, and the game he was playing this time. Frankly, she had grown weary of riddles. Wrapping her cloak tighter around herself, Baelial resolved to pay a visit to Madame Bacherat first. The old parchment crinkled on the desk as Bashida Bacherat trembled, binding the final page of her manuscript, slowly rising with the aid of her cane. When the doorbell rang from below, she frowned and shuffled towards the oak door, which had seen no visitors for decades. "I truly apologize, but I have no time at present," she began, eager to decline, yet froze upon catching sight of the visitor's face. That exquisite visage, that faint air of arrogance, bore an uncanny resemblance to the golden-haired boy from her memories. Her withered fingers hovered in the air, as murky tears cascaded down her wrinkled cheeks. "Gellert?" Her voice trembled, nearly inaudible. "Is it you? Have you returned to see your great-aunt?" Madame Bacherat, a chill in the air shattered the dreamlike state. The old woman stumbled back, her frail fingers gripping the doorframe tightly. "Forgive me, child," she stammered, hastily wiping her eyes, only to look up sharply at the next words. "Professor Dumbledore sent me to visit." The golden-haired girl inclined her head slightly. "My name is Baelial Grindelwald." The doorframe groaned under the strain of Bacherat's grip. "You say your surname is what?" "Grindelwald." Her hoarse voice suddenly rose in pitch, and the aged figure trembled violently. "Come in, child. I believe we shall have much to discuss." The aroma of coffee enveloped Baelial's senses as she cradled the porcelain cup, gazing through the swirling steam at the bustling figure in the kitchen. Madame Bacherat waved her wand, the spatula carving joyful arcs through the air. "Merlin, you are the embodiment of the blood pact." The old woman suddenly turned, exclaiming, "But that was in 1945. Oh, what am I babbling about?" She chided herself lightly on the forehead. Baelial smirked, "Perhaps, as Professor Dumbledore often says, love can create miracles." As the table filled with fragrant dishes, Baelial found herself unconsciously swallowing hard. Bacherat, noticing this subtle gesture, beamed like a crescent moon. "Do try some, dear." The moment the salmon soup touched her lips, the girl blissfully squinted her eyes, a reaction that caused the old woman's hand to quiver. With a flick of her wand, an array of dishes leapt into Baelial's plate. "It seems you share a similar palate," Bacherat remarked softly. "These are all Gellert's favorites." She paused before adding, "Of course. His tastes could never match Albus's. British cuisine is like something a troll would concoct." "Oh, Merlin, I did not mean to disparage British fare, though it certainly is." "Auntie, I truly cannot eat another bite," Baelial protested, cheeks bulging, her plate now resembling a small mountain. Bacherat, undeterred, ladled another hefty scoop of stew, insisting, "That simply won't do. These are prepared just for you. Eat a bit more, you're as thin as a wand." As she finally swallowed the last morsel, Baelial gazed at her empty plate, suddenly realizing it was perhaps the first time since her arrival in this world that someone had prepared a home-cooked meal for her. Looking at the kindly face of the elderly woman, filled with warmth and laughter, Baelial felt her eyes prick with emotion. At that moment, Madame Bacherat's figure coalesced with the memory of her grandmother. Chapter 43. Birthday. Since that visit, Baelial had become a frequent guest at the Bacherat household. She would often cite her inquiries about the history of magic as her reason for visiting, yet she invariably lingered at the table laden with the aromas of delicious food. The elderly historian always prepared her favorite dishes, welcoming her with a cheerful demeanor. In the afternoon sunlight, Bacherat's rocking chair creaked gently as tales of young Albus's misadventures from the summer of 1899 unfolded amidst the fragrant tea. Resting her chin on her hand, Baelial realized these old stories were more vivid than any textbook on magical history. As a top student at Hogwarts, she diligently pursued her studies, even dragging Harry into the fray of academic rivalry. Occasionally, Sirius would join their practical training, yet more often than not, the Godfather was found soaring through the skies on his broomstick, merrily accompanying Harry. The new wand in Sirius's hand gradually awakened. Facing Baelial in duels left him astounded, as the girl seemed like an insatiable sponge, absorbing his combat skills with each encounter. Now, to subdue her, he had to give it his all. At that moment, Sirius was impatiently tapping his fingers on the armrest of the sofa. Memories of Baelial's numerous invitations to join the pureblood party flashed through his mind. Grindelwald certainly possessed a captivating allure. He had rescued him from wrongful imprisonment and provided Harry with a true home. Yet the oath he had taken upon joining the Order of the Phoenix echoed in his ears, and Dumbledore's trust felt like a thorn in his side. When the fireplace erupted in emerald flames, Sirius exhaled in relief. The old headmaster, draped in a robe adorned with stars and moons, brushed the flu powder from his sleeves, his blue eyes twinkling behind his crescent spectacles. It seems I have returned just in time. If you had returned any later, I suspect Baelial would have stormed into Hogwarts with her wand drawn. Sirius quipped with a raised eyebrow. Please deliver these 2 letters discreetly to Harry and Madame Bacherat. Dumbledore instructed, a mischievous glint in his eye. If the surprise is leaked prematurely, it loses its charm. Upon hearing the news, Harry was so excited that he could hardly focus on his books, spending the entire day whispering with Sirius. Oblivious to this, Baelial pondered, on the evening of July 21st. When Baelial pushed open her front door, the house felt unusually enveloped in darkness. Is the light broken? How could the magical fixtures be? She murmured, preparing to turn back when suddenly, bang! Countless pink petals cascaded from above. Magical birds fluttered their metallic wings, singing a cacophony of a birthday song. Harry and the others emerged from the shadows, carrying a star-studded cake. Happy birthday, Baelial! Birthday! The girl stood frozen in place. She had long since grown accustomed to no one remembering this day. Her parents were frequently abroad, and she had deliberately chosen to forget it herself. Was July 21st her birthday? It seemed so. Yet she had never mentioned it to anyone. It was impossible for anyone to know her birthday. My dear, Dumbledore said gently, enveloping her in his embrace, his blue eyes shimmering behind his crescent spectacles. On this day in 1899, Gellert and I forged the blood pact in the barn. Sirius felt a pang of jealousy, even though he was already aware of this past. Witnessing the old headmaster's genuine affection made him uncomfortable. Turning to see his godson's carefree smile only deepened his discontent. How could this child be so accepting? Happy birthday, the old headmaster said softly. Baelial buried her face in Dumbledore's star-embroidered robe, the sweet scent of lemon sherbet enveloping her senses. It turned out that her day of birth coincided with the day the blood pact was forged. Was this the surprise? Dumbledore knew precisely how to touch her heart. It had been a full 14 years since anyone had celebrated her birthday. Baelial had grown accustomed to feigning forgetfulness on that day. Yet, each time her phone screen lit up, her heart would betray her. Skipping a beat until she heard her mother's formulaic voice on the other end. It's not a significant day, just make do with it. Your father and I are very busy. Be a good girl and celebrate with your grandmother, alright? She had learned to mask her disappointment with understanding. While classmates boast about the cakes prepared by their parents, she buries herself in her books. When friends lament the modesty of birthday celebrations, she smiles in agreement. The longevity noodles her grandmother cooks for her have become the sole warmth in her memories. Watching her grandmother's frailty deepen, the girl feels a pang of sorrow in her nose. Never mind, Grandma. You needn't cook longevity noodles for me anymore, she says. From now on, let Uncle Zhao order a cake instead. After all, it is a birthday, and eating cake is far more delightful. She studies diligently, practicing fervently, her grades consistently ranking among the top 3 in her year. Perhaps this way, when her parents mention her to others, they might say, "This is my daughter," and pay her a bit more attention. In truth, her desires are modest, merely a 5-minute video call, a simple happy birthday, or even just the act of remembering. It's just a birthday, the girl murmurs softly under the moonlight, turning the calendar page past July 21st. Not a significant day, she concludes, dismissing it. Thank you. The almost inaudible voice of Baelial drifts away, her head lowered, her ears flushed red as if about to bleed, especially when she utters daddy. The final word escapes her lips like a breath. Madame Bathsheba wipes away tears from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief embroidered with golden threads. While Sirius delicately places the cake on the table, 12 flickering candles precariously nestled in the cream. Make a wish, little birthday star, the old woman gently urges. Merlin above. Sirius groans, rubbing his sore back. We toiled for 5 hours in the kitchen for this wretched cake. I could devour a hippogriff right now. You made this yourselves? Baelial's fingertips tremble, the candlelight dancing in her azure eyes. Suddenly, she leans forward and blows out all the candles, fearful of revealing the tears that brim in her eyes. Let the feast begin. Dumbledore waves his wand, and plates soar into the air, landing in front of everyone. Amid the cheerful clinking of glasses, cream smudges Sirius's nose, and Harry laughs so heartily he nearly tumbles from his chair. Baelial takes small bites of cake, the sweet cream melting on her tongue. This is the most exquisite taste in her memory. After the birthday celebration, an unspoken bond forms between Baelial, Harry, and Sirius. Despite their age differences, they relate to one another as if brothers. At this moment, Baelial instructs Harry on potion brewing, the pearlescent liquid in the cauldron reflecting their focused faces. Outside, snippets of conversation between Sirius and Dumbledore drift in. The influence of the Death Eater faction within the Ministry of Magic is expanding, a matter that warrants vigilance. Sirius says, lowering his voice. I permitted it, Dumbledore replies. Stroking his silver beard, the crescent-shaped glasses glinting with a hint of light. What? Sirius stands abruptly, his robes brushing against a teacup, incredulity lacing his voice. Are you finally going back to him? 3 lines of concern creased the old headmaster's forehead. Sirius, your imagination is always so vivid. He turns to glance at the golden-haired girl within. This is a gift for Baelial. Since she has chosen to trust me wholeheartedly. She knows? Of course. This is a decision we made together. So I am the only one left in the dark. Sirius fumes, resembling an agitated black dog. Dumbledore chuckles softly, smoothing his furrowed brow. I recall Baelial extending an invitation to you. I avoided it every single time. I am a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Being a double agent isn't too shabby, the old headmaster reclines in his wicker chair, a glimmer of mischief in his blue eyes. After all, little Baelial is in dire need of talent. She would recruit from Azkaban if she could. Sirius freezes, then shakes his head with a bitter smile. I never imagined I would one day be swayed by Grindelwald. I succumbed long ago. Dumbledore's voice lowers, his fingers unconsciously tracing an old scar from their duel. When Grindelwald extends his hand, no one can refuse. The consequence of enforced clarity is the necessity of severing the fervent loyalty and love you hold for him. Chapter 44. Love and Idealism. How is it? How is it? Harry stares intently at the potion bottle in Baelial's hand, fingers nervously twisting the hem of his robe, his green eyes alight with anticipation. Will I finally earn an E? Baelial cradles the crystal vial, gently swirling its contents, which glisten with perfection. She squints, feigning seriousness for 2 seconds. A remarkable improvement. Unable to contain her laughter at Harry's anxious expression, she finally concedes, excluding Professor Snape's personal biases. This potion is undoubtedly worthy of an E. Fantastic. Harry wipes his face, his voice trembling. Merlin, my potion will finally receive an E. Outside, Sirius and Dumbledore's voices draw nearer. Sirius strides in, ruffling Harry's unruly hair. All right, kiddos, keep it up and your brains will turn to mush. He winks at Harry. The weather is splendid. Shall we try out the new broom? The Firebolt 2001 is far more exhilarating than textbooks. Absolutely. Harry seizes the broom hanging on the wall, his spirits soaring as he shakes his fist. This year's Quidditch Cup is definitely ours. Now that sounds like a plan. Sirius laughs heartily, throwing an arm around Harry's shoulders as they bicker their way into the backyard. Dumbledore, with a warm smile, settles beside Baelial, his silver beard shimmering in the sunlight. I have 2 pieces of news. He produces a dish of buzzing honey sweets, pushing it toward her. One is good news, and the other is also good news. Which would you like to hear first? Are you really this idle, Professor? Baelial thinks to herself, reaching for a candy. Let us hear the first one. Kraft has successfully infiltrated the upper echelons of the Ministry of Magic. The elderly man's blue eyes twinkle with cunning behind his glasses, and has already made contact with Barty Crouch. So soon? Baelial raises an eyebrow, smiling. You didn't take the back door, did you? Of course not. How could I possibly have such influence within the ministry? Dumbledore feigns innocence, spreading his hands. I don't believe that, she thinks. Suddenly, the headmaster leans in, his voice low and animated. As for the second piece of news, the one you have been yearning for, Sirius has chosen to join the Death Eaters. Really? Baelial lunges forward, grasping Dumbledore's sleeve, her beautiful blue eyes sparkling with excitement. This is wonderful. The pureblood game can finally commence. The old man allows her to shake him, his eyes full of warmth behind the crescent glasses. Are you pleased, my little schemer? Delighted. Absolutely thrilled. This is a birthday gift for you at the age of 12. My dear, I truly cherish this gift, Daddy. When she utters the word again, her previous shyness has vanished. In the evening, Madame Bathsheba invites Baelial, Harry, Sirius, and Dumbledore for dinner at her home. Considering Madame Bathsheba's exceptional domestic magic, they readily accept the invitation. After dinner, fireflies drift through the garden as twilight descends. Baelial leans against a wicker chair, twirling a silver coin marked with the symbol of the Deathly Hallows between her fingers, the moonlight casting delicate shadows beneath her lashes. She passes the coin to Sirius, issuing him his first command as a new member of the Death Eaters, to establish contact with the ancient purebloods of England, serving as a liaison between the Death Eater faction and the British traditionalists. Sirius accepts the command with enthusiasm, thinking Merlin, dealing with those hypocritical purebloods is what I detest most, but this is the boss's first order, and I must execute it well. Born into the pureblood Black family as the eldest son, he was groomed for inheritance, and he understood the intricacies of pureblood society all too well. However, he preferred a more straightforward approach. Sighing, He recognizes this is the path he has chosen, the people he has decided to support and follow. He wipes his face and resignedly slips the coin into his pocket. Harry sat in a wicker chair, his gaze cast downwards, as Dumbledore offered him a steaming cup of honeyed tea. Are you certain you wish to sever this blood relation completely? The elderly wizard inquired gently. Harry's fingertips absent-mindedly traced the colorful patterns on the teacup. Yes, he replied, his voice thick with emotion. It is for the best for both parties. I respect your decision. Dumbledore sighed, but I still hope you will not completely sever this singular bond of blood. Harry regarded Dumbledore with a puzzled expression. Noticing the complex emotions swirling in the old headmaster's eyes, emotions he could not fathom. You will understand when you are older, Dumbledore mused with a soft sigh. Your mother sacrificed herself to protect you, leaving an indelible mark upon you. He pointed a frail finger to Harry's brow. No, not that one. It is invisible. A force that penetrates the soul. It is the power of love. Blood ties amplify this force, granting it greater magical potency, enabling it to protect you more effectively. Love is the most potent magic in the world, Harry, Dumbledore declared. It can embolden the most cowardly of souls, warm the coldest of bloodlines, and even transform the world itself. Harry lowered his eyelids, remaining silent for a considerable duration. The flames in the hearth cast flickering shadows upon his glasses. I don't think I will ever return to live with the Dursleys, he murmured, unconsciously rubbing the rim of the teacup, but I will write to them, perhaps occasionally. The headmaster's azure eyes glimmered with gentle warmth behind his crescent-shaped glasses. As Harry lifted his gaze, he found those eyes filled with understanding. Love is the most wondrous bond, the boy continued, his voice gradually gaining strength. It knows no bounds of blood or distance, does it not? Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction. Indeed. Harry, the magic of love is far more profound than we can imagine. Could this be too idealistic? Baelial tilted her head slightly, questioning Dumbledore's earlier statement, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the patterns on her wand. Love is indeed great, but this world adheres more to the laws of reality. The notion that love can transform the world seems rather utopian. Dumbledore slowly removed his glasses, his bright eyes fixed on the girl. Little Belle, he said, his voice as soothing as melted honey. Sometimes it is these seemingly naive ideals that quietly lubricate the rusted gears of reality. Baelial was momentarily taken aback. The flames in the hearth danced within her pupils, reflecting that fleeting moment of clarity with striking precision. After a long pause, a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. Indeed. She sighed lightly, like a feather drifting down. Having lived in the realm of reality for so long, I had forgotten that there is also a fairy tale aspect to this world. Love is a term of vast significance. It can refer to romantic affection, familial bonds, or friendship. This is the small love. Love can also encompass a sense of duty to the world, striving for the welfare of the people. This is the great love. Amidst widespread sorrow and bloodshed, it is merely a thought to save the suffering masses. From the east rises a brilliantly radiant sun, within which stands a towering bodhisattva, who sees all. He observes the profound suffering endured by those at the pinnacle of despair. With a mere gesture, the bodhisattva's followers traverse mountains and rivers, coming forth to rescue the beleaguered. Sometimes the world requires these idealists. They illuminate the shadows of reality like a beam of light. Like Van Gogh painting the starry night amidst his madness, like Thoreau walking alone to Walden Pond, or the moment in Dead Poets Society when students stand atop their desks. Idealism is not naivety, but rather a counteragent to the stagnation of human civilization. It is not the antithesis of reality, but its highest form. When Ren Zhengfei refers to 5G technology as an ideal that pierces through the heavens, it is backed by the meticulous calculations of thousands of engineers. SpaceX's romantic narrative of colonizing Mars has birthed the commercial miracle of reusable rockets. As we weave the codes of the cosmos within quantum computers, each bit attests to the notion that those once derided utopias will ultimately manifest as blueprints for a new reality. Chapter 45. The Principle of Humility. On July 31st, Harry's birthday finally arrived. Sunshine bathed the lawn of Godric's Hollow, where several familiar figures eagerly awaited at the door. Harry! Ron dashed forward, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. By Merlin's beard, I have missed you terribly. Hey, my batting skills have improved immensely recently. I can't wait for you to see. Draco's cheeks flushed slightly, anticipation sparkling in his slate blue eyes. Harry, after the birthday, you must come stay at Malfoy Manor for a few days. I bet my father would be thrilled to have guests. Lucius, no, I am not pleased. Ron, chuckling, pulled forth a red-haired girl hiding behind him. Brother, this is my sister Ginny. She is your #1 fan, and has been pestering me to meet you. Ginny's face turned crimson, mirroring her hair as she clutched Ron's sleeve. daring only to peek out with a voice as faint as a whisper. Hello, Mr. Potter. I am Ginny Weasley. These two are my twin brothers, George and Fred." Ron gestured towards the nearly identical tall boys behind him, who were eager to meet the legendary boy who had melted the century-old ice. "I am Fred. I am George." The twins chimed in unison, exchanging a knowing wink. Fred exaggeratedly bowed. "Oh, behold this remarkable young lady." When our dear parents heard the news, they nearly thought Merlin was jesting. George added gravely, "After all, it is not every day that a girl can elicit such praise from our little Ronnie." "It is my honor, gentlemen." The girl gracefully inclined her body, executing a proper wizarding bow, her skirt swaying gently, exuding poise and composure. Oh, what a lively scene. Dumbledore emerged from the house, the kindness in his blue eyes twinkling behind his crescent glasses as he gazed upon the chattering children, his white beard trembling lightly with mirth. "Professor!" The children chorused in unison, their voices brimming with excitement. "By Merlin! Is that Sirius Black?" Hermione exclaimed, suddenly covering her mouth, her eyes wide with shock as they locked onto the tall man not far away. The Daily Prophet had published accounts of his wrongful imprisonment. He was a veritable unsung hero. At this moment, she suddenly recalled something, turning to scrutinize Baelial with concern. "By the way, Baelial, the newspaper mentioned that the Wisengamot threatened you? Are you all right?" A hint of irony graced Baelial's lips as she replied, "I believe they are the ones who should be concerned." All right, children." Sirius strode over. "If we don't prepare for the birthday party soon, it will be too late. Come inside." He waved his hand, ushering everyone towards the house as laughter rang out brightly in the sunlight. Silver green is the only hue that signifies elegance, grandeur, and splendor. Draco crossed his arms, critically scanning the room adorned in gold and crimson decorations, his lips curling downwards. The garish colors were both gaudy and glaring. How could they be used for a birthday celebration? He turned to seek support. "Isn't that right, Baelial?" "Ha!" Baelial blinked, her gaze falling upon the lively gold and crimson hues, a sense of familiarity stirring from the depths of her floral ancestry. "This color resembles festive lanterns. Actually, gold and crimson are quite lovely, very vibrant and celebratory." Her voice gradually dwindled in Draco's astonished stare. Draco's slate blue eyes widened in disbelief. "You actually hold such an opinion? This is hardly festive," he exclaimed incredulously. "Hey, young Master Malfoy." Fred and George flanked Draco, wearing identical mischievous grins as they elongated their words. "The minority must yield to the majority. Long live gold and crimson." In unison, the twins declared. As Ron let out a loud whistle from behind, Hermione stealthily placed a golden red pointed hat atop Draco's head. Harry doubled over in laughter at Draco's ludicrous appearance and his flushed, indignant expression. "Stop laughing, you filthy little Gryffindor," the irate platinum-haired boy retorted. Amidst the joyous laughter, Harry's birthday party commenced in earnest. With his eyes gently closed, he listened to the off-key rendition of the birthday song sung by his friends. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a tapestry of radiant smiles, each pair of eyes brimming with pure delight. The dining table was adorned with a birthday cake they had crafted themselves, its icing applied somewhat askew, the frosting letters varying in size, and the little lion-shaped candy on top was missing an ear. Yet, this clumsy gift was more precious than any exquisite cake. Harry scooped a spoonful of sweet cream into his mouth, gazing at the playful figures of his friends as they frolicked around him, and a smile involuntarily tugged at his lips, an unprecedented warmth swelling in his chest. This was the most splendid birthday of his life, not due to the magical realm, but because he was surrounded by a gift more valuable than magic itself. Not family by blood, but family by heart. As the party drew to a close, the children gathered in small clusters to chat. "Draco, do you really have many white peacocks at your home?" Ginny inquired, her hands clasped in anticipation, her eyes sparkling beneath her fiery hair. Draco, upon hearing this, proudly lifted his chin, a flicker of smugness in his gray-blue eyes. Of course, he elongated the syllables. "The Malfoy Manor not only houses the purest white peacocks but also many rare species." "Wow!" Ginny exclaimed, her admiration causing Draco's ears to redden slightly. Clearing his throat in a feigned display of modesty, he continued, "If you are truly curious, I could make an exception and allow you to visit Malfoy Manor." "Really?" The young girl's excitement was abruptly interrupted by her brothers. "Hey, noble young master." Fred suddenly hooked his arm around Draco's neck. "We would love to see it too." Yes. George emerged from the other side, wearing an exaggerated expression of longing. Just how magnificent is the legendary Malfoy family? The twins completed each other's sentences, their eyes gleaming with mischief. Draco's face flared with a mix of red and white, and under the eager gazes of the crowd, he squared his shoulders. "Since that is the case, The Malfoy family is known for its hospitality. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. I remember the Malfoy family being rather exclusive, especially towards Muggleborns and the Weasleys. In a corner, Bellatrix silently turned away, resting her forehead on one hand. She could easily envision the splendid expression that would adorn Lucius Malfoy's eternally proud visage upon encountering this raucous group of Weasley children, Gryffindors, along with a pair of twins who might pluck the white peacock feathers for decoration. Malfoy Manor. A snow-white owl soared past the manor's towering spires, gracefully gliding into the open floor-to-ceiling window, landing firmly on an intricately carved mahogany perch. It tilted its head slightly, presenting a gilded-edged envelope to the male proprietor seated in the armchair. Lucius Malfoy accepted the letter with his long fingers, and a flicker of warmth passed through his gray-blue eyes as he caught sight of the familiar ornate handwriting in the corner of the envelope. However, as he unfolded the parchment and scanned its contents line by line, his typically proud visage became frozen in astonishment. He slowly and methodically refolded the letter, tucking it back into the envelope, the knuckles of his fingers turning pale. Merlin's beard. The last time Draco had expressed a desire to invite that individual, whom he had firmly instructed to maintain a distance, Grindelwald, to the manor, his blood pressure had already surged to a dangerous level. And now, the Gryffindor lion and the pureblood traitor Weasley offspring. The temples of the Malfoy patriarch throbbed, the veins in his forehead visibly pulsing. He took a deep breath, coldly assessing his son. Perhaps he could be discarded. What is it, dear? Narcissa entered the study, holding a freshly baked lemon tart, the silver tray clinking softly as it was placed on the ebony table. Is it a letter from young Draco? Grindelwald was indeed a threat. But since young Draco had established a rapport with her, she casually picked up the envelope, her fingertips gently caressing the family's wax seal. We could use this opportunity to test whether this child is worthy of the Malfoy family's favor. Narcissa, Lucius's voice was low and taut. The issue is no longer solely about Grindelwald. At this rate, our son may very well become the next Black. Is it that serious? Narcissa raised an eyebrow, casting a skeptical glance at her husband before extracting the parchment and lowering her gaze to read. Moments later, her expression subtly stiffened. Silence enveloped the air. The crackling flames in the fireplace seemed to emit a silent sigh on behalf of the Malfoy couple. Chapter 46. Life will break its own shackles. After a century of being shrouded in gloom and silence, Malfoy Manor was finally pierced by the sounds of laughter and joy. On the gravel path before the gilded iron gates, the long-absent sound of visitors' footsteps echoed. Merlin. Harry adjusted his crooked glasses, gazing up at the manor's main building, which sparkled in the morning light. The Gothic spires shot up into the clouds, their symmetrical towers appearing hazy against the clouds. Hermione marveled at the magnificent architecture surrounding them, exclaiming, "This is even more spectacular than the illustrations in the ancient magical family architecture compendium." The Weasley twins stood on either side, as if performing a duet. "I bet the house elves here must use 100 silver sickles worth of polish every day to keep the floors clean," they exclaimed in unison. "No wonder it's the Malfoy family that has endured for a millennium." Draco's pale fingers unconsciously traced the family crest on the iron gate, and upon hearing the chorus of admiration from behind him, he felt emboldened, straightening his posture. The iron gate, enchanted with the Fidelius charm, recognized its young master, and the 12-foot-tall iron gate emitted an ancient groan. Dust that fell from the hinges danced in the beams of light, as if scattering shards of gold. Draco turned to face the gathering, his gray-blue eyes shimmering with warmth never before felt within the Malfoy lineage. "Welcome to Malfoy Manor." Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy stood beneath the vaulted ceiling of the entrance hall, the candlelight flickering within the crystal chandelier casting their shadows upon the marble floor. "Welcome." Lucius inclined his head slightly, the silver serpent-headed wand elegantly arcing in his fingers. Narcissa's lips curved into a perfectly measured smile, her pearl necklace glimmering softly against her neck. Bellatrix keenly observed as Lucius's neatly trimmed nails suddenly dug into his palm. From his vantage point, he could easily spot the conspicuous red-haired Weasley children. "Young Draco often speaks of you." Narcissa gently placed her lacy-gloved hand on Draco's shoulder, her dark lashes appearing like fluttering butterflies in the light. Her gaze momentarily lingered on Ron and the others, such vibrant young people. Lucius's mouth twitched slightly, as if the word vibrant had scalded his tongue. He had never imagined he would use adorable to describe the Weasley children. "Dear," Narcissa lightly tapped Lucius's arm with her feather fan, turning to Draco with a softer tone. "Why not introduce your friends to your father and me?" She lovingly smoothed a rebellious lock of his golden hair, her fingers subtly warning him as they squeezed Lucius's wrist. Under the cold scrutiny of his father's gaze, Draco straightened his back, his throat tightening unnaturally. "This is Bellatrix Grindelwald," he said, his voice slightly strained. You have met her before, father? Baelial took a step forward, her robe cascading fluidly with her movement. She executed a flawless gesture of greeting, and Lucius subtly elevated his chin. At least this Grindelwald understood decorum. This is Harry Potter, and Hermione Granger, Draco continued, his pace unconsciously quickening. Harry and Hermione stepped forward to bow, and as Lucius's gray eyes swept over Harry's lightning-shaped scar, a flicker of complex emotion crossed his face. When his gaze fell upon Hermione, it bore the scrutiny of one examining a modern artifact that had been mistakenly placed among antiques. Welcome, Mr. Potter, and this lady. His gaze lingered momentarily on Hermione, Miss Granger. Draco's throat constricted again, forcing himself to persist. This is Ron Weasley, and his sister Ginny Weasley. Narcissa's fingers silently dug into the crook of Lucius's arm, as the Malfoy couple endeavored to maintain their poised smiles. Before Draco could finish, the twins stepped forward. One on each side, their red hair flickering in the candlelight like two dancing flames. George Weasley. Fred Weasley. They bowed in unison, their exaggerated motions bordering on the ludicrous, their eyes sparkling with delight, proclaiming, "What an immense honor it is to meet such esteemed guests, Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy." Lucius's serpent-headed wand emitted a faint crack, as if he were on the verge of shattering it. Narcissa's smile remained immaculate. Although her nails were digging into her husband's arm, Lucius managed a smile that was almost rigid. "I have heard from Draco that you are all quite interested in the rare magical creatures we breed." His tone was slow and deliberate. With a sharp snap of his fingers, a crisp sound echoed, and a house elf materialized, its bat-like ears twitching nervously. "Dobby will be your guide." Lucius's gaze swept over the Weasley's red hair, his gray eyes momentarily glinting with coldness. As a Hogwarts governor, he elegantly brushed off non-existent dust from his cuffs. "Regrettably, I have several pressing matters to attend to." Narcissa maintained her perfect social smile, but her fingers had silently tightened around the fabric of her silk gown. "Do enjoy yourselves," she said, her farewell as soft as a breeze yet imbued with an unmistakable air of dismissal. Almost as the last syllable fell, the Malfoy couple turned and departed with an almost apparition-like speed. Dobby stood frozen in place, its large, tennis ball-like eyes darting with panic, its frail body trembling under the evident ire of its master. Harry and the others, having never encountered a house elf before, were instantly captivated by the creature with bat-like ears, unconsciously moving closer to observe Dobby with the curiosity reserved for a magical beast. Dobby shrank further under their scrutiny, its wide eyes darting anxiously. Its slender fingers twisted the tattered pillowcase it wore, its knobby feet uncomfortably scuffing against the polished marble floor. Dobby is honored." Its high-pitched voice was jarring as it bowed deeply to Draco, its elongated nose nearly touching the ground, "to serve the young master and esteemed guests." Hermione furrowed her brow, instinctively reaching out to steady the trembling creature, only to have it recoil in fear. Dobby stumbled back 2 steps, its ears flapping in agitation. "Bad Dobby. Mustn't touch. Mustn't touch." It began to bang its head against the nearest pillar. "Stop." Draco barked sharply. Dobby instantly froze in place as if petrified. "Dobby must come to the backyard." It stammered, the elf hunching forward, each step light as if afraid to shatter the air. Hermione's frown deepened, her brown eyes igniting with fury. "This is sheer unabashed slavery." Her voice trembled with shock, her fingers instinctively clutching the edge of her robe. Draco lazily raised an eyebrow, his fingers toying with his cufflinks. "Don't be foolish, Granger," he drawled, his gray-blue eyes glinting with condescension. "These inferior beings were born to serve wizards. Look at them." He gestured toward the quaking Dobby. "Without us, they wouldn't even know how to survive." Baelial suddenly let out a light laugh, the sound piercing like an ice pick through silk. What a familiar rhetoric. Her fingertips brushed over the extravagant carvings on the corridor walls. "Innately inferior, in need of discipline." The very phrases once employed by wizards in their dealings with goblins, which ultimately led to rebellion. Her voice dropped suddenly, carrying a prophetic chill. "But oppression will always breed resistance. These docile servants are akin to kindling soaked in oil." She deliberately ignited a spark from her wand tip, illuminating Dobby's suddenly rigid form. "It merely takes a spark, a thought that dares to ask why." Draco's expression abruptly solidified, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his gray-blue eyes. "Resistance?" His voice carried incredulity, yet there was a hint of wavering. "These little creatures are terrified even by their master dropping a teacup." Baelial abruptly turned, sunlight pouring through the corridor's stained glass, casting a radiant glow upon her golden hair. She placed her hand lightly on Draco's shoulder, the touch gentle yet reminiscent of the weight of a cane pressed upon him during his father's admonitions. "Draco." Her voice was soft yet sharp as an ice-coated blade. "Have you ever witnessed a vixen driven to desperation? Typically as docile as a ball of fluff, Yet when a hunter grips its throat, her fingers traced lightly across Draco's neck, even the most cowardly of creatures will reveal its fangs. Ron gasped. The Weasley twins exchanged excited glances. Ginny, somewhat bewildered, clutched Ron's sleeve, and Hermione's eyes ignited with fierce determination. Even Harry stood stunned, witnessing Dobby's frail back trembling violently in the sunlight, as if something within that slight body was on the verge of breaking free. Life is magnificent. Baelial's smile transformed into a sharp edge. Chains will inevitably rust, cages will rot, and life will always find its way. Dobby, leading the way, abruptly halted. Its filthy pillowcase swayed unbidden, its bulbous eyes widening in the darkness. Something within its chest erupted. Freedom. Resistance. Those words struck like lightning, cleaving through its muddled mind. In an instant, the relentless beatings, the insults, the pain of crashing against walls and penance became terrifyingly clear. It gazed down at its twig-like fingers, an unprecedented realization awakening deep within its soul. Dobby is not an object. Dobby is not a servant. The house elf's hunched back straightened half an inch before quickly bending again. Yet something had irrevocably changed. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, Dobby turned, the tattered pillowcase fluttering in the wind. Its voice remained high-pitched, yet no longer trembled. The backyard is here. The backyard not only boasted a viewing garden, but also entertainment facilities. At the center, a fountain pool was flanked by several intricately carved tables of ebony wood, the crystal goblets atop them refracting the bright sunlight, resembling scattered golden jewels. Dobby's tennis ball-like eyes fixed upon the gathered guests, its spine straighter than before. This is the White Peacock Garden. Walk 50 steps west to reach the Chimera enclosure, and on the eastern side, the greenhouse houses several rare unicorns. Its presentation was articulate, even imbued with the poise of a seasoned guide. The children were instantly captivated. Ron tugged Harry towards the fire-breathing chimera, while Hermione pulled Ginny in the direction of the greenhouse. Draco instinctively sought to command Dobby, yet found himself inexplicably choked up upon witnessing the house elf's upright posture. Only Baelial remained stationary, leaning against the intricately carved railing of the Peacock Garden, the sunlight stretching her shadow long. As Dobby turned, she gently raised the goblet in her hand. The crystal glass, never to be touched by the elf, was met with a silent toast. Dobby's ears began to tremble violently. It did not bow or panic. Instead, it locked eyes with Baelial for a fleeting second, clarity shining in its gaze. The night breeze stirred its tattered pillowcase, the fabric fluttering in the moonlight like a flag. It seemed that the seeds of rebellion had taken root. Chapter 47, Surrender. In the study of Malfoy Manor, the hearth burned quietly in the fireplace, casting a warm glow upon the oak paneling. Lucius Malfoy stood before the window, his slender fingers caressing an envelope edged in silver, the Greengrass family crest glinting coldly in the candlelight. "What is it, my dear?" Narcissa gently closed the intricately carved oak door, noticing the taut line of her husband's jaw and his pallid complexion. As Lucius turned, the flickering firelight cast dancing shadows across his pale face. A letter from the Greengrass family. He placed the envelope on the mahogany desk, requesting an alliance. Narcissa elegantly seated herself on the silk sofa, her bone china teacup twirling delicately between her fingertips. Greengrass? She sipped her Earl Grey, her brow furrowing slightly. Have they encountered trouble at such a critical juncture? Trouble is an understatement. Lucius rapped his serpent-headed wand against the carpet, summoning a house elf with a glass of brandy. He took a sip, a flicker of unease flashing in his gray-blue eyes. The letter mentions that several pureblood families and high-ranking officials at the ministry have been infiltrated. The sound of porcelain clinking resonated in the air. Infiltrated? Narcissa straightened her posture, her voice suddenly taut. Who possesses such capability? Lucius walked to the family tapestry, his fingers gliding over the names woven with golden threads. Thomas Joy Greengrass. He hesitated, his voice turning hoarse as if each word burned his throat. It is the Purity Party, the Purity Party. Narcissa sprang to her feet, spilling her tea on the Persian carpet, staining it with dark red. That is impossible. Grindelwald's remnants. The study fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the logs in the fireplace. Lucius gazed out at the rose garden bathed in the sunset, the fading light elongating his shadow. Let us not forget, he began slowly, his tone grave. There is also a little Grindelwald here. Narcissa's fingers unconsciously tightened around the armrest of the sofa, her knuckles turning white. You mean Baelial Grindelwald? Her voice tightened slightly. How old is she? How could she wield such influence? Suddenly, her pupils dilated, color draining from her face. The little dragon, she murmured, as if struck by a dreadful thought. She is friends with the little dragon. Lucius's serpent-headed wand tapped gently on the carpet, emitting a dull thud. It seems, he said, his tone low and tinged with resignation, We must have a serious conversation with Miss Grindelwald. He paused. As for the little dragon, he requires an equally grave discussion. The golden-red hues of the setting sun enveloped the back garden of Malfoy Manor, the children's laughter echoing through the meticulously trimmed hedges. Young master, dinner is ready for the guests. Dobby stood erect on the terrace steps, his pointed ears twitching in the evening breeze. No longer cowed as before, he maintained a respectful demeanor. The cream of mushroom soup will get cold. Reluctantly, the children departed the backyard, playfully shoving each other towards the dining hall. The glow of the silver candlesticks on the long dining table illuminated their rosy cheeks. As the last dessert vanished with a snap of the house elf's fingers, Lucius gently tapped a crystal cup with a silver spoon. Little dragon, Miss Grindelwald, please accompany me to the study. An instant hush fell over the dining table. Harry and Hermione exchanged wary glances, while Ron continued to savor his sweet tea, and the Weasley twins raised identical eyebrows in silent agreement. Baelial calmly wiped her mouth, while Draco instinctively glanced at his mother, only to find Narcissa's jaw clenched tightly as she adjusted her napkin. The heavy wooden door of the study closed silently, severing all external sounds. Lucius stood before the fireplace, the flickering flames casting shifting shadows across his chiseled features. Several pureblood families and high-ranking officials at the ministry, he stated bluntly, his voice as sharp as a blade tempered in ice, have been infiltrated by suspected Purity Party forces. His gray-blue eyes, hawk-like, locked onto Baelial. Forgive my directness, but is this all connected to you? Draco abruptly turned to the girl beside him. Disbelief etched across his pallid face. This must be a mistake, he implored Lucius. Baelial could not possibly silence Draco. Lucius's serpent-headed wand thudded heavily against the carpet. Narcissa's slender fingers gently rested on her son's tense shoulder. The soothing gesture laced with warning. Let us hear Miss Grindelwald's explanation, shall we? Her voice remained elegant, yet her fingertips felt chillingly cold. Baelial slowly curled her lips into a smile. In that moment, her entire demeanor transformed. The youthful guise she had donned peeled away like a mask, revealing a chilling composure, near dangerous in its serenity. The pureblood families in Britain have stagnated. Her voice was as light as a discussion about afternoon tea, yet somehow made the flames in the fireplace flicker ominously, as if the entire British magical community had become a crooked willow tree. Her blue eyes glimmered with an unsettling light in the shadows. I merely wished to perform a corrective surgery on it. Lucius's knuckles turned pale against his serpent-headed wand, while Narcissa's breath hitched imperceptibly. Draco's eyes widened as he beheld the girl who had once laughed alongside him. Now, the smile at her lips sent a shiver down his spine. Indeed, in that moment in the Forbidden Forest, he had known she would join the Purity Party. Yet no one had informed him that Baelial would lead it. Draco emitted a sharp gasp. The Purity Party, a name that had instilled fear throughout the European magical community, felt like a cold blade pressed against his spine. Memories of their past interactions flooded his mind, and Draco silently clenched his fists. Baelial Grindelwald. She was the one who had softened his relationship with his Gryffindor friends, who had awakened his latent ambitions, who had made him realize he was first Draco and then Malfoy. The Malfoy family held family above all, but standing here now was Draco. Father, mother, he stepped forward, aligning himself with Baelial, a strange blush creeping onto his pale cheeks, yet his voice remained resolute. I have long been aware of her identity. He sensed the girl's gaze upon him, but she was a friend of my choosing, and the Malfoys shall never betray a true ally. The firelight cast the shadows of the two young figures upon the wall adorned with ancestral portraits, where the depicted figures exchanged glances, choosing silence. Narcissa's hand, which had covered her mouth, trembled slightly, while Lucius's grip on his serpent-headed wand quivered. Their son had grown, but surely not in this manner. Lucius's complexion darkened, as he suddenly grasped why the history of magic required 3 entire chapters to emphasize Gellert Grindelwald's talent for manipulation. Draco, his voice resonating with a low, menacing tone. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Beside you stands Grindelwald, a figure whose influence once plunged all of Europe into chaos. The flickering flames of the hearth dance upon Lucius's stern visage, casting shadows of varying depths. Narcissa gently pressed her hand upon her husband's arm, her gray-blue eyes interwoven with concern and an inexplicable understanding. Draco straightened his back, his gray-blue gaze shimmering with an unprecedented sharpness beneath the candlelight. His voice, low yet unmistakably clear, declared, Father, I am fully aware of what I am saying. It is Baelial who has enlightened me to the true essence of pureblood glory, which does not lie in adhering to outdated traditions, but rather in pioneering new paths. He stepped forward, the fabric of his robe gliding silently over the carpet. You have taught me to associate solely with purebloods, to maintain a distance from the muggle-borns and half-bloods, as dictated by the Malfoy way of life. But this ambition belongs to you, father, not to me. The firelight flickered across his pale face, delineating a gradually resolute countenance. Ambition is the hallmark of Slytherin, yet I find my own ambitions to be obscured. Until his gaze shifted towards the golden-haired girl beside him, a newfound conviction resonating in his voice. For it was she who illuminated for me that true power lies not in exclusion, but in inclusion. Draco abruptly raised his hand, his fingertips tracing an invisible path through the air. Why has the pureblood party swept across Europe? Not merely due to Grindelwald's power, but because he understands the art of gathering talents from all walks of life. His eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance. Pureblood, half-blood, and even the immensely talented Muggleborns possess strength that does not inquire about origins, father. Lucius's pupils constricted slightly as he beheld the flame of blind allegiance extinguished in his son's eyes, replaced by the lucid ambition that belongs to a true ruler. Narcissa's fingers instinctively clenched the armrest of the sofa, suddenly realizing that this boy before her was embodying the purest spirit of Slytherin in a manner they had never anticipated. Baelial slightly raised her chin, the candlelight flowing through her golden tresses, yet failing to penetrate the depths of her abyss-like eyes. Indeed, Draco. She spoke softly yet with undeniable authority, to gather the world's talents and wield them. Only then can one treat the world as a chessboard and become the true master of the game. Lucius slowly closed his eyes, the creed etched into the Malfoy family motto for millennia fracturing and collapsing within his mind. He felt a long-forgotten tremor, not of fear, but of that heart-pounding exhilaration faced with a dawning new era. Narcissa's breath quickened as she observed the barely perceptible softening of her husband's taut lips. Wizards and muggles are not inherently adversarial. Seeking common ground amidst differences is the broad avenue that lies before the magical realm. Her fingertips delicately skimmed the ancient silver astrolabe on the desk, the intricate gears suddenly whirring into a frenzied dance, projecting shifting star maps upon the wall. Look, she whispered. The pureblood stars should not be confined beneath this narrow canopy. Her voice echoed within the study, imbued with a prophetic insight. What we fear is not Muggle technology, but the stagnation that leads to extinction. Magic and technology, wizards and Muggles, resemble the sun and moon in ancient alchemy, seemingly opposed, yet fundamentally complementary. Lucius's serpent-headed wand emitted a faint hum. The patriarch of this ancient pureblood family, now possessed of an unprecedented clarity. So the true objective of the pureblood party is to establish a new order? It is evolution. Baelial replied as her robe billowed like a dark tide. If a fire dragon remains dormant in its nest, it will never learn to soar nor claim dominion over the skies. Extinction awaits it. The magical realm must emerge from the shadows. She met Lucius's gaze head-on, and the Malfoy family was destined to play a pivotal role in this transformation. Draco observed, his father's traditionally erect posture now slightly inclined, a stance the Malfoys had inherited, reserved for encounters with truly worthy adversaries. The flames of the hearth suddenly surged, casting the shadows of the four figures upon the wall adorned with ancestral portraits. The ancient images exchanged astonished glances, witnesses to a pivotal turning point in an era, all occurring on this seemingly ordinary night. Chapter 48, Tom Riddle. The following morning, as Baelial settled at the long table, she was immediately surrounded by a flock of heads adorned in black, red and gold. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and the Weasley twins clustered around her like a gaggle of chattering sparrows. What transpired last night? Ron inquired eagerly, his fork tapping restlessly against his plate. Mr. Malfoy's countenance was as dark as a thundercloud. Hermione astutely noted the flush creeping upon Draco's ears, adding thoughtfully, "We've all been quite worried that you might have encountered trouble." George and Fred leaned against the backs of the chairs flanking Baelial, resembling two symmetrical guardians. "Dear Miss," Fred elongated his tone, "we witnessed old Malfoy herding you towards the study like a flock of ducks." The spectacle was positively terrifying. George exaggerated with a shiver. Baelial elegantly sipped her pumpkin juice, a mischievous glint sparkling in her blue eyes. "We merely struck a rather special deal." She emphasized the word deal. "Thanks to the Malfoy family's generous support, I shall soon find myself quite prosperous." "A deal? What sort of business could be discussed at such an hour?" Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, their years of twin telepathy enabling them to instantly grasp that this deal was likely far more intricate than it appeared. Fred leaned on the dining table, his red hair cascading like flames. "This generous lady, does your deal accept investments? What is the yield?" George quickly interjected, gesturing the arc of galleons that could allow them to purchase 10 shops in Diagon Alley. Baelial chuckled lightly. "This venture is selective. Only those with capability may partake. And the rewards are greater than you might imagine. If you were upperclassmen, I might consider it." Amused by the twins' suddenly crestfallen expressions, she added, "All right, gentlemen. Perhaps I can reserve a spot for you?" "Merlin's beard," Fred exclaimed, dropping to one knee dramatically. "We are willing to brave fire and water for you." George immediately followed suit. Ron rolled his eyes, stabbing his steak with fervor. "Here we go again, with these maddening riddles." Ginny stifled a giggle, while Harry and Hermione exchanged puzzled looks, bewildered by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Draco gently nudged Baelial with his elbow, uncertainty swimming in his gray-blue eyes. "Are you certain you wish to?" The girl turned her head, the morning light casting a golden halo around her. "What is it?" She lifted her chin slightly, her hair shimmering with radiance. "Does Master Malfoy question my discernment?" This remark reminded Draco of the certainty she had exuded while playing chess beneath the moonlight the previous night. He suddenly felt that perhaps Baelial possessed a greater understanding of how to navigate the tumultuous waters of the magical world than he had initially believed. The perceptive young wizards immediately sensed the change. The demeanor of the Malfoy couple was markedly different today. Narcissa wore a genuine smile, even personally offering Baelial a plate of blueberry-topped pancakes. When Lucius pulled out a chair for the girl with his serpent-headed wand, his slight nod conveyed a hint of subtle respect. The sound of Ginny's spoon clinking against her pumpkin juice cup rang out, while Ron stuffed his mouth with half a sausage. Harry and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom why the atmosphere had shifted so dramatically overnight. The gaze of the twins momentarily intertwined in the air, their years of tacit understanding allowing them to reach a consensus in an instant. Fred's fingertips lightly tapped a rhythm beneath the tablecloth, and George responded with a nearly imperceptible nod, affirming their wager. The business proposition articulated by the esteemed Miss Grindelwald before them likely surpassed all conceivable expectations. "It seems our joke shop," Fred remarked in a hushed tone only a brother could detect, "is poised for expansion." George's boot gently nudged his brother's heel, an ember of ambition flickering in his eyes. "Not merely expansion, dear brother," his gaze sweeping over the Malfoys' respectful demeanor, "but a complete reconfiguration of the entire commercial landscape." The long summer days spent at Malfoy Manor were finally drawing to a close, the golden-hued maple leaves beginning to adorn the estate's gilded railings. With the school year fast approaching, others were preparing to return home to organize their belongings for the upcoming term. "Miss Grindelwald," Lucius called to the departing Baelial, halting her amidst the curious glances of the other children. "Please come here for a moment. I have something I wish to discuss with you privately. I believe this item may prove beneficial to you." He produced an old, weathered diary from his robes and handed it to Baelial. Upon receiving the diary, she examined the signature inscribed upon it. "Tom Marvolo Riddle." Her brow arched in amusement. "The Dark Lordess Horcrux? You're giving this to me?" Lucius's silver serpent wand slid half an inch across the ground as his pupils constricted sharply. This secret, unknown even to most Death Eaters, had been casually unveiled by the girl before him. "Removing obstacles is fundamental to our collaboration." He forced himself to remain composed, caressing the ornate handle of his wand. "I trust this suffices to demonstrate the Malfoy family's sincerity?" The girl elegantly twirled the diary in her palm. "I accept your sincerity." Suddenly, she leaned in slightly closer, however. "I have a small task for you to complete. I am all ears. Sirius is aiding the pureblood faction and the British traditionalists. He is my designated liaison between the purebloods and the conservative forces in Britain. When the need arises, I hope you will assist him. Sirius Black." Lucius's voice echoed through the corridor. "Isn't he a member of the Order of the Phoenix?" His voice nearly froze in his throat. "Or is Dumbledore as well?" His gaze fixed intently on Baelial's expression, while the girl merely tilted her head slightly, a knowing smile gracing her lips. This subtle expression sent Lucius reeling, as if plunged into an icy abyss. He staggered back a step, the serpent-headed wand striking a sharp sound against the marble floor. The chess game at play was far more extensive than he had anticipated. The complexion of the platinum wizard paled, even more so than the plaster statues behind him. "Merlin. How fortunate he chose to surrender." "Esteemed Miss," Fred inclined his head slightly, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, while George seamlessly followed with a cheerful yet pointed tone. "What business are we discussing this time?" They both blinked in unison, their gazes converging on the black diary in her hands. Baelial chuckled softly indeed, her voice gentle yet laced with an unyielding undertone. "But this business," she paused, her gaze sweeping over the frolicking children before returning to the twins, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, "is solely for myself." George raised an eyebrow, while Fred exaggeratedly sighed. "Ah, it seems we are not included this time." She was already eagerly anticipating her meeting with Tom Riddle, the most dangerous and formidable dark wizard in a century, poised to ascend to the throne of the Dark Lord. Chapter 49. You've broken the law, do you know that? The entrance of the leaky cauldron was bustling with activity, filled with students and parents eager to purchase their textbooks. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting dappled shadows upon the throng, with a symphony of conversations and laughter rising and falling. Hey, Baelial, Harry, Draco. A familiar head of red hair bobbed above the crowd as Ron, on his tiptoes, enthusiastically waved at them. A few beads of sweat dotted his nose, a clear sign of his struggle through the crowd. Long time no see, Ron. Harry's eyes brightened as he skillfully navigated through the throng with Baelial and Draco in tow. Ginny hid behind her mother, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Long time no see, Senior Potter. Her voice was soft as a feather, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Ron eagerly tugged at his parents' sleeves. Dad. Mum. This is Harry Potter, Baelial Grindelwald, and Draco Malfoy, the ones I told you about. Arthur Weasley's smile appeared slightly strained. The red-haired wizard instinctively rubbed his nose. Merlin. When I first heard that my son became friends with the Malfoy's offspring, I nearly dropped my teacup. Now his expression attempted to convey openness while betraying an inner complexity. In contrast, Molly Weasley's smile radiated warmth and sincerity. She lovingly scrutinized the three children, gentle lines forming at the corners of her eyes. Oh dear children. Ron speaks of you often at home. She affectionately patted Ron's shoulder, pride shining in her eyes. He has been studying hard lately, and says it's thanks to your help. Ron's talents are commendable, Baelial remarked with a smile, her blue eyes glowing softly in the sunlight. We merely fostered a conducive learning environment, but without each individual's efforts, today's achievements would not have been possible. Her humble words only deepened the sincerity of the smiles on the Weasley couple's faces. Molly couldn't resist ruffling Ron's hair, her eyes brimming with pride, while Arthur's demeanor softened considerably. At that moment, a rather cold voice cut through the crowd. Draco. Didn't I tell you not to run off? Lucius Malfoy finally maneuvered his way through the throng, his platinum hair slightly disheveled, the serpent-headed wand in his hand tapping lightly against the floor. Just as he intended to admonish his son, he met Arthur Weasley's gaze, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gray-blue eyes. Ah, Weasley. His tone retained the characteristic arrogance of the Malfoy family. Yet mindful of his son's amicable relations with the Weasley clan, he swallowed the impending mockery, merely raising his chin slightly in acknowledgement. Arthur's smile cooled. But considering the children were present, he refrained from damaging their rare camaraderie, responding only with a curt, "Ah." Malfoy. A subtle tension enveloped the air, as if even the surrounding clamor had dimmed slightly. Have you finished purchasing your books? Lucius was the first to break the silence, his voice low and restrained, as though striving to maintain some semblance of dignity. Not yet. We're still in line. Draco gestured toward the serpentine queue ahead, impatience creeping into his tone. Just then, a commotion erupted at the front of the line, the crowd surging like a tide, accompanied by a cacophony of screams. At the center of the chaos, a flamboyant figure stood out, Gilderoy Lockhart, brandishing his signed photographs, flashing his trademark dazzling smile, his 8 teeth glistening like pearls. He waved, eliciting an even more fervent scream from the surrounding witches. Oh, it's Gilderoy Lockhart, Molly exclaimed, placing a hand over her heart, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Merlin. His smile is as radiant as the sun. Arthur's expression twisted in an instant, as if forced to swallow a fly, his lips twitching slightly. Meanwhile, Lucius maintained the poised demeanor of a pureblood aristocrat, though his countenance darkened, a storm brewing within. His long fingers tightened around his wand, knuckles whitening. Dumbledore. He nearly spat through clenched teeth. What sort of creature has he let in? This person can be a professor? Ron's face registered terror. What do you mean? This peacock-like character is our professor. Harry leaned closer to Baelial, lowering his voice in a tone laced with terror. Merlin's beard. If he truly is a professor, I swear I won't attend a single lesson. Baelial cast a dispassionate glance at Lockhart, who was still preening in the midst of the crowd, and delivered the fatal blow with calmness. Not only that, he is also this year's defense against the dark arts professor. Harry, Ron, and Draco. At long last, the lengthy queue had reached them. Among the 5 children, Baelial was one of the 2 girls, her stature notably taller, appearing 13 or 14 at the age of 12. Lockhart's gaze immediately locked onto her. His eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent, striding towards her with his robes billowing behind him. Ah, this beautiful young lady. He slightly bowed, unabashedly taking Baelial's hand, a quill pirouetting flamboyantly on his fingertips. Would you like to purchase a copy of Gilderoy Lockhart's personal memoir? A chill ran down Belial's spine as she attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find it firmly grasped. With an expression devoid of emotion, she politely declined. No thank you, sir. Just as Lockhart was about to persist, A silver serpent-headed cane abruptly intervened, the cold tip expertly prying his wrist away. Lucius Malfoy had appeared at Baelial's side without her noticing, his platinum hair glinting coldly in the sunlight. I believe, as a professor of Hogwarts, your task is to educate rather than to hawk your memoirs, he said, his voice smooth as icy venom. Lockhart's smile froze. He assessed the imposing wizard before him, his gold-trimmed cuffs barely trembling. Well, of course, you are quite right. May I ask who you are? Lucius Malfoy. The serpent-headed cane struck the ground with a sharp sound, one of the Hogwarts governors. Merlin's socks. Arthur gasped, leaning closer to Molly and whispering, in my 40 years of life, this is the first time I find this white peacock tolerable. Molly gripped her husband's arm tightly, fearing she might burst into laughter. Finally emerging from Lockhart's mental harassment, the three children stumbled out, each burdened with an armful of books. I swear I must learn the nonverbal stretching charm. Draco gasped, nearly suffocated under the weight of his stack, staggering toward the Hogwarts Express. Sweat matted his platinum locks to his forehead. Merlin's foul socks. With this mountain of books, if that flamboyant peacock teaches poorly, I shall demand my father expel him. Ron and Harry, equally disheveled, braced their knees against their piles of books, nodding vigorously in agreement. Draco, Ron wheezed, I swear by the Weasley family name. I shall never mock you for only saying I am going to tell my dad again. Harry enviously gazed at Baelial, who elegantly held a dragonhide bag. Enchanted with the nonverbal stretching charm, her hair not a strand out of place. Had I known it would be like this. He lamented while adjusting his glasses that threatened to slide off. I should have worn out standard spellbook. Level 4 over the summer. The four children struggled mightily to board the carriage. As the last book was crammed into the luggage rack, they slumped into their seats like three heaps of mud. Only Baelial remained composed, arranging her skirts and producing 4 bottles of chilled pumpkin juice from her bag. Would you care for a drink? I suspect you might need this. 3 boys simultaneously emitted grateful whimpers. Baelial. The carriage door was flung open with a crash. It was Hermione. Her brown curls were slightly disheveled from her hurried movements, and her eyes burned with righteous fury. I can hardly believe it. She plopped down beside Baelial, slamming the book she held onto the table. My idol is actually a... She stammered, gesturing in the air until she found the right word, scoundrel. She had witnessed everything at Flourish and Blots, squeezed among the throngs of fervent witches, idolizing Lockhart as he boasted about outsmarting a Yeti. Though she did not grasp the intricacies of a wizarding con artist's methods, as a girl, she could empathize with Belial's predicament. That was outright sexual harassment. Hermione's voice trembled with indignation, her fingers involuntarily clutching her robe. And I even bought his entire collection. Suddenly, she turned to Baelial. When he grabbed your hand, I wanted to rush over and set him ablaze. Ron, sipping his pumpkin juice, nearly choked at her words. Merlin, Hermione. When did you become so violent? Violent? Hermione narrowed her eyes dangerously. A man in his 30s, harassing a 12-year-old student in front of everyone. And Dumbledore actually allows this man to teach us defense against the dark arts? She stood up abruptly. The most ridiculous part is those witches still cheering him on. Have their brains been devoured by some seductress? The carriage fell into an abrupt silence. The 3 boys exchanged glances. Having never witnessed the ever-knowledgeable Miss Granger in such a state of fury, Baelial gently grasped Hermione's trembling hand. At least now we know the true nature of this professor. A cold smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Classes at Hogwarts should prove quite entertaining. As for expelling Lockhart, that would be a jest. All she needs to do is shed a few tears in front of Dumbledore, and play the victim. But that would be too lenient for him. Setting aside his harassment, merely his experiences are a blatant infringement on the knowledge rights of those innocent wizards. Gilderoy Lockhart, you have broken the law, do you understand? Chapter 50. Pursuits and Oaths. In their second year, they gathered once more in the Great Hall. Sunlight streamed through towering stained glass windows, casting a warm halo over the long tables of the 4 houses. Students congregated in small clusters, enjoying pumpkin juice and roasted sausages while excitedly sharing tales of their summer adventures. Qiu Zhang, Baelial approached the Ravenclaw table, extending her notebook to the older student who was enjoying breakfast. Thank you very much for your study journal. The girl with flowing black hair turned, revealing a face imbued with Eastern elegance, her dark eyes sparkling with a gentle smile as she tucked a stray lock behind her ear. No need to mention it, Baelial. After exchanging pleasantries with the intellectually graceful student, Baelial suddenly caught sight of a small serpent nestled among the eagles. Baelial? She blinked, leaning in for a closer look. Golden curls cascaded down, the long ends brushing against her waist, the tips displaying a rare shade of teal. Her delicate features, softened by a smile, were striking. But what captivated were her blue-green eyes, 2 discordant colors merging flawlessly. shimmering as if reflecting the light, rendering her utterly mesmerizing. Hiss, a beauty. Noticing Baelial's gaze, Qiuzhang chuckled lightly. Look, another child captivated by Goyle. Her voice carried a teasing lilt characteristic of her Eastern charm. Goyle? Baelial belatedly glanced at Qiuzhang. Indeed. Gloria Drem, she replied. A Slytherin who enjoys playing with the little Ravenclaws. Ah, so she is Gloria Drem? No wonder I felt as if I had never heard that name in Slytherin. She must have been off playing with the Ravenclaws. Baelial returned to the Slytherin table. Draco sipped his red tea, his grey-blue eyes scanning the tardy Baelial. Where have you been for so long? Baelial gracefully took her seat, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her lips as she poured herself a glass of milk, her tone light and cheerful. Oh, I just discovered another talent. Draco raised an eyebrow. Which deity has caught your fancy this time? The first class of their second year was herbology, with Slytherin and Ravenclaw attending together. Professor Sprout remained as amiable as ever, and today we were to learn about mandrakes. She surveyed the young wizards, asking, have you all donned your earmuffs, children? Yes, Professor, came the chorus of responses. With gentle care, Professor Sprout pulled a mandrake from its pot. Its appearance was reminiscent of a wrinkled infant's face, which quivered slightly before emitting a piercing wail that echoed throughout the room. Fortunately, thanks to the protection of the earmuffs, the sound felt as though it were muffled behind thick cotton. Today, we shall assist these little ones in finding new homes. Professor Sprout's voice resonated through the earmuffs. However, before we began, she playfully winked and inquired, does anyone know about our mandrake friends? Almost all the Ravenclaw eagles raised their hands in response. Oh my! Professor Sprout's face lit up with delight. Thank you ever so much for your enthusiasm towards this lesson. She casually invited one of the young eagles to elaborate on the characteristics of the mandrake. The boy's professional terminology prompted her to nod in approval. This lesson was indeed a boon for Ravenclaw. The practical segment that followed involved pairing up to repot the mandrakes. Baelial glanced up and sure enough, that Draco was once again huddled with the Ravenclaw students. Baelial was partnered with Draco, but evidently, the esteemed Malfoy heir had never before encountered herbology, let alone repotting plants. This is absurd, Draco scoffed, pinching the rim of the pot between two fingers. My father never mentioned that attending Hogwarts involved gardening duties. Baelial sighed as she watched her partner clumsily grasp the mandrake's leaves. The poor little plant was yanked in all directions, its cries growing hoarse. Oh, you poor thing. Baelial murmured. Never mind, my lord. She decided that if she didn't rescue the mandrake soon, it would cry itself hoarse. Allow me. It turned out that her herbological prowess, rated at 910, was indeed persuasive. By the end of the lesson, Baelial and Draco had added quite a few points to Slytherin's tally. As herbology class concluded, it was nearly time to head to the Great Hall for lunch. While Draco and Baelial traversed the castle corridors, a deliberately hushed yet unmistakably excited chatter wafted from around the corner. Hey, have you heard? Longbottom made another fool of himself in Charm's class. A small, dark-haired lion elbowed his companion, his voice dripping with schadenfreude. Even that bumbling Hufflepuff got through, chimed in another bespectacled boy, dramatically waving his arms to mimic the incantation. In the end, he not only turned his materials to ash, but the rebounded spell also transformed him into a clown. A chorus of laughter erupted from several Gryffindors. Honestly, the first boy wiped tears of mirth from his eyes. A pureblood reduced to this, it's a disgrace to Gryffindor. They laughed heartily as they turned the corner, their voices fading away. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Those youthful yet razor-sharp words hung in the air like invisible blades of ice. The most merciless aspect of childhood lies in the fact that within those innocent smiles often lurks the purest malice. Longbottom? That dullard? Draco smirked at the mention of the surname. However, before he could finish, he suddenly felt a chill and turned to meet Baelial's abruptly icy blue gaze, instantly silencing himself. Draco, Baelial's voice was as tranquil and cutting as a winter lake. No one becomes strong without enduring a low point. Those who withstand the trials will undergo a complete transformation. Draco opened his mouth to respond, but a raised hand silenced him. Yes, Longbottom may indeed lack talent, she remarked, her slender fingers lightly tapping her wand, but much of this is influenced by external factors. Her piercing blue eyes narrowed slightly. I believe you are aware of this. In the corridor's shadows, her voice suddenly softened with a rare gentleness. But have you seen him give up? She stepped forward, sunlight cascading through the high windows, casting a golden halo around her. Baelial's cool blue eyes locked onto the stunned platinum-haired boy. There are many who are initially gifted, yet few who truly persevere to ascend to greatness. Draco subconsciously retreated a step. Remember, Baelial lightly tapped his shoulder with her wand, a true Slytherin. A future leader of a family must possess not only the strength to rise above others, her voice dropped to a whisper, but also the vision to discern diamonds among the rubble. As the sun slipped behind the clouds, shadows enveloped the two once more. Baelial cast one final glance at the boy frozen in place. Now tell me, do you understand, Draco? Her tone slithered through the air like a serpent's hiss. Draco's throat constricted painfully, as if an invisible hand were squeezing. I understand, Baelial, he croaked, his voice hoarse. Let us go. The girl casually patted his shoulder as she turned, the hem of her robes trailing gracefully behind her. Harry and the others must be waiting anxiously in the great hall. It wasn't until she had walked 10 paces away that Draco realized his back was already drenched. Cold sweat trickled down his spine, his robe clinging to his skin, sending a shiver through him. Instinctively he looked up. Sunlight poured through the stained glass, illuminating the corridor and casting a golden hue upon the girl's retreating figure. In that moment, Draco felt as though the faded illustration from the History of Magic textbook had come to life, the image of Gellert Grindelwald gradually merging with hers. His pupils constricted suddenly, his heart pounding violently in his chest. Grindelwald. This was Grindelwald, the leader he revered. Draco inhaled deeply, suddenly breaking into a hurried stride to catch up. Wait for me, he whispered, an unexpected reverence lacing his voice. This simple act of following took on the weight of a silent vow. Chapter 51, The Call of Home. Due to my initial failure to label clearly, which may have led to numerous misunderstandings, I hereby declare that this pairing is age-oriented. I apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused the readers. However, I shall not exhibit undue favoritism towards any character. I hold a deep affection for both Dumbledore and Grindelwald. What I aim to portray is the complex and tragic love story that spanned a century between the White Wizard and the Dark Wizard. At the Slytherin table, Ron waved his fork as he mimicked the incantation from that morning's class, while Harry mumbled through a mouthful of pumpkin pie in agreement. Hermione had her textbook sprawled beside her plate, occasionally correcting their mistakes. Baelial sliced through her roast beef, the silver fork glinting under the candlelight. She occasionally smiled at the children, yet her gaze drifted beyond the raucous crowd to the far end of the Gryffindor table, where Neville Longbottom was struggling solo with a stubborn potato that had rolled off his fork 3 times, splattering oil in solitude across his plate. Hermione, Baelial suddenly spoke, ripples forming in her cup of tea. When you were with Longbottom, did he have any other friends? The abrupt topic change brought a moment of awkward silence. Hermione's curly brown hair swayed lightly as she turned, the shadows cast by her lashes concealing contemplation. It seems not, she replied softly. Longbottom's childhood was quite tragic. His parents became heroes in their fight against Voldemort, yet the price they paid was eternal confinement to a hospital bed at St. Mungo's, tormented by the Cruciatus curse. Ron's freckles stood out starkly against his pale face as he tightened his grip on the napkin. My dad said that the Longbottoms never revealed a word during their torture. Even more cruelly, Hermione's fingertips unconsciously traced the gilded title of her textbook. Recalling how his grandmother had used the Obliviate charm as an eraser, believing it could erase sorrow. Yet in doing so, she had inadvertently wiped away his courage and confidence. The silverware on the long table suddenly became blinding, and Harry's green eyes behind his glasses glistened with tears. He recalled the shattered photo frame in the cottage nestled within Godric's Hollow, where his parents' smiling faces were forever captured in the autumn of 1981. Perhaps we could. His voice, though fragmented, was imbued with tenderness, become his friends. His parents were great heroes, and surely he too was a small hero. Ron straightened his back, recalling his mother's words from childhood. A true Gryffindor helps every fallen soul. Ginny nodded vigorously beside him, and Harry couldn't help but ruffle the little girl's hair, causing a blush to spread from her cheeks to her neck. Clearing his throat, Draco caressed the silver knife, his ears slightly reddening. His father often said that purebloods should support one another. Bellatrix observed the group of children, the candlelight melting into gentle starlight within her blue eyes. What a delightful bunch of children, she thought. After lunch, the classroom for Defense Against the Dark Arts was brimming with Gryffindor and Slytherin students. However, the jovial atmosphere was swiftly shattered by the flamboyant figure at the lectern. Gilderoy Lockhart, adorned in his peacock blue robe, waved his wand and animatedly recounted his thrilling adventures. Then, I faced an entire den of werewolves all alone. He flashed his signature dazzling smile, eliciting gasps of admiration from the girls. Yet, not everyone was fond of the new professor. In fact, most of the boys were not. Harry pressed his forehead in distress, his green eyes reflecting his turmoil. Merlin's beard. I think I might be sick. We are here to learn defense against the dark arts, not to attend his autobiography recital. Draco scoffed. Ron leaned closer, whispering seriously, Draco, when will you convince your dad to get rid of him? Hermione sat with her arms crossed, her brows furrowed. He can't even explain the basic principles of spells correctly. He's simply misleading us. Bellatrix rubbed her temples, finally reaching her breaking point. To avert a collective failure at the end of the term, we shall have practical training every Friday evening in the room of requirement. 4 voices chimed in unison, agreed. Oh, it seems some little wizards have already lost focus. Lockhart drawled, his golden hair glistening in the sunlight. He strutted down from the lectern, the embroidered edges of his robe billowing behind him like a peacock displaying its plumage. But he suddenly turned, his wand tracing a dazzling arc in the air. You will soon be grateful to Merlin for having me as your professor. A cage draped in royal blue velvet floated to the center of the classroom with his incantation. For I have brought the most ferocious creature from the magical realm. He comically threatened the young wizards, some girls huddling together in anxiety. 3, 2, 1. The velvet was yanked away, revealing over 30 palm-sized blue-skinned creatures peering out with sharp teeth. They clawed at the bars of the cage, producing a dry, grating sound. Behold the Cornish pixies. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. Seamus's quill dropped to the floor with a sharp clatter. Lockhart's smile turned rigid. Evidently they were stunned. He feigned nonchalance as he waved his wand. Practical session. Who can subdue them? The moment the cage door sprang open, the pixies erupted like fireworks, scattering wildly. A group of pixies began tearing apart textbooks. Lavender's braid became entangled, while Ron swung walking with giants, attempting to sweep the erratic blue figures from the air. Is this what you call a teaching demonstration? Draco's pale face was splattered with ink as he aimed his wand at the chaotic blue figures, launching spells incessantly. Hermione's binding curse precisely ensnared a few amid the turmoil, but there were far too many for her to manage. Meanwhile, Lockhart himself had retreated to a corner, watching the chaos unfold as the children screamed. Bellatrix's veins pulsed. She rarely lost her composure, yet this fool continually tested her limits. Draco, have you not always wanted to learn defense against the dark arts? Then observe closely, she declared, aiming her ebony wand at the flying pixies. I shall demonstrate for you once what true defense against the dark arts entails. As her wand rose, the air warped abruptly. Protego Diabolica. A surge of eerie blue flames erupted, coalescing into a 3-headed grotesque beast. The pixies shrieked in piercing wails, dissipating into wisps of smoke in the wake of the blue inferno. Merlin's beard. A student collapsed to the floor, their wand clattering down beside them. Fiendfire. Some of the young wizards turned pale. It's fiendfire. It's a forbidden curse. The eerie blue flames danced across Bellatrix's stern visage, casting a blue hue upon her features, illuminating the bright eyes of Harry and the other children behind her. As the last pixie perished in the fiendfire, Bellatrix flicked her wrist, and the flames transformed into countless blue butterflies that dispersed into the air. Merlin's beard. A Slytherin clutched his robe tightly, his voice trembling now. That is true defense against the dark arts. What Lockhart teaches is utter nonsense. Hey, whispered a small lion next to him. What if we collectively suggest to Professor Dumbledore that Bellatrix Grindelwald teach this class? Have you lost your mind? How could that be possible? Another Gryffindor shot him a disbelieving glance. She hasn't even taken her newts yet. The corner of the classroom stirred with rustling sounds. Lockhart emerged from behind the lectern. His hair singed and curled, with bits of curtain clinging to his robe. He struggled to maintain his characteristic bright smile, oblivious to the fact that his golden locks had become charred as if burnt. Thanks to this young lady for her splendid performance. He attempted to redirect the children's attention back to himself, but not a single student paid him any heed. The class bell rang abruptly, and the students swiftly exited in unison. In the corridor, Gryffindor and Slytherin students formed a rare circle, surrounding Bellatrix and her companions. Grindelwald, a Slytherin whispered. How did you learn that spell? Now that is real skill. A nearby brown-haired Gryffindor chimed in with excitement. Could you teach us? Actually, we could start a class. A little lion murmured among the crowd. After all, that flamboyant professor can't teach anything worthwhile. Shut it. Pansy Parkinson interrupted immediately. If anyone is to be taught, it should be the students of our own house. Bellatrix raised her palm, and the clamor in the corridor gradually subsided like a receding tide. A gentle smile graced her lips, the sunlight bathing her outline in a soft golden hue. I believe everyone has grasped the allure of defense against the dark arts in this lesson. Her voice glided through the quiet corridor like silk, and a few Gryffindors nodded in agreement. Newt certificates are merely parchment. She suddenly sobered, raising her chin, her tone turning grave. And what truly matters is whether this wand can protect everything we hold dear when darkness descends. Let us not forget the Dark Lord and his minions lurking in the shadows. The surrounding breaths quickened, the subtle sounds of tightly gripped wands echoing through the air. Knowledge is like the bird soaring above the castle. She touched her lips with slender fingers, and it will never be confined within the boundaries of the academy. Her finger pointed upwards, towards the 8th floor where a mysterious room lay opposite the troll tapestry. Harry and his friends nodded in agreement. Ron's ears flushed slightly from the sudden attention. Every Friday evening at twilight, her voice brightened. I welcome all earnest seekers of knowledge. Woo! Long live Grindelwald. Merlins. Finally, we're free from that professor's mental pollution. The sunlight cascaded down, yet it failed to penetrate the depths of those profound blue eyes. This was her counterattack. It was indeed a source of embarrassment that a professor was outshone in teaching by a mere student. To make matters worse, the excited little wizards would undoubtedly embellish today's events, spreading the tale throughout the castle about the new professor of defense against the dark arts, leaving even the Cornish pixies at a loss. When the authority of teaching is utterly undermined, when the facade of knowledge is laid bare, and when all students cast scornful glances, how can such a professor hope to maintain a foothold at Hogwarts? Perhaps soon, this hollow professor would be carried out of the castle by the students, and those fabricated tales of adventure would ultimately shatter like bubbles in the face of truth. Chapter 52. The diary speaks. He wishes to report to the authorities. That night, in the Slytherin girls' dormitory, Baelial finally recalled the diary she had tossed into a corner. She sat up with a start, using the summoning charm to retrieve it. Upon opening the diary, she found the yellowed pages devoid of any writing. What should she write? She pondered, nibbling at her quill. Hello, she tentatively inscribed. The letter seemed to be devoured, fading away slowly, leaving the page blank once more. Hello. An elegant italic script emerged like ripples, imbued with a faint scholarly air. Without a moment's thought, Baelial replied, Nice to meet you. Only realizing the implications of her words afterward, her entire being going rigid. Oh no. Accustomed to writing essays in English, but she couldn't be blamed. That's how it was written in the textbooks. The parchment rippled subtly, as if the other party were contemplating. After a moment, new letters appeared, punctuated by a delicate pause. And nice to meet you too? Each letter bore a hint of confusion. The atmosphere then fell into a stalemate, and Baelial buried her face in her hands, feeling utterly mortified. Fortunately, the diary broke the silence first, the writing elegantly diffusing across the page, the ink flowing into graceful cursive. It's evident that you are a very enthusiastic person. May I ask how to address you? The well-timed compliment gently melted away the prior awkwardness. Thank you, dear diary. Baelial Grindelwald, 2nd year Slytherin. The writing paused momentarily, the ink suddenly deepening. Grindelwald? With a hint of mischievousness she wrote, Indeed, Gellert Grindelwald is my direct blood relative. The page rippled peculiarly, and new letters emerged with a silken smoothness. One can tell from the name that you are a wise young lady, being of the Grindelwald lineage. It's no wonder you are so sincere and passionate. Hey, this little diary has quite the sweet tongue. Thank you for the compliment. She deliberately paused before writing. So you are Tom Riddle? The ink slithered like a black serpent, revealing, indeed. It's quite a strange twist of fate. I too am a student of Slytherin. By the way, should I be addressed as senior? The writing suddenly lightened, as if sighing. I've been alone for far too long. It is truly delightful to converse with you. Baelial narrowed her eyes. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the bed curtains, casting dappled shadows on the diary in her hands. Beneath those seemingly humble words, each letter's ending bore an exquisite sharpness, reminiscent of a serpent retracting its fangs under a guise of gentleness. No wonder they say the diary is the most astute of all Horcruxes. It certainly seems so. She feigned innocence in her writing. I am also very happy to chat with you, senior. The diary's letters unfolded gracefully, starting from the 2nd year. One must engage with advanced spells and complex potions. If you have any questions, feel free to consult me. I would be more than happy to assist you. Baelial's quill danced joyfully across the parchment. Really? You're so impressive, senior. The ink emerged calmly. While I can't claim to be exceptional, I barely managed to obtain 12 OS in my newts. Answering your questions will be more than sufficient. Ha! Baelial chuckled, nibbling on her quill. This level of modesty is akin to saying, oh, my grades are poor. I merely achieved full marks in the sciences. She purposefully made her writing appear cheerful. You're truly wonderful, senior. Once I also obtain 12 OS in my newts, I can join Professor Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. That has been my lifelong dream. Meeting you at this time is truly a blessing from Merlin. Grindelwald? Joining the Order of the Phoenix? Tom momentarily faltered. How did those words form a coherent sentence? Pardon my impertinence. His writing took on an unusually cautious tone. Why does the junior yearn for the Order of the Phoenix? Aha! She had him hooked. Now she awaited his inquiry. Baelial's blue eyes sparkled with mischief, her quill nearly leaping into a dance. Because Albus Dumbledore is my daddy, isn't it the duty of a good daughter to assist her father? Question mark. For a full 5 minutes, Tom seemed petrified. When the writing finally reappeared, it was reduced to a solitary question mark, the strokes even frayed at the edges, indicating his shock. Albus Dumbledore is your daddy? Did you not claim that Grindelwald is your blood relative? Baelial leisurely continued to write. Indeed, Gellert Grindelwald is my father. So I have only daddies. They are a couple, you see. I was born in 1899. As a blood pact, I have witnessed their love unfold. Who with whom? What birth? The entire diary vibrated suddenly, the once elegant script becoming somewhat scrawled, revealing Tom's astonishment. Satisfied, Baelial closed the diary, allowing the soul within to grapple with the revelations. Aha! Who would have thought that little Grindelwald and Dumbledore were cut from the same cloth? Dear little diary. Today I shall show you the might of the European alliance. Chapter 53. Magic blossoms only in the presence of sincere souls. Due to my inability to allocate scrolls, the table of contents still reflects the first volume. Please bear with it. After bombarding Tom with her revelations, Baelial enjoyed a particularly deep slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, spilling onto the four-poster bed. She stretched lazily, feeling invigorated to her very pores. The first class was potions, shared with Hufflepuff. Amidst the steam rising from the cauldrons, Professor Snape's black robes billowed, and his sharp critiques pierced the air as usual, leaving the students unable to lift their heads. Baelial's flawless potion-making once again earned her a reluctant full score from the professor, squeezed out from between clenched teeth. I hear you are to teach defense against the dark arts to the second-year Slytherins and Gryffindors? After the bell rang, Snape abruptly blocked Baelial's path like a wall, his robes billowing ominously behind him. Miss Grindelwald, I was unaware that Hogwarts curriculum allowed students to dictate terms. Baelial blinked, the morning light refracting in her eyes with scattered brilliance. But Professor, if the instructor cannot even manage a Cornish pixie, can we truly expect to rely on mere signatures to pass the newts? Snape's lips twisted into a mocking arc, sunlight streaming through the window cast shadows across his face, rendering his cold smile even more chilling. Presumptuous, he remarked. This Saturday afternoon, in addition to your potions remedial classes, you shall also have an extra hour of defense against the dark arts training. Since you are so keen on playing the role of a professor. Baelial's eyes sparkled instantly. Was this a special arrangement? Just as she was about to speak, Severus abruptly turned, the gust of his robe striking her face with a sharp snap. What a haughty old man. As Baelial stepped out of the classroom, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure lingering by the door, a Hufflepuff girl. Her long, chestnut curls cascaded over her shoulders, and her fingers nervously twisted the edge of her potions textbook, while her toes lightly scraped against the floor, as if she wished to enter but lacked the courage to do so. Do you require assistance? Baelial tilted his head, his voice softening. The girl abruptly lifted her gaze, her freckles standing out starkly against her flushed complexion, her lips quivering slightly, as if she had not anticipated being addressed. I have yet to fully master today's potion formulation. Her voice dwindled, nearly dissolving into the damp air. I wish to practice once more, but without the professor's guidance. She indeed sought counsel from Professor Snape, yet the notorious reputation of the cold-eyed potions master, and his sharp tongue made her throat tighten at the mere thought, rendering even a knock on the door an insurmountable task. Baelial offered a knowing smile. If you do not mind, I can assist you. At least I have a grasp of this lesson's content. Ah! The girl gasped, her cheeks instantly aflame, her fingers clenching the textbook unconsciously. Grindelwald's prowess in potions was widely acknowledged, having claimed the top spot in her year last term. Yet that was beside the point. What truly mattered was her long-held admiration for Grindelwald, and the prospect of interacting closely with her idol left her flustered, her words faltering. Really, is that possible? She widened her eyes, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid of disturbing a beautiful dream. Then I shall trouble you. The moment the words escaped her lips, she mentally chastised herself. Merlin's beard. What a foolish response, Aphne Macmillan. Only half a feather from the alchemy is needed. Baelial's voice was close at hand, and Aphne felt her heart race, almost drowning out the bubbling from the cauldron. Her fingers trembled as she dropped the half-feather into the potion. Merlin's socks. Don't let your hands shake. She screamed internally, yet she could not control her quivering fingertips. Baelial stood just half a step behind her, the faint scent of lavender mingling with the aroma of potion ingredients, making her temples throb. The flame is too strong, Baelial suddenly remarked, startling Aphne so much that her wand nearly slipped from her grasp. The silvery green potion was churning violently, emitting suspicious bubbles. This could compromise the quality of the final product. Before he finished speaking, a warm hand enveloped hers, resting on the back of her grip around the wand. Afni's breath caught. The hand was softer than she had imagined, the fingertips calloused from years of writing, now gently guiding her motions in an undeniable manner. Like this. Baelial's voice came from behind her, warm breath brushing against her heated earlobe. Afni could distinctly feel the curve of his chest pressing against her back, along with strands of golden hair, cascading onto her shoulder. In 30 seconds, it will be ready for bottling. Afni nodded frantically, her ears burning to the point of near bleeding. Baelial cast a curious glance her way, wondering why she was so nervous. Did he appear intimidating? Gigi Grindelwald. Afni cradled the bottle of potion shimmering with perfect silver light, her fingertips unconsciously caressing its surface. She inhaled deeply, summoning her courage to meet Baelial's gaze, which held a questioning glimmer. May I come to seek your guidance again in the future? As the words left her mouth, she immediately regretted it. Was that too forward? Would Grindelwald find her bothersome? But in the next moment, the golden-haired girl saw the corners of Baelial's lips lift, a hint of amusement dancing in his blue eyes. Of course, after all, no one could refuse such an adorable little badger. Boom. Afni felt her face flare up, nearly radiating heat. Thank you, she stammered, clutching her textbook tightly. I am Afni Macmillan. Before Baelial could respond, she darted away like a startled rabbit, her robe swishing as she disappeared around the corner. Baelial blinked in confusion. Indeed, she was quite the shy child, though it seemed Hufflepuff badgers were often quite bashful. As Baelial took his seat at the Slytherin table, he noticed an unfamiliar figure at the far end. It was a round-faced boy, fidgeting nervously with his napkin. He lifted his dark eyes and timidly spoke. It's been a long time, Grindelwald. Long time no see. Nice to meet you. The words danced on his lips, transforming into a gentle smile. It's been a while, Neville. Ron clapped Harry on the shoulder, his red hair flickering like a flame in the candlelight. From today onward, Longbottom is one of us. All thanks to Harry. Harry's ears turned crimson, a hint of shyness flashing in his green eyes as he absent-mindedly twirled the edge of his robes. We will help you with your studies, Hermione assured, rolling up a piece of parchment and gently tapping it against the table, her brown curls swaying with her determined motion. I promise no one will dare mock your grades anymore. Draco also lifted his platinum head from the Daily Prophet, offering a slight nod to the new member. Neville's fingers anxiously glided over the silver fork, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. The warm promises from his friends melted like honey in his heart, yet a trace of bitterness lingered. He knew better than anyone the limitations of his magical abilities. What if one day, their patience wore thin from his clumsiness? Baelial's long fingers tapped the table, her ice-blue eyes reflecting the boy's unease. She understood that some thorns must be traversed personally. A true lion would unsheath its claws to shred all disdain, baring fangs to sever every mocking tongue. At that moment, he needed a guide to teach him how to stand tall, to show him how to resist. Neville, after this afternoon's charms class, Baelial approached his desk, rapping lightly on the surface. Come with me to the room of requirement. She cast a glance at Harry and the others. You should all join us for Friday's defense against the dark arts class. We need to prepare in advance. In the room of requirement. Your magical talent has always been present, Neville. Baelial met his gaze directly. It simply lies buried too deeply within you. Neville gripped his wand tightly, the tip sparking only a few feeble sparks. He lowered his head, his voice trembling. I really can't. You certainly can. Her tone was gentle yet firm. Magic flows in the veins of every wizard, but it will only respond if you trust in it. Her palm pressed against his back. Ancient magic seeping in like a gentle stream. Silver light enveloping him in a faint rosy glow, swirling within him. Do you feel it? Your unique power is answering your call. The tip of his wand began to glow brighter, a scarlet radiance pulsating within the room. Try again, respond to it. Neville inhaled deeply and suddenly swung his wand. Fire blazed forth. A fierce orange flame erupted, illuminating the astonishment on his face. The fire danced in his eyes, akin to the courage that had finally ignited. Magic only blossoms in a sincere soul. He heard the girl whisper, Do you hear it? Your magic is singing. It is cheering for you. Merlin's beard. Ron gasped, his eyes wide as he beheld the flame still leaping in the air. Neville, this is incredible. The young wizards quickly surrounded him, chattering excitedly in praise. Neville's face flushed a deep crimson as he stammered, Why yes, it was Grindelwald who helped me. No. Baelial gently shook her head. It was your wand that chose you. And it was you who unleashed the magic. This power has always belonged solely to you. What is yours is yours. No one can take it away. Neville stared blankly at his chubby palm, the wand warming slightly between his fingers. Perhaps his talent is not as feeble as he once believed. Very well, Baelial clapped his hands, a glint of mischief flickering in her eyes. It is time for practical training. You do not expect me to teach such a multitude the art of dark magic defense alone, do you? I would be utterly exhausted. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, You mean we can also? Of course. I have great faith in your abilities, she replied with a hint of provocation in her smile. Or do you lack the courage to shoulder this responsibility? Gryffindor is never short of courage. Ron and Harry shouted in unison. Even Hermione's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Draco elegantly adjusted his cuffs, determination sparking in his slate blue eyes. Slytherin is always ready to embrace a challenge. Chapter 54. The Minor Purity Party. The eagerly awaited Friday finally arrived for the little lions and little snakes. As dusk began to envelop the castle's spires, the green-robed Slytherins and the red-robed Gryffindors had already crowded the corridors, chattering excitedly about the impending dark magic defense lesson. Hey, what do you think Grindelwald will teach us? I hope to learn some really cool spells. Look at that wall. Suddenly, the ancient stone wall rippled with strange patterns, and a wooden door slowly materialized. With a creaking sound that made one's teeth ache, the heavy door swung open, warm candlelight spilling forth from within. Baelial was the first to cross the threshold, her black robe trailing behind her in a graceful arc. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Draco followed closely. Welcome to the Room of Requirement. Inside the Room of Requirement, the Gryffindor and Slytherin students instinctively formed a tight circle, enveloping Baelial and her companions in the center. The murmur of conversation gradually subsided as Baelial raised her hand for silence. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, she began, the flickering candlelight dancing in her golden hair, her azure eyes shimmering as if filled with the starlight of the galaxy. Our thirst for knowledge has brought us together this night. Today, we shall embark on a journey to learn true dark magic defense. However, before we commence, I would like to pose a question. She paused slightly, her gaze gently sweeping over each youthful face. In your opinion, what constitutes dark magic? A subtle stir rippled through the crowd as students exchanged hesitant glances. A brave Gryffindor boy stepped forward. Dark magic typically refers to spells that possess immense destructive power. An astute definition, Baelial applauded softly. If I could, I would award Gryffindor an extra point. The boy's cheeks flushed, while his companions excitedly nudged him with their elbows. Indeed, dark magic is renowned for its formidable destructive capabilities. People often regard it as malevolent and terrifying. However, this perception is merely humanity imposing its consciousness and will upon it. Her voice suddenly took on a sharp edge. May I ask, can I deem a blood-stained sword as evil? The students collectively shook their heads. Someone murmured, certainly not. And what about the wielder of the sword? Undoubtedly they are. Similarly, the morality of magic is entirely dependent on the intent of the caster. Her hands spread elegantly. So why should we fear dark magic? As wizards, as masters of magic, should we harbor fear towards our own weapons? Absolutely not. A chorus of enthusiastic responses erupted from the crowd. Ron elbowed Harry. Doesn't Baelial's rhetoric sound eerily reminiscent of Hermione's notions about Muggle brainwashing? Not just similar, it's precisely that, Harry replied, rolling his eyes with a resigned shrug. This is no longer brainwashing, it's a pyramid scheme. Hermione sighed, exasperated. Draco's eyes gleamed with fervor as he spoke in a hushed tone. To have followers fully embrace one's ideology is an essential trait of a leader. My father often says this. His gaze remained fixed on that radiant figure. Yet we must acknowledge that certain dark spells, such as the 3 unforgivable curses, indeed inflict harrowing damage. Before he could finish, gasps erupted from the crowd. Several students turned pale, exchanging terrified glances. Merlin, she wouldn't teach us that, would she? Someone whispered. Surely not, right? Came the hesitant reply from a nearby companion. Baelial smiled gently, her gaze warm and profound. Casting the unforgivable curses requires not only immense magical power, but also a deep-seated hatred and a pure intent to kill. Emotions I hope none of you can yet comprehend. And I sincerely wish that you never do. She raised her hand lightly, signaling everyone to relax. As second-year students, our study of dark magic should be gradual, avoiding any lofty aspirations. Today, we shall commence with some low-level dark spells, and as your understanding of the essence of magic deepens, we will eventually touch upon intermediate and even advanced dark magic. She paused, a mischievous smile flitting across her face. However, I can assure you of one thing. I will teach you far better than Professor Lockhart ever could. Laughter erupted among the crowd. The tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant. However, Baelial's tone suddenly turned slightly plaintive, her voice softening. To teach so many of you alone is quite the burden for me. Merlin, I am merely 12 years old. Thus, Harry and the others will also guide you in your study of dark magic. Her gaze turned towards Harry and the others. The 4 children suddenly found themselves the focus of attention, their faces flushing with discomfort. A faint stir rippled through the crowd, perhaps a hint of skepticism regarding their abilities. But prejudice crumbled before the might of competence. I believe you all might harbor a smidgen of doubt. She gestured for Harry and the others to step forward. Let your prowess demonstrate everything, proving that they are indeed worthy of guiding you. Draco and Harry would pair up, while Ron and Hermione would form another team. Remember, unleash your full potential, so they must yield to your capabilities, Baelial whispered to them. Harry's eyes brightened at her words, a spark of eagerness igniting in his green gaze. Can I? No using high-damage forbidden spells. Don't even think about it. Baelial looked at Harry incredulously. Do you have a grudge against Draco? Are you planning to turn him into a footstool? Is this the savior? Or the destroyer? Oh. Harry appeared particularly dejected at the rejection. The 2 groups stood on opposite sides, 10 paces apart, wands firmly gripped, eyes ablaze with determination. The surrounding air seemed to thicken as the young witches and wizards held their breath, wary of missing any moment. Draco lifted his chin slightly, a challenging smirk gracing his lips, the tip of his wand faintly glowing crimson. Potter, are you ready? I won't be holding back. Harry narrowed his eyes, his emerald gaze burning with combativeness, the tip of his wand steady against his adversary. Bring it on, Malfoy. Stupefy. Draco struck first, a blinding red light hurtling toward Harry. Harry swiftly waved his wand, a silvery flash erupting. Protego. The spell collided with the shimmering barrier, sparks flying. He immediately retaliated, Incendio. A searing serpent of flames roared toward Draco. On the other side, Hermione gracefully sidestepped Ron's spell, a smile playing on her lips. Let me witness the power of a pure-blood wizard. Ron grinned widely, flicking his wand. As you wish, Petrificus Totalis. Hermione reacted swiftly, her wand tracing an icy blue arc. Glacius. Low-level spells intertwined in the center of the arena, sparks, ice crystals, and flashes weaving a dazzling tapestry of light. The onlooking students gasped in awe, some even rising on their toes, fearful of missing any detail. Shatter into pieces. Suddenly, Harry unleashed a dark spell that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Draco. Merlin's beard. A high-level dark magic. The Gryffindors erupted in excitement, while the Slytherins stirred restlessly. Draco's pupils dilated, and he swiftly evaded the attack, countering with his own spell. Shattered. The 2 spells collided mid-air, and the resulting shockwave caused the floor to tremble slightly. Hermione and Ron were equally engaged in a fierce battle. Hermione deftly dodged a curse, spun around to position herself behind Ron, and with her wand, executed a precise arc that erupted in a thunderous explosion. A chill ran down Ron's neck, and instinctively, he turned and raised his wand, casting the shield charm. The incantation detonated, sending shockwaves that he used to retaliate. His wand pointed at Hermione. Disarm! A beam of red light shot forth, but Hermione nimbly sidestepped, her hair whipping in the gust of magic. Their eyes met, each reflecting a growing intensity for battle. The conflict escalated, high-level dark magic swirling around them until, ultimately, their powers depleted, resulting in a draw. The room erupted in applause, cheers and whistles, a cacophony of admiration. Absolutely thrilling. Remarkable. The 4 exchanged smiles, their chests heaving from the exertion. Yet their eyes sparkled with lingering exhilaration. Merlin's beard. That was exhilarating. Draco shook his somewhat numb wrist, platinum hair clinging to his forehead with sweat. I dare say this is even more thrilling than Quidditch. I have fallen in love with dueling. Who wouldn't? Harry grinned widely, the joy igniting in his green eyes. But next time, I won't let you evade that shattering curse. Hermione accepted the magical energy replenishment potion from Baelial and drank it down. Thank you. She wiped her mouth and turned toward the restless crowd, her voice laced with uncontainable mirth. I trust there are no lingering doubts about our abilities now? Ron, still sipping his potion, added. Especially regarding those who believe Muggleborns are unworthy of wielding magic? He glanced pointedly at several Slytherin students, who, under the scrutiny of their peers, averted their gazes uncomfortably. The space erupted into even louder cheers, with some children jumping in excitement. This duel not only showcased the 4's astonishing magical prowess, but also hinted at their potential to one day shine as remarkable wizards. Chapter 55. Echoes across half a century. All right. Baelial clapped her hands, the crisp sound instantly quieting the children. She surveyed the room, a gentle smile gracing her lips, and declared, since there are no objections, we 5 shall be the leaders. Now choose your preferred leader, with no more than 4 members in each group. She paused before adding, members who excel will become vice leaders, guiding everyone in their progress. The young wizards sprang into action, some rushing eagerly towards their chosen leaders, while others looked around, whispering with their peers. Once the final student settled, she waved her wand gently, illuminating the candle flames in the space. Thus she announced cheerfully, our defense against the dark arts mini-class begins now. After a lengthy lesson, Baelial rubbed her sore shoulders, preparing to depart. Grindelwald. A cool female voice called from behind. She turned to find a pair of turquoise eyes swirling like a tempestuous ocean, radiating a fervent yet perilous light. Drame? Baelial raised an eyebrow. Is there something you need? Gloria Drame's lips curled into a slight smile as she twirled her wand. May I challenge you to a duel? The air stilled for a moment. Of course, Baelial replied with a light laugh, a glimmer of intrigue crossing her gaze. She too was curious to see just how formidable this prodigy, praised by Professor Flitwick, truly was. Inside the room of requirement, the candlelight flickered. The two stood facing each other, wands raised, bowing in respect. Stunning spell. Baelial struck first, a beam of red light shooting forth. Gloria chuckled softly, effortlessly dispelling her spell. Grindelwald, this childish play is tedious. I seek a genuine duel. Although she smiled, there was no mirth in her beautiful eyes. And Baelial could sense a hint of malice. Why do I keep encountering such lunatics? Baelial silently mused. Is that so? When I get serious? You better not beg for mercy. Her fighting spirit ignited, a smile gracing her lips as Baelial's figure suddenly vanished. Silent apparition. Gloria's pupils constricted, and she swiftly sidestepped as a blue flame grazed the tips of her hair, the air around her distorting momentarily. Fiendfire? The kiss of death did not frighten her, rather. It intensified the madness in her eyes. How utterly fascinating. The crimson spell burst forth, shattering. Obliterated. Baelial raised her wand to block the collision of spells erupting in blinding light. She squinted. The deeper the hue of the spell, the stronger the caster's magic and control. This Drame is indeed impressive. Yet in the next moment, a piercing curse. Baelial, what did you say? This is a duel, hey? What s with using an unforgivable curse? Baelial's pupils dilated as the apparition materialized. The incantation shattered the statue behind her, sending debris flying. A silent disarm spell sent her wand flying from her grasp. Before Gloria's wand hit the ground, Baelial closed the distance, delivering a fierce knee strike to her abdomen. Cough. Gloria staggered back, her face pale. Yet her eyes burned with intense fervor. Are you insane? Using an unforgivable curse in a duel? Baelial grasped the girl's chin, her knuckles turning white with pressure. Hogwarts is a place for learning magic, not a den of terror and violence. Suddenly, cold fingers seized her wrist. Gloria chuckled softly, her breath quickening from the pain. You are indeed strong. No wonder the Drame family followed Grindelwald back in the day. Baelial froze. What? The Drame family was once among the saints. Gloria licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, but with that one imprisoned, she raised her gaze. Dark currents swirling in her eyes, the family fell into decline as well. Though the Drame family had not fallen to the point of being trampled upon, they flickered like a candle in the wind. Gloria steadied her breath, the madness in her eyes gradually settling into a calm depth. She looked directly at Baelial, her voice soft yet clear. This trial was merely to ascertain whether you are worthy of the Drame family's loyalty. A faint smile graced her lips as she nodded slightly. It seems you indeed are worthy. Gloria lowered her head, her thoughts swirling. Once a flourishing family, now reduced to a single descendant. The pureblood families coveted the legacy left by the Drame, while the Ministry of Magic eyed it with avarice. She could not afford to gamble, and the Drame family could not afford to gamble either. However, her current strength was too feeble and frail. The only path forward lay with the leader the family once followed, Grindelwald. Yet she had to ensure that this leader could truly elevate the Drame family. The series of tests she conducted earlier had finally eased the heavy stone in her heart. She had made the right bet. On a Saturday evening, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was suffused with warm candlelight. Baelial had just finished a training session with Severus and, dragging her weary body, sat down at the long table. Just as she was about to bring a spoonful of creamy mushroom soup to her lips, a flurry of wings echoed from the direction of the entrance. A gray-feathered owl swooped gracefully through the hall, landing securely on her arm. Fortune? She caressed its slightly disheveled feathers with her fingertips. Draco looked up from the Daily Prophet, a glimmer of confusion flickering in his gray-blue eyes. An owl? This isn't exactly the time for messages perhaps, there's an urgent matter. She carefully unsealed the envelope from the mouth of the affluent creature, discovering a small mark of the Deathly Hallows embossed in the upper left corner. Baelial's gaze sharpened. This was a missive from the Wolfsworn. The elegantly cursive script reflected in her azure eyes revealed that their infiltration into Europe was far more rapid than in Britain, where the Ministry of Magic lacked sufficient informants and foundations. Mastering the situation would demand considerable effort. Her fingertips unconsciously grazed the bottom of the letter, when suddenly, a line of hidden text began to emerge. When will you seek him? Gellert Grindelwald. This phrase struck her heart like a heavy hammer. Baelial felt her breath momentarily cease, her throat tightening. She had pondered this question, yet dared not delve deeper. The image of the one imprisoned in Nurmengard, those heterochromatic eyes aflame with idealism, was enough to twist her heart in anguish. As she silently whispered the name Gellert Grindelwald in her mind, an odd tremor coursed through her, akin to a distant resonance. An indescribable sorrow and longing surged within her, compelling her to clutch the fabric of her clothing tightly against her chest. Albus, are you thinking of him too? This thought brought a warmth to her eyes. Perhaps it was time. Perhaps fate had offered her this opportunity to mend the rift of regret that had been torn asunder. Baelial? Draco's concerned voice pulled her back to reality. It was only then that she realized her nails were digging deeply into her palm. You look unwell, he remarked hesitantly, glancing at the letter. Is it from the Wolfsworn? No, Baelial gently shook her head, her gaze drifting past the stained glass windows of the hall towards the dimming horizon. I simply need to visit a relative. Her voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Baelial delicately traced the ink on the parchment. Once the writing had dried, she folded the letter and handed it to the affluent creature resting in her arm. Please, take this letter to Professor Dumbledore, she instructed softly, her fingertips brushing against the owl's soft feathers. The creature tilted its head, its amber eyes fixed on her, seemingly seeking confirmation of her determination. Ultimately, it gently pecked her finger, grasped the letter, and with a flap of its wings, soared into the encroaching twilight. Watching the owl's silhouette vanish, Baelial pressed her lips together. She was uncertain whether Dumbledore would acquiesce, or for that matter, if he would attempt to dissuade her. Yet, regardless of his response, her resolve was unwavering. Nurmengard, she must go. A slight smirk graced her lips at the thought of Dumbledore's reaction. After all, he was likely accustomed to her penchant for acting before consulting him. In the office of the headmaster, Dumbledore slowly removed his glasses, his fingers resting against his brow as if to dispel the thoughts that had long lingered. Nurmengard, Gellert. The candlelight reflected off his weary blue eyes, which held an accumulation of unspoken sentiments, longing, pain, regret, and a sliver of hope so extravagant that even he dared not acknowledge it. Should he obstruct her? He understood Baelial too well. That child's intrinsic stubbornness mirrored the very essence of the individual from whom she was descended. Once a decision was made, she would plunge headfirst into the abyss without hesitation, just as they had done in their youth. So let her proceed. He harbored a thought he scarcely dared entertain. If Baelial went, if she truly encountered Gellert, might the gears of fate turn anew? Could it be that, against all odds, the fragments of their shattered past could be reassembled? Finally, the knives can be drawn. Haha. Chapter 56. The Lament of a Century. The sun hung low, its dying rays painting the horizon. Baelial quietly departed the castle, pausing momentarily to inhale the crisp air before vanishing into the deepening dusk through apparition. Nurmengard. The disorienting sensation of apparition had yet to dissipate as her pallid knuckles pressed against her temple, suppressing the wave of nausea that threatened to overwhelm her. As she lifted her gaze, a grim, dilapidated castle loomed in the twilight, its shattered spires resembling broken bones. Snow lay mottled across the desolate expanse, while withered thorns coiled around rusted iron bars. The wind wailed, stirring fine shards of ice. Life was absent, leaving only a chilling stillness. She treaded upon the snow towards the castle, the brittle crunch beneath her boots echoing sharply in the silence. The dead branches trembled in the wind, as if countless emaciated hands were attempting to grasp at her hem. Each step felt as though she were walking upon the remnants of time. The scent of decay seeping from the cracks, entwining about her ankles. The setting sun bled crimson, casting a sorrowful orange hue upon the mottled stone walls of Nurmengard, a testament to the greater good that had long since faded into obscurity. Standing in the shadow cast by the castle, she brushed her fingertips over the severely weathered stones, the cracks eroded by time snaking across her palm like tear-streaked trails. Behind the narrow iron window at the pinnacle of the tower, the wind lamented as it ground the dead leaves into dust. Did this cold wind chill her body, or penetrate her very soul? She could no longer discern. Though in the original narrative, Grindelwald had refused to divulge the whereabouts of the Elder Wand to Voldemort in a bid to protect Dumbledore's grave, it did not imply that he had forgiven Dumbledore for rewriting the sentence of death that had confined him for half his life. Had Albus Dumbledore ever harbored hatred for Gellert Grindelwald? Most likely. Each midnight dream was pierced by that blinding green light, penetrating his sister's form. Those lives extinguished for the sake of a greater good festered like unhealed wounds within his conscience. These myriad factors had led Dumbledore to shy away from reaching back and grasping Grindelwald's outstretched hand. Yet he loved him so dearly. When the verdict from the Wisengamot lay before him, trembling fingers traced the words death sentence, revealing a secret more tempestuous than hatred. Nurmengard's tower was not a prison, but a living tomb that Albus had crafted for both of them. The sinner of Europe was imprisoned in the tower, while the weeping saint was confined within his own heart. Only by living could one atone. The red-haired professor had said as much to the Chief Justice. Yet in the solitude of his office, he murmured to the blood-packed necklace, "To be dead means I can never reach you again." This was Dumbledore's twisted affection. Love and guilt bound him to never take a single step into Nurmengard. It was a deadlock, unless one among them was willing to make that leap. Suddenly, Baelial staggered back, pressing her hand against her chest as a sudden, searing pain surged from her heart, enveloping her entire being. She could hear someone crying out in anguish, each word dripping with sorrow. Gellert, I am sorry. This was not her emotion. This was the lament of a young Albus within the blood pact for his beloved. "Don't cry, Albus," the girl said, clutching her heart. Her voice tinged with a sob. "We're going to see him now, all right?" She inhaled deeply, suppressing the agony within, and approached the weathered door. As Belial's fingertips brushed against the weathered entrance, countless golden runes erupted like a swarm of awakened bees. The alchemical array quivered in the air, bursting forth with blinding golden light, a powerful repulsion crashing against her body in relentless waves. Her gaze sharpened, and she raised her right hand. A silvery glow of ancient magic flowed through her palm, gradually coalescing into a spiraled insignia. With a flick of her wrist, the silver emblem perfectly imprinted upon the focal point of the runic array. In an instant, the golden light and silver gleam intertwined violently, causing the entire space to tremble. The alchemical runes, which had circulated for half a century, flickered violently before shattering like fragile glass. Ultimately, with a deafening explosion, the array that had enveloped Nurmengard for decades transformed into a cascade of radiant particles, slowly dissipating in the twilight's embrace. As she ascended the final step, Belial's pale fingertips finally brushed against the rusted iron door of the Nurmengard tower. The biting cold wind swept through her knuckles, carrying with it the snow accumulated atop the tower. In that fleeting moment of contact with the door, a silvery gleam darted forth from her trembling fingertips like a serpent. Accompanied by the jarring sound of metal scraping against metal, the long-sealed iron door creaked open, casting iron shavings from its hinges that glimmered in the moonlight like shattered stars. The argent moonlight cascaded down like frost, delineating a jagged silhouette. A frail figure emerged from the shadows, his cheekbones jutting out sharply, his visage reflecting an almost morbid pallor. His silver hair, parched like winter grass, contrasted starkly with his mismatched eyes, one blue, the other a silvery hue, twinkling with a disquieting brilliance that attested to the vibrant soul imprisoned within this gaunt shell. A stiff smile tugged at the corners of the old man's cracked lips, his voice rasping like rusty chains dragging across stone. "I have seen you in my prophecies." The word Fata slipped silently from her lips, tears pooling in her eyes before cascading down like a string of broken pearls. Fata! Unable to contain herself any longer, Baelial charged towards Gellert, throwing herself into his embrace. His frame was even more emaciated than she had envisioned, his protruding ribs digging painfully into her. Yet this embrace was one she never wished to relinquish. Gellert's hand hesitantly rested upon her back, his movements awkward, as if he had forgotten how to embrace. Feeling his rigid comfort, Baelial gradually stifled her sobs and straightened herself from his frail hold. "What is your name?" His knuckles brushed against her damp cheek, the pressure unexpectedly heavy, yet imbued with a long-lost warmth. "Do not cry. Do not wear such an expression on my face." Baelial Percival Grindelwald. She inhaled deeply, allowing the syllables to settle in the moonlight that enveloped them. "Baelial?" Gellert raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest igniting in his heterochromatic gaze. "Did you choose that for yourself? The devil from Muggle mythology? That old saint would never bestow such a name upon another. Purpose?" "What?" Baelial blinked in bewilderment. "What purpose?" "The purpose of your visit here." Gellert's voice turned suddenly frigid, the smile fading from his countenance. "Traveling such a distance, exerting yourself to dismantle the alchemical array. Surely you did not come merely to reminisce with me." Baelial cast a cautious glance at him. "And what if I did come to reminisce?" Gellert's expression momentarily fell blank. "Well, Baelial fidgeted, awkwardly touching her nose. "Actually, I came here hoping you might, reconcile with Dumbledore." Gellert's demeanor shifted to one of subtle complexity. "Reconcile with Dumbledore?" Baelial nodded earnestly, her gaze serious. Ha! His tone became mockingly sardonic. Shouldn't that be left to that old saint's discretion? What choice do I have? I have been imprisoned in Nurmengard for 48 years. My life, my ideals, my freedom. His voice suddenly choked, as though the very shell of his being was on the verge of returning to dust. You dare come to me to discuss reconciliation? The sting of his words left Baelial momentarily speechless. The atmosphere hung heavy with tension as she suddenly lifted her gaze towards a small window, faintly discerning the moon in the sky. Dumbledore has always loved you in the past, present, and future. His love for you has not wavered. Her voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb something sacred. The photograph on the desk in the headmaster's office, the blood-packed necklace. This love, she thought, was akin to a cask of vintage wine buried deep, only growing more robust with time. Gellert's breath caught for a moment, his silver lashes fluttering, casting delicate shadows upon his sunken cheeks, while the coldness in his mismatched eyes began to thaw like the first snow of spring. It seems to have an effect. Baelial brightened. Fada, the time between you and Daddy has stretched too long. Ideals, oaths, and betrayals have been obscured by the passage of time, yet that bond remains intact. I am certain you harbor discontent towards Daddy, but can you deny that you once loved him? Can you claim that you do not love him still? I cannot. Gellert suddenly raised a hand to cover his face. His bony fingers sank deeply into his pallid skin, the trembling arc betraying him. During the first decade of his confinement in the tower, the hatred born of betrayal nearly seared his soul. In that time, Gellert loathed Dumbledore with a fervor. As the second decade unfolded, that hatred gradually dissipated, leading him to reflect upon his failures, questioning why Dumbledore had not chosen him. By the fourth decade, nearly all emotions had eroded under the relentless passage of time, leaving him uncertain of how to continue living. On certain mornings, he would stare vacantly at the sunlight streaming through the iron bars, lost in a haze where he could not discern whether he was in Nurmengard or in the humble abode of Godric's Hollow. Gradually, memories of those 2 months resurfaced, when his pride had blinded him, and his pursuit of Dumbledore had been driven solely by the boy's remarkable talent. Yet unbeknownst to him, he had long since succumbed to the depths of those loving blue eyes. Gellert despised the sensation of being governed by emotion. It rendered him feeling as though his soul did not belong to him. Thus, he incessantly reminded himself that his approach to Dumbledore was merely a quest for an ally, a means to fulfill his ambitions. However, during that fateful night of discord, events spiraled beyond his control, leading him to flee in a panicked haste, oblivious to the fact that his heart had already found its home in those 2 months. Only upon the confinement of his soul did he turn back to recognize the path he had traversed, and in doing so, he finally discerned his own heart. Alas, this realization of love came too late. Chapter 57, Return to Glory. The incessant knocking roused Gellert, causing the veins in his temple to throb. Irritated, he opened his eyes to discover who dared to disturb his morning with such noise. He abruptly sat up, the morning light filtering through the high windows, casting elongated patterns upon the stone floor. Gellert squinted, surveying his surroundings, sensing something amiss. The high tower of Nurmengard, which should have been dilapidated, now appeared immaculate, its walls gleaming as if newly polished, devoid of even a hairline crack, with a faint aroma of pine wafting through the air. What the devil? He muttered, his slender fingers gliding over the smooth stone wall, finding no dust upon his fingertips. Baelial, he called, his voice echoing through the towering chamber. Here. Fata. The golden-haired girl peered around the iron door, her hair tips dusted with white. Her striking blue eyes sparkled brilliantly as she clutched her wand. What is it? Gellert's temples throbbed furiously. What on earth are you doing so early in the morning? I am redecorating Nurmengard, she exclaimed. Gellert blinked, bewildered. What did you say you were doing? Redecorating. You are about to reconcile with Daddy, and it must be in a warm environment. Baelial replied excitedly, waving her wand. Suddenly, strings of twinkling star lights descended from the ceiling. I have recast the protective enchantment, repaired all the cracks, and even replaced the curtains. Gellert abruptly threw off the covers, feeling the plush wool carpet beneath his bare feet. When did my cell get carpeted? And in bright red no less? He strode to the door, flinging it open, only to freeze in place. What was once a foreboding, dilapidated Nurmengard had been utterly transformed into a garish spectacle. The somber stone walls were painted in alternating gold and crimson stripes, exaggerated red satin drapes hung from the ceiling, and every few steps stood pairs of flaming gilded candlesticks. What in the world is all this? He demanded, his voice low and gravelly, as though the words were forced through clenched teeth. His long fingers gripped the doorframe tightly, knuckles whitening. What in the devil are these colors? A wedding chamber? The vibrant crimson hue radiates a sense of festivity, a stark contrast to the original dilapidated and dark Newmont Guard, which felt overwhelmingly oppressive. It is indeed delightful. The bright red brings an air of celebration, murmured Baelial. Gellert inhaled deeply, vowing to himself that he desperately wished to cast a malevolent curse upon this incorrigible little rascal. Yet, when he lowered his gaze to meet those sparkling blue eyes, his simmering fury inexplicably diminished by half. Damn it! He shut his eyes momentarily, ultimately grinding his teeth in frustration as he turned away, striding back to the bedside before throwing himself heavily into the blankets, fervently burying his head under the pillow. If he were to awaken and discover this was merely an absurd nightmare, he would willingly offer 3 incense sticks to Merlin. Fata! A crisp voice accompanied by a cheerful patter of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Gellert, nestled in the covers and attempting to hypnotize himself into believing this was all an illusion, abruptly flung back the covers, his brow furrowed as he glared at the doorway. What now? His voice was hoarse and tinged with impatience, yet upon meeting Belial's glimmering blue eyes, he instinctively tempered the irritation in his tone. Time for dinner. She cheerfully bounced into the room, seizing his slender wrist, the joints protruding and pallid to the point of transparency, clearly a testament to his years of confinement. Baelial furrowed her brow momentarily, but quickly replaced it with a smile, tugging him towards the 3rd floor. Considering your stomach hasn't had proper food in many years, I have prepared easily digestible liquids and soft foods. Gellert allowed her to lead him, his gait slightly stiff as he traversed the corridor. He discreetly surveyed the exaggerated gold and red decorations adorning the walls, still glaringly ostentatious. But at least the singing portrait of himself and Dumbledore at the corridor's end had been forcibly removed by him. In the dining room, a long table was draped with a creamy velvet cloth, adorned with exquisite silverware. At least it was not a garish mix of red and gold. Thank heavens for that. Gellert's gaze swept over the array of dishes. Austrian beef stew, German mashed potatoes, and even a small plate of Black Forest cake for dessert. He let out a barely perceptible sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't British cuisine. He slowly sat down, his movements still somewhat awkward. As if he were unaccustomed to this long-awaited semblance of normalcy, Baelial took a seat opposite him, busily piling food onto his plate while chattering about how she procured materials from the eastern lands, the renovations, and the adjustments made to the recipes. Gellert listened quietly, taking small bites of the food on his plate. The beef stew was rich and savory, the mashed potatoes creamy and delicate. A far cry from the dry bread and thin porridge he had endured for decades. The only sounds in the dining room were the gentle clinks of cutlery and Belial's lively voice. Until when did he come over? Gellert suddenly spoke, his voice low, as if casually inquiring about something trivial. Belial's words halted abruptly, her fork suspended in midair, her eyes widening incrementally. Fata, are you willing to meet Daddy now? Gellert did not respond immediately, merely bowing his head to scoop a spoonful of soup, leisurely bringing it to his lips. The tips of his ears flushed crimson, stark against his pale complexion. Finally he replied in a low voice. Raspy yet imbued with a hint of anticipation he was unaware he possessed. Gellert accepted the cup that Baelial offered, instinctively gulping it down, only to realize something was amiss. He smacked his lips. Why did it taste so much like potion? What is this? Oh, it's a new potion I invented. A permanent age-reducing elixir. A permanent age-reducing elixir? No sooner had he uttered the words than he felt a warm current mending his ravaged body. His previously withered silver hair became sleek and lustrous, his emaciated frame gradually returning to normal, and the gaunt features of his face transformed into that of a striking man. When the effects of the potion finally subsided, the visage reflected in the mirror was that of the once feared dark wizard who instilled terror throughout Europe. Baelial stared at Gellert's face for a moment, before suddenly covering her own. Wow, so handsome. Is this the allure of a mature man? Explain. He raised an eyebrow, a characteristic gesture now imbued with an overwhelming sense of authority. This is to help you recapture the feelings of yesteryear. After all, it has been so many years since you last met. Gellert slowly spread his hands, morning light streaming through the high windows, casting intricate golden speckles upon his porcelain-like skin. He gently flexed his fingers, feeling the long-lost strength coursing through his veins, that rich, vibrant magic flowing like a dormant volcano finally awakening. He approached the full-length mirror, each step imbued with an almost ritualistic slowness. A faint chuckle escaped his throat. He gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar reflection, the corners of his mouth lifting into a long-lost, genuine smile. How many years had it been since being imprisoned in this tower? He had not seen this visage, not that of a wretched captive, nor that of an aged man ravaged by time, but rather that of the illustrious Gellert Grindelwald, who once made the entire magical realm tremble. His fingertips lightly rested upon the window ledge, gazing out at the distant snow-capped mountains. The morning mist floated like a delicate veil, softening the harsh contours of Newmontgard. Once upon a time, a wildfire fierce enough to consume the entire world burned within his chest. Arrogance, pride, and an air of invincibility. He believed strength could conquer all, that blood could pave the way to ideals, that as long as he was powerful enough, he would never lose. But now, those fiery ambitions had long since cooled. Transformed into ashes settled deep within his soul. Time is the most ruthless of teachers and the fairest of judges. It taught him to wait, to repent, to silently savor solitude. Yet now, as he finally touched again the vigor of youth, feeling the magic surging through his blood, he found an unexpected tranquility within. No ecstasy. No desire for conquest. No obsessions that had once led him astray. Only an almost reverent yearning remained. To see him. To see that red-haired youth. To see the lover with whom he had forged a blood oath. To see the rival with whom he had intertwined his life. To witness if the passage of time had left its mark upon Ael's brow. To hear if his voice still carried that warmth and cunning from years past. Gellert lowered his lashes, a faint smile gracing his lips. This time he sought not power nor ideals. Merely a reunion. Chapter 58. Reunion Fata? Baelial's voice pulled Gellert from his reverie. He stood by the window, his fingers gently tapping on the sill, his gaze fixed upon the distant snow-capped peaks. He responded. His tone calm, yet he did not lift his gaze. Shall I go fetch Daddy now? She tilted her head, anticipation shimmering in her blue eyes. Now? Gellert's fingers paused. The longing that had accumulated over half a century suddenly poised to materialize, causing his pupils to quiver ever so slightly. Silence enveloped the room. The only sound the occasional crackle of flames in the fireplace. Baelial sighed, tugging at his sleeve, her voice tinged with a plea. Fata, you can't just keep dragging this out, can you? I specifically renovated Newmontgard for your reconciliation. Don't you miss him? Gellert's ears flushed with a visible crimson hue. Then you should go find him. His voice grew softer, the final words nearly lost between his lips. All right. Her eyes brightened, but she swiftly lowered her voice conspiratorially. I think I'd rather wait until evening? Why? The book says that the night can reignite withering love. Gellert slowly raised a hand to press against his forehead, a sigh escaping his lips. What sort of nonsensical books do you usually read? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the final rays of twilight swept across the snow-capped peaks, adorning the pristine white landscape with a blush of crimson. Baelial tightened her cloak and stepped onto the crunching snow as she emerged from the towering gates of Numenor. She trod upon the desolate grassland, where the withered blades emitted a faint crackling sound beneath her feet, while distant crows cawed in the chill of the evening air. With a whisper of phantom shift and a subtle crackle, her figure abruptly contorted and shrank, ultimately vanishing into the deepening dusk, leaving behind a few swirling snowflakes that gently descended. In the vicinity of Hogwarts, England, the fabric of space twisted and morphed, and Baelial's form materialized with a soft pop. She tilted her head back to gaze at the darkening sky, just in time to witness the first star quietly igniting in the twilight. What a splendid night for a reunion, she murmured softly to herself. With purpose, Baelial hastened to the door of the headmaster's office. Lemon Snowball? She tentatively uttered the password, and as expected, the stone guardian remained utterly unmoved. She pouted at the change of the incantation, yet her spirits remained untainted. This will not thwart me, she declared, retrieving a crumpled piece of parchment from her pocket. Indeed, it was the inventory list from Honeydukes. Clearing her throat, she began to recite the names of the sweets: chocolate frogs, fizzing whizbees, blood-flavored lollipops. Upon reaching the mention of cockroach cluster, the statue stirred. A familiar sweet aroma wafted through the crack, and Baelial snapped her fingers triumphantly. I am truly a genius. Daddy, I'm back. Her melodious voice suddenly echoed within the headmaster's office, causing Dumbledore, who was feeding Fawkes, to startle, the phoenix flapping its wings in alarm, a few golden-red feathers fluttering to the ground. Relax, old friend. Dumbledore gently stroked Fawkes' plumage, and turned to regard the travel-worn girl, a flicker of concern flickering in his blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. You missed dinner. Shall I have the house elves prepare a snack? No, Baelial interjected, seizing Dumbledore's sleeve. Daddy, I must tell you, this is an unparalleled opportunity. She rose on tiptoe, leaning conspiratorially close to the elder's ear, her voice bubbling with excitement. Fata, he wishes to see you. Dumbledore's fingers instinctively tightened, pausing amidst Fawkes' feathers. The warmth of the girl's breath brushed against his ear. Whether during those 2 months or atop the tower, he has never ceased to love you. The crackling flames of the fireplace echoed, and Dumbledore felt his heart race violently within his chest. the sensation jolting his eardrums. That name buried deep in his memories, Gellert. His Gellert still loved him. To see him? Dumbledore's fingertips unconsciously traced the starry pattern on his sleeve. The word good lingered on his lips, yet remained unuttered. He lowered his gaze slightly, a hint of struggle flashing in his blue eyes behind the crescent spectacles. He yearned to see Gellert Grindelwald, of course he did. For decades of longing burned like an unquenchable flame, searing his heart day and night. Yet, when the opportunity truly presented itself, the guilt, buried by the sands of time, surged forth like a tide, anchoring his feet in place. Having been entwined with this dark wizard for the better part of his life, he understood his nature all too well. Love perhaps existed, but what of the disappointment, the anger, and the resentment? The summer of 1899 had long been overgrown with moss, alongside Ariana's gravestone, yet some scars had never truly healed. Daddy, some matters must be addressed face to find resolution. Noticing Dumbledore's hesitation, Baelial's voice quickened. Why are you both being so obstinate? How long did you know each other before that barn incident? Why was there no hesitation then? Do not hesitate, Daddy. You were not hesitant when you confessed in the barn. Baelial. Dumbledore's ears flushed crimson. Enough. I will go see him. My ancestors. You finally agreed. To prevent Dumbledore from wavering, Baelial grasped his arm and dashed towards the exit. Wait. Little Belle, if you recall, your father is an elderly man over a century old. This statement caused Baelial to come to a sudden halt. Merlin's beard. I almost forgot. She fumbled in her pocket, retrieving a crystal vial containing a shimmering liquid with a mother-of-pearl sheen. Drink this, Daddy. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the potion. Aging potion? Why must we require this for our meeting? Just to recapture the feeling of our youth? Baelial's gaze flickered, her toes unconsciously tapping on the ground. Besides, Fada has already consumed it. Before she could finish her sentence, Dumbledore had already tilted his head back and swallowed it in one gulp. Before he had even set the vial down, his silvery beard began to retract, wrinkles ebbing away like the receding tide, and in an instant, he transformed back into the middle-aged professor with fiery red hair and cerulean eyes. By Merlin, Gellert is quite particular about appearances. We must not let his reaction to my aged visage ruin this long-awaited conversation. Now can we go? Baelial tilted her head, assessing him. Dumbledore suddenly revealed a long-lost, youthful smile. Indeed, the headmaster possesses certain privileges. He took the girl's hand, waved his wand, and their figures promptly vanished from the air, leaving only Fawkes to emit a meaningful cry from his perch. Numenor. With a faint crackle, the two figures materialized before the castle. Dumbledore instinctively adjusted his robes, but upon looking up, he found himself frozen in place. Is this Numenor? He blinked in confusion, his blue eyes behind the crescent spectacles reflecting the golden-red castle. How does this differ so greatly from my recollection? Baelial raised her hand sheepishly. The original Numenor was rather dilapidated and dark. I merely gave it a festive touch. As it turned out, Baelial had inherited Dumbledore's aesthetic sensibilities entirely. Dumbledore stroked his chin, surveying the whimsical decorative details. Indeed, a glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes, far more pleasant than the previous gloomy design. However, reality delivered a stark blow to Baelial, making her acutely aware of the disparity between her ideals and the starkness of reality. In her imagination, this long-awaited reunion after half a century should have been tear-jerking, perhaps a trembling embrace or a tearful gaze, akin to the meeting of the cowherd and the weaver girl on the Magpie Bridge. But the reality was, Gellert sat rigidly in an armchair, his fingertips unconsciously drumming against the backrest. Albus stood at the window, intently studying the intricate carvings of the window frame. A chasm wide enough to accommodate two trolls lay between them, and silence thickened the air like the densest fog. This is not right. You both blushed before meeting. The night deepened, the velvet sky adorned with a tapestry of stars. Baelial glanced at the ticking wall clock, then at the two still locked in their standoff, and could no longer restrain herself from clapping her hands. It is quite late, she exaggeratedly yawned. Staying up late is detrimental to one's health. With a swift glance, she feigned a sudden recollection, adding, oh, by the way, the castle is still under renovation. Currently, only 2 rooms are habitable. I'll take the small one. And you two can make do with the larger one for the night. Before the two could react, she darted into the room like a rabbit, followed by a resounding bang as the door slammed shut, the sound of a lock clicking echoing through the air. Silence enveloped the sitting room once more. Dumbledore cleared his throat uncomfortably. Indeed, it is late. Gellert stared intently at the flickering flames in the fireplace, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Then let us rest. The two of them walked towards the bedroom, one following the other, their footsteps as light as if afraid to disturb something. As the door closed behind them, they simultaneously realized that the room contained nothing but a single bed. Dumbledore and Gellert lay stiffly side by side on the bed, the moonlight streaming through the window casting mottled shadows on the stone floor. This marked their first reunion in over half a century, and even the air felt thick with an unspoken heaviness. Dumbledore could hear the rapid beating of his own heart, his fingers unconsciously gripping the sheets. All these years, have you been well? The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Merlin, how obvious was that? Indeed, he heard Gellert's cold laugh very well. The tone was laced with sarcasm, twisting with multiple inflections. Great, he had walked straight into a verbal trap. The atmosphere sank back into awkwardness. Dumbledore painfully closed his eyes. If things continued this way, there was no hope for reconciliation. Yet he had promised a child he would keep his word. Gellert, what is it now? The dark wizard impatiently turned over, but paused when he saw the glistening blue of Dumbledore's eyes. Do you hate me? The hoot of an owl echoed outside the castle. Gellert stared at the exaggerated red drapes on the ceiling, as if searching for answers written there. His companion remained silent, and Dumbledore's Adam's apple moved unnaturally as tears glistened in his blue eyes under the moonlight. After a long moment, he let out a tremulous laugh. Gellert's mocking laughter made Dumbledore's heart constrict painfully. Hate? Of course I hate you. Each word feels like it's carving into my flesh. You imprisoned me in this damn tower, never allowing me to step beyond its confines for half a century, destroying my dreams, my career, my life. Out of sight from the White Wizard, the Dark Wizard quietly wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, unwilling to reveal his vulnerability to his professor. The moment Dumbledore uttered Gellert, he suddenly froze, his voice trembling with unshed tears. Moments later, he found himself enveloped in the embrace of the Dark Wizard, who had just moments ago been issuing threats. Gellert inhaled the rose scent from Dumbledore's neck, eyes closed, savoring this long-awaited embrace. Albus. The long-missed name sent shivers through Dumbledore. Yet he admitted to himself that his love outweighed his hate. The Dark Wizard's voice was almost broken. After 48 years, I can no longer distinguish between love and hate. All I know is that my soul aches for you every second. Dumbledore had not seen Grindelwald cry in a long time. Even during the climactic battle of 1945, when the blood pact shattered, the man had merely glistened with unshed tears. Now, however, the fabric at his collar was soaked with his own. Gellert's throat moved, but he could not utter a single word, only tasting the bitterness rising from his tongue, as if a weight had settled in his chest. Suddenly, the collar was roughly tugged, and the moment their lips met, half a century of Cold War collapsed in an instant. Gellert's kiss was tinged with madness and the taste of blood, yet it was heartbreakingly tender the moment their lips touched. Dumbledore trembled in response, allowing his tears to dampen the interwoven strands of their hair. In the interstice of their mingled breaths, Gellert used his thumb to wipe away the tears at Dumbledore's eyes, whispering softly as their foreheads touched, I cannot live without you, Albus. This is my answer. The moonlight flowed over their entwined forms, as though time had never separated them. What are you doing? The system observed Baelial pressing her ear tightly against the wall, her cheeks flushed with a suspicious hue, her blue eyes shimmering in the dim candlelight. Shoo. The girl raised her index finger to her lips, whispering, I'm busy with something important. Don't speak. A stream of garbled text flashed across the system panel. Is this what you call important? I said to be quiet. Baelial shot a fierce glare at it, then suddenly widened her eyes, a glimmer of perverse excitement flashing across her face. Wow. Even in middle age, you're still fierce. A pixelated image of an elderly subway passenger looking at his phone appeared on the system screen, with a line of flickering neon text rolling below. Creepy. Chapter 59. The Party Constitution. In the early morning, the rising sun bathed the surrounding clouds in golden hues, a beam of sunlight streaming into Neumont, warming the cold stone walls. Baelial awoke from the soft down comforter, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders. Stretching, she involuntarily smiled, feeling invigorated. Indeed, if you knew that your long-separated pairing had finally reunited, you would feel the same exhilaration. She quietly pushed open the door, the morning air filled with the faint aroma of tea and the scent of burning pine. Dumbledore stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, the morning light casting a golden halo around him. He tilted his head slightly, gazing into the distance at the snow-capped mountains, a hint of an elusive smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Gellert Grindelwald lounged lazily in an armchair by the fireplace, his long fingers cradling a cup of red tea, the surface shimmering with tiny golden flecks. His gaze was fixed not on the snowy landscape outside, but rather on the figure before the window, his mismatched eyes devoid of their usual sharpness, now filled with a near gentle focus. Baelial blinked, unable to suppress a smile. In this moment, there was no smoke of conflict. No arguments, only the morning light, the scent of tea, and two individuals who had finally found their way back to each other. "Good morning, my little Baelial." Dumbledore turned around. The morning light dancing in his fiery red hair. He reached out to ruffle the girl's fluffy golden locks, his fingertips radiating a reassuring warmth. "Go wash up. Breakfast will be ready shortly." Baelial, like a cat being petted, squinted her eyes and nuzzled against his palm, humming a little tune as she skipped away. When she returned to the dining room, she couldn't help but gasp in delight. The dining table, adorned with a cream-colored velvet cloth, held golden pancakes that trembled slightly on the porcelain plate, stacks of syrup-drizzled waffles forming little towers, and freshly baked croissants exuding a buttery aroma, accompanied by a dish of yogurt topped with blueberries. "Daddy." Her eyes widened in astonishment. "Your culinary magic has improved so much." Dumbledore was adding honey to his red tea when he winked at her with a playful grin. "You know, back in Godric's Hollow, it wasn't just talent that won over a certain blonde young man." His lips curled upward with a hint of pride. "And Albus," Gellert suddenly interrupted, the cup of red tea in his hand rippling slightly. He feigned calm, taking a sip, but the flush of crimson at his ears was unmistakable in the morning light. Baelial elongated her tone, earning a sharp glare from Gellert. She quickly pressed her lips together but after a moment, leaned forward, beaming at Grindelwald. "Fata. What are you doing?" Gellert shot her a sidelong glance, knowing that smile could only spell trouble. "Since your magic has peaked again," she leaned in closer, the morning light fracturing into sparkles on her golden lashes. "Why not consider making a comeback?" The silver spoon gently tapped the edge of the bone china cup, producing a clear, resonant sound. Gellert's gaze traversed the steaming tea fog, briefly meeting Dumbledore's. The understanding in those blue eyes made him smile subtly. After half a century, they could still decipher each other's most nuanced emotional shifts in an instant. "Albus told me." He swirled the tea in his cup, the dark red liquid forming a whirlpool. When he lifted his gaze again, the warmth that had filled his mismatched eyes faded, replaced by the sharp intensity unique to the leader of the Death Eaters. "You are treading the path I once walked, yet you have chosen an entirely different approach." His long fingers tapped lightly on the table. "Are you suggesting my methods are too radical? It is a serious error of leftist adventurism." Baelial met the gaze that could instill dread across the entire European magical community, with unwavering resolve. Her spine, erect against the morning light, sculpted sharp lines of defiance. A manifestation of terrorism cloaked in the guise of peace and freedom, destined to falter. The air abruptly thickened as two generations of revolutionaries stood opposed. The elder's heterochromatic eyes were steeped in the tempests of centuries, while the girl's cerulean gaze blazed with the fervor of nascent rebellion. The flames in the hearth suddenly leapt, casting interwoven shadows upon the walls, as if the transition of two eras flickered in and out of existence. Gellert let out a significant chuckle, his fingertips leisurely tracing the gilded rim of his teacup. "On what grounds do you presume your path is infallibly righteous?" Baelial refrained from directly addressing his inquiry, instead turning to gaze out at the fiery sun. A sage from the East once proclaimed that the road to revolution is protracted and must align with the realities at hand. One cannot demand progress nor retreat. She turned back to Gellert, her azure eyes shimmering with the light of idealism. "The nation belongs to the people, and the people constitute the nation. The revolution in the magical realm cannot solely rely on the upper echelons. It must also draw strength from the masses." The morning breeze lifted the sheer curtains, weaving transparent waves between the two. Baelial leaned slightly forward. "A paper cannot conceal a blaze, Fata. One day, people will discern that beneath the exquisite fade lies the essence of bloody violence." A prolonged silence enveloped them. Gellert gazed into his reflection within the cup, then set it down. He reclined in his armchair, fragments of countless memories flickering in his heterochromatic eyes. Speeches in the Parisian cemetery, the red-haired youth in Godric's Hollow advocating for greater good. "Truly he is Gellert Grindelwald," he chuckled softly. "You've convinced me, young revolutionary." Gellert turned to Dumbledore, and they exchanged a knowing glance. He inclined his head slightly, a glimmer of barely perceptible approval flashing in his eyes. Dumbledore pushed a slice of honey-drizzled almond cake toward Baelial, his blue eyes sparkling with encouragement behind his crescent-shaped glasses. "Congratulations, my dear. You have just impeccably passed the final trial for the heir of the Death Eaters." "Trial?" Baelial's hand, grasping the cake, hovered in midair, sugar frosting cascading onto the tablecloth. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her, and she looked up sharply at her elders, Gellert regarding her with an unfamiliar, almost proud expression. "From this day forth," Gellert proclaimed, rising to place a hand gently on Baelial's shoulder, the weight of his touch akin to a coronation. The Death Eaters shall adhere to your manifesto. He turned to Dumbledore, a youthful smile gracing his lips. And we two old codgers will provide all necessary support from behind you. Dumbledore interjected, with a flick of his wand. A roll of parchment shimmering with golden light materialized before Baelial. It was the list of core members of the Death Eaters, carefully concealed by Gellert himself. The two legendary figures shared a smile, and at the intersection of their gazes stood her, the jointly chosen successor, the morning star of a new era. Then, I suppose the party constitution I stayed up late drafting last night can finally be put to use, Baelial exclaimed, rising in excitement as she retrieved a small black booklet from her robes, its center emblazoned with a distinct symbol of the Deathly Hallows. The party constitution. Both legendary wizards exclaimed in unison. Gellert's brows arched high, while Dumbledore's crescent glasses slid down to the tip of his nose. As the parchment pages rustled, the bold script leapt into view. Death Eater Constitution. Purpose: to serve the people of the magical realm. Slogan: for the greater good. Highest goal: to establish a community of shared destiny between wizards and muggles. Minimum goal: to overthrow the existing decayed system and corrupt government of the magical world. Daddy. Baelial placed her hands on the dining table, the morning light casting a resplendent outline around her. Could you perhaps utilize the channels of the Order of the Phoenix? She suddenly turned to Gellert, mischievously winking, or fodder certain special connections. To print a few hundred copies? We must ensure that every comrade receives one. Gellert chuckled softly, his long fingers brushing over the fresh ink on the booklet. It seems we have indeed grown old, Albus. The youth nowadays, his gaze swept over Baelial's tousled golden hair. Even revolutions require a manual. Chapter 60, Young Barty Crouch. Though Baelial could hardly conceal her elation at successfully assuming control of the Death Eaters, her identity as a second-year student at Hogwarts remained unchanged. She could not skip a single lesson. As Dumbledore guided her back to the castle via apparition, her cheeks still bore a lingering blush, her mind replaying Gellert's unexpected embrace. The crisp scent of cedar from his presence seemed to linger at the edge of her consciousness, making her steps feel light upon the stone tiles. A clear chirp suddenly interrupted her thoughts. A gray owl gracefully folded its wings as it landed on the sycamore perch, contrasting beautifully with the golden-red phoenix beside it. Baelial tiptoed forward, gently rubbing its fluffy head, and as she retrieved the letter sealed with the wax stamp of the Deathly Hallows, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against the dew clinging to the owl's beak. Another urgent missive? Dumbledore's crescent glasses glimmered as he observed the little girl's face tighten with concentration while she skimmed the parchment. The morning light filtered through the stained glass, casting fragmented shadows beneath her lashes, accentuating her furrowed brow with an air of seriousness. Sirius mentioned there's a matter requiring my decision. She hastily dipped the phoenix feather quill into ink, and a flourish of intricate script blossomed on the parchment. As the wax seal pressed down, the phoenix affectionately pecked at her pinky finger before soaring away with the letter, its wings spanning half her width. It appears our little leader is about to become quite busy, Dumbledore remarked with a smile, pushing open the window, watching as the owl merged into the dawn, transforming into a silver star on the horizon. In the corridors of Hogwarts, Sirius Black strode purposefully forward. However, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from the shadows. Sirius Black. Sirius halted, locking eyes with a pair of abyssal orbs. Severus Snape emerged from behind a stone pillar, a sly smirk playing on his lips. I presume your brain, stuffed with knapweed, has not entirely rotted. You ought to remember that you have graduated. Snape spoke with deliberate slowness, his tone low and menacing. Hogwarts does not welcome idle individuals, especially not ones like you. Sirius narrowed his eyes, impatiently tossing his hair. Spare me your sarcastic theatrics, Snape. I have no time for idle chatter. Oh, then what brings you here? Snape's gaze sliced through him, sharp as a blade. Surely, you are not here to reminisce about the golden days of your student life? Sirius scoffed. I have pressing matters to attend to. I'm looking for Baelial. Snape's pupils constricted suddenly, his tone turning sharp. Looking for my student? A second-year Slytherin? You had better clarify. Sirius, uninterested in further discourse, produced a silver coin from his pocket, nearly thrusting it into Snape's face, the familiar Deathly Hallows symbol clearly visible upon it. Now do you understand? Sirius remarked with a hint of derision. She is no longer your student. At least for now, she is my leader. Seizing the moment while Snape remained momentarily stunned, Sirius strode past him, his black robes flickering at the corridor's end before vanishing from sight. Inside the room of requirement, Sirius pushed a hefty parchment dossier toward Baelial, his fingertip tapping on the gilded wax seal. Old Barty Crouch's stance is entirely opposed to ours, he said in a somber tone. No matter how we probe, he refuses any form of negotiation. Baelial leisurely unfurled the scroll, his fingertips gently caressing the yellowed pages. Was he driven by the allure of power, or by the noble intentions of his profession? Power. Sirius let out a derisive snort, and moreover, he harbored a clandestine secret. Little Barty Crouch, his son, once a Death Eater, who should have rotted away in Azkaban, had been extricated and confined in his basement, subjected to the Cruciatus curse for a decade. Little Barty Crouch? Baelial raised an eyebrow slightly, his nails tapping a soft rhythm on the table. Despite having long been privy to this secret, hearing it spoken aloud still elicited an involuntary gasp from her. That old Crouch was quite a character. However, the Barty in the films was a striking beauty. She wondered how this reality in the HP universe would measure up. Just as she contemplated voicing her inquiry, Sirius, clearly understanding her curiosity, handed her a photograph. With a single glance, Sirius was convinced that little Barty Crouch would undoubtedly be swayed. After all, he had long since deciphered the criteria the pureblood party used for recruitment. At the forefront was their own aesthetically discerning boss. Those possessing striking looks were to be courted with coercive allure. Those lacking in charm were to be discarded without hesitation. Eagerly, Baelial unveiled the photograph within its gilded frame, revealing a languid young man with golden hair leaning against a window, his gray-blue eyes reminiscent of a mist-shrouded lake, his pale complexion accentuating lips the color of blood. He tilted his head slightly, offering a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, as if he had already discerned her thoughts. Merlin's beard. Her fingertips unconsciously grazed the photograph. How could one confine such a being in a basement? It was nothing short of sacrilege. Further down, 12 OWL certificates revealed a prodigy in charms, a visage to behold, and a mind to match. She snapped the file shut, the gilded wax seal glimmering in the candlelight. A person of such caliber must be recruited. Sirius's lips curled slightly. So what is your command? Immediately, at once, rescue little Barty from that ghastly basement. She narrowed her eyes, contemplating old Crouch. The thought of that rigid and malevolent man made her grimace. A soul so thoroughly corrupted by power, so rotten to the core, was hardly worth the effort. Let him sink. Time was too precious to waste. Very well, boss. Wait. Baelial's voice halted Sirius in his tracks. He turned to see her retrieving a small black-covered booklet from the table, which she handed to him. The Charter of the Pureblood Party. Her tone was earnest, emphasizing the need to peruse it thoroughly, especially the sections concerning its principles and agenda. Sirius accepted the booklet, casually flipping through its pages, the rustling of paper filling the air. Isn't it all for a greater good? He replied nonchalantly, stuffing the booklet into the pocket of his robe as he turned away, the hem of his cloak tracing an arc through the air. The annual Quidditch match commenced as anticipated, with the clash between Gryffindor and Slytherin igniting fervor throughout the stands. This year, a new face graced the pitch. Second-year Draco Malfoy made his debut as a member of the Slytherin team. At that moment, Harry and Draco were engaged in a fierce chase high above the ground. The golden snitch darted between them, both players nearly neck and neck. Yet, it was evident to any keen observer that Harry's control of the broom was markedly superior. Are you ballet dancing, Potter? Draco taunted from the air. Better focus, or the snitch will be mine. Hey, don't get cocky. The Quidditch Cup will always belong to Gryffindor, Harry retorted defiantly. However, the situation took a turn for the worse. In the midst of their rivalry, a sudden collision sent both players tumbling from their brooms. Draco landed heavily on the grass, while Harry unfortunately broke his wrist in the fall. The unexpected turn of events caught Gilderoy Lockhart's attention, and he hurried over, seizing Harry's injured wrist. Don't worry. Let me handle this, he declared, brandishing his wand, the tip glowing with white light. Get away. With a furious shout, Baelial instantly appeared beside Harry, delivering a swift kick to dislodge Lockhart. You don't even know how to cast a healing spell, do you? She chastised coldly. A silvery light erupted from her wand's tip, visibly mending Harry's wrist at an astonishing rate. You were trying to use the bone-breaking curse, weren't you? A so-called defense against the dark arts professor, who can't even manage basic healing spells? Baelial mercilessly exposed him. Under the scornful gazes of the surrounding students, Lockhart's face flushed crimson as he sheepishly retreated from the crowd. The referee's whistle soon pierced the air, signaling the resumption of the match. In truth, Baelial occasionally found herself admiring Lockhart. If she were in his position, she would have long since packed her bags and left. How could he withstand such pressure? With such resilience he could succeed at anything. Why resort to deceit? Chapter 61. The Antidote and Further Insults. Baelial had truly underestimated Lockhart's penchant for mischief. Observing his dwindling reputation among the students, he resolved to salvage the hard-won career he had so precariously built. Thus, a dueling club, presided over by Lockhart, was officially established during Defense Against the Dark Arts class, and he even extended an invitation to Severus Snape to assist him. Severus, why did you agree to be Lockhart's assistant? If you've been kidnapped, blink twice. Dueling is an essential rite of passage for every wizard, and it is the most thrilling and perilous activity one can undertake, Lockhart proclaimed passionately from the dueling platform, attempting to captivate the young witches and wizards. Little did he know that the attendees had all experienced dueling themselves. Wasn't he dark magic dueling still a form of dueling? Today, we shall learn the disarming charm. And I invite my assistant, Professor Severus Snape, to demonstrate, he boasted confidently, extending his hand. Severus ascended the platform with a stiff gait, his face taut with restraint. Anyone could discern the immense effort he exerted to suppress the urge to curse. This spell is incredibly powerful. Pay close attention, Lockhart assured the students. Let us begin. Professor Snape. Severus inhaled deeply, wielding his wand with precision aimed at Lockhart. Expelliarmus. A flash of red light erupted, sending Lockhart hurtling backward, dazed and seeing stars. The students gasped in muted shock. Struggling to rise, he managed to say, "Not bad at all. Next, I want everyone to practice in pairs," Lockhart added. Rubbing his sore backside, "Remember, only use the disarming charm." Severus's brow twitched, his face darkening as he turned to fix his hawk-like gaze upon Harry. A chill ran down Harry's spine. He sensed an ominous premonition. "Then let us have Mr. Potter demonstrate," Severus declared decisively, pointing at Draco Malfoy. "You're up." Harry and Draco exchanged a knowing glance, a flicker of mutual understanding passing between them. Their long practice sessions had made them intimately familiar with each other's tactics. And now, under the watchful eyes of their peers, neither was willing to concede. They stepped onto the dueling platform, wands crossed at their chests, performing a standard dueling salute. Let the fun begin. Fire. The tips of their wands ignited with light, intertwining in the classroom, low-level spells ricocheting back and forth as they exchanged blows. Initially, the contest seemed manageable, but as the intensity escalated, their incantations began to rise in power. Crackle and boom. Draco unleashed a blinding flash of red light. Shatter. The chosen one, unwilling to back down, retaliated with a dark spell, his wand radiating a dangerous glow. Severus. Gradually, the duel intensified. Low-level dark spells gave way to mid-tier, and even high-level dark magic flying through the air. Those who are aware understand that this is merely a practice duel. Those who do not might mistakenly believe they have stepped into the lair of a dark wizard. When the aftershocks of a high-level dark spell nearly shattered the classroom windows, he could no longer contain himself. "Stop!" Severus roared, his black robes billowing as he surged between the two combatants. The two spells, poised to collide, were effortlessly dispelled by his silencing charm. "I trust you two little trolls remember that this is a defense against the dark arts lesson, not a gathering of dark wizards. Who instructed you to practice dark magic in such a manner?" At this point, he seemed to recall something with sudden clarity. "Well," Severus elongated the word, a dangerous smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, "I seem to have forgotten about our Professor Grindelwald." He emphasized that title with deliberate weight. "Can't see me. Can't see me." Baelial buried her face deep into her textbook, silently chanting. "Miss Grindelwald." The voice of the potions professor slithered into her ears like a venomous serpent. "May I inquire as to when Defense Against the Dark Arts transformed into a course on dark magic practice?" The air in the classroom seemed to solidify. Severus' robes swirled ominously, his piercing gaze cutting through like daggers. Baelial focused intently on the shining floor, which had been swept so clean that not a speck of dust was visible. "I await your response, Miss Grindelwald." Severus' voice lowered ominously. "Have you now taken to refusing to answer your poor old professor's questions?" "How splendid," Severus suddenly remarked, his tone dripping with biting sarcasm. "To teach defense against the dark arts as if it were dark magic itself, a truly groundbreaking achievement in the annals of magical education." Baelial internally lamented. Reprimanded again, reprimanded again. "Professor," she raised her head, a sheepish smile adorning her face, "I believe that offense is the best form of defense, especially in these turbulent times. The Dark Lord may very well return with his remnants, and we must be prepared for the worst." Severus emitted a derisive snicker through his nose, yet surprisingly refrained from pressing the issue further. Gilderoy Lockhart's eyes suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm, his trademark dazzling smile emerging, as if he were poised to deliver an eloquent discourse. "Since the teaching style has been established," Severus' cold voice poured forth like a bucket of icy water, abruptly truncating Lockhart's unspoken words. Let us continue to teach in this manner. His robes rustled as he cast a sidelong glance at the flamboyant peacock beside him. At least it's far more practical than certain ostentatious performances. His obsidian eyes flicked back to Baelial, a mocking smirk gracing his thin lips. Truly a master in the realm of education, Miss Grindelwald. No sooner had the class ended than the young wizard surged forward. Group leader, will the special training continue this Friday? A Slytherin student asked eagerly. Of course it will. Before Baelial could respond, a Gryffindor interjected. Didn't you hear? Professor Snape has already agreed. Baelial sighed inwardly. That expression hardly conveyed agreement. Well, she pondered for a moment, the special training will proceed as usual on Friday evenings. Splendid. The room erupted in cheers. Group leader, a black-haired Gryffindor squeezed to the front. I have a Ravenclaw friend who wishes to join. And a Hufflepuff too. Another voice chimed from the back of the crowd. Baelial closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. I have stated that knowledge knows no house. The room of requirement welcomes all earnest seekers of learning. Thus, it seemed they were on their way to becoming a veritable institution of dark magic studies. Regardless, the Triwizard Tournament was now assured for Hogwarts. Chapter 62, Gotcha Senior. After the defense against the Dark Arts class, Baelial was enjoying lunch in the Great Hall, where this time, the young wizards were unusually quiet. Draco and Harry exchanged knowing glances, ultimately leaving it to Draco to speak. Baelial, he said, setting down his silver fork. Hesitation flickering in his gray-blue eyes. Don't you think you and Macmillan are a tad too close? Baelial sliced into her steak, the knife making a crisp sound against the plate. Close. She raised an eyebrow in confusion. We're merely ordinary friends. Merlin's beard, Ron exclaimed, dramatically clutching his chest as if in shock. You two held hands after herbology last week, shared a quill in the library the day before. And yesterday she blushed while helping you adjust your tie. If that's ordinary friendship, then Harry and I are complete strangers. Hermione rested her chin on her intertwined hands, sporting that we need to talk expression. Baelial, can't you feel it? Macmillan's gaze when she looks at you. Is there? Baelial tilted her head in contemplation. Ambiguous? In my past life, I even shared a bed with my best friend. These kids are just too sensitive. Just then, a gentle voice emerged from behind. Baelial. Aphany, clutching a hefty potions textbook, her brown hair shimmering like honey in the sunlight, asked, May I consult you about a few questions? Of course, Baelial replied, rising as the two made their way to a sunlit spot by the window. As she leaned slightly to explain to Aphany, her slender fingers occasionally glided across the parchment, causing the Hufflepuff girl's ears to blush a visible shade of red. At the long table, 6 pairs of eyes fixated on this scene. Neville, forgetting to drink his pumpkin juice, sat there dazed, clutching his cup. What a wooden block, Harry silently critiqued, his green eyes behind the lenses filled with exasperation. I'm not saying this, but Baelial is incredibly oblivious. Hermione shook her head, lifting her teacup. A classic case of someone who can flirt but doesn't realize it. Those who realize it can't flirt. Only Gloria tilted her head, swirling her silver spoon in her pudding. Is there? This seems perfectly normal to me. She blinked her big eyes at the collective face-bombs of the others, further perplexed. When Baelial returned to her seat, the atmosphere at the long table subtly stiffened for a moment. Harry focused intently on slicing the roast potatoes on his plate, while Ron suddenly developed a keen interest in pumpkin juice, and Hermione pretended to search for something in her book, though it was still unopened to the right page. Baelial tilted her head slightly, her golden strands brushing her shoulder, a hint of confusion flashing in her azure eyes. What's wrong with you all? Harry looked up, forcing a somewhat stiff smile. Nothing, we just wanted to enjoy lunch in peace today. Later that evening, in the Slytherin dormitory, Baelial finally remembered the diary that had been bombarded with her European culture. She retrieved it from the cabinet. Senior Riddle. She delicately tapped the tip of her quill against the yellowed parchment, the ink spreading into a small black splotch. The moment the letters emerged, they vanished as if devoured, leaving only the paper's empty silence. Not a sound. Thus she wrote again, Senior Riddle. Finally, a series of ellipses appeared on the page. What is it? Blood pact, miss? After a long pause, ink began to seep onto the paper, elegant italic letters surfacing, the strokes sharp enough to almost tear the parchment. The writing vanished too quickly, as if infused with anger. The next moment, it reappeared suddenly, the ink darker than before. Oh, finally remembered me, it wasn't easy. Was it? Baelial, why act like a jilted lover, Tom? After a brief pause, she suddenly smiled, deciding to deliver a bombshell, her quill striking the page with weight. Senior Riddle, are you the Dark Lord? Is that you, Voldemort? The parchment tightened abruptly, the edges turning an unnatural shade of yellow. After a full half-minute, the newly emerged script bore the chilling edge of a blade. Did Dumbledore tell you? He certainly speaks without restraint. No. A few drops of eerie dark red suddenly seeped through the paper, and the new letters appeared at an astonishing speed. So how do you know? The quill danced gracefully in her fingers. Isn't this merely a common muggle word game? Rearranging Tom Marvolo riddle spells out I am Voldemort. Ink suddenly burst forth, creating a small hole in the paper. Baelial, quick-witted, hastily added, I wouldn't have guessed, the senior was quite the dramatic youth. But it's understandable. What man doesn't he harbor passionate ambitions in his youth? Ultimately, a massive ink-dripping ellipsis slowly emerged at the center of the page. The aged diary began to tremble violently, the parchment crackling as if a tempest were howling between the pages. Baelial swiftly pressed down on the cover, which was about to snap shut, and the quill tip swiftly glided across the paper. Senior Riddle, don't be so hasty to mute yourself. Let us chat a while longer. Before the ink had dried, an angry, flamboyant word exploded onto the page. No. Baelial chuckled softly, her fingertip brushing against the ink stain of the capital letter. All right, I won't tease you anymore, Tom. She slowed her writing pace, and her script became somewhat neater. Senior, let us have a serious conversation. The diary fell silent for a few seconds, ink slowly seeping onto the page, the letters returning to their previous elegant italics, though the strokes were noticeably lighter. What do you wish to discuss? The tail of the final question mark lifted slightly, imbued with a hint of cautious probing. The ink on the parchment suddenly solidified, the quill tip hovering over the surface for a moment before finally descending. Let us talk about why you wish to create Horcruxes. The page jolted abruptly, the ink fracturing like a spider's web. You know about Horcruxes? Did Dumbledore permit you to delve into this? The handwriting became so scrawled it nearly pierced through the back of the paper. Baelial chuckled as she wrote. Come on. Senior, I've thoroughly explored the restricted section. After a prolonged silence, several drops of ink slowly seeped from the paper. Baelial raised an eyebrow, her quill tip gliding playfully. Senior, do you consider ellipses to be commas? Suddenly, the entire parchment glowed with an eerie dark red. The letters carved deeply into the paper as if chiseled. Creating Horcruxes is for the sake of immortality. It is for greater power and might. It is to make all wizards look up to me. The tail of the final letter tore through the paper. She gazed at the fissure, writing slowly. The soul is the deepest taboo in the realm of magic. Your so-called Horcrux cannot grant true immortality. It will only imprison you forever within the vessel. If I lock you away, you will never know freedom again. The ink was still wet when the page suddenly moved of its own accord. The emerging letters adorned with a mocking elegance. Ah, your tone resembles that of Grindelwald. As for locking me away? The letters paused, the ink oddly coalescing into serpentine patterns. That is impossible. The ink on the parchment suddenly solidified, and the quill spun sharply in her fingertips. For instance, the matter of you secretly siphoning my magic? The letters remained fresh as she penned again, the ink etching deep marks on the paper. This little bit of magic is hardly sufficient for you. Perhaps you should try this instead? A silver light erupted. Her palm suddenly burst forth with dazzling ancient runes, the silver radiance piercing the yellowed pages like chains. The runes transformed into spiral imprints upon contact with the diary, deeply inscribing themselves at the most vulnerable connections of the soul. Crack! The entire diary trembled violently, dark mist billowing forth. Amidst the chaotic flipping of the pages, a blurred outline of a human form twisted into shape in midair. Crimson pupils flickered in the black mist, Tom Riddle's visage intermittently appearing within the fog, his typically graceful and refined face now etched with fury. How dare you? A pale hand reached out from the black mist, but upon touching the silver imprint, it recoiled as if struck by lightning. Baelial watched the forced manifestation of the remnant soul, a cold smile curling at her lips. Got you, Senior. Chapter 63. Tom said, do not be so rash. The dark mist coiled like silk, gradually outlining a tall and slender figure. Pale skin emerged from the shadows as Tom descended slowly, his black robe billowing without wind. He elegantly raised a hand, the magic dancing at his fingertips bringing forth a satisfied smile, until an unusual heat surged from deep within his soul. The silver imprint was slowly rotating within the essence of his soul. What have you done? He suddenly looked up, rage boiling in his dark red eyes, his voice icy and piercing. Baelial toyed with the quill in her hand, the silver spiral insignia flowing between her fingers. A small mark. Just like your Death Eaters bear the dark mark. She suddenly raised her gaze, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. Except now, you bear my mark. Arrogant. Tom's long fingers tightened abruptly, a torrent of magic crashing against the imprint deep within his soul, just as he was about to touch the core. Buzz. An ancient humming echoed within the depths of his soul, the silver spiral insignia suddenly erupting with brilliant light. Within that radiance appeared countless swirling primordial runes, each symbol imbued with a chilling pressure. Before this might of primal magic, the power of modern sorcery seemed as fragile as that of an infant. When the light faded, Tom's forehead was slick with cold sweat. He stared in disbelief at his trembling hands. What is this? Ancient magic, the most primal form of magic. Baelial held her palm upward, the silver spiral insignia resonating with the runes within Tom's soul, weaving arcane trajectories in the air. Modern magic is merely a branch of it. She gently closed her palm, and Tom immediately felt a tremor within his soul. For the first time, genuine fear flickered in his dark red eyes as he realized that the magic he took pride in was utterly powerless before this girl. A strange flush crept across Tom's pale face before he swiftly regained his composure. He elegantly adjusted his cuffs, though his fingertips quivered slightly. So, you went through all this trouble to pull me from the diary just to brand my soul? Of course not. Baelial circled around him with her hands behind her back, her golden hair shimmering in the candlelight. Tom's pupils constricted suddenly, countless plots flashing through his mind. Did she wish to control me, control the Death Eaters? Or covet the methods of creating Horcruxes? Or perhaps, I pulled you out. The girl suddenly leaned closer, fire dancing in her azure eyes. So you could work for me? Tom, what? The usually graceful and composed Dark Lord momentarily lost his poise, doubting his own hearing. You pulled me from the Horcrux just to. Do you realize that the Pureblood Party is in dire need of talent now? She circled Tom, her blue eyes glimmering with satisfaction, especially for those who are both talented and attractive. For the first time in many years, Tom experienced the sensation of his worldview crumbling. The mask that always wore a composed smile finally showed cracks. Do you not remember that I am Voldemort? Of course I do, the girl replied nonchalantly. Flipping through the diary, Isn't he the Dark Lord? But do not worry. She suddenly revealed a cunning smile, tapping her fingertip against his chest. Now you bear my mark in your soul. There's no escape for you. The flickering candlelight burned brightly, casting mottled shadows between the two. The Dark Lord of a bygone era stood at the threshold between light and shadow, experiencing for the first time the true trials of existence. Yet, as the hour grew late, she retrieved a cup and transformed it into a bed with a flick of her wand, adding a thoughtful touch of silver-green drapery. Make do for now. You'll sleep here from now on. Tom remained motionless, his rigid silhouette etched against the moonlight, the hem of his black robe fluttering slightly. Baelial furrowed her brow. What's the matter? Do you need me to coax you to sleep? You. Tom suddenly spun around, casting a fierce glare at her. A faint flush rising on his pale visage. His lips, perpetually curled in a sardonic smile, trembled momentarily, but ultimately fell silent. He awkwardly approached the bed, then swiftly drew the curtains tight, enveloping himself snugly within the covers. The rustling from behind the drapery hinted at his gritted teeth, muttering, "Damn ancient magic and its cursed markings, how ridiculous." Puzzled, Baelial ran her fingers through her golden locks, extinguishing the candlelight with a flick of her wand. She climbed onto the bed and settled down comfortably for the night. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, rousing Baelial from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with an unwavering gaze. Tom stood motionless beside the bed, his pallid face appearing eerily spectral in the morning light. "Merlin's beard," she exclaimed, springing upright in bed, her back pressed against the headboard. "You're not going to stand there all day, are you? Like some kind of ghost?" Tom tilted his head slightly, his dark hair falling across his forehead, confusion flickering in his crimson eyes. "Who is Kayako? And which unknown wizard is that?" "Never mind that." Baelial took a deep breath, calming her racing heart. Last night's dim lighting had prevented her from properly observing Tom's features. Now, she seized the opportunity to scrutinize the young man before her. In the soft morning light, Tom's profile emerged strikingly, his pronounced nose, elegantly sculpted jaw, and those hauntingly beautiful crimson eyes rendered him quite handsome. "Keeping you locked away in this room is hardly a solution," she mused aloud, swinging her legs over the side of the bed and stepping barefoot onto the plush carpet. "It's not wise for you to expose yourself right now, and the invisibility charm is not a permanent fix." Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with inspiration. "Can you transform into an animagus? Then I could take you out." Tom's gaze darkened dangerously, malice swirling within his crimson irises. Yet he merely narrowed his eyes menacingly, a slow, cold smirk gracing his lips. In the blink of an eye, his form began to twist and shift, transforming into a vibrant green serpent, its scarlet eyes gleaming like two blood-red gemstones in the sunlight. Wow, Baelial cautiously extended her finger, gently touching the brightest scale atop the serpent's head. The icy, slick sensation sent a tremor through her fingertips. Yet curiosity compelled her to continue stroking. The emerald serpent flicked its tongue and slithered up her wrist, its scales gliding across her skin with an icy touch. It adeptly coiled around her arm, settling around her slender neck, its triangular head resting perfectly upon her collarbone. What a sight! Baelial blinked at her reflection in the mirror. A vibrant green viper adorned her alabaster neck, its ruby-like eyes locking with hers, forming a peculiar yet perilous tableau. Unable to suppress a light laugh, she mused. How is it that I look so enchanting? Tom. Thus, Baelial departed the Slytherin dormitory adorned with her living emerald necklace. The corridors of Hogwarts basked in morning sunlight. The serpent coiled around her neck shimmering like emerald against the light, its scales glistening subtly with her every step. Upon entering the great hall, the elegant yet perilous creature immediately piqued the curiosity of the young witches and wizards. Draco was the first to approach, his slate blue eyes sparkling with intrigue. What is this new species of magical creature? He inquired, extending a finger to touch it. The serpent, however, abruptly raised its head, revealing its sharp fangs, causing him to hastily retract his hand. Merlin's beard. Neville gasped, it's ferocious. Harry, Ron, and Hermione gathered around, maintaining a safe distance. Harry felt an inexplicable familiarity with the serpent, especially when Baelial softly scolded, "Don't be so fierce. The children are quite adorable." He swore he saw the serpent roll its eyes, its demeanor akin to that of an exasperated human. The day's classes passed uneventfully until the defense against the dark arts lesson. Lockhart flashed his signature charming smile, and began to regale the class with tales of how he outwitted the Hungarian horntail, despite everyone present knowing that the stories in his book were likely borrowed from others. The serpent coiled around Baelial's neck slowly lifted its head. Its scarlet-slitted pupils coldly fixated on Lockhart at the podium, its tongue flicking in disdain, as if silently mocking him. When Lockhart demonstrated a particularly flawed disarming spell, it turned its head away in disdain, burying its head into the crook of Baelial's neck, as though even a moment longer of witnessing the display would tarnish its vision. Honestly, Baelial whispered under her breath while turning a page, this defense against the dark arts lesson would be better off with you teaching it. For the first time, the serpent nodded in agreement, its movements deliberate yet unmistakably affirming her words. In the afternoon, with no classes for Slytherin, Baelial returned to the dormitory to read. Senior, I recall that Slytherin has a chamber of secrets, right? She asked, sitting at the edge of the four-poster bed and swinging her legs. Tom lounged against the headboard, his long fingers flipping through a page of a forbidden book without lifting his gaze. Indeed. I've heard that only Slytherin's heir or a Parselmouth can open it. Indeed, Tom replied coolly, his fingertips gently tracing the yellowed pages. Baelial leaned closer, her golden hair cascading onto the book. Then will you take me there? Not a chance. He finally raised his head, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his crimson eyes. What reason do I have to take you? What will you offer me in return? An eerie silence enveloped the room. Baelial stared intently at him, a tempest brewing in her blue eyes, just as Tom anticipated her to negotiate. Smack. She suddenly snatched a notebook and swiftly brought it to his face, exclaiming, You can't refuse me. There are plenty of Parselmouths. I don't need you. Her voice rose sharply, Get back in the Horcrux. Tom. Why was she behaving so unpredictably? As the notebook neared his face, he reflexively raised his hand to block it. Wait. The notebook halted a mere 3 centimeters from his nose. Don't be so rash. He said quickly, an unusual urgency lacing his voice, I will take you there. Baelial narrowed her eyes, gradually retracting her hand. You should have said that sooner. She tossed the notebook onto the bed. You're the one forcing me to act. Chapter 64. The Basilisk. From today onwards, you shall be called Sypha. In the second-floor girls' lavatory of Hogwarts Castle, the dim candlelight flickered in the steamy air, casting shadows upon the cracked tiles that reflected 2 elongated figures. Baelial kicked at the cracked tile beneath her foot, and suddenly elbowed the boy beside her. I mean it, she lowered her voice, a hint of exasperation flashing in her blue eyes. Why did Salazar Slytherin build the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets in the girls' lavatory? Surely he doesn't have some peculiar preference, does he? Tom's profile appeared ghostly in the candlelight as he slowly turned his head, a dangerous glint flickering in his crimson gaze. Due to the reconstruction of Hogwarts, his voice was as cold and slippery as that of a serpent. Do not desecrate the founder of Slytherin with your filthy thoughts. Oh. Tom disregarded her further, turning his attention to the faucet adorned with serpentine engravings. As he spoke, a chilling hiss escaped his lips, as if a serpent were truly flicking its tongue within his throat. With the final syllable of Parseltongue resonating in the air, the entire lavatory began to tremble, the basin slowly spiraling to reveal a pitch-black opening. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets had been unveiled. Tom turned, a false smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Shall the senior lead the way, Junior?" Baelial shook her head with a serene smile, her elongated fingers delicately beckoning. A few strands of silvery light surged forth from her fingertips like living entities, silently seeping into the secret passage. Those magical threads transformed in the darkness into countless fine strands akin to spider silk, swiftly enveloping the entire corridor before vanishing into the shadows. "Thank you for your concern, Senior." Her voice dripped with saccharine sweetness. "However, I believe it is time I learned to navigate on my own." Tom regarded Baelial's figure, weighing her true strength in his mind. The answers would lie with the specters and basilisk within the chamber, and he revealed a smile that bordered on cruel. "Dumbledore, what expression would you wear if you knew that your so-called blood pact perished here?" Yet reality soon delivered a harsh blow to Tom. As they stepped into the damp, chilly chamber, the sound of bones grinding against each other echoed ominously from the darkness. Dozens of pallid specters crawled towards them, their decayed fingers scraping against the stone walls, producing a nauseating sound. As Tom formed a cold smile, preparing to relish in Baelial's panic, the girl's wand tip suddenly erupted with ghostly blue flames, the fire sweeping through the corridor as if alive. The specters writhed and howled in anguish, instantaneously turning to ash. Baelial even had the leisure to perform a one-handed incantation. Murmuring in Mandarin, "The deceased are paramount, swiftly enter the cycle of reincarnation. Amitba, rest in peace." Tom's pupils constricted slightly, her adept control of dark magic, the ease with which she wielded her spells, was reminiscent of Grindelwald's mastery over the dark arts, truly astonishing. He barely began before being interrupted by Baelial's cheerful voice. "What else with that expression, Senior?" She tilted her head, her wand twirling elegantly between her fingers. "Surely you don't think I would be frightened by a few little specters?" Tom inhaled deeply, forcing himself to maintain composure. It was fine. There was still the basilisk, a creature of ancient magic. Even he needed to exercise caution. A glimmer of malice flashed in his dark red eyes. "Of course not," he replied softly. "The senior was merely concerned for you." The sound of scales scraping against the stone floor echoed ominously from the center of the chamber, growing ever nearer. Exuding a terrifying sense of pressure, Baelial promptly closed her eyes. The basilisk's gaze was lethal. The ancient magic she had laid down now awakened in the darkness, countless silken threads of magical energy trembling beneath the ground. Through them, she could perceive the immense creature coiling nearby, its icy scales brushing against every magical thread she had woven, clearly transmitting its outline to her mind. The girl smiled with her eyes shut, her voice laced with an eerie cheerfulness. "What a delightful little creature." The basilisk raised its colossal head, its yellow slit pupils fixating intently on this audacious human. Tom hissed incessantly in Parseltongue beside her, his tone chillingly urgent. "Would you care to be my pet?" Baelial suddenly extended her hand towards the void, a motion that elicited a deafening roar from the basilisk, its foul breath spraying across her face. "That indicates a refusal." Her voice turned icy in an instant, the tip of her wand bursting forth with blinding white light. With a swift flick of her wand, ancient magic transformed into a bolt of white lightning, striking the basilisk and leaving a charred fissure around it, the air instantly thick with the acrid scent of burnt flesh. "I shall ask once more." Her voice was terrifyingly gentle. "Will you be my pet?" The basilisk nodded frantically, its massive form trembling in fear. Baelial remained with her eyes closed but accurately extended her palm toward the basilisk. "Let me pet your head." The icy scales cautiously pressed against her palm, the sensation eliciting a satisfied smile from her. "That's a good child." She softly intoned an incantation, a gentle radiance blooming from her palm. Under Tom's astonished gaze, the basilisk, which had survived for over 1,000 years, began to visibly shrink, ultimately transforming into a slender emerald snake, obediently coiling around her delicate wrist. "From this day forth, you shall be named Kai-Fi," Baelial joyously announced, her fingertips gently caressing the little snake's head. The once dreaded basilisk now affectionately nuzzled her fingers. "I adore this gift." Baelial slowly opened her eyes, her cerulean gaze shining brightly in the dim chamber, as if it could penetrate the very souls of those around her. A subtle smile graced her lips as her fingers tenderly stroked the serpent coiled around her wrist, the little snake obediently flicking its tongue. Tom felt cold sweat drench his back. He had never anticipated that the specters and the ancient basilisk would be so effortlessly dispelled by her, even turning into her trophies. His fingertips instinctively tightened, his knuckles whitening from the pressure, yet his face forced a smile that was nearly false. No need for thanks, his voice was notably deeper than usual. The curve of his lips nearly perfect in its artifice. As long as the junior is happy, perhaps he would never escape the shadow of this Grindelwald. Chapter 65. Advanced Studies in Dark Magic. Initially, when several Gryffindors mentioned that the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students would attend the Friday Dark Arts defense training, Baelial assumed it would only be students from her year. However, to her surprise, older students were also present. Upon entering the room of requirement, she spotted several unexpected figures among the many Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students, Senior Qiuzhang and Senior Cedric Diggory. While Qiuzhang was to be expected, Cedric, with his pronounced brows and bright eyes, was surprisingly interested in dark magic. Qiuzhang approached gracefully, her long black hair shimmering softly under the candlelight. I hope our presence does not disturb you. Her voice was exceedingly gentle, imbued with the unique warmth of the East. It's just that Professor Lockhart's class is rather difficult to commend. You are too courteous, Senior, Baelial replied with a sincere smile. Knowledge, like the starry sky, never denies those who yearn to gaze upon it. It is my honor to discuss dark arts defense with everyone. Cedric shyly scratched the back of his head, displaying a sunny smile. To be honest, we heard you were teaching practical dark arts defense spells, and we could hardly wait to come. In reality, it was practical dark magic. Considering the older students had a substantial understanding of magic, Baelial did not waste time on basic spells, but instead commenced with intermediate dark arts defense, gradually transitioning to more advanced topics. At first, Cedric listened intently, occasionally nodding, and even jotting down key points on parchment. However, when Baelial began demonstrating some more lethal dark magic, the Hufflepuff prefect furrowed his brow and lightly nudged Qiuzhang beside him. Wait, aren't we supposed to be learning dark arts defense? Why does this sound like we're directly learning dark magic? It turned out that the bloodlines of the Flower Kingdom were indeed interconnected. Qiuzhang smiled slightly. Isn't offense the best form of defense? Cedric paused in surprise. Then his eyes lit up as if he had suddenly grasped an important revelation. He chuckled softly. Merlin, you are indeed correct. How can one truly defend against dark magic if one does not comprehend it? He turned his gaze back to Baelial, his focus more intense than before, infused with a hint of eager anticipation. Thus, the Dark Arts Advancement School was officially established. As for Lockhart, the patience of the young wizards had reached its limit. Initially, they merely whispered in private about the futility of his lessons, but soon the situation escalated uncontrollably, with pureblood families taking action. The Greengrass family, the Malfoys, and even the usually discreet Mrs. Longbottom leveraged their familial connections to unearth the truths behind Lockhart's illustrious exploits. He was merely a charlatan who appropriated the achievements of others. Letters sealed with the ancient wax of noble families flew into the headmaster's office like snowflakes, sharply united in their demands for Dumbledore to dismiss this superficial impostor forthwith. However, a dilemma arose. While expelling Lockhart was a simple task, who would fill the position of defense against the dark arts professor? A rare glimmer of anticipation flickered in Severus's eyes, as he had already adjusted the class schedule in anticipation of Dumbledore's nod. Yet, the students of Hogwarts had evidently other ideas. It is unclear who initiated it, but the young wizards began inscribing the same name on parchment, quietly passing it to their heads of house, imploring them to relay it to Professor Dumbledore. Baelial Grindelwald. When Dumbledore smiled and announced that she would temporarily assume the role of defense against the dark arts substitute professor, the entire hall erupted in cheers, save for Severus. In the subsequent potions class, the potions master's countenance was darker than the dregs at the bottom of a cauldron, having given Baelial the cold shoulder for a full fortnight. In the corridors of Hogwarts, small clusters of young wizards gathered, their voices bubbling with excitement. By Merlin's beard, finally, we don't have to practice in the room of requirement in secret, exclaimed a Gryffindor student, waving his wand so vigorously that he nearly poked a passing portrait, provoking a loud protest from the knight within. Indeed, just last week, I could only practice once. My hands felt like they were rusting. His companion chimed, eyes alight with enthusiasm. Yesterday's shattering spell, I practiced it a full 10 times. Now this is what defense against the dark arts should be. A Ravenclaw girl adjusted her glasses, her tone incisive. Think of Professor Quirrell's stammering demonstrations and Lockhart's flashy yet pointless lessons. It was a sheer waste of our time. My mother said that in her day. Her professor. Oh please, we have something far superior now, interrupted a Hufflepuff student. Did you see that dark magic Grindelwald demonstrated yesterday? Now that was real skill. A few Slytherin students passing by wore smug smiles. One of them languidly remarked, I've always said our house produces talent. The portly monk in the portrait drifted over to join the fray, Ah, it's been years since I've seen students so diligent. The last time it was this lively, let me think. As Baelial and Harry's group traversed the corridor, she suddenly chuckled lightly, her fingertips brushing the small snake coiled around her neck. Look, Tom, she said, her voice lowered with a hint of mockery. The entirety of Hogwarts is a reserve for dark wizards. Does this era please you? The small serpent abruptly raised its head, its crimson-slit pupils flashing with annoyance, before disdainfully turning away, twisting its body into a wave of refusal for interaction. Meanwhile, the snake entwined around her wrist perked up immediately, eagerly flicking its tongue and nodding in a sycophantic manner, its scales glimmering with a golden sheen in the sunlight. Chapter 66. Under my command. A grey owl swept through the hall like a shadow, landing gracefully on Baelial's outstretched arm, its sharp talons lightly gripping her sleeve. The snake on her wrist raised its head, its green scales reflecting a cold light in the candle's glow, its tongue flicking out as it warily assessed the unfamiliar visitor. The small serpent coiled around her neck merely lazily lifted its eyelids, its crimson-slit pupils casting a glance before retreating back into her collar, as if indifferent to everything. Baelial's lips curled into a slight smile as her fingertips caressed the owl's feathers, retrieving the letter sealed with golden wax from its beak, offering it a piece of jerky as a reward. Well done, Wealth. The owl hooted softly, gently pecking at her fingertips. She opened the envelope. The familiar symbol of the Deathly Hallows emblazoned upon it, the mark of the Pureblood Party. The ink on the parchment shimmered with a dark green hue, evidently imbued with some sort of confidentiality charm. After swiftly skimming through the contents, a glint of amusement flickered in her eyes as she gently tapped the small snake's head. Her tone buoyant. Tom, your formerly loyal little Barty is now in my employ. The small serpent shot up, its crimson-slit pupils narrowing suddenly, a chilling intent radiating through the air. Unfazed, Baelial chuckled lightly, rising to adjust her robes, addressing the young wizards beside her. Please excuse me from this afternoon's classes. I have some pressing matters to attend to. Draco looked up at her, a flash of concern crossing his grey-blue eyes. He spoke in a hushed tone, yet each word was clear. Be careful, Baelial. In the UK, the Pureblood Party's headquarters. Where is he? Baelial inquired impatiently as she crossed the threshold. Sirius stepped out from the shadows, his expression grave. The innermost room on the 3rd floor, he murmured, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the handle of his wand. Silenced by a charm, yet the entire floor seemed to resonate with his urgency. Suddenly, a rustle of silk emanated from the velvet sofa. Winda's veil shimmered with a ghostly blue under the light, the black lace edges swaying slightly as she lifted her gaze. Yes, a madman, she said, her long fingers gliding over the rim of a crystal glass. Are you certain you wish to meet him alone? Baelial chuckled lightly, twirling her wand elegantly between her fingers. The crazier, the more intriguing, wouldn't you agree? As she ascended the spiral staircase, the intricately carved banister slid beneath her palm, and the air grew more saturated with the scent of blood. At the end of the corridor on the 3rd floor, a heavy door trembled slightly. Just as her fingertips brushed the brass doorknob, the door suddenly shook violently, the metallic chain rattling ominously. The door hinges screeched as the dim light cast twisted shadows upon the walls. Baelial squinted, discerning a figure kneeling in the gloom, iron chains deeply embedded into his wrist bones, each struggle leaving grotesque bloodstains on his pallid skin. With a flick of her wand, the room's illumination brightened significantly. The air was thick with the stench of rust and sweat, coupled with a near-manic restlessness. The snake on her wrist, agitated by the sanguine odor, twisted its body restlessly, prompting Baelial to soothingly stroke its head. Ha! Look who we have here! Rasped a voice with exaggerated theatricality as little Barty suddenly lifted his head, his disheveled blonde hair concealing eyes of startling grey-blue. A little girl? He tilted his head, a twisted smile forming on his lips. You must be the master of that lot, Baelial stepped forward deliberately, correcting him. It was the Pureblood Party that abducted you, and I, Baelial Grindelwald, happened to be their new leader. The name struck like lightning into his chaotic mind. Barty's pupils dilated suddenly, his neck arching at an unnatural angle. Grindelwald? The Pureblood Party? He repeated nervously, before bursting into a fit of hysterical laughter, the chains clanking violently with his movements. How amusing! You, the esteemed Miss Grindelwald, have plucked me from that sunless basement. He leaned forward abruptly, the chains snapping taut. Are you here to kill me? Or to torture me? I desire nothing but to recruit you. Baelial's expression remained impassive. For a fleeting moment, little Barty's face turned blank. What? He echoed the word that escaped Baelial's lips. Recruit? Do you not realize that I am a Death Eater? Indeed, Baelial replied cheerfully. Our Death Eater faction has always embraced talent from all walks of life, welcoming the heroes of the world into our fold. Little Barty widened his eyes comically, seemingly searching for some flaw in the girl's demeanor. The small snake coiled around his neck turned its gaze away from the absurdity before it. Little girl, do you have any idea how malevolent I am? Barty leaned forward abruptly, the iron chains rattling as they tightened, producing a jarring sound against the stone floor. A sickly flush crept across his pale face, and his gray-blue eyes churned with twisted excitement. Do you know how many Aurors I have wounded with dark magic? Baelial observed him quietly, her azure eyes as calm as a still pond. Even the whelp at her wrist yawned lazily. Barty felt an unsettling embarrassment creeping over him. Are you finished? Baelial arched an eyebrow. I am quite curious. She suddenly leaned closer, her piercing blue gaze boring into his gray-blue depths. In following Voldemort, are you in pursuit of power, or merely gazing upon an illusion you long for? Barty's breath quickened suddenly, the chains rattling with his trembling body. My master is the greatest dark wizard. His voice soared, filled with a sickly reverence. He has given me everything. He has bestowed upon me an unprecedented satisfaction. Just like a father never has. Baelial interrupted him with a disdainful curl of her lip. An unprecedented satisfaction? Does he utilize you as a mere pawn or revel in your veneration? The air in the cell thickened abruptly, and Barty's pupils constricted violently. The false smiles and the barely perceptible disdain in those memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Awaken. Belial's voice softened suddenly, akin to soothing a child plagued by nightmares. What he offers you is not honey. Her wand traced the hollow contours of her face, but rather, poison cloaked in sweetness. Barty's lips began to tremble. The towering wall of faith he had constructed over the years crumbling under her gaze. When Baelial uttered her final words, the light in his eyes shattered completely. How could a monster devoid of a heart comprehend how to fill yours? The iron chains fell to the ground with a hollow echo. After a moment, he suddenly erupted into a laugh, hoarse, twisted and pained. And what about you? He lifted his head, his voice fractured yet laced with a final thread of defiant provocation. What can you offer me? Baelial extended her hand, gently lifting his gaunt chin with her fingertips. Her motion was astonishingly tender, as if cradling a fragile porcelain piece. It is not about what I can offer you. She gazed into the depths of his soul with her azure eyes, but rather, what do you truly seek from me? The small snake around her neck flicked its tail irritably, its emerald scales glinting coldly in the candlelight. It inexplicably felt a wave of displeasure, and ultimately buried its head deep within the girl's golden tresses, refusing to witness the blinding scene. Only the faint sound of chains gently swaying and Barty's increasingly erratic breathing remained in the room. Is it done? The voice of Wanda came from behind a veil, the black lace fluttering slightly as Baelial descended the spiral staircase. Yes, she stretched her arms lazily while tending to his wounds. Merlin persuading him was no easy feat. The firelight from the living room fireplace cast fragmented golden spots on the surface of the tea. As Baelial lifted the bone china teacup, Wanda suddenly spoke. Thank you for saving the master. The cup paused mid-air. Baelial blinked in confusion, her long eyelashes casting fan-shaped shadows in the firelight. Wanda's fingers unconsciously traced the edge of her veil, her voice so soft it was nearly consumed by the crackling of the fire. I have followed the master for so many years, yet I have never seen such vibrant light in his eyes. The steam from the tea rose, weaving a thin mist between them. Baelial gazed at Wanda's hazy outline through the fog, suddenly realizing that this eternally graceful witch was at that moment, discreetly misty-eyed behind her veil. Chapter 67, Eternal Belief. After listening to Baelial's account, Dumbledore's azure eyes sparkled with understanding. He gently pushed a steaming cup of honey tea towards her, his gaze warm and profound behind the crescent-shaped lenses. So, you have thus taken Barty Crouch Jr. under your wing? Baelial sighed softly, her slender fingers pressing against her temples. The Death Eater faction has been worn down by the passage of time, and our talent pool has dwindled significantly. She raised the teacup, the rising steam obscuring her features. Now we are barely able to muster the minimum manpower needed, let alone achieve our highest goals. Barty's essence is not inherently malevolent. Dumbledore's voice was like a comforting hearth, but he has been ensnared by the sugar-coated blades of deception. That false sense of satisfaction has led him astray. He paused meaningfully. Fortunately, he encountered you. Baelial scratched her head awkwardly, laughing softly. Let's keep it low-key. The emerald snake coiled around her neck raised its head, its scarlet tongue flicking out, rolling its eyes in disdain. The slender tail lazily flicked, the scales glimmering coldly in the candlelight, resembling a silent scoff. Is this snake a magical creature? Dumbledore observed the green serpent with interest, such rare sentience. The snake suddenly turned its head toward him, its scarlet slit pupils narrowing dangerously, displaying its sharp fangs in a threatening hiss. Do not cause trouble. Baelial gently tapped its head, swiftly changing the subject. I acquired it through considerable connections. By the way, have you met Wanda? Fada has crossed paths with her, hasn't he? Yes, he secretly summoned the members of the Death Eater faction. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with delight. We distributed your party charter to everyone. Wait. Baelial suddenly realized something. You said we? You participated too? Of course. Baelial hesitated, her mind conjuring Wanda's fierce gaze. Wanda didn't say anything too extreme, did she? Not at all. Dumbledore chuckled lightly, a playful glint in his blue eyes behind the crescent lenses. She merely glared at me a dozen times or so. Baelial, what a hard lot. It seems you've grown accustomed to the toxicity, Daddy. Time passes swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the second year is nearing its end. Dumbledore gently unwrapped a lemon sherbet, a glint of sharpness flashing in his azure gaze behind the crescent lenses, and those long-dormant dark forces are quietly awakening. Is it the Death Eaters? Baelial keenly sensed the sudden tension in the air. Indeed. Dumbledore popped the candy into his mouth, the sweet flavor melting on his tongue. Given Tom's nature, his return is merely a matter of time. Upon hearing that name, the snake's tail swayed gently. Baelial's long fingers lightly tapped the table. Pondering for a moment, Daddy, may I summon all Death Eaters in your name? If they employ a divide-and-conquer strategy, we must ensure that no infiltrators have entered our ranks. My dear, have you forgotten what Gellert said back then? A gentle smile graced Dumbledore's eyes, a glint of reflection passing over the lenses. From that day forth, the scepter of the Death Eaters has been entrusted to you. However, he mischievously blinked. And should the need arise for us two old codgers to lend our support, we would be more than willing to serve as your backing. The news of the newly appointed leader convening her inaugural assembly swept across Europe like the wind, prompting long-silent members of the Slytherin party to respond. Regardless of their experience, they hastened to the fortress that once sent tremors throughout the magical community. It had been ages since Vinda last set foot in Nurmengard, and upon hearing the news, she could only feel a sense of nostalgia. However, when she truly stood before Nurmengard, gazing at the castle adorned in gold and crimson, she was struck by a sense of disbelief. What on earth is this garish color scheme? Is this truly Nurmengard? The once cold and solemn black fortress had been extravagantly coated in a gaudy gold and red, dazzling to the point of being almost blinding. The older members exchanged glances, collectively harboring the thought that their leader was rather indulgent with her daughter. Meanwhile, the new members silently exchanged glances, beginning to worry whether their leader's taste was perhaps too unique. Of course, not all the elders were willing to submit to this young leader. Yet when they beheld the two familiar figures flanking Baelial, Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore, who shadowed her on either side, all murmurs of dissatisfaction dissipated into thin air. Who would dare question? For they were two generations of legends, and she was the future they had collectively chosen. Baelial stood atop the dais, surveying the myriad expressions below, a perfectly poised smile gracing her lips, her voice clear and steady. Esteemed predecessors, regardless of your tenure, you are all my seniors. She inclined her head slightly, her demeanor respectful yet not servile. The future of the Slytherin party has been entrusted to me, and I am filled with both trepidation and a profound sense of responsibility. From this day forth, I hope you will not hesitate to offer your guidance, as we unite in our efforts to illuminate this world with our original ideals. The Eastern humility enveloped the air like a warm cup of tea, soothing every taut moment. However, in the next instant, her tone turned icy. Today, the magical ministries across Europe can no longer impede our advance. Yet lurking in the shadows remains another force, slithering like a serpent, waiting to exploit our weaknesses. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping across each countenance. As the organization grew, it was inevitable that it would attract both the noble and the vile. To safeguard against our enemies, we must establish a defense mechanism unique to the Slytherin party. Baelial raised her fingertips, an ancient silver rune swirling in her palm. Please, take out your coins engraved with the Deathly Hallows. Her voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority. As her words hung in the air, the silver rune erupted, unfurling beneath the dome like an aurora cascading or a shower of stars descending, countless brilliant points of light precisely embedding themselves within each coin. Now, infuse your magic into them. She gazed down at the assembly, her eyes reflecting the cold light of hundreds of coins. From this moment forth, these coins shall recognize you as their sole masters. They will also serve as symbols of your identity. The small serpent, with its scarlet slit pupils, mirrored the opulent scene, observing the entwined gazes of the two legendary wizards behind her, and the rekindled fervor in the eyes of the crowd, a fervor bordering on devout belief. Its forked tongue flickered, as if suddenly comprehending why this organization had endured through half a century of persecution. Gellert leaned against a gilded column, the remnants of magical runes shimmering in his mismatched eyes, with magic as the contract and loyalty as the chain. He turned his gaze toward his beloved at his side, a subtle smile gracing his lips. What a masterful balancing act. She resembles you in this regard. Albus raised an eyebrow. Is it not more akin to you? No, Albus, my methods are always thundering, whereas yours are like the subtle, unseen lines of a serpent. Chapter 68. Allow me to teach you what love truly is. The young witches and wizards at Hogwarts, under Baelial's tutelage, made astonishing strides in their understanding and mastery of dark arts. As the warm summer breeze caressed the castle spires, yet another enchanted academic year drew to a close amidst fluttering parchment and laughter. The two stone cottages entwined with vines in Godric's Hollow had become, in every sense, the true home for Baelial and Harry, with Albus occasionally returning for visits. Harry always remembered his promise to Dumbledore. Each holiday, a neatly penned letter would invariably arrive at number 4, Privet Drive. These delicate sheets bore not only simple greetings, but also an unbreakable bond of blood. The inky night hung low like velvet, with only a solitary star suspended in the sky, twinkling with a frigid light. In a small grove within Godric's Hollow, Tom stood in the shadows, an unmistakable irritation etched across his pale features. He coolly observed Baelial as she crouched, gently scratching the chin of a raccoon, the furry creature purring contentedly, revealing its soft belly in her palm. Such a feeble and foolish creature, he murmured, his tone laced with frost. Yet Baelial smiled, lightly tapping the raccoon's nose. When she looked up, her eyes glimmered in the night. Isn't it a delightful life? Her tone was buoyant, yet laced with an elusive depth. Senior, what do you believe life truly is? Life. Tom chuckled softly. Life is merely a stepping stone to eternity. Fragile, pitiful, fleeting, like the worthlessness of an ant. With a swift motion, he pointed toward a spider in the corner. A flash of green light followed. Avada Kedavra. As he watched the spider fall rigidly, his dark red eyes remained as still as a stagnant pool. Did you see? This is the essence of life. It can be arbitrarily concluded by a more powerful force. Only one who has mastered death, like myself, can truly discuss the meaning of life. Baelial regarded Tom's enigmatic smile, stepping forward to seize his slender neck forcefully. If reason fails to reach you, I have some knowledge of physical persuasion as well. Life is fragile, pitiful, and can be trampled at will. Her grip tightened with her words, a silver light flashing to suppress the magic within him. Yet I could kill you right now. Does that not imply you two are akin to an ant? Tom's pallid face flushed as he struggled for breath, adding a hint of allure to his exquisite features. Yet Baelial's eyes betrayed no emotion. He was profoundly fearful of death, yet her comparison of him to a mere insect struck a nerve. You do not, by any chance, subscribe to Dumbledore's hypocritical saintly notions of love, do you? Silence. A rare glint of malice flashed in his blue eyes. Tom Riddle, clean up your tongue. Love. Tom's Adam's apple bobbed painfully under Baelial's grip, forcing the words through gritted teeth. What can this ephemeral concept accomplish? Can it bestow upon me supreme power? Can it secure a position that commands obedience? Ha! Baelial suddenly laughed, releasing her hold, leaving stark red marks on his pale neck. She took a step back, her gaze filled with disdain. How shallow is the Dark Lord's understanding of love? Her fingers suddenly grasped his chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. In that moment, their breaths intertwined, and the faint blush on Tom's ears became unmistakable under the moonlight. What do you perceive love to be? Only familial, platonic, and romantic bonds? Baelial's voice turned cold. No wonder you have met with defeat. You do not even grasp the most fundamental truth. What you refer to as power and status can only be attained through love. Tom's pupils dilated suddenly. What do you mean by that? Is love merely those things? That senseless, misplaced kindness? Baelial thrust him down to the ground, towering over him as she gazed down with an air of superiority. Your greatest failure lies in your perpetual inability to comprehend that the love you so despise is a force more potent than any magic. Tom's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of confusion flitting across his eyes, as if no one had ever dissected love with such precision. Observing the clarity in his gaze, Baelial realized he had not understood her words at all. She knelt beside him, meeting his eyes, her ice-blue orbs devoid of mockery, instead brimming with an almost compassionate calmness. Familial love, friendship, and romantic love are emotions that weave through the fabric of human existence. She continued softly, her words sharp as a blade. Yet there exists another form of love, a love for all mankind, which can aid you in attaining everything you desire. Tom's breath momentarily faltered. If you love the people, they will willingly elevate you to the throne, ensuring your reign remains unshakable. Her fingertip lightly pressed against his heart. And you, Tom Riddle, your love is hypocritical, merely a bargaining chip. a deceitful lie meant to ensnare hearts. Once the truth is unveiled, those who once followed you will drag you into the abyss. She rose slowly, maintaining her lofty stance, a cold smirk curving her lips. As for fear, violence, they are utterly foolish. A low, chilling laugh escaped her. Oppression breeds rebellion, and bloody violence will ultimately backfire upon itself. The very love you disdain will become the most lethal weapon piercing your heart. Tom looked down at his hands, suddenly finding the entire scenario absurd. He was the fruit of a love potion, inherently incapable of understanding love. Dumbledore's incessant musings on the power of love appeared to him as mere ramblings of the weak seeking solace. Yet at this moment, someone had laid love bare before him. No longer an ethereal moral constraint, but the sharpest instrument of authority. To learn to love is to win. This thought slithered into his mind like a venomous serpent. Yet its fangs could not penetrate his already petrified heart. How could he possibly comprehend? Those tears shed in embraces, the foolish oaths willingly sworn to death, the illogical self-sacrifice, he had been stripped of the capacity to perceive them. He had already tasted defeat once, in the instant the green light rebounded. In every moment crushed by love. If this was an inescapable curse, did it imply that he would never ascend to that throne? The girl's icy fingers pressed against his chin, her thumb teasingly caressing his crimson lips. Shall we make a wager? Her breath, sweet yet tinged with the scent of blood, whispered, let us wager that I can teach your stone heart to love. Tom's pupils dilated sharply, as if a serpent had bitten him at the throat. Absurd. His voice cracked, a rare fissure of incredulity. Teach me to love. Surprised? She chuckled softly, her fingertips trailing down his carotid artery. Perhaps your childhood environment has gradually turned your heart to stone. And your disdain for love stems from the fact that no one has ever truly entered your heart to infuse it with warmth. Ultimately, you yearn for love, yet remain oblivious to this longing. Are you so confident? No one has ever made me learn to love. Tom fixed his gaze upon her azure eyes, attempting to discern any hint of deceit. That is because they have all been repelled by your hardened exterior, and you refuse to open your heart to them. She suddenly tore at his collar, her palm pressing firmly against his left chest. But I am different, Tom. If you are unwilling to unlock it, then I shall pry it open myself. You cannot reject my love. He fell silent for a moment, pondering why me? Because I seek to challenge the decaying and outdated order of the magical world. And at this moment, I require a powerful ally. He suddenly chuckled, his dark red eyes locking onto her cerulean ones, his pale fingertips brushing against Baelial's cheek, tightening as they reached the corner of her eye. How ironic. His voice was light as a serpent's hiss, a self-proclaimed teacher of love. And yet, your fingers trace over her features, reflecting my twisted shadow. Baelial, you are the true Satan from hell. He seized her by the nape of her neck, their breaths intertwining in the confined space. Golden hair cascaded down, casting a web-like shadow across their faces. Do you know? His lips nearly brushed against her earlobe. The most terrifying aspect of hell is not the flames, but traps like you that entice one to willingly drown. The emerald serpent finally chose to retract its fangs, slowly slithering towards its Satan. Since you have decided to learn to love, she chuckled softly, her warm lips pressing against his pallid neck, her sharp canines grazing against his pulsing veins. Then prepare to welcome my sugar-coated artillery, dear senior. In that instant, Tom felt an unfamiliar tremor, neither a curse nor dark magic, but a deeper, more primal stirring. Within that cold shell, a heart long petrified began to beat once more, unnoticed in the shadows. Chapter 69. Entangled family. The early summer sun shone brightly over Godric's Hollow, as vines entwined the quaint cottage, where Gellert languidly reclined in a wicker chair. Dappled light filtered through the leaves, casting playful shadows upon his pale visage. He squinted slightly, savoring the warmth of the sun on his skin for the first time in many years. The air was filled with the familiar fragrance of hawthorn blossoms, and for a fleeting moment, he could almost hear the laughter shared with Albus during their youthful discussions of dreams and aspirations. Those memories were like bubbles in the sunlight, vibrant yet fragile, filled with beauty, dreams, regrets, and pain, all rooted in this valley. Suddenly, a clear sound of laughter rang out, akin to a string of silver bells awakening memories. Albus's gentle voice approached. By the third year, you can choose your own courses. The sunlight gilded his red hair with golden edges, dazzling to behold. He held Baelial's hand as they entered the yard, her golden tresses dancing in the breeze. Any courses you fancy, Belle? Albus inquired, glancing down with a twinkle in his blue eyes. As if recollecting something, he added, by the way, this semester, the Care of Magical Creatures class will be taught by Professor Hagrid. Considering it's his first time teaching, we've arranged for him to have an assistant. Baelial tilted her head, curiosity shimmering in her azure gaze. Who is it? You definitely know them, Albus winked. You practically cling to their books every day. Ah. The girl's eyes widened, her entire demeanor lighting up. It wouldn't be Mr. Newt Scamander, would it? The wicker chair creaked slightly as Gellert straightened up, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the armrest. Baelial's sparkling eyes filled him with an ominous sense of foreboding. Of course, I'll be enrolling in the Care of Magical Creatures class. She exclaimed, that's Mr. Newt Scamander. Ha. Scamander. Gellert mockingly imitated Baelial's exuberance, though his tone dripped with sarcasm. Albus sighed in resignation. Gellert, how many years have passed? Why do you still treat Newt so poorly? Newt. Gellert reiterated through gritted teeth, his knuckles tightening on the armrest, producing a soft creaking sound. How intimate. Calling him by his first name. Albus gently shook his head and approached Gellert, leaning in slightly. Sunlight filtered through his hair, casting fragmented shadows across Gellert's face. He lowered his voice, infused with a familiarity known only to the two of them. Gel, I treat all my friends this way. He paused, the warmth of his smile deepening. Except for you. Galatia's pointed ears instantly flushed with a delicate shade of crimson, and he abruptly averted his gaze, his Adam's apple bobbing as if scorched by the words he had just heard. After a moment's pause, he let out a cold huff and turned his ire towards the innocently oblivious Baelial, glaring at him with palpable intensity. In the days that followed, Galatea exerted every ounce of his persuasive prowess in an attempt to dissuade Baelial from his chosen path. He began with gentle coaxing. Little Belle, are you truly certain you wish to opt for the Care of Magical Creatures class? Those beings can be perilous and troublesome. Would it not be wiser to delve into more profound magical theories, such as the intricacies of dark arts? His tone was remarkably gentle, as if he were genuinely offering sage advice. Baelial, engrossed in fantastic beasts and where to find them, did not lift his gaze. But Mr. Scamander's book says that as long as one understands them, they pose no danger. Galatea's brow twitched. Plan A had failed. Thus, he shifted tactics and began to employ alarming rhetoric. Do you know that a niffler can pilfer all your galleons? A tree walker will scratch your face, and a rinspore could snap your neck. His expression was grave, as though recounting a terrifying legend. Baelial looked up, his blue eyes sparkling with excitement. Wow, that makes me want to see them even more. Galatea, Plan B had also failed. Ultimately, he resorted to bribery. If you choose a different course, I shall take you to this year's Quidditch World Cup. Baelial hesitated for a fleeting moment before resolutely shaking his head. No, I want to meet Mr. Scamander. Galatea, Plan C had utterly collapsed. That evening, Galatea paced with a sullen expression before Dumbledore. This is absurd. He gritted his teeth. What could possibly fascinate her about those furry, scaly, bitey creatures? And what of Newt Scamander? What makes him so special? Dumbledore, seated comfortably in an armchair, took a sip of honey tea, a smile gracing his lips. This indicates that Baelial possesses a kind heart. Children naturally gravitate towards magical creatures. Galatea snorted. That is hardly the case. I had no interest in such things as a child. Dumbledore regarded him with a knowing look. Indeed, as a child, you were only interested in more dangerous things. Galatea, unable to refute, his irritation grew. Realizing he could not alter Baelial's decision regarding her course selection, Galatea finally sighed in resignation, deciding to acquiesce to her wishes. Before long, July 21st approached. Draco and his companions, having learned of the occasion, hurriedly arrived in Godric's Hollow. Hey, Baelial. Ron burst through the door, his red hair strikingly bright in the sunlight. You didn't tell us it was your birthday? That's just inconsiderate. Hermione, clutching several exquisitely wrapped books, shook her head disapprovingly. Exactly, good friends should celebrate birthdays together. Neville stood behind her, shyly nodding in agreement. Baelial scratched her head. I just thought it would be too much trouble for everyone. Draco, lazily leaning against the doorframe, regarded her with his slate blue eyes. Come on. We didn't come all this way just to hear your apologies. Suddenly straightening, he excitedly proposed. How about we head to Hogsmeade? The shops there are far more interesting than those in Diagon Alley. This suggestion instantly ignited enthusiasm among the children. Ron began animatedly describing Honeyduck's new candies, while Hermione, though cautioning about safety, had her eyes gleaming with anticipation. And Harry rubbed his hands together, eager to purchase the latest Quidditch gear. With spirits high, a spontaneous adventure commenced, accompanied by the adults. Daddy, Baelial elongated the syllable, casting a helpless glance at Dumbledore as he placed the 5th box of fizzing Whizbees into the shopping basket. Are you here to buy me birthday sweets or to stock up for Honeydukes? The window of Honeydukes refracted a spectrum of colors under the sunlight, casting a sugary glow upon Dumbledore's red hair. As he reached for a top row of limited edition chocolate frogs, he turned back to wink at his daughter. Darling, a birthday only comes once a year. One must ensure there is enough to last the entire year. Galatea had appeared beside Dumbledore without her noticing, his long fingers gently resting upon his lover's wrist. Albus, if you keep eating like this, your teeth will truly rot away. Dumbledore was about to retort when a hand suddenly caressed his cheek. Galatea's fingers brushed over his slightly swollen cheeks, his voice softening further. Your life need not be filled with these external sweets. Possessing me is enough, Al. Baelial silently turned away, feigning intense interest in a bucket of blood-flavored lollipops, while the small serpent coiled around her neck flicked its tongue as if repulsed. Dumbledore's eyelashes fluttered, his azure eyes shimmering with a glimmer of light. Quietly, he began to return the candies from the shopping basket back to the shelves, leaving only 3 pink coconut ice pops. Very well, he murmured, adjusting his cuffs, his voice as soft as a feather falling on water. Then this sweetness should accompany me for a while longer. Baelial observed the two adults in their affectionate exchange, turning to the astonished Draco and his companions with a sigh. Shall we go and buy something else instead? I feel as though we've had our fill of sweet nothings. The afternoon sun in Hogsmeade bathed the cobblestone streets in a honeyed hue. The boys had already whisked into the dervish and banjas, exclaiming in awe at the latest Quidditch merchandise. Hermione tugged at a still reluctant Neville, joining the other girls in cheerful conversation as they entered the 3 broomsticks. Baelial stood at the shopess in trance, the overly sweet taste lingering in her mouth, causing her to wrinkle her nose. Indeed, the culinary memories ingrained in her culture made it challenging to appreciate such cloyingly sweet British beverages. Strolling along the cobbled path alone, she paused in front of a wizarding clothing store, captivated by a cheapao adorned with ink bamboo patterns. It was not until the raucous shouting of drunken patrons reached her ears that she realized she had wandered to the edge of the village. Looking up, she spotted a rusted sign creaking in the wind. The Hog's Head Inn. The weathered wooden door stood ajar, and she could faintly hear the clinking of glasses from within. Suddenly, Baelial recalled her grandmother's words from a previous life during the spring festival. A birthday feast is not complete without everyone present. The sunlight stretched her shadow long, extending all the way to the steps of the inn. Taking a deep breath, Baelial pushed open the creaking wooden door. The copper bell above the door emitted a dull chime, akin to a sigh echoing through time. Inside the dimly lit Hog's Head, dust particles floated in the air, and the sound of the wind chime lingered in the stillness as the door closed behind her. Aberforth bent over the bar, wiping its surface with a grimy cloth that left greasy streaks on the oak. Welcome, he mumbled without looking up, his goat-like beard twitching as he spoke. Look at the menu for what you want, and just find a place to sit. The air was thick with the aromas of butterbeer and meat pies. Noticing the newcomer's silence, the old man irritably tossed the cloth onto the bar. Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? As he finally raised his gaze, time seemed to freeze. The face he had cursed during countless drunken nights suddenly collided with his vision. Aberforth's gnarled fingers clenched tightly, the wooden bar groaning under the strain. You! Aberforth charged out like an enraged goat. How dare you step foot in here? Old fury exploded within him, but it halted abruptly as he recognized the visitor. At the intersection of light and shadow stood a girl, her golden hair glimmering in the dim light, quietly gazing at him with her overly familiar blue eyes. The old man, his face flushed with anger, found himself at a loss for words, caught between the impulse to scold and the urge to remain silent. His goat-like beard trembled with indignation as he finally managed to stammer a coarse inquiry. What is your name? Baelial Percival Grindelwald. The girl's voice rang out, clear as the babbling brook. Ha! Grindelwald. Albus's cold laughter sent dust cascading from the chandelier. Upon seeing her face, one could easily surmise she was of that German lineage. He suddenly froze, his gaze fixated on her eyes, those striking blue eyes reminiscent of Ariana's. Wait a moment. Percival? What is your relation to Albus Dumbledore? His voice turned hoarse with an unsettling intensity. The girl tilted her head slightly. He is my daddy and Gellert is my fada. Crash. Albus knocked over the liquor rack behind him, a cacophony of glass bottles rolling chaotically upon the straw mat. His eyes widened in shock, and he inhaled sharply, nearly sucking away the years of dust that had accumulated on the bar. Good grief. Those two old rascals even had a child together. In the dimly lit bar, Baelial savored a roasted leg of lamb with immense delight. The crispy skin crackled between her teeth, and the juices dribbled down her chin, forgotten in her ecstatic enjoyment. It had been far too long since she had tasted a proper meal, and she was on the verge of tears from sheer joy. Slow down, Albus urged, frowning as he pushed a glass of water toward her. No one is going to snatch it from you. His rough fingers tapped rhythmically on the bar. So, You truly are the offspring of that blood pact? Yes. Baelial nodded earnestly, her greasy fingers gesturing animatedly. Daddy says this is the most precious thing between him and Fada. Enough, enough. The old man interjected hastily, his goat beard bristling with irritation. He stared at the girl devouring her meal with such fervor, his tone involuntarily softening. Is it really that delicious? Absolutely delicious. Baelial exclaimed, holding up a clean bone, her blue eyes sparkling. It's far better than the meals at Hogwarts. Albus averted his gaze, feigning interest in the liquor cabinet. Spare me the theatrics. What brings you here? The girl pulled out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth and cast a cleaning charm. I'm about to have my birthday. And I came to invite you to my birthday party. The old man fixed his gaze upon her, his voice suddenly hoarse. What does that have to do with me? Of course it matters, Baelial interjected, grasping his calloused hand. You are my family. Her palm was warm and soft. And she continued, a birthday is not complete without the whole family. The flames in the fireplace crackled. Albus observed their intertwined hands, his knuckles rough and dark, while her fingers were pale and slender. Two disparate worlds converging once more. Family? Albus murmured the word softly, under the flickering glow of the fire. The girl's face began to merge with the memory of Ariana. Those same bright blue eyes and the slight upward curl of her lips when she smiled. And there's more. Baelial leaned in closer. Your life magic is simply marvelous. She waved her arms enthusiastically. After just one taste, I can never forget this flavor. The old man was taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm, his hands momentarily fumbling. His goat beard quivered slightly. He cleared his throat, his voice softer than usual. Well, since you've come all this way. He rose, waving his wand, and the bar's furniture rearranged itself automatically. I can't very well deny a child her wishes. As Baelial's warm little hand clasped his gnarled one, Albus was momentarily stunned. For the first time in decades, he allowed someone else to lead him out of his self-imposed prison. Sunlight spilled onto the threshold, illuminating the years of accumulated grime on the doorframe. The sunset bathed Hogsmeade in a golden hue, and Albus suddenly halted. Baelial? He called softly, his red hair lifting slightly in the evening breeze. Gellert followed his gaze to the distant hillside, where the girl was leading a familiar figure toward them. Albus's fingers unconsciously tightened, and his blue eyes widened. Up. It was the first time in decades that he had seen his brother step out of that dimly lit bar. Sunlight cascaded over Albus's unkempt gray hair, illuminating his often hidden pale visage. Gellert's heterochromatic eyes narrowed dangerously. But before he could utter a word, Albus gruffly interrupted, Don't get carried away. He pushed Baelial in front of him, his goat beard bristling in irritation. If it weren't for my niece insisting I attend this birthday party,